Chapter 709, Secret Technique. Xianxia vanished on the spot and appeared behind Bai Hao before swinging out his fist. Even though the two old men that presided over the dynasty martial competition had pounced towards Xianxia in a timely manner, their speeds were obviously unable to stop Xianxia in time. Stay your hand. Right when the emperor and the black-clothed old man by his side went grim and intended to make a move, a sword howl briefly appeared, and it instantly sounded throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, the two old men stopped their actions, and they seemed to have thought of something, causing them to heave a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. In the next moment, everyone saw that Xianxia, who swung his fist to smash towards Bai Hao, was blasted flying along with the appearance of a brief sword howl, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before barely being able to stop himself. In the sky above Xianxia, the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes that hadn't completely condensed into form along with the swing of his fist were completely destroyed before they could be completed. Thank you, Lord Wu Dao, for this life-saving grace. Bai Hao, who survived the calamity, couldn't help but take a deep breath before looking at Feng Wu Dao on the Feng clan's spectating area and bowing in thanks. Even though the sword howl only appeared briefly, and the origin energy sword light was difficult to be noticed by others, but he was still able to guess that the person who executed it was undoubtedly Feng Wu Dao. Because, amongst the experts present, only Feng Wu Dao had the strength to save him at that critical moment earlier. Moreover, Feng Wu Dao himself was an extremely formidable sword cultivator. Thank you, Big Brother Wu Dao, for lending a hand. Meanwhile, the emperor thanked Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao nodded lightly with a carefree expression as if he'd done something of no importance. But his gaze descended onto the distant Xianxia at this moment, and his brows frowned slightly. At the instant earlier, he even had the feeling that the strength contained within Xianxia's fist at that moment was absolutely something only a martial artist at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above could possess. When Xianxia swung out with his fist, he didn't utilize a spirit weapon of concept, and he'd only purely utilized origin energy to make Bai Hao be unable to resist in the slightest. All of this is related to the flame brand between Xianxia's brows. Feng Wu Dao guessed in his heart. There was only this explanation at this moment. Even though he didn't know what the flame brand that appeared out of nowhere between Xianxia's brows meant, he could guess that it was an extremely terrifying thing, and it was capable of allowing a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist to possess a strength at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above in the blink of an eye. So would it be a simple thing? Xianxia is victorious. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the two old men heaved a sigh of relief in unison when they saw Feng Wu Dao interfering, and one of them announced with a tone as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Along with the announcement of the old man, everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered from their shock. It was as if they'd discussed and agreed upon it earlier as the gazes of every single person in the cage battle arena descended in unison onto Xianxia. Even until now, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines when they recalled the scene from before. After the flames brand appeared between the brows of Xianxia, he seemed as if he was possessed by something. And not only did he seem to have become like a completely different person, he'd instantly possessed a strength that completely surpassed Bai Hao. Moreover, he didn't hold back in the slightest when he attacked Bai Hao earlier. Could it be that after this flame brand appeared between Xianxia's brows, not only will it cause his strength to increase greatly, he will also lose all reason? It's too terrifying. It was simply as if he was possessed by a devil. If it wasn't for Lord Wu Dao making a move in time, Bai Hao would have probably already died at Xianxia's hand. Amongst the waves of clamorous discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, all of them were filled with deep terror. Even until now, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go slightly numb when they thought of the changes that occurred on Xianxia earlier. That flame brand vanished. Duan Ling Tian, whose face was covered in shock and had his fixed upon Xianxia since the beginning, had suddenly noticed that the flame brand between Xianxia's brows had gradually become faint and vanished. The devil-seal tablet has stopped moving restlessly. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the devil-seal tablet within his spatial ring wasn't in a frenzy any longer, and it lay there silently without the slightest movement. Looks like my guess was correct. The changes that occurred on Xianxia earlier are deeply connected with the devil-seal tablet. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had completely confirmed it. After the flame brand between his brows vanished, Xianxia's stiff face eased up slightly, and a wisp of a complacent smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. But in next to no time, his face went pale once more, and he repeatedly spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. After he hurriedly withdrew a healing medicinal pill and consumed it, Zishang's expression eased up, and then he retreated to the side as he looked at Bai Hao. Prince Hao, I'm injured, yet you aren't. So you'll fight Duan Ling Tian first. As he finished speaking, Zishang's face was filled with confidence, as if victory was within his grasp, and he seemed as if he was sure that he would surely be the top-ranked young genius in the dynasty martial competition today. Bai Hao nodded, but the gaze he looked at Zishang with was filled with fear. Duan Ling Tian, I'll fight you after 15 minutes. After Bai Hao's gaze left Zishang, it locked onto Duan Ling Tian as he directly issued his challenge. Okay, Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, at this moment, his thoughts were still on the changes that occurred on Zishang, and he was unable to wrap his head around exactly what had happened to Zishang earlier. It wasn't only Duan Ling Tian, the other people had similar thoughts as well. The changes in Zishang earlier were too strange. Zishang, meanwhile, a void interpretation stage expert on a first-class spectating area stared at Zishang with a burning gaze as he asked directly. Can you use what ability you utilized earlier? I felt that at that instant earlier, your strength seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. It was as if you possessed a formidable strength that was comparable to the void interpretation stage. But, you seem to have lost all reason at that moment. Along with this void interpretation stage expert finishing, the gazes of all the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena including Duan Ling Tian himself had descended onto Zishang in unison, as they wanted to know how Zishang would answer. In the first-class spectating area of the Darken Dynasty, everyone from the emperor to the members of the imperial family had looked at Zishang with eyes filled with bewilderment. Big brother, exactly what happened? Ziyan's beautiful face was covered in worry as the scene of Zishang losing all reason earlier caused her to feel ill at ease. It was precisely because of this that she was unable to feel happy even if Zishang had defeated Bai Hao. Actually, it's nothing great. Right when most people thought that Zishang wouldn't reveal his secret, Zishang had spoken out instead. What I executed earlier ought to be considered to be a secret technique. This secret technique was something I possessed innately, and every time I execute, it can allow the energy contained within my origin energy to increase by a few times. Of course, a secret technique like this possesses an extremely great side effect, and that is that it will make me lose all reason. This is something everyone ought to have seen earlier. Prince Hao, sorry for the offense earlier. At that moment, I couldn't control myself. I hope you can forgive me. As he finished speaking, Zishang looked at Bai Hao before he slightly bowed in apology. There's no harm done. Even I never imagined that you actually know such a terrifying secret technique. But unfortunately, you possessed it innately and others are unable to comprehend it. Bai Hao shook his head lightly as he revealed his magnanimity, and as he finished speaking, he had a regretful expression. But Bai Hao's gaze contained deep meaning, and he obviously was saying one thing while he thought something else, and didn't believe Zishang. Zishang naturally noticed the deep meaning within Bai Hao's gaze, yet he disregarded it. I truly never imagined that Zishang was innately capable of such a heaven-defying secret technique. If I was capable of utilizing a secret technique like this, then wouldn't my strength increase by a few times as well? My god, Zishang knows such a secret technique. Then doesn't that mean that so long as he utilizes this secret technique, it's very likely that he'll obtain the honor of number 1 in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If it's really obtained by Zishang, then our Darken dynasty will be utterly famous. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly, and many people were even excited to the point their faces flushed red. As far as most people were concerned, since Zishang knew such a terrifying secret technique, first place in the dynasty martial competition today would surely be his. Even if it was the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it might not be impossible for him to obtain. After they witnessed the secret technique Zishang executed, they were filled with confidence towards Zishang. Imperial uncle, I really don't know how to describe this disciple of yours. But with him in our Darken dynasty, he's truly the fortune of our Darken dynasty. The emperor said to the old man by his side. Even I never imagined that there were actually so many great secrets concealed in the possession of this little fellow. The old man shook his head and smiled, and not the slightest bit blame or displeasure could be discerned from his beaming face. As far as he was concerned, since he was able to take such a personal disciple in his entire lifetime, then even if he died now, he wouldn't have any regrets. Secret technique. Unlike most of the people in the cage battle arena that deeply believed Zishang's words, Duan Ling Tian utterly didn't believe it. even though he didn't quite understand secret techniques himself, but there were many records related to secret techniques in the memories of the 2 lifetimes of the rebirth martial emperor. A secret technique was mostly an ability possessed by a special race, and it was utterly impossible for ordinary humans to master. Besides that, all those secret technique possessed shocking side effects. As far as he was concerned, if the changes that occurred on Xianxia earlier was because of a secret technique, it was impossible for the side effect to be so simple. After all, it was a secret technique that allowed the strength of the origin energy within Xianxia's body to increase by more than a single level. The side effect of this secret technique was merely to lose one's reason. No matter if others believed it or not, he didn't. Moreover, the biggest reason that Duan Lingtian didn't believe it wasn't because of this, but it was mostly because of the devil tablet in his spatial ring. Now, he'd already completely confirmed that the changes that occurred on Xianxia was related to the devil tablet, even though he didn't know the exact reason. Chapter 710. The bewilderment of the group of inscription masters. Perhaps Xianxia's words were able to deceive the others, yet it wasn't capable of deceiving Duan Lingtian. I truly never imagined that this Xianxia possessed an ability like that. After the flame brand appeared between his brows, his strength rose by at least a few times. The punch he swung at Bai Hao earlier contained origin energy that was at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. As the person that had merged with the 2 lifetimes worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Lingtian was still capable of discerning this even without the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Even though Duan Lingtian was unwilling to admit it in his heart, he had to admit that he was absolutely not a match for Xianxia at that moment. Looks like the fortuitous encounter Xianxia obtained is extraordinary, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He clearly noticed the expressions of the people on the imperial family's first-class spectating area when the flame brand appeared between Xianxia's brows and Xianxia exploded out with a strength that was comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. At that time, he knew that all the members of the imperial family, including Xianxia, master, seemed to be utterly unaware that Xianxia possessed a technique like this. He could be sure that this technique of Xianxia's was something that only Xianxia knew beforehand, and this technique ought to be from a fortuitous encounter Xianxia obtained in the past. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice sounded out by his ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be pulled back from his thoughts. It was Bai Hao who was in the sky above the cage battle arena that had spoken once more. I'm done. Obviously, Bai Hao had already finished resting. Even though he was the party that lost in the battle earlier, yet he wasn't the party that was injured because Feng Wudao had made a move in a timely manner to save him from Xianxia. Now, after he consumed a medicinal pill and recovered his origin energy to his prime, he beckoned at Duan Lingtian to battle him. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate to fly out and stand in confrontation with Bai Hao. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he looked at Bai Hao. Bai Hao was a prince of the Darken dynasty's imperial family. His cultivation had surpassed the second prince Bai He. He'd comprehended 9th level fire concept and 2nd level rod concept, and he possessed a grade 3 spirit spear. Bai Hao was a formidable enemy to Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was only a formidable enemy to Duan Lingtian if he didn't execute his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd of spectators had moved their attention from Xianxia towards Duan Lingtian and Bai Hao, who were standing in confrontation. They knew that the incident earlier had come to an end. I wonder if this young man from the Darkstone Empire is capable of defeating Prince Hao. Up until now, his exact strength is still a mystery. I'm really looking forward to him fighting. Many people stared at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Everyone from the Darkstone Empire even held their breaths. All along the way until now, they'd felt proud of Duan Lingtian because he was representing their Darkstone Empire in the Darken dynasty. So, they hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to continue going forward and defeat Bai Hao to obtain the 2nd rank in the dynasty martial competition today. As for the first, they utterly didn't dare think of it now. The strength Xianxia revealed caused them to be shocked from the bottom of their hearts. That strength had already exceeded the scope of a void initiation stage martial artist, and it wasn't something Duan Lingtian could go against. At least, the current Duan Lingtian was unable. The odds are really low. On the spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Tianwu returned to her seat as she mumbled. Young miss, what's the odds for Brother Duan in this battle? Elder Kong asked curiously. It's only 1. Feng Tianwu sighed. Then how much did you place on Brother Duan? Elder Kong asked. I of course placed the entire pile of origin stones from the winnings in Big Brother Duan's 5,000 low-grade origin stones. It's a total of 13,000 low-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu spoke as a matter of course. The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched as he said with a bitter smile, "If Brother Duan wins this battle, then you'll be able to win another 13,000 low-grade origin stones. It's quite a lot." The cage battle arena that was slightly clamorous had gradually quieted down. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the violet-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man stood facing each other, and the battle was imminent. "Duan Ling Tian, you and I will battle each other soon. Even if you take the initiative to admit defeat, I'll surely trample on your dignity, and make you unable to raise your head in the world forever." Zishang stared fixedly at the violet-clothed young man as a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Zishang's gaze, yet he disregarded it and his attention was completely converged onto Bai Hao, who was before him. When he saw Bai Hao hadn't attacked for a long time, he decided to take the initiative. Zishang even dared to utilize such a terrifying ability, and he casually fabricated a secret technique to dismiss the curiosity of others. "Perhaps I can learn from him." Duan Ling Tian came to a decision in his heart. Practically the instant he made this decision, Duan Ling Tian moved. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into an extremely swift gale that swept towards Bai Hao. When he saw a 7-foot-long spear appear out of thin air in Bai Hao's hand and origin energy skyrocket on Bai Hao's body to finally transform into material flames that were ready to gush out, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged. As his figure flashed out, a dim light flashed into appearance within the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes that squinted. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force didn't hesitate in the slightest to practically instantly fuse into the soul brand in the depths of his soul. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian directly utilized his soul skill. A mysterious illusory space instantly condensed into form before enveloping Bai Hao and followed him like a shadow. All of this happened within the blink of an eye. When faced with the illusory space that was constructed by a spiritual force at the second level of the void interpretation stage, Bai Hao was trapped within it as expected. In the world before Bai Hao's eyes, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out to arrive nearby before attacking him, whereas, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by and accept death. He fiercely swung the spirit spear in his hand to instantly smash out towards Duan Ling Tian. In reality, outside the illusory space, Duan Ling Tian had already moved to the side before he even came close to Bai Hao, and he arrived behind Bai Hao in a short moment. What's going on? Meanwhile, a peculiar scene appeared before the eyes of the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. They saw that when Duan Ling Tian flashed to arrive behind Bai Hao, not only did Bai Hao not avoid, he didn't even turn around, and he instead raised the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand before fiercely smashing out towards the air before him. Has Bai Hao gone mad? Many people were dumbstruck. Right at this moment, with a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian, who had moved to arrive behind Bai Hao, had slapped out with his palm to hit directly onto Bai Hao's back, directly heavily injuring and blasting Bai Hao flying. Pooh! Bai Hao's figure shook as he spat a mouthful of blood. His figure was like an arrow that left the bow before stopping in midair in a slightly embarrassing state, and his eyes were filled with rage as he shouted coldly, "Who attacked me from behind?" But he was quickly stunned. Because when he turned around, he noticed that the person who heavily injured him was actually Duan Ling Tian. How can this be possible? Bai Hao had a dumbstruck expression and didn't dare believe that all this was real. Duan Ling Tian was clearly fighting with him head-on earlier, whereas, it was precisely because he was fighting Duan Ling Tian head-on that he didn't pay attention to his back, causing him to be struck with a sneak attack. But after he suffered a strike from the sneak attack and was blasted flying, he noticed that the Duan Ling Tian he was fighting with had vanished, and another Duan Ling Tian had appeared. Moreover, this Duan Ling Tian that appeared was the person that launched a sneak attack on him. He could be 100% sure that it was absolutely impossible for the Duan Ling Tian that was fighting him to instantly move around and arrive behind him before launching an attack from behind. At this moment, if it wasn't for only a single Duan Ling Tian remaining at the scene, he would feel that Duan Ling Tian had a twin brother. What happened just now? The surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar. The scene that occurred earlier caused them to be filled with bewilderment. Originally, when they saw Duan Ling Tian charge towards Bai Hao, they thought that both of them would fight head-on. But in the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian instead moved to arrive behind Bai Hao, and they'd seen all of this clearly. Yet at this moment, a strange scene appeared. Bai Hao actually abandoned Duan Ling Tian and attacked the air as if the air was his opponent. At that instant, they even felt that Bai Hao might have gone mad. Subsequently, they saw Bai Hao being heavily injured by Duan Ling Tian's palm strike in a completely unguarded state before being blasted flying and directly losing. Of course, there was a reason they felt Bai Hao had lost. So long as it was someone with a discerning gaze, they would be able to discern that it was impossible for Bai Hao to continue battling Duan Ling Tian with his current condition. They wouldn't have discussed and agreed to put on a show, right? Impossible. Bai Hao is the young prince of our darkened dynasty's imperial family. How could he possibly act recklessly in an occasion like this? If they aren't putting on a show, then can you explain what happened earlier? The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar, and they were shocked by the strange scene that occurred earlier. Of course, there was no lack of inscription masters at the void interpretation stage present, and every time they watched the battle, they would unconsciously stretch out their spiritual force. Earlier, the instant that Bai Hao attacked the air, they obviously sensed a material spiritual force enveloped Bai Hao. Right when they wanted to investigate that spiritual force, Bai Hao was already heavily injured and blasted flying by Duan Ling Tian, whereas, that spiritual force vanished along with this. Elder Lu, what technique is that? I don't know. It seems to be a technique executed by spiritual force. Not only that, that spiritual force wasn't weak, and it was Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force. That spiritual force is probably at the second level of the void interpretation stage. I truly never imagined that a mere 9th level void initiation stage martial artist like Duan Ling Tian actually possessed such a formidable spiritual force. Perhaps he obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter. But this is only second in importance. The most important is the technique he utilized earlier. Elder Kong, amongst us inscription masters, your spiritual force is the strongest. Did you notice any clues? On the 9 first-class spectating areas, many inscription masters that were familiar with each other had started to privately discuss animatedly via voice transmission. Chapter 711. Ghost Flame. In next to no time, the gazes of many inscription masters had descended in unison onto an old man on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. Elder Kong couldn't help but be stunned when faced with the inquiries of these inscription masters via voice transmission. Brother Duan, did you rely on your spiritual force to execute some sort of skill earlier? Actually, Elder Kong had noticed the spiritual force Duan Ling Tian enveloped Bai Hao with, but he didn't know the specifics of what Duan Ling Tian had done. He subconsciously felt that Bai Hao's abnormality was related to Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force. As an inscription master at the void interpretation stage, he himself had no way of executing any skill via spiritual force that could directly affect another. So he felt that when something unusual happened, there was surely something strange going on, and the essence of the problem was Duan Ling Tian. More or less like Xianxia, a secret technique I possess innately. Duan Ling Tian didn't hesitate in the slightest when Elder Kong's voice transmission entered his ears, and he spoke of the excuse he'd prepared long ago. Elder Kong was first stunned, and then he derided via voice transmission. Do you think I would believe that? Is it important whether you believe it or not? Duan Ling Tian questioned in reply. Right, is it important? Presently, it was obvious that Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to speak about it, and if Duan Ling Tian didn't speak about it, it would be utterly impossible for him to know the truth. But Elder Kong didn't continue trying to get to the bottom of it, and he instead replied those inscription masters one by one. I know a little bit about this skill of Duan Ling Tian's. It's a secret technique he possesses innately. Elder Kong's words caused the group of inscription masters to be stunned. A secret technique again. Moreover, it's possessed innately as well. For a time, all the inscription masters looked at each other and seemed to want to ask the other, do you believe it? But even if they didn't believe it, they could do nothing, because they were utterly unable to explain exactly what skill had Duan Ling Tian utilized earlier. Demonic technique. In the first-class spectating area belonging to the imperial family, unlike the dumbstruck expression of the emperor, the black-clothed old man, and by Ziyan's beautiful face went pale and her eyes were filled with terror. She'd experienced Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique herself and deeply knew of its terrors. Brother. Ziyan instantly looked at Xianxia who stood in the distant sky, and said via voice transmission with slight worry, Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique is too terrifying. Prince Hao is actually completely helpless before him. Yan, there's no need to worry. Wasn't Bai Hao similarly helpless before me a moment ago? Xianxia lightly shook his head and consoled Ziyan via voice transmission with a tone filled with confidence. Ziyan recalled her older brother's ability when she heard this, causing her to heave a sigh of relief, yet her beautiful eyes still revealed slight worry. Elder Ghost, you said that Duan Ling Tian executed a soul skill earlier. Zishang's cold and indifferent gaze stared at Duan Ling Tian as his thoughts went straight into the depths of his mind, and he seemed to be communication with something. Yes, the ghastly and aged voice sounded out abruptly within Zishang's mind. Even though I don't know why a human kid like him is capable of executing a soul skill, that's like a spiritual force attack before the martial emperor stage. But I can be sure that he used a type of illusory realm soul skill to effect that Bai Hao, and that's why he was capable of defeat Bai Hao in one go. Illusory realm soul skill, what's that? Zishang was slightly shocked in his heart. An illusory realm soul skill is a soul skill that constructs an illusory space with spiritual force, and with a single thought, one is capable of sealing another within the illusory space to be at one's mercy. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out once more. Zishang's pupils constricted as he gasped in his heart. In this way, when I carried out the agreement of 2 years with him in the 7-star sword sect that day, he utilized this illusory realm soul skill to cause me to be in such a sorry state. And he even caused the others to think that I'd gone mad. When he recalled the scene in the life and death arena at the peak of the 7-star sword sect's Dubi peak, Zishang's expression darkened completely. At that time, he thought that Duan Ling Tian had utilized some sort of demonic technique, yet never had he imagined that it would turn out to be a type of illusory realm soul skill. Elder Ghost, Zishang's tone contained slight fear. Since Duan Ling Tian can execute such a terrifying soul skill, wouldn't that mean that I'll surely lose in the battle with him? I'm not resigned to losing. As he finished speaking, Zishang had an unwilling expression. HMPH, do you really think that an illusory realm soul skill can be invincible under the heavens? The ghastly and aged voice grunted coldly, and then continued. An illusory realm soul skill is only effective against another whose spiritual force is inferior to one's own, or another who possesses a similar spiritual force as oneself, and is an inscription master. So long as you allow me to temporarily control your body, my incomplete soul will fuse into your soul. At that time, even though your spiritual force would be unable to compare to my peak strength, yet it would far surpass this kid's second-level void interpretation stage spiritual force, and his soul skill would be utterly useless against you. As he finished speaking, the ghastly and aged voice was filled with disdain. Zishang was instantly overjoyed when he heard this. Since it's like this, then I'll trouble Elder Ghost. Remember your promise to me. Otherwise, I, Ghost Flame, will put my incomplete soul on the line to make you suffer. You ought to know that I have the ability. Suddenly, the aged and ghastly voice's tone changed and threatened him. Yes, yes, Zishang hurriedly replied without daring to dally in the slightest. Even though the thing that was concealed within the depths of his mind, it was only a strand of an incomplete soul that was unable to seize control of his body, yet this soul's background and ability was something he knew clearly. He knew that this was an extremely terrifying figure and a double-sided blade in his hands. If used wisely, it would kill a myriad of enemies, yet if misused, it would destroy him. Duan Ling Tian, perhaps never in your dreams would you have imagined that your soul skill would be utterly useless before me, right? So long as Elder Ghost's incomplete soul temporarily fuses with my soul and obtains temporary control of my body, my spiritual force will far surpass yours. Zishang stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At this moment, his heart that had risen to his throat because of seeing Duan Ling Tian execute the demonic technique one more had completely returned to its place, and he was completely unafraid. Duan Ling Tian, what did you do to me just now? Bai Hao stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze as he asked with a low voice. Along with Bai Hao's question, besides the group of void interpretation stage inscription masters including Elder Kong, everyone present including Feng Wudao had turned their gazes towards Duan Ling Tian in unison. For a time, Duan Ling Tian had undoubtedly become the center of attention. Duan Ling Tian was prepared since long ago, and he said unhurriedly, my situation is similar to Zishang. I innately possess a type of secret technique. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena to be in a complete uproar. A secret technique again, he wouldn't be deliberately deceiving everyone, right? When Zishang executed the secret technique, at least a flame brand would appear between his brows, and he would instantly possess a strength comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. Whereas I was utterly unable to discern any clue when he executed his secret technique. Could it be that his secret technique caused Bai Hao to instantly seem as if he'd gone mad? It ought to be to cause Bai Hao to hallucinate. If it's true, then this secret technique is too peculiar. Even though many people felt that these two types of secret techniques appeared one by one was truly too much of a coincidence, no one doubted Duan Lingtian's words. After all, they were utterly unable to explain what had occurred earlier. Secret technique. Duan Lingtian knows a secret technique as well. Moreover, it's such a peculiar secret technique. Looks like Duan Lingtian still had the chance to compete for the first in the dynasty martial competition with Xianxia. The eyes of the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire lit up. Originally, they didn't hold any hope for Duan Lingtian to obtain first place in the dynasty martial competition. After all, Xianxia had relied on his secret technique and revealed a strength that caused them to shudder in fear. Yet now, Duan Lingtian had relied on a secret technique to execute a skill that caused them to feel shocked, so hope had once more arisen in their hearts, and they were once again filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. Secret technique. Of course, many people doubted Duan Lingtian's explanation as well. Is it really such a coincidence? Imperial uncle, do you believe it? The emperor asked the black-clothed old man by his side. The old man shook his head. It's impossible that it's so coincidental. But we're temporarily unable to explain why he was able to cause Bai Hao to hallucinate instantly. Duan Lingtian is too strange. The second prince, Bai He, frowned as he said, with a low voice, if he really seized first place in the dynasty martial competition today, then where would our darkened dynasty's imperial family put our face? This doesn't matter. The emperor seemed to be unaffected, and completely disregarded any resentment. No matter who obtains first today, they're the subjects of our darkened dynasty, and they will represent our darkened dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year from now. In the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. Big brother Duan is so strong. Feng Tianwu returned to her seat while she looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze of admiration, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tender affection. Young miss, has the betting for the battle between Duan Lingtian and Xianxia started? What are the odds? Elder Kong seemed to be extremely interested in this. HMPH. The members of the imperial family underestimate Big Brother Duan too much. In the battle between Xianxia and Big Brother Duan's rate is 1-3, yet Xianxia's rate is only 3-1. In other words, if a person bet Duan Lingtian would win and placed a single low-grade origin stone, then so long as Duan Lingtian won, besides being able to obtain the origin stone placed as the bet, the person would be able to earn an extra 3 low-grade origin stones. On the other hand, if a person bet that Xianxia would win and placed a bet of 3 low-grade origin stones, then even if Xianxia won, besides reclaiming the origin stones placed initially, the person would only be able to earn a single origin stone. Isn't this very good? So long as Brother Duan wins, the almost 27,000 low-grade origin stones you placed will be able to be multiplied by a few times. Elder Kong smiled and then stood up. This old man wants to go place a bet for fun as well. Elder Kong, how can you play around with Tianwu and Lingtian as well? Are you so confident in Lingtian? Feng Wudao shook his head. In any case, there aren't many origin stones in my possession, so I'll just take it as playing skipping stones with a few origin stones. Elder Kong shrugged and spoke indifferently. Chapter 712, Fated Battle. Feng Wudao nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot at Elder Kong. Help me place a bet on Lingtian with the 100,000 origin stones in here. 100,000 low-grade origin stones. The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched slightly as he received the spatial ring, and he felt slightly speechless. Meanwhile, he really wanted to directly ask a single question. Didn't you say I was playing around? Father, you're placing so many origin stones, aren't you afraid Big Brother Lingtian will lose? Feng Tianwu was shocked by Feng Wudao's extravagance. If that kid dares to lose, then I won't marry my treasured daughter to him, said Feng Wudao indifferently. Father, what are you talking about? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face blushed, and she lowered her head as she spoke in embarrassment. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the situation on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, nor did he know that Feng Wudao had placed 100,000 low-grade origin stones on him in the battle between him and Xianxia. If he knew, Duan Lingtian would surely feel even more pressure. Third place in the dynasty martial competition today is obtained by Bai Hao. He has acquired the reward of 20,000 low-grade origin stones. Meanwhile, one of the old men in the sky above the cage battle arena that were in charge of presiding over the martial competition, had passed a spatial ring to Bai Hao before announcing. After Bai Hao left, Xianxia flashed out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena after a short moment, and he stood in confrontation with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, do you need to rest? Xianxia glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Ling Tian as a wisp of disdain arose in the corners of his mouth. So as to avoid that, you'll say I won unfairly after I defeat you. Defeat me, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Xianxia, looks like you're just like before, you're full of confidence towards yourself. I remember that during the battle on the 7-star sword sects Dubi Peak all those years ago, you seemed to be confident like this, but the outcome was that not only did you lose, you suffered a crushing defeat. HMPH. It's impossible for the miracle that happened that day to repeat itself. Xianxia's face sank when he heard Duan Ling Tian mention the past that he couldn't bear to think of, and he grunted coldly. That might not be the case. Duan Ling Tian continued. Even though he was already ready to risk everything and intended to directly utilize the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, against Xianxia, when he thought of the strange flame brand that appeared between Xianxia's brows and caused Xianxia's strength to suddenly rise explosively. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian was still slightly worried in his heart, worried that at the same time that Xianxia's strength improved, Xianxia's spiritual force would rise along with it. If Xianxia's spiritual force could rise along with it as well, then he would have no confidence in winning, unless a miracle occurred. It could be said that he was gambling in this battle. He was gambling that Xianxia's spiritual force would rise along with Xianxia's strength. You'll know soon enough. Xianxia's gaze was slightly cold as the origin energy on his body raged and leapt about before seeming to transform into a ball of white flames that enveloped him within it, and he didn't have any intention of withdrawing his zither. Looks like you intend to directly execute your secret technique. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. You're smart, but unfortunately, you'll lose for sure today. I'll let you know that going against me will be an eternal nightmare for you. Xianxia's words were extremely arrogant, and the white clothes on his body fluttered without wind as he prepared to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, a worker of the cage battle arena made an appearance on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, and the worker bowed respectfully and reverently to the emperor. What is it? The emperor frowned. Your Majesty, the Feng clan's Lord Wu Dao has placed a bet of 100,000 low-grade origin stone on this final battle. The worker took a deep breath and spoke slowly. 100,000 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, everyone sitting nearby the emperor, including the emperor himself, was shocked. Yes, the worker nodded. Who did he bet on? The black-clothed old man asked with a frown. Duan Ling Tian, said the worker once more. Looks like he's extremely confident of Duan Ling Tian. But unfortunately, he's probably going to be disappointed. The black-clothed old man laughed coldly. Imperial uncle, you seem to be extremely confident of Xianxia. This Duan Ling Tian innately possesses a secret technique to rely on, said the emperor. He was slightly bewildered by the old man's confidence of Xianxia. Even though he felt Xianxia's chances of winning were greater as well, he didn't have such a great certainty like the old man. Xianxia just told me that he isn't afraid of Duan Ling Tian's secret technique, said the old man. So that's how it is. The emperor nodded with understanding, and then he revealed a smile. In other words, this battle of Xianxia's is practically certain. Looks like Feng Wudao is going to bleed this time. At this moment, the gazes of all the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had descended in unison onto Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia, who stood in confrontation in the sky above the cage battle arena. Most people waited with bated breaths for the final battle between Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia. They knew that the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia would decide the person that took the first in the dynasty martial competition today. A battle of two young geniuses that possess secret techniques. This battle will surely be extremely interesting. Who do all of you think has the greater chance of winning? I think that Xianxia's chances are slightly better. After all, when Xianxia attacks, his strength is comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. I think it's more like that Duan Ling Tian will win, as his secret technique is extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Most people felt that Xianxia's chances of winning were greater, and a few felt that Duan Ling Tian's chances were greater. In the sky above the cage battle arena, after a few years, two rivals had encountered each other once more and stood on the stage of battle. The last time, Duan Ling Tian had used his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to completely crush Xianxia and cause Xianxia to flee. what would the outcome be today? At this moment, not to mention the onlookers, even Duan Ling Tian himself didn't dare be sure what the outcome would be. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that a small black dot had appeared out of thin air between Zisheng's brows, and the small black dot was ceaselessly growing bigger. Duan Ling Tian, I know that you're capable of relying on your spiritual force to execute an illusory realm soul skill. Besides that, your spiritual force has even attained the second level of the void interpretation stage. Unfortunately for you, after my secret technique is executes, my spiritual force will far surpass yours, and your soul skill will be utterly useless. Suddenly, Zisheng's arrogant voice transmission sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian's expression instantly went grim when he heard this voice transmission. Zisheng actually knows that I'm capable of executing a soul skill. Moreover, he even knows the level of my spiritual force. How can this be possible? Not to mention Zisheng might not be an inscription master. Even if Zisheng was an inscription master and was capable of noticing his spiritual force, it would be impossible for Zisheng to know that he used a soul skill to defeat Bai Hao. Moreover, Zisheng's words seemed as if he even knew the specific use of his soul skill. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a chill run down his spine, and he had the feeling as if he was completely exposed before Zisheng. How do you know this? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. I don't have the obligation to tell you. You, Duan Ling Tian, are bound to be trampled beneath my feet today. Zisheng replied indifferently, and as he finished speaking, his tone became even more arrogant, whereas, the small black dot between Zisheng's brows was still ceaselessly enlarging, and it have already possessed the outline of the flame brand. Your secret technique probably requires some time to be executed, right? Duan Ling Tian smiled coldly as his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning that shot straight towards Zisheng without daring to hesitate in the slightest. He wanted to heavily injure and defeat Zisheng in one go before the flame brand between Zisheng's brows appeared completely. As he flashed out, two dim lights started to flicker within the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's vast spiritual force once again constructed an illusory space that swept towards Zisheng and enveloped Zisheng, whose flame brand between his brows hadn't completely appeared. When he saw Zisheng being enveloped by the illusory space and the illusory space showing no signs of collapsing, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like there's still time. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold as abruptly flashed out. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had arrived by Zisheng's side. His gaze went cold as he punched out explosively, and his origin energy emitted an explosive bang as it fiercely smashed towards Zisheng's head. If this punch were to hit its target, then Zisheng would at least be heavily injured if he escaped death. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian didn't notice that practically the instant he moved, the black dot between Zisheng's brows had instantly transformed into a flame brand. When Duan Ling Tian flashed to arrive by Zisheng's side and the fist he swung out was extremely close to Zisheng's head. Zisheng moved. Instantly, Zisheng vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already over 10 meters away, thus this punch of Duan Ling Tian's naturally missed. Shit. Practically at the exact same instant, Duan Ling Tian's expression went grim. Because he noticed that at the same time Zisheng vanished before his punch, the illusory space created by his soul skill had actually collapsed. When gaze descended onto Zisheng once again, he instead noticed that the black-colored flame brand between Zisheng's brows had already appeared. At this moment, Zisheng's eyes were obviously slightly dim, and it seemed as if he was a human puppet that had lost its souls. Zisheng wouldn't be possessed by a ghost, right? Duan Ling Tian frowned. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the spatial ring on his hand that was trembling slightly had actually started trembling more intensely at this moment. Obviously, the devil tablet was rising in revolt once more, and it was as if it had taken a stimulant. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and didn't hesitate to sweep out with his spiritual force with the intention of detecting Zisheng's strength. Unfortunately, his spiritual force hadn't even approached Zisheng before it seemed as if it collided with cotton before vanishing like a stone that sunk into the ocean. Why is it like this? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted, and his face darkened. Unfortunately, based on the current circumstances, he didn't have time to think so much because Zisheng had already attacked. Zisheng flashed directly towards Duan Ling Tian with a speed so swift that it caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly unable to react to it. When Duan Ling Tian finally reacted, Zisheng was already before him. With a raise of his hand, Zishang's bare fist swept out and brought about a wave of deafening explosions as it smashed towards Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only had the time to raise his sword to block Zishang's fist. The fist smashed onto Duan Lingtian's spirit sword, and it directly shocked the origin energy on the spirit sword to dispersal and caused it to start trembling intensely. It wasn't just that, even the palm of Duan Lingtian's hand that held the sword split open, causing fresh blood to drip down. This marks the end of the mass release this time. Enjoy. Chapter 713. Without the slightest ability to resist. Fortunately, when Zishang's fist smashed at him, Duan Lingtian slightly eased up his grip on his spirit sword, otherwise, his entire arm would possibly be crippled. A grade 3 spirit sword was capable of staying intact under Zishang's strength, but his arm wasn't. Even if he possessed an extraordinary cultivation, his body was a body of flesh and blood, and he was utterly unable to compare to a spirit weapon, from the moment Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword and was injured by Zishang. Only an instant had passed, and the phenomenon of heaven and earth was slowly condensing into form in the sky as well. The 30-plus ancient horned dragon silhouettes weren't able to completely condense info form when Duan Lingtian had already executed his movement technique, whirlwind, to retreat towards the distance in a sorry state. Even though he stopped the blood flowing from his palm with his origin energy, he still felt his entire arm become numb, causing him to be unable to use the slightest bit of strength. Fourth level of the Void Interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp as he looked at Zishang, who had a dull gaze and seemed like a puppet. Earlier, when Zishang attacked Bai Hao, he'd suspected that Zishang's strength was at the fourth level of the Void Interpretation stage or above. Now, after he'd felt it himself, he'd completely confirmed that even though Zishang's fist that shot over like a cannonball only contained origin energy, the strength of the origin energy was comparable to a fourth level Void Interpretation stage martial artist. While disregarding spirit weapons and concept, a fourth-level Void Interpretation stage martial artist possessed the strength of 60 ancient horned dragons solely from origin energy. Such strength was almost double Duan Lingtian's full strength. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, within the depths of Zishang's mind, exceedingly arrogant laughter sounded out abruptly yet didn't leave his mouth. If Duan Lingtian heard this laughter, he would surely be able to discern that this laughter belonged to Zishang. Even though Zishang didn't have any control over his body now, he was still capable of seeing everything in the outside world. Elder Ghost, even if you can't kill him, I hope that you can heavily injure him. I want to step on his head and relentlessly humiliate him, so that he'll know the gap between the two of us. Zishang's voice continued to resound out, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Are you ordering me around? The aged and ghastly voice grunted coldly and was extremely displeased. No, I'm requesting it of Elder Ghost. Zishang was instantly in panic. Even though the old man's incomplete soul was unable to occupy his body, the old man was instead capable of directly causing him to become a retard, by way of inflicting self-harm, and that wasn't something he was willing to see. Moreover, to a certain extent, the old man's existence could be considered to be his trump card. This trump card had an extremely great use. Just like now, with his 9th level Void Initiation stage spiritual force, he would be utterly unable to resist when facing Duan Lingtian's soul skill. But because of the existence of the old man's incomplete soul, not only had it allowed him to escape calamity, it also allowed him to wantonly crush Duan Lingtian. Even though his body wasn't controlled by him right now, he still felt extremely satisfied, and it was as if the person that crushed Duan Lingtian in all aspects wasn't Elder Ghost, but himself. After his strength rose to the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage, his spiritual force has risen along with it, and my soul skill is utterly unable to affect him the slightest. With my soul skill being useless, it will also mean that it's extremely unlikely for me to defeat him. Duan Lingtian stared at Zishang, who possessed a pair of listless eyes from afar, and he had a fearful expression. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that the person controlling Zishang's body wasn't Zishang any longer, and it was instead another extremely terrifying existence. Merely an incomplete soul was capable of allowing Zishang's origin energy and spiritual force that was at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage to directly rise to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. The eyes of Duan Lingtian, who refused to believe his soul skill was useless, flickered with a dim light, and he once again executed his soul skill. But unfortunately, his spiritual force had only just constructed a completely new illusory space when it was directly shattered at the instant it came into contact with Zishang. Duan Lingtian's secret technique seems to be useless towards Zishang. A void interpretation stage inscription master that had his spiritual force extended out since the beginning couldn't help but exclaim with surprise. Even though he didn't know what exactly Duan Tian's secret technique was. But his spiritual force was capable of noticing that when Duan Tian's spiritual force approached Xianxia, it would be directly blast her to dispersal, causing Duan Tian to be utterly incapable of executing his secret technique. Duan Tian's secret technique is useless against Xianxia. The words of this inscription master quickly spread out. At the beginning, most of the people only possessed little knowledge of what was going on. In the end, everyone came to a sudden understanding through the explanation of the other inscription masters, and they knew that the secret technique Duan Tian executed was closely related to spiritual force. I never imagined that Duan Tian is capable of extending out his spiritual force. Looks like he's also an inscription master. Such a monstrous genius in the martial Tao is actually an inscription master as well. His natural talent is truly shocking. Duan Tian's secret technique is useless, yet Xianxia's secret technique isn't. Looks like this battle is without suspense and Xianxia will surely win. The entire cage battle arena was filled with similar discussions, and more than 90% of the people felt that Duan Tian would lose for sure. Brother Ling Tian is in trouble this time. Elder Kong took a deep breath, and his eyes contained slight fear. Big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu had a worried expression. Only Feng Wudao looked at the scene before him with a calm expression, and he seemed as if it was unrelated to him and didn't have the slightest intention of making a move to help Duan Tian. Duan Tian, if you're really unable to go against him, then admit defeat. There's no need to persist. The result of second place in the dynasty martial competition is already not bad. Everyone from the Darkstone Empire sent Duan Tian similar voice transmissions. Congratulations Imperial Uncle, you've taken a matchless disciple. The Emperor congratulated the old man by his side. This is the fortune of our darkened dynasty. The old man tried his best to maintain a calm expression, yet his excited gaze had shapelessly betrayed him. You're right, with Xianxia's strength, it isn't difficult for him to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It's even to the extent that by relying on his secret technique, it's very likely that he can charge into first place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. When the Emperor spoke up to hear, he had an expression filled with excitement. First place in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What an honor. The young expert that obtained this honor would also be the #1 young expert in all the 10 dynasties, including the Darkened Dynasty, and the young expert's name would spread throughout the 10 dynasties and go down in history. When he thought of how his personal disciple had the chance of obtaining such an honor, the excitement in the black-clothed old man's eyes grew. If his disciple really obtained the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then he who was the master would surely become well known in the 10 dynasties and be well known by the later generations. One lived for a single lifetime, thus it should be lived grandly and spectacularly. If he was capable of leaving behind some traces in this world, then even if he died of old age or even transformed into a patch of soul, he wouldn't have any regrets. Big brother. Ziyan's beautiful face was filled adoration as she looked at Xianxia, and her delicate fists were clenched tightly from excitement. Why don't I have a secret technique like this to rely on? The Darkened Dynasty's second prince, Bai He, that sat by Ziyan's side stared at Xianxia with an expressionless face, yet the depths of his eyes contained boundless envy mixed within. If the people who were comparatively composed in the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family was noted, then it would only be Bai Hao. Even though he'd lost successively at the hands of Duan Tian and Xianxia, Bai Hao wasn't dejected in the slightest, and he was instead filled with battle intent. He was a person that became stronger as he encountered stronger opponents, and after wandering about the various dynasties during these past few years, he'd become indifferent towards victory and defeat. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such a shocking cultivation at his age. Xianxia once again transformed into a white-colored bolt of lightning that arrived before Duan Tian in a short moment. He smashed out with another punch, and his skyrocketing origin energy seemed to have transformed into a dazzling and beautiful flame that carried a wave of ceaseless explosions as it swept towards Duan Tian. Duan Tian was utterly unable to dodge in time, and he could only swing out his sword once again while his origin energy skyrocketed beneath his feet, causing the sounds of wind and lightning to explode out as he fled hurriedly. This time, Xianxia's bare fist was like a shooting star that directly blasted the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Tian's hand flying. the palm of Duan Ling Tian's hand that held the spirit sword was split open once again, and injury inflicted upon injury caused his entire palm to be dripping with blood. Could it be that I really have to admit defeat? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. The present Zisheng was utterly not someone he could deal with, and he'd used all his ability earlier yet was unable to obtain the slightest advantage. A strength comparable to a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist was too terrifying. Attacking with the strength of 60 ancient horned dragons was earth-shattering. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Admit defeat. Right when Zisheng moved once more and transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards Duan Ling Tian, a clear voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was Feng Wudao's voice. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart, and he opened his mouth with the intention of admitting defeat. Yet right at this moment, the spatial ring that trembled ceaselessly on Duan Ling Tian's finger caused him to be unable to refrain from being hesitant. Exactly what's going on with the devil-seal tablet? Why is it restless after the small black dot appeared between Zisheng's brows? At this moment, the devil-seal tablet in his spatial ring gave Duan Ling Tian the feeling like a hunter that noticed its prey and impatiently wanted to hunt it. Presently, Duan Ling Tian had a certain level of understanding towards the pattern of the devil-seal tablet's restlessness. After the small black dot became a black-colored flame brand, the devil-seal tablet became even more restless, and when Zisheng attacked him now, the devil-seal tablet seemed as if it was in a frenzy and wildly knocked all around the space within his spatial ring. It wants to come out so badly. In an instant, a mad thought arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. I wonder what terrifying thing will happen if I take out the devil-seal tablet. Duan Ling Tian had obtained the devil-seal tablet all those years ago at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Swamp of Death. He still remembered that the place he obtained the devil-seal tablet was an underground palace. At that time, he almost had his body seized away by a strand of a soul that was sealed within the devil-seal tablet. Fortunately, his soul was comparatively unique and didn't belong to this world, and it was because of this that he escaped calamity. Chapter 714, The Devil-seal Tablet's Origins. Since then, Duan Ling Tian had kept the devil-seal tablet within his spatial ring. Yet never had he imagined that the devil-seal tablet would suddenly act unusually, especially when the small black dot appeared between Zisheng's brows and after the block-colored flame brand appeared. The devil-seal tablet seemed as if it had taken stimulants and was extremely excited. Zisheng arrived before Duan Ling Tian, and his bare fist that contained his skyrocketed origin energy swept out once more towards Duan Ling Tian. At this instant, even the air seemed to have been sucked out from this area Duan Ling Tian was standing at, and at the same time that it caused him to feel extreme pressure, he felt extremely uncomfortable. At a time like this, I can only withdraw the devil-seal tablet and use it as a last resort to save a hopeless situation. I keep having the feeling that something insane will happen. But it ought to not be targeted at me. When his thoughts spun up to here, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Zisheng's bare fist was very close by, and it didn't allow him the time to continue pondering. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian only had a single thought, and it was to take out the devil-seal tablet and place it before him, as he wanted to see if the devil-seal tablet would be capable of stopping Zisheng. Truthfully speaking, Duan Ling Tian was still slightly perturbed at this moment. Practically the instant the devil-seal tablet appeared, Zisheng's bare fist had already smashed onto the devil-seal tablet, and it emitted a wave of enormous bangs that were like thunderclaps and instilled fear in the hearts of all. With the point Zisheng's punch descended on as the center, the terrifying force gave rise to waves of horrifyingly strong winds that swept out in all directions, and it caused the clothes of many people to flutter. Yet the devil-seal tablet instead lay before Duan Ling Tian and floated there without moving in the slightest. When Zisheng's punch that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons descended onto the devil-seal tablet, it seemed as if it was scratching an itch for the devil-seal tablet, and not to mention causing any harm, it was even unable to make it move in the slightest. Looks like I've made the right bet. Duan Ling Tian was the first to reach to this, and his gaze lit up. The second person to react to this was Feng Wudao. When Feng Wudao saw Duan Ling Tian's grade 3 spirit sword being blasted flying by Zisheng, and then subsequently saw Zisheng make a move against Duan Ling Tian once more, he'd already intended to make a move and obstruct Zisheng. But right at the instant he intended to make a move, he instead noticed that a broken stone tablet had appeared out of thin air before Duan Ling Tian. There was nothing special about this stone tablet. There was a large portion of it missing, and its surface was inscribed with dense words, causing it to seem like a stone tablet that recorded something. but the following scene caused him to be stunned completely. Zishang's bare fist had swept through the sky and smashed onto the broken stone tablet, yet the stone tablet actually didn't move an inch. What stone tablet is this? After he recovered from his shock, Feng Wudao couldn't help but gasp. He felt that after going through half his lifetime, he'd seen many strange people and unusual things, yet it was still the first time he'd seen something so peculiar. The broken stone tablet was obviously not a spirit weapon, yet it easily stopped the attack of Zishang after Zishang had executed his secret technique, and it was truly astonishing. It seems like a tablet, I don't see anything special about it. There are words on the stone tablet. Do any of you recognize those words? I actually don't recognize a single word on it. There's something strange about this stone tablet. Bullshit. If there wasn't something strange about it, would it be capable of stopping Zishang's attack and not even move an inch? This broken stone tablet belongs to Duan Lingtian. Could it be Duan Lingtian's trump card? Even though this stone tablet looks to be extremely normal, as the saying goes, the highest state is to return to simplicity. I think that it's surely a rare treasure. The topic in the surroundings of the cage battle arena completely twined around the broken stone tablet that had appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian. Besides Duan Lingtian and Zishang, everyone else felt that it was unbelievable. All of them were curious about exactly what was the stone tablet that Duan Lingtian had taken out. Seal. Devil seal. How could the devil seal tablet be in your possession? Right at this moment, a ghastly and aged voice muttered with slight panic. Even though the voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by many void interpretation stage martial artists present that possessed deep cultivations. The gazes of these void interpretation stage martial artists descended onto Zishang in unison as the voice had come from Zishang. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed as well that even though the eyes of Zishang who'd lost all reason was still extremely dull, yet Zishang seemed to have suddenly recovered his reason. But this voice doesn't seem like Zishang, right? Right when Duan Lingtian felt extremely bewildered, the scene before him changed suddenly, and it caused him to be dumbstruck. After the devil seal tablet was smashed by Zishang's punch, it moved instantly to swiftly fly towards Zishang before fiercely smashing onto Zishang's face without holding back in the slightest. It was as if it was taking revenge for the punch Zishang smashed on it. An enormous bang sounded out as Zishang was blasted flying by the devil seal tablet, causing him to repeatedly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood and have an expression that flickered between an ashen and livid expression, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and the others were stunned as well. Could anyone tell them exactly what was going on before their eyes? All the spectators including Duan Lingtian didn't have the time to recover from their shock when the devil seal tablet whistled out once more, and it smashed onto Zishang once more and blasted him flying. When facing Zishang, the devil seal tablet seemed as if it was tireless as it whistled out repeatedly and repeatedly blasted Zishang flying. During this entire process, Zishang didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Look, quickly, the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows is becoming faint. Could it be that it's going to vanish? Could it be that this broken stone tablet of Duan Lingtian's is the bane of Zishang's secret technique? Once the flame brand between Zishang's brows vanishes, his strength will be reduced greatly, and at that time, the one that wins might not be him any longer. This stone tablet is too abnormal. At any rate, Zishang that has executed his secret technique possesses the strength of a void interpretation stage expert, yet it's utterly insufficient before the stone tablet. Yeah, even though Zishang's attacks are strong, yet when it descends onto this stone tablet, it seems as if it's scratching an itch for the stone tablet, and it's utterly unable to make the stone tablet move an inch. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended between the brows of Zishang as well. Along with the devil seal tablet completely crushing Zishang, the flame brand between Zishang's brows was gradually dimming down, and it completely vanished in the end. It was as if the flame brand had never appeared. After the black-colored flame brand vanished, Zishang's eyes that were dim and listless had finally recovered the color in them. After the flame brand between Zishang's brows vanished completely, the devil seal tablet seemed to have completely lost its target, and it stopped on the stop for a short moment before returning to Duan Lingtian's side in the end. Zishang's secret technique has been undone. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. The distant Zishang who'd received heavy injuries and was completely beyond recognition was barely able to use his origin energy to stop the bleeding from his injuries, yet his breathing was extremely rapid. Duan Lingtian actually obtained the devil seal tablet. Could it be that he's really my bane? Zishang stared hatefully at Duan Ling Tian and silently gnashed his teeth. Elder Ghost, could it be that there's no way to deal with the Devilseal tablet? Zishang took a deep breath before he communicated with the strand of incomplete soul that was concealed in the depths of his mind. This strand of incomplete soul had emerged from a broken piece of stone that he'd obtained years ago, and according to the owner of the incomplete soul, Ghost Flame, the broken piece of stone was a piece of the Devilseal tablet, whereas, Ghost Flame was a formidable existence that was suppressed by this piece of the Devilseal tablet. Ghost Flame has once said that his soul was originally extremely strong, yet it was precisely because he was suppressed by the Devilseal tablet and sealed within it that after lingering on in a steadily worsening condition until today, only a strand of his incomplete soul remained. The Devilseal tablet is only effective against devils, or in other words, devil path cultivators. But so long as the Devilseal tablet is present, it's impossible for me to help you like I have in the past. You can only rely on your own strength to deal with Duan Ling Tian. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out, and within the voice was deep fear mixed within, fear towards the Devilseal tablet. Win by relying on my own strength. The corners of Zishang's mouth twitched. Early on when he found out about Duan Ling Tian's ability to use soul skills and the scope of effect of Duan Ling Tian's soul skills, he knew that he would be utterly incapable of defeating Duan Ling Tian without Ghost Flame's help. Besides that, the ghastly and aged voice continued to resound within Zishang's mind. You must not allow Duan Ling Tian to obtain the piece of Devilseal tablet in your possession, no matter what. Otherwise, once the incomplete Devilseal tablet in his possession combines once more with the piece in your possession, and then he finds the last piece of the Devilseal tablet, the complete Devilseal tablet will appear in the world once again. At that time, devil path cultivators will greet a calamity once more. As he finished speaking, the aged and ghastly voice was filled with terror. If he possessed the complete Devilseal tablet in his hands today and not an incomplete Devilseal tablet, then even if I hid in the depths of your mind, I would still be annihilated without a doubt. Zishang couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. The complete Devilseal tablet is actually so terrifying. Of course, that Devilseal tablet is a super saint weapon that's on the 10 great saint weapon rankings. The aged and ghastly voice continued. 10 great saint weapon rankings. A super saint weapon. Zishang couldn't help but be shocked, and he only recovered from this shock after a few moments. Even though he knew nothing about the 10 great saint weapon rankings, nor did he know anything about the supreme saint weapon, just hearing it allowed him to know that they weren't simple. How did Duan Ling Tian obtain the Devilseal tablet? Zishang spoke with slight envy and hatred. I don't know. All I know is that because of a certain reason, the Devilseal tablet was divided into 3 a long time ago. Amongst these 3 pieces, the main portion is the incomplete Devilseal tablet in his hands, and the 2 pieces of the Devilseal tablet are only secondary. One of these pieces is within your possession. The ghastly and aged voice spoke once more. Chapter 715, Number 1 in the Dynasty Martial Competition. Don't worry, Elder Ghost. Unless I die, otherwise, it's impossible that the piece of the Devilseal tablet in my possession will be taken away by Duan Ling Tian. Zishang pledged in all seriousness and sincerity. The aged and ghastly voice replied and then said, if it's possible, I hope that you can seize the Devilseal tablet in his possession. Even though it's only an incomplete part of the Devilseal tablet, yet the most important portion of the Devilseal tablet is there. How do I seize it? Zishang asked, even though I don't know for what reason the Devilseal tablet has acknowledged him as its master. But so long as you can kill him, the Devilseal tablet would become something without an owner again. At that time, it might not be impossible to make it acknowledge you as its master with my help. The aged and ghastly voice was faintly excited when it spoke up to hear. Elder Ghost, didn't you say that when my strength arrives at a certain extent in the future, you will pass down a devil path cultivation technique to me and allow me to become a formidable devil path cultivation? Since it's like that, why do I need this Devilseal tablet? Could it be that you want to seal me up? Zishang was slightly puzzled. HMPH. Do you think the Devilseal tablet only has the capability of sealing devils? The aged and ghastly voice continued. As a super saint weapon in the 10 great saint weapon rankings, besides being capable of suppressing and obliterating the souls of devil path cultivations, the Devilseal tablet is also capable of extracting the energy of the devil path cultivators sealed within it, and after the energy is extracted from those devil path cultivators, it would be sealed within the Devilseal tablet. The incomplete Devilseal tablet in that kid's possession is the container used to store the energy of the devil path cultivators that have been obliterated by the Devilseal tablet. If a martial artist that hasn't cultivated a devil path cultivation technique is able to make the devil-seal tablet acknowledge him as its master, then once that martial artist cultivates devil path cultivation techniques in the future, the martial artist will be capable of drawing assistance from the energy of the countless devil path experts sealed within it to cultivate and advance in strength by leaps and bounds. Of course, from then onwards, the devil-seal tablet would completely lose its ability to seal devil path cultivators, because it would gradually be transformed into a devil and completely lose its own ability. When he spoke up to hear, the ghastly and aged voice stopped before continuing. You're extremely fortunate to be able to encounter this incomplete devil-seal tablet before cultivating a devil path cultivation method. After all, if it was a devil path cultivator that had already cultivated a devil path cultivation technique, not only would the cultivator be unable to allow the devil-seal tablet to acknowledge him as its master, he would even encounter a backlash and be sealed by the devil-seal tablet. As he finished speaking, the ghastly and aged voice carried terror that came from the soul. Ghost Flame's words entered completely into Xianxia's ears. Yes, I'm extremely fortunate, but it isn't an easy matter to seize the incomplete devil-seal tablet from him. Xianxia stared fixedly at the distant Duan Ling Tian, and at the depths of his eyes that were filled with ruthlessness was slight fear. Never had he imagined that after many years, he, who thought he would be capable of completely crushing Duan Ling Tian, had actually been completely crushed by Duan Ling Tian once more. He was extremely disgruntled, but he knew that it was useless. What he had to do now was to seize the incomplete devil-seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession, because it affected the advancement of his cultivation in the future. HMPH. If you don't want to be countered and sealed by him with the devil-seal tablet in the future after you've cultivated a devil path cultivation technique, then you can go ahead and give up. Elder Ghost's aged and ghastly voice resounded within Xianxia's mind, and it caused Xianxia's expression to be even more unsightly. I didn't say I would give up. Xianxia spoke with a low voice. That's the best. Besides that, I have to remind you that I can't directly interfere in the battle between him and you like I have in the past. The incomplete devil-seal tablet in his possession can counter and suppress me. Elder Ghost continued, so, you can only rely on yourself to deal with him and seize the devil-seal tablet in his possession. Of course, I can't interfere directly, yet I can try my best to help you advance in strength. Not for anything else, but for the sake of killing him and seizing the incomplete devil-seal tablet in his possession. Thank you, Elder Ghost, I'll surely try my best. Xianxia took a deep breath and agreed. Don't try your best, but you must kill him. I can tell you that so long as you're capable of making that piece of the devil-seal tablet acknowledge you as its master before you cultivate a devil path cultivation technique, then once you cultivate a devil path cultivation technique, your strength will soar into the sky in one go by relying on the energy of the various devil path experts that have been sealed within the devil-seal tablet, and it isn't impossible for you to become a leader in the entire devil path. Ghost Flame continued tempting Xianxia. The facts proved that his temptation was extremely effective. A devil path leader. Xianxia's eyes flashed as his feelings surged completely. Suddenly, Xianxia felt an enormous force assault his back, and it fiercely descended behind his neck. In the next moment, he felt a wave of dizziness, and he completely lost consciousness. Useless thing. In the depths of Xianxia's mind, the aged and ghastly voice was slightly exasperated. At this moment, the surrounding crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena were in a complete uproar, and they ceaselessly shouted Duan Ling Tian's name. Presently, Duan Ling Tian had just constructed an illusory space and enveloped Xianxia with it, and under Xianxia's completely unguarded state, he'd gone around to Xianxia's back before knocking Xianxia out. Without the assistance of Ghost Flame, Xianxia was only an ordinary 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and he was utterly incapable of withstanding Duan Ling Tian's soul skill, Thousand Illusions. In the first-class spectating area that belongs solely to the Imperial family, the black-clothed old man flew out to catch Xianxia that was knocked out, and he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian before returning to his seat. Big brother. The old man had just brought Xianxia back when Xian had moved over to greet them with a worried expression. He's fine, he's just knocked out. The old man shook his head, and then he stretched out his hand to rub Xianxia's temple. After a short moment, Xianxia moved and woke up in a daze. Xian heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't obtain first place. After Xianxia woke up, he realized what had happened. Without Ghost Flame possessing his body and solely relying on his 9th level Void Initiation stage spiritual force, he was utterly incapable of resisting Duan Ling Tian's soul skill. Even though he was disgruntled, he knew that he could do nothing about losing at Duan Ling Tian's hands. The devil-seal tablet countered Ghost Flame, causing Ghost Flame to be incapable of helping him resist the soul skill, thus he was bound to lose at Duan Ling Tian's hands. You don't have to blame yourself. Being able to obtain second in the dynasty martial competition today is already extremely good. The old man shook his head and didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Xianxia. Yeah, big brother, you're already extremely formidable, said Ziyan as well. No matter how formidable I am, so what about it? Didn't I still lose at Duan Ling Tian's hands? Xianxia laughed in self-ridicule, and then he looked with a gaze that flickered with cold lights at Duan Ling Tian, who stood in the distant sky and was receiving the cheers of the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. Kid, it isn't easy for you to seize the incomplete devil-seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession with your current strength. I suggest you rely on the strength of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family to make the imperial family seize the incomplete devil-seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession for you. Suddenly, Ghost Flame's voice sounded out in Xianxia's mind, relying on another to kill him. Xianxia's gaze lit up when he heard this, and then he seemed to have thought of something inside. Elder Ghost, even if exaggerate the ability of the incomplete devil-seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession, and even if the greed of the imperial family is aroused to the point of seizing it from Duan Ling Tian, aren't we just allowing others to reap the benefit? Xianxia wasn't willing to make the effort, yet allow another to reap the benefit. They'll reap the benefit, Ghost Flame said disdainfully. Even if they really reap the benefit, so what about it? If they're unwilling to give you the devil-seal tablet, then you can return to kill them after a few years and annihilate them to reclaim the devil-seal tablet. Even though Duan Ling Tian is presently far inferior to the Darken Dynasty's imperial family in terms of strength, but needless to say, his potential is shocking. If the devil-seal tablet is always within his possession, then you might not be capable of seizing it from his possession after a few years have passed. On the other hand, if the devil-seal tablet falls in the hands of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, with my help, I have complete certainty that you'll possess the strength to crush the Darken Dynasty's imperial family and seize back the devil-seal tablet in a few years. Ghost Flame spoke extremely clearly. The devil-seal tablet being in the hands of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family was much better than it being in Duan Ling Tian's possession. Duan Ling Tian's potential threat was far greater than the imperial family. Elder Ghost is wise. Xianxia wasn't stupid and instantly understood the meaning behind Ghost Flame's words. Don't worry, Elder Ghost, once the martial competition ends today, I'll discuss it with my master and the Emperor. I believe that so long as I exaggerate it properly, they'll surely be interested in the incomplete devil-seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession. Xianxia's words were filled with confidence. The Darkstone Empire's young expert, Duan Ling Tian, has obtained the first rank in the dynasty martial competition of our Darken Dynasty today and will obtain the reward of 50,000 low-grade origin stones. The old man announced directly. Instantly, the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar. Especially the members of the Darkstone Empire grinned from ear to ear. The other old man directly passed a spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand to receive it, and after he dripped blood on it to establish ownership and confirmed that there were 50,000 low-grade origin stones within it, he casually put away the spatial ring. The second ranked in the dynasty martial competition today is the young genius recommended by our Darken Dynasty's imperial family, Xianxia, and he will obtain a prize of 30,000 low-grade origin stones. As for what the old man announced after that, Duan Ling Tian didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, his attention had descended completely onto the broken stone tablet that floated in the air. Now that I think about it, it seems strange that the devil-seal tablet has actually become tied to me. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed to arrive at the second-class spectating area. The members of the Darkstone Empire were seated at in the blink of an eye. Practically at the instant Duan Ling Tian descended onto the second-class spectating area, the devil-seal tablet appeared by his side and floated in midair like his shadow. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt that there seemed to be a slight and imperceptible connection with him and the devil-seal tablet. This type of connection wasn't unfamiliar to him. Every single time his blood dripped onto a spatial ring and he established ownership of it, he would have this feeling, the feeling of being connected by blood. Chapter 716, Drawing to an End. Could it be that this devil-seal tablet has acknowledged me as its master? A crazy thought arose within Duan Ling Tian's head, and it was a thought that even he felt was unbelievable. But when did this devil-seal tablet acknowledge me as its master? This was something that he didn't have the slightest knowledge about. At this moment, even though Duan Lingtian had already returned to the second-class spectating area that everyone from the Darkstone Empire was seated at, the numerous gazes from the surroundings of the cage battle arena were still locked onto him, and locked onto the devil tablet that floated by his side. Even though Duan Lingtian had already obtained the honor of the #1 young expert in the dynasty martial competition, the process to obtain this was something that caused the people present to be deeply puzzled, and it was even unbelievable to them. To them, everything that had happened earlier was too peculiar. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian's secret technique had lost its effect, and he was crushed by Xianxia's secret technique to the point of being in great peril. Right when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian would be defeated, an unexpected event arose suddenly in the nick of time. Duan Lingtian withdrew a stone tablet that seemed to be extremely ordinary and was even a broken stone tablet, and it seemed as if it was picked up from the roadside. But it was exactly a stone tablet like this that smashed Xianxia to the point of submission. Even though Xianxia who'd executed his secret technique possessed a formidable strength, yet he was without the slightest strength to resist when facing that stone tablet. Subsequently, everyone saw that along with the black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows vanishing, the secret technique Xianxia executed had lost its effect as well, and that broken stone tablet had returned to Duan Lingtian's side along with the disappearance of the black flame brand. In the end, Xianxia, who'd suffered heavy injuries, stood on the spot in a daze. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had easily went around to Xianxia's back before casually chopping out with his palm that was formed into a blade, and he directly knocked Xianxia out to claim first in the dynasty martial competition. The Darkened Dynasty's martial competition had ended at this moment. No matter if it was the process or the outcome, all of it had exceeded the expectations of everyone. Originally, everyone was anticipating how interesting the final battle would be, yet no one imagined that the end would be so direct and straightforward. Moreover, it was filled with dramatics. Some people even felt that Duan Lingtian and Xianxia had discussed it earlier and were putting on a show for them. When he saw the devil tablet's unusual actions was drawing more and more gazes, Duan Lingtian commanded with his thought and put the devil tablet away in his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian with a face covered in an excited smile, and he'd slightly lost his composure. Even though he was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire and was normally extremely solemn, but when he saw Duan Lingtian obtain first in the dynasty martial competition and had brought great honor to the Darkstone Empire, he'd completely disregarded his status. You've really proven that saying, "So long as it's gold, then I'll shine brightly no matter where it goes and not be buried," said Su Li to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, looks like I've underestimated you in the past. Shang Ying sighed. Besides Long Yun, all the young geniuses of the Darkstone dynasty had congratulated Duan Lingtian at this moment. Long Yun stared at Duan Lingtian with a flickering gaze, and what he was thinking in his mind was unknown. Our Darkened Dynasty's martial competition has come to an end. 10 young geniuses have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that's being held a year from now. In the sky above the cage battle arena, an old man announced with a grand voice. Subsequently, the other old man looked at the emperor. Now, I invite our most respected emperor to say a few words. Practically the instant the old man finished speaking, the emperor had already appeared by his side, and then the emperor looked at the surroundings before saying slowly, "The dynasty martial competition today has given me a great pleasant surprise. The 10 young geniuses that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, especially the young geniuses that are ranked at the top, have even caused me to be indescribably shocked. I won't talk much about anything else. All of you 10 young geniuses must gather at the Imperial Palace half a year from now. At that time, I'll personally lead the group to head to the northern desert, to watch the competition between the 10 young geniuses of my Darkened Dynasty and the young geniuses of the 9 other dynasties." After he finished saying all this, the emperor's palanquin appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena. After a short moment, the emperor walked into his 8-bearer palanquin and vanished before the eyes of everyone, whereas the remaining people from the imperial family successively left behind him. Duan Lingtian, let me see if you're capable of protecting it after the imperial family's interest towards the devil tablet in your possession is aroused. Before he left, Xianxia glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian before flying by Xian's side and following behind the black-clothed old man to leave. Once the members of the imperial family left, many people followed along with them. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that many people were moving towards the spectating area where he was, and their targets had locked onto the group of people from the Darkstone Empire. Su Li, I'm leaving first. When he saw that things didn't look good, Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to Su Li before fleeing. Su Li hadn't even reacted when Duan Ling Tian had already left the second-class spectating area to ascend the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the Feng clan. In the Feng clan's first-class spectating area, the Feng clan's patriarch and the other higher-ups weren't present any longer, and only Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong remained. Fortunately, I ran quickly. When he saw everyone from the Darkstone Empire, including King Yong, being surrounded by many fervent people, Duan Ling Tian slightly rejoiced in his heart. Even though some people noticed that Duan Ling Tian had left, yet no one dared follow him. The first-class spectating area wasn't a place that everyone could ascend. Brother Duan, I never expected that there would be a time that you would flee. Elder Kong joked. Duan Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed, then he looked at the red-clothed young woman that stood by Feng Wudao's side, and his gaze lit up. Tian Wu, how much did we earn? Feng Tian Wu smiled. Big brother Duan, you should see for yourself. As she spoke, Feng Tian Wu passed a spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian dripped his blood and established ownership of the spatial ring before looking into it with a single thought, and with a glance, he saw the low-grade origin stones that were piled into a mountain within the spirit ring. These low-grade origin stones are at least more than 100,000, right? It was extremely easy for Duan Ling Tian to guess this because the reward for the first in the dynasty martial competition was 50,000 low-grade origin stones, and the origin stones before his eyes were more than double the amount of the 50,000 low-grade origin stones from before. Over 107,000, said Feng Tianwu with a smile. So much. Duan Ling Tian was surprised, then he seemed to have thought of something, and he withdrew and passed over the spatial ring he obtained as reward for obtaining the first in the dynasty martial competition to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, I didn't expect that you would earn so much for me. Keep this 50,000 origin stones. But Feng Tianwu didn't move to receive it, and she directly refused. Big brother Duan, I said since the beginning that no matter how much your 5,000 origin stones earns, all of it is yours. I won't ask for it. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. But I didn't expect it would be able to earn so much. Keep it, even if you take these 50,000 origin stones, I've still earned more than 100,000 origin stones from the betting. Originally, when his soul skill was unable to affect Xianxia in the final battle, Duan Ling Tian had already helped No Hope. At that time, he'd thought of the pile of low-grade origin stones he left with Feng Tianwu, and he felt those origin stones were surely going to be lost. But he never imagined that fate would play such a great joke on him. As soon as the devil-seal tablet appeared, it directly suppressed and even heavily injured Xianxia, allowing him to turn defeat into victory. Big brother Duan, I don't have any lack of origin stones. Moreover, my father has already gained a great profit because of you. Feng Tianwu shook her head firmly, and she couldn't help but laugh as she finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian had a puzzled expression. Big brother Duan, you probably don't know yet. During the battle between you and Xianxia, your rate was 1-3, and my father placed 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on you. Feng Tianwu laughed. At a rate of 1-3, placing a bet of 100,000 origin stones would allow one to earn 300,000 origin stones. Duan Ling Tian's face froze when he heard this, and then he cursed. Who set this rate? Isn't he underestimating me too much? Even though I don't know who set this rate, I can be sure that fellow is surely filled with regret now. Elder Kong laughed, and then he shook his head and sighed. The eldest master was much bolder. He directly placed 100,000 origin stones on brother Duan. I only placed 10,000 origin stones. If I knew earlier that you'd win, I'd have placed the other 20,000 origin stones I had. As he finished speaking, Elder Kong was slightly regretful. Grandpa Kong, isn't it because you didn't believe in big brother Duan? Feng Tianwu rolled her eyes angrily at Elder Kong, and then she held onto Feng Wudao's arm and started laughing. It's still father that's more confident of big brother Duan. I was originally already mentally prepared to lose those 100,000 origin stones. But, Feng Wudao's words caused the smile on Feng Tianwu's face to be completely frozen. In next to no time, Feng Tianwu changed the topic, and her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Big brother Duan, What was that broken stone tablet that you took out earlier? It seems to not be a spirit weapon. Before Duan Ling Tian could open his mouth, Feng Wudai said, "We'll speak about it after we go home." Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu noticed that many burning gazes had shot over towards them from the other 7 first-class spectating areas, or more precisely speaking, they were staring at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao's group of 3 soared into the sky and headed towards the Feng clan estate. When they saw Duan Ling Tian's figure vanish before their eyes, the peaceful atmosphere on the other 7 first-class spectating areas was broken directly. This son-in-law of Lord Wudao is really extraordinary. Yes, Duan Ling Tian looks to be around the age of 25, and his true age surely doesn't exceed 30. He has crushed the group of young geniuses of our darkened dynasty at such an age to obtain the honor of first place in the dynasty martial competition. It's truly a feat that's difficult to come by. According to me, his ranking at the top in the dynasty martial competition was obtained by relying on that broken and mysterious stone tablet. Otherwise, he wasn't Xianxia's match. I wonder what that stone tablet is. It's actually so terrifying. Many figures that stood amongst the higher ranks of the darkened dynasty discussed animatedly. Chapter 717, Duan Ling Tian's Guess. Brother Ling Tian's improvement is truly monstrous. Zhang Shouyang stood amongst the group of Zhang clan members as he shook his head and sighed. But his face quickly revealed a heartfelt smile. As Duan Ling Tian's friend, he felt happy for Duan Ling Tian being able to possess such achievements, whereas, the eyes of the nearby Zhang Shouyuan that were suffused with terror gradually returned to normal after Duan Ling Tian's figure completely vanished before his eyes. Even if Duan Ling Tian can't be made a friend, we absolutely must not become an enemy with him. The Yi clan's patriarch spoke with an exceedingly heavy tone. The Yi clan's eldest master, Yi Shao, that stood nearby, nodded with deep agreement. As for the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Shang, that stood nearby, he was already terrified now to the point that his legs shivered. Never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually be able to obtain the honor of first place in the dynasty martial competition. On the other hand, it wasn't long before the words of the Yi clan's patriarch spread through the other 7 first-class spectating areas and caused the group of figures that stood at the peak of the darkened dynasty to deeply agree with it. In next to no time, these words continued to spread out and obtained the approval of everyone. From today onwards, Duan Ling Tian, who wasn't a well-known figure, will become a famous figure of our darkened dynasty. A young man from an empire crushed all the top young experts of our darkened dynasty, and his strength is so shocking that it's sufficient to go down in history. Looks like the Darkstone Empire is a good place indeed. I'll go over to take a look in a few days, and perhaps I'll bring my family over to reside there permanently. Even though the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had already started to disperse, yet the sounds of discussion still rose and fell without end. The topics of discussion of most people revolved around Duan Ling Tian. A young man that was shockingly young had obtained first in the dynasty martial competition today, and it had exceeded the expectations of everyone. Along with the group of spectators in the cage battle arena dispersing, it wasn't long before the entire capital of the darkened dynasty was filled with Duan Ling Tian's name and deeds. Practically everyone knew that the person who had the honor to win first in the dynasty martial competition held by the darkened dynasty this time was a young expert from the Darkstone Empire. This young genius looked to be around the age of 25 and was shockingly young. Besides that, he was called Duan Ling Tian. Right when the entire darkened dynasty's capital was discussing Duan Ling Tian himself was cozily drinking tea in the estate with the Feng clan estate. That stone tablet was something I chanced upon in my hometown. When faced with the questions of Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong, Duan Ling Tian didn't conceal too much and spoke of the devil-seal tablet's origins. Of course, he didn't mention the formidable soul that appeared from within the devil-seal tablet and attacked him. That soul was so strong that it was even stronger than the rebirth martial emperor, and the reason he was able to fortunately survive was because his soul was comparatively special and didn't belong to this world. The fact of his soul not belonging to this world had always been Duan Ling Tian's greatest secret, and even his father, mother, and 2 fiancés didn't know. Thus, so long as it was related to this secret, Duan Ling Tian would absolutely not easily divulge it. Even though there's nothing that's an absolute secret in the world, but Duan Ling Tian could be sure that so long as he didn't speak of this secret, it would absolutely be impossible for another person to know of it. It was precisely because of this that he never intended to share this secret with anyone. So in this way, it's because you saw the words on this stone tablet were special that you kept it? Elder Kong asked. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he asked. Elder Kong, you're a man with rich knowledge, I wonder if you recognize these words on the devil-seal tablet. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the devil-seal tablet that had a small portion of its body broken appeared by Duan Ling Tian's side and floated there. Elder Kong sized up the devil-seal tablet seriously when he heard this. After a short moment, he shook his head. I don't recognize it. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, and both of them shook their head and indicated they didn't recognize it. Alas, looks like I can only find someone to identify these words after I head over to the foreign lands in the future. Duan Ling Tian sighed intentionally. Elder Kong nodded. The foreign lands are boundlessly vast, and there are numerous experts there that are as many as the clouds. Perhaps there are people with rich knowledge that will recognize these words. Besides that, since this stone tablet is capable of suppressing Xianxia after he utilized his secret technique, I presume it isn't an ordinary thing, and it might give Brother Duan many pleasant surprises in the future. Forget about pleasant surprises, I'm most afraid it brings me shock and fear. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and he stared at the devil-seal tablet with a complicated gaze. Even though he didn't know exactly what the devil-seal tablet was, nor did he know the origins of the devil-seal tablet. His encounter in the swamp of death all those years ago had allowed him to realize that this devil-seal tablet was exceedingly extraordinary. The devil-seal tablet was actually capable of sealing such a formidable soul within it, and if it wasn't for him letting that formidable soul out, perhaps that formidable soul would still be suppressed within the devil-seal tablet until now. Even a soul that was more formidable than the soul of the rebirth martial emperor from all those years ago was suppressed within the devil-seal tablet. I can be sure that this devil-seal tablet is absolutely not an ordinary thing. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was extremely certain of. This stone tablet isn't simple. Feng Wudao, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, gave a rare comment. At the same time, there was obviously slight fear within Feng Wudao's eyes. Father, have you discerned anything? Feng Tianwu asked curiously. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian and Elder Kong looked at Feng Wudao. No, Feng Wudao shook his head. Then you. Feng Wu Tian was shocked. Intuition, said Feng Wudao. Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of speechlessness. He'd originally thought that Feng Wudao had discerned something, yet never had he expected that this word would come out in the end, and it caused him to be slightly disappointed. Uncle Feng, Tianwu, Elder Kong. I intend to leave the capital tomorrow. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something, and spoke to Feng Wudao's group of 3. Big brother Duan, we're going to head to the northern desert half a year from now to gather with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties and carry out the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Why are you leaving at a time like this? Feng Wudao asked. Isn't it better to stay in the capital during this half a year of time and improve your strength? Feng Wudao and Elder nodded as both of them agreed with Feng Tianwu's words. Tianwu, if I don't have anything to do, then it's fine for me to stay in the capital. But, I'm leaving the capital this time to deal with some things. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a cold light flashed within his eyes. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a venomous serpent that lay in ambush, and he would explode out to injure and kill another at any moment. Feng Tianwu's group of 3 were able to sense the killing intent contained within Duan Ling Tian's words, and Feng Tianwu couldn't refrain from asking. Big brother Duan, can you tell me about it? When he saw Feng Tianwu looking at him with a gaze that carried yearning, Duan Ling Tian, who originally didn't intend to say anything, sighed and then spoke of the matter of the 7-star sword sect being annihilated a few years ago. The 7-star sword sect? The sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that you mentioned in Phoenix Nest City earlier. Feng Tianwu was stunned. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded, and his eyes had unknowingly been tainted with a wisp of scarlet red, and even his breathing started to speed up. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall the scenes that occurred at the peak of the 7-star sword sect's Dubi Peak all those years ago. At that time, the members of the Azure Forest Tri-sect descended in great number, and then they launched a slaughter against the members of the 7-star sword sect, causing the peak of Dubi Peak to flow with rivers of blood and pile corpses into mountains. When he recalled the price the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect paid for the sake of allowing him to leave, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he closed his eyes in pain. Originally, this hatred had already been buried deep within the bottom of his heart, yet they were recalled by him of his own accord today, because he already possessed the ability to take revenge now. Big brother Duan, I want to follow you as well, said Feng Tianwu to Duan Ling Tian. Tianwu, it's a personal matter of mine, you. Duan Ling Tian knew that Tianwu had good intentions, yet he refused because it wasn't difficult for him to deal with the Azure Forest Tri-sect with his current strength. But Duan Ling Tian hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Feng Tianwu. Big brother Duan, I don't have anything to do at home at any rate. Just allow me to follow you. It isn't bad to go relax. Duan Ling Tian wasn't in time to speak yet when Feng Wudao had already spoken. I'll be following the both of you. Haha, since the eldest master is going, I naturally have to go as well, said Elder Kong. He knew that this matter could be said to have been fixed. Right when Duan Ling Tian was curious why Feng Wudao would take the initiative to follow him back, Feng Wudao spoke once more. Ling Tian, while I and Tianwu follow you back this time, we'll go see your father and mother on the way. It can be considered as an advanced meeting of relatives. Father, what are you talking about? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face blushed when she heard Feng Wudao, and her face seemed as if blood would drip out of it at any moment. Duan Ling Tian finally found out the reason Feng Wudao wanted to return to him. It turned out that Feng Wudao's objective was his parents, and that was why he felt something was wrong. Uncle Feng, Tianwu, Elder Kong. I'll go back and rest first. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells before fleeing. After he returned to his own small courtyard, Duan Ling Tian closed himself within his room before withdrawing the devil-seal tablet once more and carefully studying it. I keep having the feeling that the black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows isn't formed from a secret technique. What secret technique is capable of allowing a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist to improve his origin energy and soul to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage in a short amount of time? The most absurd of it all was that its side effect only caused him to lose reason while the secret technique was executed. Could this even be considered as a side effect? Duan Ling Tian didn't believe this no matter what. Besides that, when I'd just withdrawn the devil-seal tablet, Xianxia, who'd executed his secret technique and lose all reason, had suddenly spoken instead. The voice at that time was a ghastly and aged voice, and it wasn't Xianxia's own voice. Could it be? There's another soul existing within Xianxia's body. At the critical moment, that soul is able to control Xianxia's body and help him fight his enemies. Chapter 718, Saint Weapon. An amplification of 100%. If Duan Ling Tian was an ordinary Void Initiation stage martial artist, it would naturally be impossible that he would think so much. The reason he thought so much and his guess was based on evidence was entirely because he'd fused with the 2 lifetimes worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Moreover, he'd once encountered a formidable soul that wanted to destroy his soul and seize his body. So, no one was clearer about souls seizing another's body than Duan Ling Tian. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, if one's soul is sufficiently strong, one can directly destroy the soul of another and occupy the person's body, effectively replacing the person. However, if one's soul had suffered an extremely great blow and only an incomplete soul remained, then it would be difficult to destroy the soul of another and occupy the person's body. But, even though it's impossible to completely occupy the person's body, yet it wasn't a problem to occupy it for a short period of time. When the thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Besides that, when I encountered the devil-seal tablet all those years ago, there was a formidable soul sealed within it. In other words, the devil-seal tablet is able to seal souls. Whereas when the black-colored flame brand appeared between Xianxia's brows, his body was probably instantly occupied by another soul. I was wondering earlier why the devil-seal tablet would be especially restless when the small black dot appeared between Xianxia's brows, and it even took the initiative to attack Xianxia itself once it left my spatial ring and only stopped attack after the black-colored flame brand between Xianxia's brows vanished. Now when I think about it, it fits completely with my guess. The devil-seal tablet was targeting the other soul within Xianxia's body, and when that soul temporarily occupied Xianxia's body, it would draw the hostility of the devil-seal tablet. Yet once it conceals itself, the devil-seal tablet would be helpless against it. Duan Ling Tian's train of thought became gradually clearer. Looks like Xianxia's fortuitous encounter is extraordinary indeed. There's actually a formidable soul concealed within his body. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memories, Duan Ling Tian knew clearly that besides requiring specific conditions, a soul that was capable of leaving the body must be at the martial emperor stage. In other words, the soul within Xianxia's body was once a formidable martial emperor stage expert. That martial emperor stage expert's soul ought to be only a strand of an incomplete soul. Otherwise, Xianxia's body would have been occupied by it long ago. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was completely capable of confirmed. After a mere incomplete soul occupied Xianxia's body, it's capable of improving Xianxia's strength by 4 levels in a short amount of time, and it even leapt over a stage. Even the rebirth martial emperor might not have been capable of doing this in his prime. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he thought of this. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, no matter if it was his first lifetime or his second lifetime, he was the #1 expert that stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent, and no one was a match for him. Perhaps, there are indeed existences that are stronger than the rebirth martial emperor in the boundless oceanic area. Moreover, the rebirth martial emperor had once guessed that it wouldn't be strange if there were existences that were even stronger than him in the boundless oceanic area. Perhaps, there was no limit in the universe. Standing at the peak of Cloud Continent didn't mean that one stood at the peak of the entire world. Besides Cloud Continent, this world contained the boundless and mysterious oceanic area. Besides the Cloud Continent, many experts were possibly concealed in the depths of the boundless oceanic area. Could it be that the martial emperor stage expert in Xianxia's body is from the oceanic area outside Cloud Continent? Duan Ling Tian guessed once more. Duan Ling Tian lay on his bed and gazed at the ceiling, and his gaze flickered. The devil-seal tablet seems to be capable of countering the soul of martial emperor stage experts. In this way, so long as the devil-seal tablet is in my possession, the soul of the martial emperor stage expert in Xianxia's body is unable to help Xianxia deal with me. Needless to say, after he confirmed this, Duan Ling Tian felt extremely pleased in his heart. Truthfully speaking, even though it exceeded his expectations to have encountered Xianxia today, yet he wasn't willing to lose at Xianxia's hands. The instant he was about to be defeated at Xianxia's hand and withdrew the devil-seal tablet, he felt bitter in his heart because he would be trampled beneath the feet of an opponent he'd defeated in the past. It was a scene that he was unwilling to see, and it caused him to be extremely displeased. Fortunately, he took out the devil-seal tablet in time and turned defeat into victory. In the Imperial Palace, within a beautifully decorated audience hall of a palace. Imperial uncle, master and disciple have come to look for me at such a late hour, if there's something urgent. The emperor looked at the black-clothed old man and white-clothed young man that walked into the audience hall as he spoke slowly. I don't know what it is yet, but Xianxia said that he'll tell the two of us once he sees you, said the old man. Xianxia, have you encountered something that's causing trouble for you? No matter what it is, feel free to speak of it. So long as it's within the ability of the imperial family, I'll surely help you take care of it appropriately. The emperor spoke warmly to Xianxia. Xianxia's brows raised. After the dynasty martial competition today, he noticed that most people within the imperial palace had a different attitude when facing him, and these people included the emperor before him. Of course, he knew that the thing that urged all this was because of the strength and value he revealed during the dynasty martial competition. His world was sufficient for the emperor to look highly upon him, and cause the imperial family to look highly upon him. Your Majesty, I haven't encountered any difficulty, but it's slightly related to the benefit of the imperial family, so I have to speak of it. Xianxia lightly smiled. Related to the benefit of the imperial family. Merely a few words had aroused the interest of the emperor and the old man. Speak, said the emperor. Yes, Xianxia nodded. Your Majesty, Master, the critical factor that led to Duan Ling Tian defeating me today was that broken stone tablet, and I presume both of you noticed that, right? The emperor and old man nodded in unison. The thing that was most unforgettable to them today was at the instant that Duan Ling Tian was about to lose at the hands of Xianxia, the scene of him turning defeat into victory. The reason Duan Ling Tian was able to turn defeat into victory relied completely on that seemingly normal broken stone tablet. If they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes, they would be unable to believe that an ordinary stone tablet like that was actually capable of undoing Xianxia's secret technique and becoming the critical factor that determined Duan Ling Tian's victory. Even now, they were still filled with curiosity towards the stone tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession, curious about exactly what secret was contained with that seemingly ordinary stone tablet. After this battle, they naturally wouldn't naively think that it was only an ordinary stone tablet. If it was an ordinary stone tablet, would it be capable of assisting Duan Ling Tian to seize first in the dynasty martial competition of the Darkened Dynasty? I wonder if your Majesty and Master are interested in knowing the secrets of that stone tablet. Zishang spoke slowly as he aroused the interest of the emperor and old man. You know about it? The emperor's eyes lit up and couldn't refrain from asking. Even though the old man didn't speak, yet he stared fixedly at Zishang and was obviously waiting for him to answer. Zishang nodded, and then he said, that's a saint weapon that transcends all spirit weapons. Saint weapons aren't bound by the amount of amplification it provides, and it's mostly targeted towards usage in various aspects. Besides providing an amplification of strength, a saint weapon possesses various extremely profound abilities. Zishang stopped briefly when he spoke up to hear. Saint weapon. The emperor and the old man had a perplexed expression when they heard this, as this was the first time they heard of the existence of a saint weapon. But they heard a single thing clearly, and that was the saint weapon was an existence that transcended above all spirit weapons. Zishang, why do you know all this? The old man asked with a low voice. Zishang said, Master, I presume you're curious about why my strength has risen so quickly as well. Actually, all this is because of a fortuitous encounter I obtained a while ago. Within that fortuitous encounter, I found out about many things I didn't know about in the past, and amongst them included this saint weapon. Fortuitous encounter. The emperor and old man looked at each other in the ear and nodded. They'd guessed since long ago that Zishang was able to possess his current shocking cultivation because of some shocking fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, not to mention surpassing Bai Hao, he even might not be a match for Bai He. What you mean at the broken stone tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession is actually a saint weapon? The emperor's eyes lit up and his breathing slightly quickened. Yes, Zishang nodded, and then he said, Your Majesty, you've seen the saint weapon in Duan Ling Tian's possession today. Besides being an offensive saint weapon, his saint weapon possessed the ability to counter various secret techniques. It was precisely because of this that I would be defeated by him today. Moreover, if one fuses one's origin energy into a saint weapon, it would normally provide an amplification of 100%, which even surpasses a grade 1 spirit weapon. Zishang finished speaking with a single breath, and slight nervousness was contained within the depths of his eyes. Now, he was waiting for the fish to take the bait. As for if the fist would take the bait or not, he wasn't sure about it, and so he was slightly nervous. Offensive saint weapon, an amplification of 100%. The emperor's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he heard Zishang. Moreover, it possesses the ability to counter various secret techniques. What ability does that Duan Ling Tian possess to actually be able to obtain such a heaven-defying saint weapon? As he finished muttering, the emperor frowned slightly as greed suffused his eyes. Zishang, this matter isn't a joke. Are you sure? The old man confirmed a step further. Master, what I said is naturally the truth. Zishang hurriedly replied. Even though the devil-seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession wasn't complete, but no matter how bad a state it was in, it was still a part of the supreme saint weapon, the devil-seal tablet, and it wasn't difficult to obtain an amplification of 100% strength when fusing one's origin energy into it. After all, even the small fragment of the devil-seal tablet in his possession was capable of providing an amplification of 100% so long as he was willing to fuse his origin energy into it. Of course, he didn't dare rashly utilize it when there were many people around. Even if it was a small fragment of a stone tablet, something that provided an amplification of 100% was sufficient to draw the greed of any martial artist. Even though he possessed the help of Ghost Flame, but because of his cultivation being too low, Ghost Flame's assistance to him was limited. So he had no choice but to toss the fragment of the devil-seal tablet into his spatial ring. Chapter 719, Returning to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zishang wasn't worried that the imperial family would expose his lies after they seized the incomplete devil-seal tablet from Duan Ling Tian. Of course, even though he'd held back on something, everything he did wasn't a lie. Your Majesty, Master, this is what I wanted to tell the both of you today. If our imperial family is able to obtain this saint weapon, then it's entirely beneficial and completely harmless to our imperial family. As he finished speaking, Zishang was slightly excited. Zishang, you've said so much. Yet it wouldn't be because you're not resigned to your loss to Duan Ling Tian today and want to use the imperial family to deal with Duan Ling Tian, right? Suddenly, the emperor calmed down and his wise eyes stared at Zishang as he spoke slowly. Zishang doesn't dare. Zishang hurriedly shook his head, and then he added, If your Majesty doesn't believe what I said earlier, then I'm willing to take an oath of tribulation. As he spoke, and before the emperor and his mater recovered from their shock, he'd already pinched open his finger and caused a drop of fresh blood to charge into the sky before vowing in a clear voice. I, Zishang, Vow under the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that if the broken stone tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession isn't a saint weapon and doesn't possess an amplification of 100%, then I, Xianxia, am willing to be blasted to death by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Subsequently, 9 thunderclaps resounded out in the sky above the imperial palace, and it shocked most of the people with the imperial palace. Even the people in the area nearby the imperial palace heard these 9 resounding thunderclaps. For a time, the corner of the capital that the imperial palace was located at was in a complete uproar. So many thunderclaps have resounded out, could it be that it's going to rain? Kid, quickly help mother bring in the clothes that are drying outside. All right, these were voices that sounded out from a slum behind a remote alley nearby the imperial palace, and it belonged to a widow and her son. They were people that occupied the lowest levels of the Darken dynasty, and were only ordinary people that didn't know what those 9 resounding thunderclaps meant. It's the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Looks like someone in the imperial palace has taken an oath under the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, yet I wonder who it is. Many martial artists guessed the meaning these 9 resounding thunderclaps meant. Not long after, the news of someone in the imperial palace taking an oath under the 9-9 heavenly tribulation spread throughout the entire capital and became known to all. The 9-9 heavenly tribulation was an oath tribulation, and once a person made an oath under it, no one could go against it. Otherwise, that person would be blasted to death by the heavenly tribulation. Within the audience hall, when they saw that after Xianxia took an oath under the heavenly tribulation, yet the heavenly tribulation didn't take further action, nor had any intention of punishing Xianxia, the emperor and the black-clothed old man completely believed Xianxia. Xianxia, you return first. Don't tell another person about this matter, including your sister. The old man looked at Xianxia and spoke with a solemn expression. Don't worry, master, I know what I should say and what I shouldn't. Xianxia pledged sincerely and nodded before turning and leaving the audience hall. When he turned around, a smile of being successful in his scheme appeared on Xianxia's face, and his eyes revealed a cold light that seemed to be waiting to swallow his enemies up. You've done well. He'd only just walked out of the audience hall when a ghastly and aged voice started resounding within his mind. Thank you for the praise, Elder Ghost. Xianxia hurriedly replied and didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. I was able to discern that your master and that Darken Dynasty's emperor have already aroused greed towards the incomplete devil-seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession. It won't be long before they'll make a move. Ghost Flame continued. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian can't die at my hand. It's rather regretful. Xianxia sighed. HMPH. Ghost Flame said with disdain. Even though Duan Ling Tian's natural talent and comprehension ability isn't bad. There are many people in the outside world that possess great natural talent and stronger comprehension ability than him. Once you walk out of this little countryside in the future, you'll know how huge the outside world is. Before some genius experts in the outside world, Duan Ling Tian is utterly nothing. Ghost Flame spoke slowly. When you recall this moment at that time, you'll really see how laughable you are at this moment. I understand. Xianxia nodded, and the regret on his face vanished. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know of the plot the imperial family was planning against him, and he was currently already sound asleep in the land of dreams. He was about to leave the Darken dynasty and return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom tomorrow, and his feelings surged extremely and was utterly unable to calm down to cultivate or comprehend concept. Duan Ling Tian slept all the way until the sky lit up before awakening. After he woke up, Duan Ling Tian subconsciously took out the devil-seal tablet. I had a dream last night. In the dream, the devil-seal tablet could be used as a spirit weapon. As the saying goes, what you think about in the day, you will dream of at night. I wonder if my dreams can come true. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian didn't hesitate to directly fuse his origin energy into the devil-seal tablet. Right at this moment, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the sky above Duan Ling Tian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Along with the devil-seal tablet being enveloped by a layer of origin energy, Duan Ling Tian noticed that another 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared by the side of the existing 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. His current actions were just a spur of the moment, and even though he dreamed about it yesterday, the dream only told him that the devil-seal tablet could be used as a spirit weapon. It didn't say that when the devil-seal tablet was utilized as a spirit weapon, it was capable of providing an amplification of 100%. An amplification of an entire 100%. This seems so be only capable of being achieved by the quasi-royal grade spirit weapons refined by the rebirth martial emperor all those years ago, right? Duan Ling Tian possessed a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in his possession, and it was the sword that belonged to the white-clothed sword monarch that he obtained in the sword monarch's treasure. That was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword, and it was capable of providing an amplification of an entire 100%, yet now, Duan Ling Tian was completely dumbstruck when he noticed the devil-seal tablet in his possession possessed the capability of providing an amplification of 100%. After a short while, he recovered from his shock. Looks like this devil-seal tablet isn't simple. Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian continued to study the devil-seal tablet, yet he didn't notice anything else after studying it for some time. Big brother Duan. After an unknown period of time, Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out from outside his room, and only now did Duan Ling Tian put away the devil-seal tablet and wash up before changing into a pair of new clothes and walking out of his room. Tianwu, good morning. After he walked out of his room, Duan Ling Tian bathed under the gentle morning sunlight as he lightly smiled and greeted Feng Tianwu who stood outside the courtyard. Big brother Duan, let's go have breakfast together. We'll leave after we have breakfast, said Feng Tianwu to Duan Ling Tian. After finishing his breakfast, Duan Ling Tian notified Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong before making a trip to the Darkstone estate the members of the Darkstone Empire were staying at. He came over this time mainly to bid his farewells to Su Li and King Yong. After he bid his farewells to King Yong, Duan Ling Tian found Su Li. Su Li, I intend to make a trip to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Do you want to follow me? Duan Ling Tian had actually only thought to ask this at the last minute. The Crimson Sky Kingdom wasn't only his hometown, but it was also Su Li's hometown. Duan Ling Tian originally thought that Su Li would agree, because according to his knowledge, Su Li hadn't returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom for many years, not to mention catching up with those few good friends from the past. But Su Li had refused instead. Duan Ling Tian, I'm not going back for now. I'm going to look for my master in another 2 days, and I will probably be going to wander about the other dynasties for a period of time. Su Li, I presume that when we meet the next time, your strength will surely shock me greatly. Duan Ling Tian laughed. As far as he was concerned, it was surely Su Li's master that intended to allow Su Li to increase his strength a step further before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties arrives, and this aroused his intention to bring Su Li around to wander the other dynasties. With Su Li's current cultivation, not to mention competing with the top young geniuses of the various dynasties, there were even many people in the Darkened dynasty that could defeat him. I'm afraid that when we meet the next time, your strength will be even more shocking. Su Li sighed. In the past, along with the numerous times his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, he felt that he ought to be able to surpass Duan Ling Tian. But when he saw Duan Ling Tian once more and witnessed the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed, he instead felt a wave of powerlessness that came from the bottom of his heart. It seemed as if there was an insurmountable chasm between him and Duan Ling Tian, and no matter how much effort he put in, he was unable to surmount that chasm to catch up to Duan Ling Tian in the end. But he didn't feel frustrated because of this, and it instead caused him to burn with the will to fight. He would surely work hard to chase up and even surpass Duan Ling Tian's footsteps before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties started a year from now. This was his goal for the coming year. After you return, send my regards to Tianhu, Xiao Yu, and the others, said Su Li to Duan Ling Tian. Right when Duan Ling Tian intended to leave, King Yong called out to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I almost forgot to tell you. Vice Guild Master Shang asked me to tell you that if you're free in the future, you can go catch up with him in the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion. Okay. Duan Ling Tian replied and nodded with a smile to King Yong before leaving the Darkstone estate. In the sky above the Darkened dynasty's capital, an enormous sword swept through the sky with an extremely swift speed that was difficult for an ordinary person's eyes to catch. If one were to look carefully, one could notice that this sword wasn't a material sword, and it was instead condensed into form from origin energy. Obviously, someone had intentionally condensed it from his own origin energy to be a mode of transport. After a short moment, the enormous sword left the sky of the capital. On the enormous sword was a layer of a faint origin energy barrier that enveloped the entire enormous sword, and it blocked out the strong winds that assaulted them from ahead. The body of the enormous sword was extremely wide and was capable of accommodating a few tens of people, yet only 4 people were standing on it. This speed is much faster than the 3-eyed flame tiger. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he looked at his surroundings. The other three people were precisely Feng Wudao, Feng Tian Wu, and Elder Kong. Presently, the four of them were heading towards the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The enormous sword beneath their feet was condensed into form from Feng Wudao's origin energy, and its flying speed was so swift that it was comparable to a formidable demon beast at the void interpretation stage. Compared to the three-eyed flame tiger, it was a many times swifter. Chapter 720, Meeting after many years. With the enormous sword's speed, it merely spent almost 10 days of time to pass through the vast Darkstone Empire and enter the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Ling Tian, where are we going now? The enormous sword stopped under Feng Wudao's control as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. We'll first head to the location of the 7-star sword sect. It's over there. Under Duan Ling Tian's guidance, Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword to head southwest, and it wasn't long before they saw 7 sword peaks that shot into the sky appear before their eyes. The 7 sword peaks were like 7 enormous swords that were pierced into the boundless earth, and they possessed a shocking imposing aura as if they wanted to pierce through the boundless sky. Big Brother Duan, this is the 7-star sword sect. Feng Tianwu looked down at the 7 sword peaks and asked. He originally thought that he would become depressed at the sight of the 7-star sword sect, but when the 7 great sword peaks appeared before his eyes, his originally surging feelings had instantly calmed down. All his grief seemed to have transformed into boundless hate that ceaselessly accumulated and would explode out at any moment. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. I'm going down to go look for 2 people, all of you wait here for me. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Wudao and the others as he spoke slowly. Feng Wudao and Elder Kong nodded, whereas, Feng Tian Wu said instead, Big Brother Duan, I'll follow you over. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse and brought Feng Tian Wu along as he flashed through the sky and plunged down directly towards the peak of Megrez Peak and descended there after a short moment. As he stood at this familiar place, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and pressed down his restless mood. Feng Tian Wu was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian's feelings were unsteady, and she knew to not say anything as she silently followed by Duan Ling Tian's side, as if she was Duan Ling Tian's shadow. This place was once the place where I cultivated. Duan Ling Tian walked to the side of the peak of Megrez Peak and stood at the precipice as he lowered his head, and his gaze seemed to be able to pass through the clouds and mist to see the familiar tilted tree. Feng Tian Wu stood by Duan Ling Tian's side and looked down along with him. After a short moment, she followed Duan Ling Tian to flash down, and only now did he understand why Duan Ling Tian said that his was the place where he once cultivated. It turned out that at the side of this precipice was actually a cave passageway that led into the mountain, whereas, there was a tilted tree at the entrance of this cave passageway. I seem to have already left for an extremely long time. Duan Ling Tian stood on the tilted tree and lightly stroked the branches and leaves on it, and he had a gaze of reminiscence. All those years ago, he'd noticed this place after he'd just joined the 7-star sword sect. It could be said this place had an extraordinary meaning to him, and it even bestowed his extremely monstrous natural talent to him, allowing his cultivation to advance at a tremendous pace. Tilted tree, 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Ling Tian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't refrain from recalling the scene when he arrived here all those years ago. He still remembered that when he'd just arrived here, this place only had a single tilted tree, whereas, the cave passageway was instead covered by a layer of stone wall, and it was he who used brute force to break a hole on it. It was precisely because he opened up this wall that he was able to enter the cave passageway and enter the mountain to discover the 10,000-year stalactite milk that allowed him to undergo rebirth. He'd left behind many traces and too many memories here. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force extended out and he noticed in the first possible moment that there were 2 people cultivating in the stalactite cave within the cave passageway. The auras of these 2 people weren't unfamiliar to him. One of them was the former peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Shang, who was the master of his fiancée Kair. The other was Mo Yu, the closed-door disciple of the former sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Lingu Jinghong. After he noticed the 2 of them, Duan Ling Tian revealed a rare smile on his face. Swish! A wave of wind howls caused by the sky being torn apart swept out from the distant skies, and it grew closer and closer and became deafening. Watch out, Big Brother Duan! Feng Tian Wu's expression went grim. With a wave of her hand, the grade 3 spirit whip Duan Ling Tian refined for her had appeared out of thin air as her origin energy raged into existence, and she was ready to attack at any moment. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he looked towards the direction the approaching howls of wind sounded from to see an exceedingly enormous figure appearing before his eyes. The figure that grew clearer and clearer before his eyes caused Duan Ling Tian's body to tremble slightly, and then his pupils constricted as if he'd seen something unbelievable. On the other side, Feng Tianwu, who was prepared to attack, withdrew her raging origin energy at this moment, the phenomenon of the heaven and earth in the sky that weren't able to condense into form yet had vanished along with this, because she noticed that no matter if it was Duan Ling Tian or the figure that had arrived unexpectedly, both of them had no hostility in their eyes after they saw each other. As she looked at the rock that flapped its pair of wings that seemed like clouds that covered the skies, she thought in her heart, "Big brother Duan knows it." Elder Peng. Duan Ling Tian was unable to restrain his feelings of excitement any longer. He cried out as his figure flashed out to instant vanish on the spot, and he was already near the rock when he appeared once more. Presently, the rock that had appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes was precisely the sect guarding revered elder of the former seven-star sword sect, Elder Peng. Never had Duan Ling Tian imagined that Elder Peng was actually still alive. All those years ago, after Elder Peng sent him away, Elder Peng had returned without hesitation with the intention of living and dying with the seven-star sword sect. Originally, Duan Ling Tian thought that Elder Peng had died along with the higher-ups of the seven-star sword sect under the hands of those old fellows from the Azure Forest Tri-sect, yet never had he imagined that Elder Peng was actually still alive. As he stood in the air before Elder Peng, Duan Ling Tian's face was covered in excitement that couldn't be restrained. "Not bad, not bad. I'm actually unable to see through you in the slightest. Looks like your improvement in these past few years was extremely great." When Elder Peng saw Duan Ling Tian once more, he was slightly excited and spoke via voice transmission. All those years ago, he and the higher-ups of the seven-star sword sect had arrived at a common agreement to send Duan Ling Tian away because they felt that Duan Ling Tian was the hope for the seven-star sword sect to rise once more. So all the higher-ups of the seven-star sword sect laid down their lives to open a path for Duan Ling Tian to flee, whereas, he'd smoothly sent Duan Ling Tian away. "Elder Peng, how did you survive?" Duan Ling Tian's feeling gradually calmed down, and he couldn't help but ask. Elder Peng was only a void initiation stage demon beast that was unable to speak out like humans, and he sighed via voice transmission. "On that day, after I sent you off and returned, I instead noticed that everything was already over. There was utterly no point in me making a move, so I concealed myself and waited for the day you returned to help you rebuild the sect." "Elder Peng, your decision was a wise one," said Duan Ling Tian. "At the beginning, I was unable to wrap my head around why all our seven-star sword sect's higher-ups would die so quickly under the hands of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Later on, I found out from little girl Shang that it was Zhao Ming who'd betrayed the sect." When he spoke up to hear, the aged voice in Elder Peng's voice transmission was filled with rage. "After that, I trespassed into the Azure Forest Tri-sect on many occasions and killed both of Zhao Ming's grandchildren successively. But unfortunately, Zhao Ming had always been hiding and didn't make an appearance. Otherwise, even if I had to fight to the death, I'd drag him along with me." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was able to sense Elder Peng's rage, and he shook his head. "Elder Peng, there's no need for you to give up your precious life for a mere Zhao Ming. Even though Zhao Ming is still alive now, it's no different than being dead. All those years ago, Zhao Ming, who was once Elder Ming of the seven-star sword sect, had been deceived into an inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire by Duan Ling Tian. During these past few years, unless an expert had interfered, it would be impossible for that Zhao Ming and the other guardian elder of the Azure Forest Tri-sect to escape." Elder Peng's sharp eyes were filled with bewilderment when he heard Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian explained it, Elder Peng came to a sudden understanding, and his sharp eyes were filled with a gratified expression. "You're really not bad. Our decision all those years ago was correct. I was wondering why Zhao Ming had never made an appearance all this time, yet never had I imagined that he'd long since been trapped within that inscription formation you spoke of. If the sect leader in the netherworld knows this, he would surely be extremely gratified," said Elder Peng via voice transmission. "Elder Peng, have the Azure Forest Tri-sect been making any movements lately? Do you know the reason they annihilated the Mountain Split sect and our seven-star sword sect all those years ago?" Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Peng. Duan Ling Tian had always been puzzled about the reason the three great sects had joined to form the Azure Forest Tri-sect and successively annihilated the Mountain Split sect and the seven-star sword sect. He didn't know why the three great sects would combine their sects to the point of abandoning their independent inheritances and causing their sects to become history. Elder Peng hadn't spoken yet when a voice broke the short silence. Senior brother. Suddenly, two figures had appeared on the tilted tree. One was a beautiful woman that was dignified and graceful, and the other was a young man that seemed to be almost 30. Presently, the young man was looking at the nearby Duan Ling Tian, who stood in midair with an excited expression, whereas the beautiful woman revealed a gratified smile as well. The little follow that was filled with glory all those years ago had already grown to the point that even she was unable to see through him now. After so many years, I presume he ought to have already broken through to the first level of the void initiation stage. The beautiful woman was precisely the peak master of the former 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Shang. As far as she was concerned, Duan Ling Tian being able to break through to the first level of the void initiation stage now was already an extremely pleasant surprise to her, and she felt the 7-star sword sect had the chance to rise up. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this voice, and he turned around to look at the two people that stood on the tilted tree. He greeted Qin Shang, who was the senior first peak master. Besides being the peak master of the former 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Shang was also the master of his fiancée, K'er. Because of this, he'd always been respectful towards Qin Shang. Even today, when his strength had already completely surpassed Qin Shang, he didn't reduce the amount of respect he gave Qin Shang. You've returned. Qin Shang revealed a warm smile. Yes, I've returned. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he revealed a smile as his gaze descended onto the young man beside her. Mo Yu, long time no see. You weren't being lazy during these past few years, right? After many years, that little fellow from all those years ago had already grown into a man. Chapter 721, What the Azure Forest Trisect is Seeking. No, senior brother, I wasn't lazy. Mo Yu was instantly worried when he heard Duan Ling Tian and spoke out hurriedly, as if he was deeply afraid that Duan Ling Tian would be disappointed with him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Martial Ant Qin Shang. Mo Yu has indeed not been lazy, and with the cultivation environment of the stalactite cave, he has already broken through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. Qin Shang smiled as she spoke to Duan Ling Tian. I was just joking. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Mo Yu react so intensely. Actually, early on when he first glanced at Mo Yu, his spiritual force had already detected Mo Yu's current cultivation, and he knew that Mo Yu was already a 5th level void prying stage martial artist. Even though Mo Yu's improvement was extremely inferior when compared to his, but as things were now, amongst the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only he, Zishang, and Long Yun had surpassed Mo Yu. Even if it was the other genius martial artists amongst the 5 great young masters like Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master, they didn't have such achievements when they were around Mo Yu's age. If the sect leader was still alive, he would surely be extremely gratified from seeing your current accomplishments. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something, and he sighed. For a time, the atmosphere became silent and heavy. After a short moment, Qin Shang broke this silent atmosphere. You asked about the Azure Forest Trisect earlier. Up until now, we still don't know the reason the Azure Forest Trisect formed into one. But the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect swarmed out 4 months ago and arrived at our 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. What did they come here for? Could it be that they wanted to set up the Azure Forest Trisect here? As he finished speaking, cold lights flickered within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. No, they seemed to be looking for something. Moreover, their group only ascended the main peak of our 7-star sword sect, Dubi Peak. Qin Shang shook her head and continued. During that period of time, I and Elder Peng had once wanted to go find out what actually was going on, yet we were stopped. Fortunately, Elder Peng's speed far surpassed them. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me and Elder Peng to escape from them. Have they left now? Duan Ling Tian asked. He'd directly come to the peak of Megrez Peak after arriving at the 7-star sword sect, so he didn't know of the situation on Dubi Peak. Yes, they've left. Qin Shang nodded. They stayed on Dubi Peak for 3 months, and they just left a month ago. With me and Elder Peng present, they didn't dare just leave people here. So besides me and Mo Yu, there's usually no one else on the 7 great sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect. They've been bustling about for 3 months. Could it be that they're scheming something? Duan Ling Tian frowned. I and Elder Peng went to look at Dubi Peak after they left, Yet we didn't notice any clues, said Xianxia. I want to go take a look, said Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian turned around, he instead noticed that he'd forgotten Feng Tianwu at the side, and he was instantly slightly embarrassed. He hurriedly introduced Xianxia, Elder Peng, and Mo Yu to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, this is Peak Master Xianxia, a senior of my sect. This is Elder Peng, the sect guarding revered elder of our 7-star sword sect. As for him, he's my junior brother Mo Yu. Peak Master Xianxia, Elder Peng. Feng Tianwu hurriedly greeted these two seniors, and her words were slightly respectful. Nice to meet you. In the end, Feng Tianwu looked at Mo Yu and lightly smiled as she greeted him. This is... Xianxia looked at Feng Tianwu and revealed a surprised expression. In terms of appearance, the woman before her wasn't the slightest bit inferior to her personal disciple, K-Er. Moreover, unlike K-Er's beautiful and humble bearing, the woman before her stood there and naturally emitted an aura that caused her to obviously seem like someone of extraordinary birth. She's called Feng Tianwu, and she's a friend of mine. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he introduced her. Elder Peng nodded lightly. Yet Mo Yu's gaze lit up instead as he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian before saying via voice transmission. Senior brother, this ought to be another sister-in-law of mine, right? Fuck off. What nonsense are you speaking? Duan Ling Tian glared angrily at Mo Yu as he replied via voice transmission. Xianxia greeted Feng Tianwu, and with a single glance, she discerned that Feng Tianwu had feelings for Duan Ling Tian, causing her to be unable to refrain from sighing in her heart. K-Er, your man is really good at chasing after women. But, his remarkableness is indeed sufficient to attract many outstanding women to fall for him. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't help but think in her heart. If I was another 20 years younger, would I also be moved by this violet-clothed young man before me? She didn't dare guarantee this. If it was during that time when she was young and she encountered such a remarkable man, she believed that she'd probably have no ability to resist. But unfortunately, during the time she was young, even the most outstanding man by her side wasn't much stronger than her. Where's senior brother Zheng Song? After standing at the side of the peak of Megrez Peak for a long time, he hadn't seen Zheng Song make an appearance, and Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be slightly curious. After he saved Zheng Song in the cage battle arena of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago, he'd asked the little gold mouse to send Zheng Song back to the stalactite cave on the 7-star sword sect's Megrez Peak. So logically speaking, Zheng Song ought to be here, but Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force had instead noticed that Zheng Song wasn't within the stalactite cave. Zheng Song is busier than us, as he's in charge of searching all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for the surviving inner court disciples and external affairs elders of our 7-star sword sect and gathering them together. He returned once 2 months ago, and he said that he'd already found more than 30 survivors. Xianxia said to Duan Ling Tian, but, because the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect were likely to be assaulted by the Azure Forest Tri-sect at any moment, they were placed somewhere else and didn't return to the sect. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. In the future, they don't have to go into hiding any longer. Because of returned, Duan Ling Tian silently thought in his heart, I'll go take a look at Dubi Peak. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian recalled his intentions from earlier. Senior brother, I'll accompany you over. When he heard Duan Ling Tian wanted to head to Dubi Peak, Mo Yu hurriedly offered himself up as assistance. Before long, the group of 4 led by Duan Ling Tian and coupled with Elder Peng had flashed towards Dubi Peak, and they ascended Dubi Peak after a short moment. Dubi Peak hadn't changed much when compared to before. If one really wanted to note out the differences, then it would be none other than numerous traces of dried blood all along the way. Besides containing the blood of many of our 7-star sword sect's disciples, the traces of blood on the ground also contain the blood of many Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples. Xianxia noticed Duan Ling Tian was looking at the traces of blood all along the way, and she spoke slowly. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian found out from Xianxia that when Elder Peng returned to the 7-star sword sect that day, he'd launched a slaughter and killed all the Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples that were garrisoned in the 7-star sword sect. Elder Peng, thank you. Duan Ling Tian stopped suddenly, and he raised his head to look at the rock that was flapping its wings as he bowed respectfully. Thank you for what you did for the 7-star sword sect. When she saw Duan Ling Tian's actions, a wisp of surprise suffused Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face. She was extremely clear about what kind of person this big brother Duan of hers was. That day, Duan Ling Tian didn't bow even when facing the supreme emperor of the Darken dynasty, and it was sufficient to show how proud and unyielding Duan Ling Tian was. Yet now, when faced with the sect-guarding demon beast of a tiny imperial kingdom, Big Brother Duan of had instead bowed and expressed his gratitude. This touched her rather deeply. Ling Tian, don't forget that the Seven-Star Sword sect isn't only your sect. Elder Peng's aged voice sounded out in Duan Ling Tian's ears. No matter what, everything you've done for the Seven-Star Sword sect is worthy of being respected by all the disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Ling Tian spoke with a serious expression. The gazes of Qin Shang and Mo Yu flashed when they heard Duan Ling Tian, and then they bowed successively to Elder Peng. Elder Peng, thank you. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian heard Qin Shang speak about the numerous times Elder Peng went to cause trouble at the Azure Forest Tri-sect and specially targeted the weak. He sighed with emotion toward this. With Elder Peng's speed, so long as there isn't a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above in the Azure Forest Tri-sect, then practically no one was capable of chasing after Elder Peng. So in this way, the Azure Forest Tri-sect's inheritance hasn't strengthened during these past few years, and it has instead shown signs of weakening because of Elder Peng's frequent visits. Duan Ling Tian asked with slight surprise. Yes, Qin Shang nodded, and then she said, sometimes, even I don't know exactly why they're three great sects and combined. Based on their current conditions, the development of their Azure Forest Tri-sect is even slower than before they combined with each other, and it's simply as if they'd raised a rock and dropped it on their own feet. It ought to not be so simple. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed as he spoke with a low voice. Since they chose to combine into one and were even willing to abandon the sect their ancestors left behind, there's surely something they're seeking. Perhaps, Dubi Peak is able to tell us the answer. Yes, let's go carefully inspect it. Qin Shang nodded. I and Elder Peng only roughly inspected it the last time, and we didn't notice anything being off. Perhaps if we inspect it deeply, we can notice something. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started to inspect every corner of Dubi Peak. After the first round of inspection, they were without the slightest discovery. Even the plants on Dubi Peak weren't damaged by the Azure Forest Tri-sect, and even the 9 halls that were situated atop the spirit points stood intact. Truly strange. Could it be that they stayed here for 3 months for the sake of looking at the scenery? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He was sure that the matter was absolutely not so simply. Let's carefully inspect it again. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started bustling about again. This time, Duan Ling Tian was even more serious than before. Wait, as Duan Ling Tian stood at the former Mizar Hall's pavilion and was reminiscing the days of him drinking tea and chatting with the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, he finally noticed something that was off. I felt something was off when I came here the first time earlier. It felt as if something was missing. Now, I can be sure that there's something wrong with the spirit points on Dubi Peak. Chapter 722, A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. There was a total of 9 great spirit points on the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubi Peak, whereas a hall stood on each of the 9 great spirit points, and Mizar Hall was one of these halls. When he was at the 7-star sword sect in the past, so long as he approached these halls that stood atop the spirit points, Duan Ling Tian would be able to sense extremely dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, yet he didn't feel anything today. Even if he stood on Mizar Hall, Duan Ling Tian wasn't able to feel anything different from the other places on Dubi Peak. In this way, there was only one possibility: something was wrong with the spirit points. Disregarding all the other spirit points, there's surely something wrong with the spirit point beneath Mizar Hall. I'll go look at the location of the other spirit points. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian moved to leave Mizar Hall. In next to no time, he'd arrived at Alcade Hall, which was Qin Zhang's former place of cultivation. When he arrived at Alcade Hall, Duan Ling Tian didn't sense dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. Continue. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian headed over to Fekda Hall, Merrick Hall, Dubi Hall, and the other halls that included the places of cultivation of that belonged to the former Elder Ming and Elder Zan. The 9 great spirit points on Dubi Peak were completely crippled. 4 months ago, all the experts of the Azure Forest Tri-sect swarmed out to this Dubi Peak for an entire 3 months. During this 3 months of time, it was sufficient for them to use special methods to extract the spirit energy of heaven and earth that circulates within the spirit points and cripple the spirit points. Duan Ling Tian's expression was slightly unsightly. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian had a certain level of understanding towards spirit points. A spirit point was a comparatively common place of cultivation on Cloud Continent that was superb, and so long as one stayed atop of a spirit point and cultivated, one's cultivation would advance at a tremendous pace. Moreover, spirit points were closely related to origin stone veins. Without exception, all origin stone veins were actually a tiny spirit vein. Because the spirit vein ceaselessly absorbed and gathered the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, after accumulation for a long period of time, the spirit energy would turn to liquid and solidify, and this was how origin stones were formed. Of course, not all spirit points had the chance to transform into an origin stone vein, and it was only those spirit veins that weren't noticed by others or weren't used by others that had the chance to transform into origin stone veins, not to mention anything else, and just speaking about the 9 great spirit veins of the 7-star sword sect. If these 9 great spirit veins had always been left unused, and no one seized the spirit energy of heaven and earth that was accumulated within it, then it would surely form into 9 origin energy veins after a few hundreds, or even over 1,000 years later. But once someone cultivated atop a spirit point and absorbed and practically seized away the dense spirit energy within the spirit point to cultivate, then it would limitlessly slow down the speed the spirit points transformed into an origin energy vein. Actually, many people knew of this principle. But if one was asked to leave a spirit point unused and think for the sake of their descendants from another few hundreds or even over 1,000 years later and help the spirit point transform into an origin stone veins, it was impossible. After all, no one could be sure that after a few hundred or 1,000 years later, the benefits of the spirit point they left unused wouldn't be reaped by another. Number. One was willing to take the risk, so no one was willing to leave a spirit point unused. Not to mention the spirit points in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are scarce, even the spirit points in the Darkstone Empire are far from being sufficient for all the martial artists of the Darkstone Empire. The Darken Dynasty's imperial family was capable of possessing an origin stone vein because the imperial family had been passed down for a few thousand years. Moreover, it possessed many spirit points. This was the reason that it was capable of leaving behind an origin stone vein for its descendants. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The hearts of men were full of greed, and no one was willing to easily let go of a benefit they could reap in the present. Unlike the Darken Dynasty, there are numerous origin stone veins in the foreign lands, and the reason it was like this was precisely because there are spirit points all over the foreign lands. The stronger a power was, the longer it had been passed down for, and because it didn't have any lack for spirit points, the ancestors of those sects would leave behind many origin stone veins for their descendants. Because of their long history, the spirit energy within some of these origin stone veins had accumulated to the extreme, so many mid-grade origin stone and even high-grade origin stones appeared within them. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts were gradually restrained back to the matter at hand. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the spirit energy accumulated within a spirit point to be completely absorbed by another. Even if 1,000 people cultivate on the same spirit point, it would at most slow down the speed they absorb the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, yet it would be impossible for it to affect the spirit point itself. Because once the spirit energy within a spirit point is absorbed to a certain extent, the spirit point will weaken its connection with the outside world on its own and recuperate. This was something Duan Ling Tian found out from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. If one wanted to completely extract the spirit energy within a spirit point and cripple the spirit point, then one can destroy it from the outside. Exactly what have the members of the Azure Forest Tri-sect done? Duan Ling Tian's expression became even more dark. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian, who'd caught his breath, gathered up with Feng Tian Wu, Qin Shang, Mo Yu, and Elder Peng before he revealed what he'd noticed. No wonder I kept having the feeling that something was missing, so that's what it was. Those members of the Azure Forest Tri-sect are truly ruthless. They've actually destroyed the roots of our 7-star sword sect. Qin Shang spoke with rage. The 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect could be said to be the roots that the 7-star sword sect stood on. It was even to the extent that the reason so many experts were born from the 7-star sword sect in the past, and the 7-star sword sect was publicly acknowledged as the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for an extremely long period of time, was because of the contribution of the 9 great spirit points. Yet now, the spirit energy accumulated within the 9 great spirit points had been completely extracted, causing the 9 great spirit points to be completely crippled. If they were made to slowly recover, it would at least require more than 100 years for them to recover to normal. Azure Forest Tri-sect. Mo Yu's expression was unsightly to the extreme as well. As for Elder Peng, he was flapping his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky as he floated in midair, and his pair of sharp eyes flickered with ghastly hatred. The Azure Forest Tri-Sect had gone too far. Peak Master Xianxia, Elder Peng, Mo Yu. Follow me to the Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Duan Ling Tian's tone had suddenly calmed down at this moment. The calmness of his tone revealed oppression. All right, we'll go to the outer area of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect and kill a few ordinary disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect to take some interest for the debt they owe us. With Elder Peng's speed, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect to chase up to us. Xianxia agreed, and she leapt up onto the spacious back of the rock at the first possible moment. I want to kill some Azure Forest Tri-Sect disciples as well and take revenge for the other disciples of our sect that have passed away. Mo Yu followed up the rock's back as he gnashed his teeth and spoke, kill some Azure Forest Tri-Sect ordinary disciples. With the speed of Elder Peng, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect to chase after us. Duan Ling Tian neither agreed nor disagreed with what Xianxia said. Never had he thought of only killing some ordinary disciples when he headed to the Azure Forest Tri-Sect this time, nor did he think of relying on Elder Peng's speed to escape. His target was to completely annihilate the Azure Forest Tri-Sect. All those years ago, he was like an ant before the group of experts of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect, and he couldn't withstand a single attack. Now, he had the confidence to annihilate the entire Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Sect Leader, Peak Master Zheng Fan, Elder Bai, Senior Sister Zuo Qing. Watch properly. Give me a few days and I'll surely completely remove the name of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect from the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian looked up into the sky with a gaze that flickered with a frightful and fierce light as he silently thought about all these familiar names in his heart. At the same time, numerous familiar figures that were heroic and tragic flashed past his mind. The reason he was able to survive during the calamity the Seven-Star Sword sect faced was entirely because of these people laying down their lives. If they didn't shed their blood and lay down their lives in that battle, it would have been impossible for him to survive. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Under his extreme rage, Duan Ling Tian's legs suddenly stomped onto the ground as he propelled himself up. Instantly, the ground was stomped apart by him, causing numerous cracks to seem to form a spider web as they ceaselessly spread towards the surroundings, and they spread for over 10 meters before slowing and stopping. Big Brother Duan. As she looked at the savage cracks on the ground, Feng Tianwu was able to sense Duan Ling Tian's feelings of rage, and she didn't say anything before silently soaring into the sky and following by Duan Ling Tian's side. Duan Ling Tian, come up onto Elder Peng's back with your friend. Elder Peng's speed is faster than. Xianxia spoke out to notify Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, and she originally wanted to say that Elder Peng's speed was faster than them, but she was dumbstruck when Duan Ling Tian's figure instantly vanished before her. So fast. Mo Yu couldn't help but cry out with shock. On the other hand, the sharp eyes of the rock looked at the direction Duan Ling Tian left towards while revealing traces of astonishment. Hiss. Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. Never had she imagined that Duan Ling Tian's speed would be so swift, and he seemed to be even faster than Elder Peng. Could it be that he has already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage? This thought had only just arisen within Qin Zhang's heart when it was suppressed down by her after a short while, and she felt that her thinking at this moment was too absurd. In next to no time, the red-clothed young woman followed Duan Ling Tian and vanished before Qin Zhang's eyes, causing Xianxia's expression to turn to shock once more. The speed of this friend of Duan Ling Tian's isn't inferior to Elder Peng as well. Could it be that I've really become old, and I'm seeing things? What a swift speed! Mo Yu cried out in shock once more. Never had he imagined that the red-clothed young woman that looked to be 5 or 6 years younger than him would actually possess such a swift speed. In the blink of an eye, she'd vanished within his field of vision. The rock's fierce eyes revealed traces of disbelief at this moment, and his wings that seemed like clouds that covered the sky shook before he flew swiftly to follow up to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. After they passed through the vast clouds and mist and arrived even higher in the sky, an enormous sword appeared before the rock, and it caused the pupils of the rock to constrict. That's, as she looked at the enormous sword that floated in the horizon and especially when she felt the suffocating aura that was faintly emitted from it, Qin Zhang's expression went pale. Because of his cultivation being low, Mo Yu's loss of composure was even worse than Xianxia. He was directly pressed down onto the back of the rock by the aura emitted from the enormous sword, and he was unable to catch his breath. Right when the rock's body stopped in midair, and he looked nervously at the enormous sword with Xianxia. Elder Peng, come up. A familiar voice entered into his ears. Chapter 723, arriving once again at the demonic lotusblade gorge. Senior brother, Mo Yu, who laid weakly on the back of the rock with a pale expression, couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this voice. After the rock heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he continued to soar into the sky, and he quickly saw Duan Lingtian who stood on the enormous sword. Besides Feng Tianwu that he'd already become acquainted with, there was another unfamiliar middle-aged man and old man by Duan Lingtian's side. When he saw the middle-aged man and old man, the rock's sharp eyes revealed a strand of dense fear. Even though he was unable to see through the cultivations of these two people, as a demon beast, he subconsciously felt that these two people weren't simple, and they were existences that he couldn't afford to offend. Along with the approach of the rock, the enormous sword that lay across the sky expanded explosively once more, and it enlarged to be able to accommodate the rock that was like a small mountain to land on it. Under Duan Lingtian's gesturing, the rock carried Xianxia and Mo Yu to descend onto the enormous sword. After he descended onto the enormous sword, Mo Yu heaved a sigh of relief and felt that the terrifying aura that pressed onto his body had vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Xianxia and Mo Yu arrived successively by Duan Lingtian's side, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with bewildered expressions. This is Uncle Feng, Tian Wu's father. This is Elder Kong, a senior of Tian Wu's as well. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he introduced Feng Wudao and Elder Kong to Xianxia, Mo Yu, and Elder Peng and vice versa. Both parties nodded and smiled at each other as a form of greeting. Peak Master Xianxia, where's the Azure Forest Tri-Sect located? Duan Lingtian asked Xianxia. The Azure Forest Tri-Sect was combined and formed from the demonic Lotusblade sect, the Origin Convergence sect, and the Snow Moon sect. He'd only gone to the demonic Lotusblade sect and didn't know where the other two sects were located, nor did he know where the combined Azure Forest Tri-Sect was located. The Azure Forest Tri-Sect was originally located in 3 places, which were respectively the demonic Lotusblade sect, the Origin Convergence sect, and the Snow Moon sect. But because of Elder Peng's frequent visits during these past few years, it forced everyone from the Azure Forest Tri-Sect to gather at the location of the demonic Lotusblade sect, the demonic Lotusblade Gorge. Xianxia spoke slowly. The demonic Lotusblade Gorge. Duan Lingtian nodded. He didn't know where the Snow Moon sect and Origin Convergence sect were located previously, but he clearly remembered where the demonic Lotusblade sect was located. Uncle Feng, over there. Duan Lingtian notified Feng Wudao as he glanced at the east, and then Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword to tear through the sky to head towards the location of the demonic Lotusblade sect. The enormous sword traversed the sky with a speed so swift that it caused Xianxia and Mo Yu to be unable to help but go pale. Even the eyes of Elder Peng, who stood at the side of the enormous sword, couldn't help but be once again suffused with traces of fear that came from the bottom of his heart when his sharp eyes glanced unintentionally at Feng Wudao. Duan Lingtian, who exactly is this Uncle Feng of yours? Xianxia took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. Senior brother. Mo Yu looked at Duan Lingtian as well as he asked the question in his heart via voice transmission, and it was a similar question as Xianxia. They're experts from the Darken Dynasty. Duan Lingtian replied one by one via voice transmission. Experts from the Darken Dynasty. The pupils of Xianxia and Mo Yu couldn't help but constrict instantly, and they nodded at the same time. If it was like this, then everything could be explained. It was naturally impossible for an expert from the Darken Dynasty to be simple. Your cultivation has broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. After she calmed down the shock in her heart, Xianxia recalled the speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier, and she couldn't refrain herself from asking. No, Xianxia was stunned, and then she frowned. But the speed you revealed earlier has obviously surpassed Elder Peng. How can you not be a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage? I'm indeed not one. Duan Lingtian shook his head once more, and then he spoke unhurriedly. My current cultivation isn't at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, but it's instead at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? Xianxia was completely stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian. Doesn't this mean that this little fellow's current strength has already left me far behind? Even she was only barely able to break through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage half a year ago. At the same time, Xianxia recalled the accomplishments Duan Lingtian had achieved all along the way while he was in the 7-star sword sect, and when she thought about Duan Lingtian's current strength, At the same time that she was extremely shocked, she couldn't help but sigh. The little fellow whose name had once shaken the Seven Stars Sword Sect and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius of the Seven Stars Sword Sect since it was established had already stood at a height that was difficult for her to reach after a few years. After all, besides the Void Interpretation stage founding ancestor of the Seven Stars Sword Sect, the number of existences that had broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage in the history of the Seven Stars Sword Sect could be counted on one's fingers. I originally thought that I still had to wait another 10 years or so before you'll possess the strength to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect, yet never had I imagined that after a short few years, you already possess a strength that's sufficient to take revenge for the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Qin Shang looked at Duan Ling Tian with an extremely complicated gaze as she muttered. In next to no time, Mo Yu found out about Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation from Duan Ling Tian, and for a time, he similarly fell into endless shock like Qin Shang, and was unable to recover from it. In Mo Yu's eyes, his former master, the Seven-Star Sword Sect's leader, Linggu Jinhong, had a cultivation at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and he was already an existence that caused Mo Yu to look up to. Yet now, this senior brother of his actually possessed a strength at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, and Duan Ling Tian had even far surpassed the master he respected the most. For a time, he was both shocked and excited. The enormous sword shot through the sky with a speed so swift that it was unimaginable for ordinary people. It wasn't long before a gorge that was like a demonic lotus appeared before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others, and it grew closer and closer. Demonic Lotusblade Gorge, Demonic Lotusblade Sect. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spacious and enormous sword as he looked down at the demonic Lotusblade Gorge beneath his feet, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He had a piece of memory in this place. All those years ago, he'd followed the Seven-Star Sword Sect's leader, Linggu Jinhong, to arrive at this place that originally belonged to the demonic Lotusblade Sect and participated in the martial competition between the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. That time was also the first time he displayed extraordinary talent and became famous throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He still remembered that the first time he saw Long Yun was at this place, whereas, it was precisely because he defeated Long Yun that he became famous. It's here. When the enormous sword arrived in the sky above the demonic Lotusblade Gorge, Duan Ling Tian spoke out. Instantly, Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword to stop, and at the same time, it slowly descended. When it arrived at a low spot in the sky, the jade sword instantly vanished with a command in his heart, whereas, Duan Ling Tian's group stood in the air before slowly descending towards the demonic Lotusblade Gorge. When they approached closer and closer to the demonic Lotusblade Gorge, Duan Ling Tian frowned. At this moment, he felt a vast and overbearing aura sweeping out from the north of the demonic Lotusblade Gorge, and it filled the entire demonic Lotusblade Gorge. What happened over there? Feng Tianwu looked at the north of the demonic Lotusblade Gorge with a surprised expression. At this moment, the sky was covered in a red glow, and it seemed as if it had become a crimson-red world. The vast and overbearing aura was precisely coming from there. Ling Tian, didn't you say that the strongest martial artist in the Azure Forest Tri-Sect is only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage? Feng Wudao seemed to have noticed something, and he couldn't help but ask Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian obviously noticed something as well, and he couldn't help but shake his head when he heard Feng Wudao's question. I don't know what happened either. Let's go over and take a look. Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong flew in the air by themselves, whereas, Qin Shang and Mo Yu stood on the rock's back and were barely capable of following the speed of Duan Ling Tian and the others. Senior brother. Meanwhile, Mo Yu had completely recovered from his shock. His gaze flickered as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's back, and his body even started to tremble with excitement. At this moment, he felt the figure of this senior brother of his was so tall and mighty, to the point he could only look up at this senior brother of his. At the same time, he felt extremely excited. As far as he was concerned, with his senior brother's current strength, the revenge of the sect would surely be accomplished. Master, senior brother will take revenge for you, and the various peak master and elders today. If you can sense it in the netherworld, you can rest in peace. Mo Yu silently thought in his heart. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian's group arrived in the sky above the northern area of the demonic Lotusblade Gorge, and they stood in the air as they looked down at the scene below. All the disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect are gathered here. Qin Shang couldn't refrain from speaking with surprise when she looked down at the dense crowd below her. At this moment, a group of middle-aged men and old men stood in the sky and floated at a low altitude in the air, and they surrounded an enormous rock that was like a small mountain. The rock was completely crimson red, and besides emitting a scorching aura, it also emitted a vast and overbearing aura that struck fear in one's heart. Lu Yuan, Shui Rui, and the former demonic Lotusblade sect's leader. Duan Ling Tian looked at the group of middle-aged men and old men that stood in the air while surrounding the crimson red rock, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. All those other people as well. All of them were present when they annihilated my 7-star sword sect, all of them are culprits. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were tainted with a wisp of crimson red, his face was enveloped in a layer of killing intent, and the origin energy on his body had unconsciously started to leap about, whereas, the rage of Qin Shang, Elder Peng, and Mo Yu weren't any less than Duan Ling Tian at this moment. Even though he was enraged, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force still descended to sweep through the group of higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-sect, and he quickly detected their cultivations. HMPH. The strongest is only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. A group of useless fellows. A few years have passed yet they actually haven't improved in the slightest. Unknowingly, a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. The strongest amongst them was only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Merely he alone was sufficient to completely slaughter all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Chapter 724, Origin Drawing Peril. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force encountered the crimson red rock that the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-sect had surrounded, and there was actually a formidable force stretching out from it. Moreover, this force was ceaselessly increasing in strength. At this moment, the entire attention of the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-sect was on the crimson rock, otherwise they'd probably have noticed Duan Ling Tian's group that stood in the nearby sky. Long Wei, Lu Yuan, the sect leader of the former Origin Convergence sect, looked towards the former sect leader of the demonic Lotusblade sect. Could it be that the spirit energy of heaven and earth we've poured into it isn't sufficient? Long Wei frowned and looked at the nearby middle-aged scholar. Logically speaking, it ought to be sufficient. Shui Rui, pour a bit more in to try. The middle-aged scholar was precisely the sect leader of the former Snow Moon sect, Shui Rui. Shui Rui nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with a dense milky white sheen appeared in his hand. Along with his origin energy being poured into it, spirit energy of the heaven and earth that was almost liquid gushed out from the pearl and ceaselessly fused into the crimson red rock, whereas, the crimson red rock seemed to be a greedy kid that welcomed everything, and it swallowed all the spirit energy that came its way. This is the final origin drawing pearl. If the spirit energy of heaven and earth within it is still insufficient, then I can only extract the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points of our old sects. Shui Rui frowned when he saw the spirit energy within the origin drawing pearl about to be completely consumed. Long Wei, didn't you say before that the origin energy accumulated in the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect would be sufficient? Now, not only have we utilized the spirit energy within the spirit points of the 7-star sword sect, it even seems to be insufficient. Lu Yuan's expression sank slightly. Could it be that you intend to extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of my Origin Convergence sect and Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect? Let me be frank, even if we have to extract spirit energy from our spirit points, we have to first extract the spirit energy in the spirit points of your demonic Lotusblade sect. Lu Yuan, what are you talking about? Your Origin Convergence sect, Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect, our demonic Lotusblade sect. Don't forget that we've long since combined into a single sect. Or perhaps you intend to withdraw from the Azure Forest Tri-sect. If it's really like this, then I and Shui Rui will absolutely not stop you. Long Wei mocked. Long Wei. Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. What do you mean by this? Want to burn the bridge after crossing it? Don't forget that if you didn't have the assistance of my Origin Convergence sect all those years ago, would your demonic Lotusblade sect and Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect be capable of annihilating the 7-star sword sect? I naturally have not forgotten the assistance of the Origin Convergence sect. Long Wei said indifferently, but the words you spoke earlier was spoken while considering yourself to be the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. Don't forget that you're currently a sect leader of our Azure Forest Tri-sect. So long as we're able to successfully open up this Firebreath rock, our Azure Forest Tri-sect will soar into the sky, and it'll even surpass the Imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if we enter the Darkstone Empire or the Darken Dynasty, there will be a place for our Azure Forest Tri-sect. Remember, Look far into the future. You want to do great things with your petty character. Long Wei wasn't the slightest bit courteous with his words. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and didn't flare up in the end, and he mocked. I only hope that it's really successful. No matter what, all of you are on the same boat. This won't do, it still needs some more. The origin drawing pearl in Shui Rui's hand had already transformed into a crystalline and translucent crystal pearl at this moment, and the dense spirit energy accumulated within it was completely gone. At the same time, the aura emitted from the crimson red rock became even more vaster and tremendous, and it brought about an enormous pressure towards many Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples. Some Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples with low cultivations went pale as they hurriedly withdrew to the borders of the gorge and didn't dare approach any closer. Lu Yuan, Long Wei, and Shui Rui's discussion resounded out within the silent gorge, and it completely entered the ears of Duan Ling Tian's group that stood high up in the sky. Their three great sects combined into one and annihilated the Mountain Split sect before annihilating our 7-star sword sect as well. All of this was for the sake of the spirit energy of heaven and earth accumulated within the spirit points of our sects. Qin Zhang's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Now she finally found out the reason the three great sects had combined all those years ago. It was for the sake of extracting the spirit energy of heaven and earth within the spirit points of the 7-star sword sect and Mountain Split sect and pouring it into the crimson red rock via the origin drawing pearls. The crimson red rock seemed to be some sort of firebreath rock. Origin drawing pearl. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. I finally understand why the spirit energy within the 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect would be completely gone. This origin drawing pearl is indeed capable of extracting the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points. Origin drawing pearls were an extremely special type of treasures, and they were capable of extracting the spirit energy contained within origin stones and spirit points, but the spirit energy extracted couldn't be directly utilized to cultivate, otherwise, one's body would explode from the violent energy. After all, the spirit energy accumulated within the origin drawing pearl was spirit energy that had turned into liquid. So long as origin energy fused into it, the liquid spirit energy within would directly gush out, and the meridians within the bodies of martial artists below the martial monarch stage were utterly incapable of enduring such a force. Even a martial monarch stage expert wouldn't dare rashly take the risk and utilize liquid spirit energy to cultivate. The Mountain Split sect and the 7-star sword sect were only sacrifices for the sake of opening that firebreath rock. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian clenched his fists tightly as the cold lights within his eyes grew colder to the point of seeming to be waiting for a chance to swallow his enemies up. I truly never imagined that there's actually a firebreath rock of legend in this tiny imperial kingdom. Feng Wudao stared fixedly at the crimson red rock in the gorge, and his eyes lit up. Father, what's a firebreath rock? Feng Tianwu asked curiously. You'll know soon enough. If I'm not wrong, this firebreath rock only requires a little more liquid spirit energy to be poured into it before it'll open up. Feng Wudao kept Feng Tianwu guessing, and it caused her to be both angry and irritated. Ling Tian, what do you intend to do? Do you want to go down and meet your acquaintances now, or do you want to wait a while more? Feng Wudao asked Duan Ling Tian. Let's wait a while more. I've already waited a few years, so there's no rush. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile as cold lights flickered within his eyes, and it seemed as if he was waiting for something. Alright, it's more interesting like this. Feng Wudao's calm face revealed a rare smile. Besides Elder Kong, Feng Tianwu, Qin Shang, and Mo Yu had perplexed expressions, as Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao were keeping them guessing. As for Elder Peng, he seemed to have not heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao at all. His sharp eyes were staring fixedly at the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. So long as Duan Ling Tian gave the order, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to pounce down and launch a bloody slaughter. At the same time, the numerous Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples in the demonic Lotusblade Gorge had remained silent since the beginning. At this moment, they were staring at the 3 sect leaders and all the elders in the sky with burning gazes. Of course, even more of them were staring at the crimson red rock. Long Wei, you ought to extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of the demonic Lotusblade sect now, right? Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and said indifferently. The demonic Lotusblade Gorge is one of our Azure Forest Tri-sect's bases, and it's close at hand, HMPH. Take it. Lu Yuan hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Long Wei, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with white lights appeared in Long Wei's palm before shooting towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised his hand to receive it, and his pupils constricted as he gazed at the pearl in his hand. Origin drawing pearl. Moreover, it's filled with liquid spirit energy. Long Wei, where did you get this? Hasn't the spirit energy extracted from the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect and 7-Star Sword sect already been used? You can be at ease, it wasn't extracted from your Origin Convergence sect spirit point. The spirit energy within is from the demonic Lotusblade Gorge. Long Wei mocked. Lu Yuan's face froze, and he felt slightly embarrassed. Earlier, he was still displaying his displeasure towards Long Wei, and he said that if the liquid spirit energy was insufficient, then Long Wei should extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of the demonic Lotusblade sect. Unexpectedly, Long Wei had extracted the spirit energy within the spirit points of the demonic Lotusblade sect long ago, and he seemed resolute to pay any price for the sake of his objective. Lu Yuan, quickly, I feel that when the spirit energy within this origin drawing pearl fuses into the firebreath rock, then it ought to be enough. Shui Rui urged Lu Yuan. If it isn't enough, then we'll extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of the Origin Convergence sect. Long Wei, I wasn't convinced of your ability in the past, but I admired your resolution today. Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and spoke sincerely. Enough. If the origin drawing pearl in your hand isn't enough, I still have 2 more. The demonic Lotusblade Gorge has a total of 7 spirit points, and I've extracted the spirit energy from 3. I originally thought that it was better to be prepared, yet I never imagined that it would really be of use. Long Wei spoke indifferently. 3. Lu Yuan and Shui Rui glanced at each other as their pupils constricted. Never had they imagined that Long Wei would be so resolute. This was the demonic Lotusblade Gorge, the base of the demonic Lotusblade sect that he used to be the leader of. It possessed a total of 7 spirit points, yet he'd actually extracted the spirit energy from 3 of them. For a time, they could feel Long Wei's resolution. I'm inferior to him. Lu Yuan and Shui Rui sent a voice transmission to each other, yet they spoke the same thing, and it caused them to be unable to help but be stunned. After a short moment, they glanced and smiled at each other once they recovered from their shock. Lu Yuan didn't dally any longer and poured his origin energy into the origin drawing pearl in his hand. Instantly, dense liquid spirit energy gushed out to once again fuse into the crimson red rock, whereas, the crimson red rock continued to greedily swallow the liquid spirit energy, and the crimson red sheen on its surface grew darker and darker. When the half of the liquid spirit energy in the origin drawing pearls was swallowed, the enormous crimson red rock had finally stopped swallowing, yet it suddenly expanded to the point it seemed it was soon to explode, causing it to seem extremely peculiar. Suddenly, a clear sound resounded out, and a crack had appeared out of thin air on the surface of the crimson red rock. Chapter 725, A 1,000-Year-Old Freak. After the first crack appeared, the clear sounds continued to sound out. Over 10 cracks appeared on the surface of the crimson red rock, and their densely interwoven surface seemed to form a spider web. It worked. When they saw this scene, the gazes of all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-sect lit up, and some of them even couldn't help but breathe more rapidly. Amongst them included the formed demonic Lotusblade sect's leader, Long Wei. Long Wei's body lightly trembled as he gazed at the crimson red rock that was covered in cracks, and because of his excitement, his firm face was suffused with a bloody flush. The gorge was deathly silent. Everyone had held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the crimson red rock that vibrated intensely, and the cracks that were like a spiderweb on the surface of the rock had spread all over it in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a vast and overbearing aura swept out from the rock, and it rose ceaselessly in strength, giving rise to waves of terrifying airwaves that transformed into piercingly cold gales that blew towards the surroundings. Some Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples with low cultivations were directly blown onto the ground. Even though the others weren't blown onto the ground, yet these waves of terrifying gales that assaulted their faces caused them to be unable to refrain from instinctively closing their eyes. Even the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-sect had moved back slightly. Finally, an enormous sound that was like a thunderclap resounded out abruptly, and the crimson red rock that was covered with cracks had exploded open. All the crimson red rocks that exploded out were enveloped by crimson red flames before completely transforming into powder. Along with the gradual disappearance of the gale that assaulted their faces, most of the people present couldn't help but open their eyes, and at the first possible moment, they looked towards the place where the crimson red rock had exploded open. In next to no time, a figure that was sitting cross-legged appeared before their eyes. This was a black-clothed middle-aged man with disheveled hair. His eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged at a low altitude in the air, and his body revolved ceaselessly. A crimson red flame that shot into the sky enveloped his body, and it emitted strands of vast and overbearing aura that caused one to feel oppressed. Suddenly, the black-clothed middle-aged man opened his eyes, and his eyes contained strands of scorching flames that leapt about within, causing others to not dare lightly look him in the eyes. The scorching flames in the black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes gradually dispersed, and replacing it was a perplexed expression. He looked into his surroundings as he frowned and muttered, "What place is this? Ancestor." Long Wei was the first to react. His figure flashed out to arrive right before the black-clothed middle-aged man in a short moment, and he knelt of the floor with a thump, before speaking with a humble and trembling tone. "Ancestor." After Long Wei, the group of higher-ups that belonged to the demonic Lotusblade sect followed to kneel down. All of their bodies trembled, and their faces flushed red as they were extremely excited. "Ancestor." At the same time, Lu Yuan, Shui Rui, and the other higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-sect descended from the sky and knelt on the ground as they respectfully greeted the black-clothed middle-aged man that sat cross-legged there. When they saw all three sect leaders and all the elders had knelt down, the remaining disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-sect didn't dare dally and knelt down, and the faces of most of them were filled with excitement. Even though they were mentally prepared since long ago, but when they really saw a living person appear from within the crimson-red rock, they still couldn't help but feel shocked. For a time, the entire gorge was filled with sonorous sounds of respectful address. The crowd of Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples that surrounded the gorge bowed, and the dense mass of them made an extremely magnificent scene. "All of you are disciples of my demonic Lotusblade sect." The black-clothed middle-aged man was silent for a moment when facing the scene before him, and then he looked at Long Wei, who was the first to kneel before him, and asked indifferently. At the same time, the billowing flames on the black-clothed middle-aged man's body gradually restrained themselves before finally condensing into a lotus seat that appeared beneath him. The black-clothed middle-aged man slowly descended onto the lotus seat, and he seemed like a supreme emperor that had ascended his throne. The demonic Lotusblade sect's 52nd sect leader, Long Wei, congratulates Ancestor on awakening from your slumber. Long Wei knelt on the ground as he spoke respectfully. 52nd. The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes flickered with flowing lights when he heard Long Wei, and then he asked after a short while, "How long has it been since I established the demonic Lotusblade sect all those years ago?" "Over 1,300 years. Long Wei replied respectfully. Established the demonic Lotusblade sect. Even though Lu Yuan, Shui Rui, the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-sect, and all the disciples had heard Long Wei mention it before, but when they saw it with their own eyes and heard it themselves at this moment, they couldn't help but be shocked. He's the demonic Lotusblade sect's founding ancestor." Lu Yuan's pupils constricted as his heartbeat quickened. "I never imagined that the legends were true. The Firebreath Rock is really capable of allowing one to slumber for 1,000 years and remain without perishing." Shui Rui gasped. The black-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotusblade sect. In the past, there'd always been a legend in the demonic Lotusblade sect. This legend was precisely related to the Firebreath Rock in the forbidden area of the demonic Lotusblade sect. Supposedly, the Firebreath Rock in the forbidden area of the demonic Lotusblade sect had already existed since the establishment of the demonic Lotusblade sect. It was even to the extent that the legend said the founding ancestor had no choice but to rely on the Firebreath Rock to slumber and recuperate when he suffered a heavy injury, and in the end, he'd practically fused into one with the Firebreath Rock. In the legends, the Firebreath Rock was capable of allowing one to slumber for 1,000 years without perishing, whereas, if one wanted to allow the person slumbering within the Firebreath Rock to leave it, one must gather a huge amount of liquid spirit energy and pour it into the Firebreath Rock to force it to split open by itself. If one were to forcefully split it open, then even if the Firebreath Rock was shattered, the person that was slumbering within would be blasted into pieces and die as well. If one wanted to gather liquid spirit energy, one's first required to be in possession of origin-drawing pearls, as only origin-drawing pearls were capable of storing liquid spirit energy. During these past 1,000 years, the demonic Lotusblade sect had always been working hard to search for origin-drawing pearls just for the sake of awakening the founding ancestor that was slumbering within the Firebreath Rock. Because of the uniqueness of the Firebreath Rock, the person that slumbered within the Firebreath Rock was completely separated from the outside world, and the person wouldn't decay along with the passage of time. Even though the cultivation environment within the Firebreath Rock was extremely bad, and the person within could only passively cultivate, but after being within it for so many years, the cultivation of the person that slumbered within would surely receive an extremely great increase. So all the successive sect leaders of the demonic Lotusblade sect had wanted to awaken the founding ancestor from many years ago. They knew that so long as the founding ancestor awoke, he would surely lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to a new stage. Needless to say, Long Yun was lucky and chanced upon 18 origin drawing pearls, and it was equivalent to obtaining the keys to opening the Firebreath Rock. Yet he possessed the origin drawing pearls, but lacked the liquid spirit energy. Because of this, the subsequent events had occurred. Due to being unsure if the spirit energy accumulated within the 7 spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade sect would be enough, Long Wei had looked for Lu Yuan and Shui Rui to combine their sects and plan this matter. In next to no time, they'd aimed their sights at the Mountain Split sect and 7-Star Sword sect, whereas, the reason Long Wei had chosen Lu Yuan and Shui Rui was because the sect leaders of the 7-Star Sword sect and Mountain Split sect were more impervious to reason and conservative. Along with the combining of the 3 great sects, they attacked mightily to first annihilate the Mountain Split sect, and then the 7-Star Sword sect. Because of this, they obtained the 7 spirit points of the Mountain Split sect and the 9 spirit points of the 7-Star Sword sect. Now, after they poured the liquid spirit energy accumulated within the 16 spirit points of the 7-Star Sword sect and Mountain Split sect into the Firebreath Rock, coupled with almost 2 spirit points worth of liquid spirit energy from the demonic Lotus Blade sect, they'd finally successfully opened the Firebreath Rock. When he saw the Firebreath Rock explode and a black-clothed middle-aged man appear from within it, Long Wei knew that everything he'd done for these past few years wasn't done in vain. I truly never imagined that it has actually been so long since I entered into the slumber in the Firebreath Rock that day. But you've done extremely well to actually open the Firebreath Rock and awaken me. After he found out of the course of events from Long Wei, the black-clothed middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Ancestor, this was my duty. Long Wei lay prone on the ground with a trembling body, and he was still unable to restrain the excitement in his heart. From today onwards, the Azure Forest Tri-sect doesn't exist. In next to no time, the black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes were like a bolt of lightning as he stared at Lu Yuan and Shui Rui before speaking slowly. The demonic Lotus Blade sect was established by me, and I won't allow it to vanish in the annals of history. Do the both of you have any objections? The instant the middle-aged man's fierce gaze swept over, Lu Yuan and Shui Rui were suppressed to the point they were incapable of catching their breaths, and they hurriedly shook their heads when they heard the black-clothed middle-aged man. How would they dare have any objections at a time like this? Very good. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded, and then he continued. Now, I'll give both of you 2 paths. One of them is to become vice leaders of my demonic Lotus Blade sect and serve under Long Wei, and you'll cut all ties with the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect for eternity. The second is to bring your people along and fuck off back to your Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sects. I'm willing to become a vice leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. When faced with the 2 choices given by the black-clothed middle-aged man, Lu Yuan and Shui Rui didn't hesitate in the slightest and spoke out hurriedly. Even though they would be lower in position than Long Wei because of this, they didn't mind, because the current demonic Lotus Blade sect was already not the former demonic Lotus Blade sect. With the strength of the founding ancestors of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that stood before them, it was sufficient to lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to have a place in the Darkstone Empire and even the Darken Dynasty. At that time, even if they were only vice leaders, it would be far greater than a sect leader of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Very good. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, and then he raised his voice. All of you remember, from today onwards, the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect is still Long Wei. I, Jia Hong, will obey the supreme elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. As soon as the black-clothed middle-aged man finished speaking, Supreme Elder, with Long Wei, the new sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect in the lead, everyone in the demonic Lotus Blade sect bowed as they cried out respectfully. Chapter 726, Good for Nothing Trash. Good, good, ha 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 ha. Jia Hong laughed happily as he looked at the generations of disciples before him. 1,000 years had passed, and he'd finally awoken from within the Firebreath Rock. Ancestor, I wonder what your current cultivation is. After a short moment, Long Wei looked at Jia Hong and asked with slight anticipation. With my current cultivation, it's sufficient to lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to possess a place of its own in the Darken Dynasty. Jia Hong's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. The Darken Dynasty. Long Wei's face was once again suffused with a flush of excitement when he heard Jia Hong, whereas Lu Yuan, Shui Rui, the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the crowd of disciples in the surroundings were exceedingly excited as well. From the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom directly to the Darken Dynasty, and it directly crossed over the Darkstone Empire. the demonic Lotus Blade sect could be said to be soaring into the sky with a single leap. Of course, they knew clearly in their hearts that the reason the future of the demonic Lotus Blade sect was bright was because of the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before them. When one man becomes powerful, those around him rise up alongside him. It was nothing more than that. Are those people above members of our demonic Lotus Blade sect as well? Suddenly, Jia Hong frowned and slightly raised his head to look up high into the sky. He'd noticed there was a group of people in the sky since the moment he'd emerged from the Firebreath Rock, but he didn't know the origins of these people at that time, so he paid no attention. After that, everyone in the demonic Lotus Blade sect from the sect leader Long Wei had bowed and addressed him respectfully, yet that group of people remained indifferent, and it caused him to realize that the group of people ought to not be members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Along with Jia Hong speaking out, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples including Long Wei, Shui Rui, and Lu Yuan raised their heads to look up. With a single glance, they noticed the group of people that stood in the air. If it wasn't for Jia Hong calling attention to the group of people, they wouldn't have noticed the group. We've been noticed. Mo Yu frowned high above in the sky as he glanced at Jia Hong with slight fear, and then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and couldn't help but asked. Senior brother, is this Jia Hong really the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect? Obviously, Mo Yu had heard what the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader Long Wei had said to Jia Hong earlier, and he knew the sequence of events from the three great sects combining to the annihilation of the Mountain Split sect and Seven-Star Sword sect. This caused him to be both infuriated and anxious. If he possessed the sufficient strength, he would have made a move long ago to wipe out the people below. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. The Firebreath Rock has always been a miraculous thing. A person that slumbers within it is indeed capable of experiencing 1,000 years without perishing. So, Jia Hong is most probably the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Gulp. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's confirmation, Mo Yu difficultly gulped a mouthful of saliva. Then his cultivation. It's all of you. Mo Yu hadn't finished speaking when he was already interrupted by another. The higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect led by the sect leader Long Wei soared into the sky and arrived at the altitude Duan Ling Tian and the others were at in the blink of an eye, before surrounding Duan Ling Tian's group within. Many demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples of the void prying stage had soared into the sky successively and surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group as well. Qin Shang, and the detestable rock. Long Wei's gaze descended onto Qin Shang and the rock at the first possible moment, and a ferocious light flickered within his eyes. Since all of you have come today, then don't dream of leaving. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect that even you've come. We let you escape 5 years ago, but don't dream of escaping today. Lu Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a frenzied smile on his face, and it seemed as if Duan Ling Tian was a piece of meat on the chopping block. Even if the rock wasn't present today, all of you wouldn't be capable of fleeing. Shui Rui's face was covered with confidence, and it was confidence towards their demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor. Escape. Duan Ling Tian started laughing as he glanced indifferently at Lu Yuan, and then he glanced at Long Wei, Shui Rui, and all the figures he knew in the surroundings. All these people had participated in the annihilation of the Seven-Star Sword sect. All of you really think highly of yourselves. I need to escape from good-for-nothing trash like all of you. As he finished laughing, the brilliant and bright smile on Duan Ling Tian's face turned into a cold smile, and he brazenly ridiculed all the higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. You dare be disrespectful to the 3 sect leaders and all the elders. I'll kill you. Right when the expression of Long Wei and the others sank, a demonic Lotus Blade sect elder flashed out to suddenly pounce towards Duan Ling Tian, and a spirit saber appeared out of thin air in his hand before a saber light bloomed into existence. When this demonic Lotus Blade sect elder attacked, an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared above him before another few thousand ancient mammoth silhouette appeared. Besides that, it was a low-grade spirit weapon that was like trash in the eyes of Duan Ling Tian. The demonic Lotus Blade sect arrived before Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye before the sword light in his hand whistled out to envelope Duan Ling Tian, and he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian with a single strike. In the eyes of all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, the speed of this elder could be considered to be extremely swift, yet it was pitiably slow in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Trash. When the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder was extremely close, Duan Ling Tian spoke a single word indifferently before suddenly raising his hand. He didn't even utilize a spirit weapon or concept as his palm formed into a blade and slashed out, and his origin energy skyrocketed on his palm as it moved to intercept the spirit saber in the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder's hand. Duan Ling Tian's palm that was formed into a blade easily blasted away the spirit saber in the hands of the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder, and then it didn't slow down in the slightest as it directly struck towards the elder's head and shattered it. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian retracted his hand, and the phenomenon of heaven and earth was unable to condense into form in the sky above him since the beginning. A gust of cold wind blew by, and it caused the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect members to feel their hearts go cold. The skull of the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder that attacked Duan Ling Tian had shattered open, causing fresh blood to spray all over and plunge to the ground. His corpse emitted a loud bang as it descended onto the ground. The entire clamorous gorge instantly became deathly silent. After a short moment, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the gorge recovered from their shock, and their expressions went grim. Who dares come to our demonic Lotus Blade sect to kill our members? He even killed an elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. No matter who it is, he's dead for sure. Exactly. Not to mention our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor has already appeared. Even during normal times, no one dares to be so presumptuous in our demonic Lotus Blade sect. That rock seems to be the 7-star sword sect's guarding demon beast. Many of our peers have died at its hands in the past. He won't be able to flee today. Perhaps the sect leader's speed is inferior to it, but if the ancestor wanted to kill it, it would be as simple as cutting a blade of grass. Of course, the Supreme Elder is an existence that's capable of leading us to obtain a place of our own in the Darkened Dynasty. The Supreme Elder is at least an expert at the Void Interpretation stage. Moreover, it's likely that the Supreme Elder isn't an ordinary first-level Void Interpretation stage expert. The Void Interpretation stage, according to my knowledge, even if it's the Darkstone Empire, only the Imperial family possesses a Void Interpretation stage expert, and he's the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. Perhaps our ancestor is even stronger than the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. The crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples discussed animatedly. As they spoke, their confidence grew greatly, and they were filled with confidence towards their demonic Lotus Blade sect Supreme Elder. At this moment, high above in the sky, all the demonic Lotus Blade sect members that had surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group had successively recovered from their shock. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent is really monstrous. 5 years ago, when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, he was only a nascent soul stage martial artist. 5 years later, he's actually capable of killing a 7th-level void-prying stage elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Fortunately, he has come now. Otherwise, if another 10 or 20 years passes, then our demonic Lotus Blade sect might not be capable of enduring the flames of his rage. I don't think so. So long as our demonic Lotus Blade sect Supreme Elder is present, even if we give Duan Ling Tian another 20 years, he might not be capable of doing anything to our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Then how about another 30, 40, or 50 years? After all, he's too young when compared to the Supreme Elder. You're right, but, since he has come today, he's dead for sure. The crowd of void-prying stage demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group couldn't refrain from whispering in discussion. The gazes they shot at Duan Ling Tian seemed as if they were looking at a dead man. Duan Ling Tian. Long Wei's gaze stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. Needless to say, your current strength has really surprised me. You're worthy of being the #1 genius in the history of the 7-star sword sect and the young expert that's capable of suppressing the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Sect leader Long, you're too kind. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. If I was you, I would continue enduring. If you waited another few tens of years, you would perhaps be capable of taking revenge for the 7-star sword sect. But unfortunately, you chose to make an appearance now. Even if the rock is present today, it's impossible for all of you to escape. Slight ridicule appeared on Long Yun's face. All of you are really good at choosing the time. You didn't come earlier nor later, but just happened to choose the time that our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor has returned to the world. With the ancestor present, this rock of your 7-star sword sect can only dream of gaining an advantage over us in terms of speed. Lu Yuan sneered. Is something wrong with your ears? Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he asked indifferently. Huh. Duan Ling Tian's words caused everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect to be stunned. Didn't you hear me call all of you good-for-nothing trash? Could it be that all of you thought that those were words spoken out of rage? Or perhaps all of you thought I'm only calling all of you good-for-nothing trash and didn't include that 1,000-year-old freak in? Duan Ling Tian ridiculed. As he looked at the expressions of the members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that became darker, he felt delighted. Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens, just because you're capable of killing a 7th-level void-prying stage elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect? If I, Lu Yuan, want to kill you, it's even simpler than stomping an ant to death. Lu Yuan's gloomy expression tensed up as his eyes flickered with a ferocious light, and the origin energy on his body leapt up into appearance. In the next moment, he took a stride forward before pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian. Lu Yuan's strength was on a completely different level than the 7th-level void-prying stage elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect from before. Practically the instant Lu Yuan strode out, he'd already arrived before Duan Ling Tian. With a raise of his hand, his palm descended with earth-shattering force as it swept towards Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 727, Trash. Lu Yuan attacked Duan Ling Tian with merely his palm, and he didn't utilize any spirit weapons. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian wasn't worthy of his utilizing a spirit weapon. In next to no time, he realized that no matter if he utilized a spirit weapon or not, the outcome would be the same. When faced with Lu Yuan's palm that struck towards him like a bolt of lightning, and as he felt the piercingly cold winds emitted by Lu Yuan's palm that assaulted his face, Duan Ling Tian didn't dodge as he raised his hand and pointed out. A strand of material origin energy point force shot out from the tip of Duan Ling Tian's finger, and its surroundings were coiled by a strand of azure-colored energy and a strand of violet-colored energy. They were precisely Duan Ling Tian's 8th-level wind concept and 3rd-level lightning concept. Lu Yuan's palm that struck towards Duan Ling Tian couldn't be said to be slow, but unfortunately, the speed Duan Ling Tian pointed out with his finger was even swifter, and it easily penetrated Lu Yuan's palm. Then it didn't slow down in the slightest as it pierced in between Lu Yuan's brows before he has the chance to let out a shrill cry. Instantly, a savage and terrifying bloody hole appeared between Lu Yuan's brows, and it ceaselessly gushed with dazzling and resplendent blood. You. Lu Yuan's body trembled for no reason as his penetrated palm fell limply at his side, and he struggled to glance at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that were filled with extreme terror. In the next moment, his body couldn't hold on any longer, and it plunged to the ground. Lu Yuan crashed onto the ground, and he was completely devoid of any signs of life. For a time, no matter if it was within the gorge or in the sky above the gorge, the entire world had fallen into deathly silence. Sect leader Lu Yuan has been killed. My God, exactly who is the person that has come? He seems to have only used a single attack to kill sect leader Lu Yuan. It's too far away, I'm utterly unable to see that person's face clearly. Alas, if only I possessed a cultivation at the void-prying stage or above. I can only stand here and look from afar, yet be unable to see anything. It's truly depressing. The crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the gorge went into an uproar once again, and most of them were astonished by what had happened. Lu Yuan was the vice-sect leader of their demonic Lotus Blade sect and possessed a cultivation at the 6th level of the void initiation stage. But it was exactly an existence like this that was killed in a single move, whereas the group of people led by the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Lu Yuan, were completely dumbstruck. They glanced down from afar at Lu Yuan's corpse before being unable to refrain from raising their heads to look at the violet-clothed young man in the distance. For a time, only disbelief and shock remained within their gazes. Duan Ling Tian killed Lu Yuan with a single move. If they didn't see the scene before with their own two eyes, who amongst them would believe that everything that happened earlier was real? Now, they finally understood why Duan Ling Tian was so confident from the beginning until the end. It turned out that he'd already possessed a strength at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. Even though the phenomenon of the heaven and the earth couldn't completely condense into form in time when Duan Ling Tian attacked earlier, they were practically able to be sure that Duan Ling Tian was absolutely in existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. If he wasn't in existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, would he be capable of killing Lu Yuan, who was at the 6th level of the void initiation stage, with a single move? Will the next be you, or perhaps all of you? Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed past Long Wei before descending onto Shui Rui, and then it finally descended onto the guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. All these old fellows were existences at the 6th level of the void initiation stage. When the 7-star sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago, Long Wei, Shui Rui, and all these old fellows were the culprits. It could be said that practically all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect had died at their hands. Of course, there was also Zhao Ming and Tang Huo. but those two were trapped within the inscription formation at the Darkstone Empire at this moment, and it was impossible for them to escape in a short period of time. Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the guardian elders of the demonic Lotusblade sect looked at each other when they heard this, and their expressions were livid, yet none of them dared answer Duan Ling Tian. Even Lu Yuan was killed by Duan Ling Tian with a single move. Even if there were people with strength stronger than Lu Yuan amongst them, it wouldn't be much stronger. They were sure that if they dared go against Duan Ling Tian, it would surely result in certain death. So they didn't dare make any movements. Long Wei and the others looked at Duan Ling Tian with an extremely complicated gaze. 5 years ago, when they led the Azure Forest Tri-Sect to head to the Seven-Star Sword Sect and annihilate it, Duan Ling Tian was only a nascent soul stage martial artist, and he was weak like an ant. In their eyes. 5 years later, when they met Duan Ling Tian once more and saw Duan Ling Tian kill a 7th-level void-prying stage elder of their demonic Lotusblade sect with a single move, they couldn't help but be surprised by this. They were surprised by Duan Ling Tian's improvement in these 5 years. Subsequently, Lu Yuan had attacked Duan Ling Tian, yet he was still killed by Duan Ling Tian in a single move. At that moment, they had the feeling as if they were dreaming. Yet their strained nerves were telling them at all times that they weren't dreaming, and all of this was real. At this moment, the other higher-ups in the group of demonic Lotusblade sect disciples that surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group couldn't help but retreat slightly, and they looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes filled with terror. Especially the ground of demonic Lotusblade sect disciples. Earlier, they were whispering in discussion and felt that so long as their ancestor was present, then it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to do anything to the demonic Lotusblade sect even after another 10 or 20 years. But when they witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, they instead didn't dare think about it anymore. If a young expert that was capable of breaking through from the nascent soul stage to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in a short 5 years of time was given another 10 or 20 years, they wouldn't be surprised even if he broke through to the void transformation stage. Qin Shang and Mo Yu stood behind Duan Ling Tian, and they couldn't help but reveal a smile of happiness. At this moment, they felt proud and elated. Even the sharp eyes of the rock that circled in the air couldn't help but be suffused with a slightly gratified expression when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He suddenly felt that the group of experts of the Seven-Star Sword sect laying down their lives to send Duan Ling Tian out of the sect 5 years ago was such a wise decision. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian was able to survive. 5 years. A mere 5 years of time, yet the youth from all those years ago already possessed the strength to take revenge for the Seven-Star Sword sect, a strength that even he had to look up to. If the people in the scene who were the calmest were noted, then it would surely be Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong, who stood at the side. They'd only followed Duan Ling Tian to watch the show. Of course, they wouldn't stand idly by if Duan Ling Tian encountered something he wasn't able to deal with. Duan Ling Tian, even though both of us are standing on opposite sides, I have to admit that you're indeed an unparalleled genius in the martial Dao. In a mere 5 years of time, you transformed from a nascent soul stage martial artist into an expert at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. Your natural talent is sufficient to look down upon all the geniuses of the younger generation in the Darken Dynasty. Long Wei looked at Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression. Your Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Oh wait, I almost forgot, all of you aren't the Azure Forest Tri-Sect any longer. Your demonic Lotusblade sect has an absolutely irreconcilable enmity with me. Don't dream that a few words of praise will make me stop. Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly and indifferently at Long Wei as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian, Shui Chen said with a low voice. We admit that your strength is extremely strong, and it's even stronger than all of us. If it was before, our demonic Lotusblade sect would perhaps be annihilated at your hand. But our demonic Lotusblade sect's ancestor has appeared today, and even if you've broken through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage, you're dead without a doubt. Perhaps to emphasize Shui Rui's words, the black-clothed middle-aged man that sat cross-legged on the lotus seat at a low altitude vanished along with his lotus seat in the blink of an eye. When he appeared once again, he'd already appeared before Long Wei, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a calm expression. You broke through from a nascent soul stage martial artist to become a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist in 5 years. Jia Hong's words contained no lack of a questioning tone. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Jia Hong, and he shrugged with a slight lack of interest. Old fellow, don't talk to me with such a tone. I'm not one of your demonic Lotusblade sect's disciples. Duan Ling Tian, How dare you be disrespectful to the supreme elder of my demonic Lotus Blade sect? Practically the instant Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Long Wei, Shui Rui, and another few guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect went grim as they shouted out angrily. Presumptuous, disrespectful. Duan Ling Tian laughed with disdain and ridicule. I was presumptuous and disrespectful to him. So what? Could it be that all of you want to make a move against me? You. The expressions of Long Wei and the others were extremely unsightly when being ridiculed like this by Duan Ling Tian, yet they just happened to not dare reply or make a move. If you don't dare make a move, then take care of your own mouths. Trash. Duan Ling Tian laughed coldly as he trampled upon the dignity of Long Wei and the others. Trash. The expressions of Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the other guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect darkened. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? However, even if they were humiliated by Duan Ling Tian like this, they could only endure and not dare flare up. Duan Ling Tian's strength was too strong to them, and it was far from something they could go against. Once they made a move against him, the outcome would be no different than Lu Yuan. Ha ha ha. Right when Long Wei and the others wanted to ask the Jia Hong to make a move against Duan Ling Tian, Jia Hong had suddenly burst out in laughter. This old fellow of the demonic Lotus Blade sect wouldn't have gone mad, right? Little fellow. Jia Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian with interest as he said slowly, I heard from Long Wei earlier that you only spent 5 years of time to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage from the nascent soul stage. Needless to say, you're a man of great potential. Duan Ling Tian still paid no attention when he heard Jia Hong, and his eyes that flickered with cold lights and emitted killing intent stared fixedly at Long Wei and the others. Duan Ling Tian's killing intent caused the expressions of Long Wei and the others to become extremely unsightly, and all of them felt their scalps go numb. Little fellow, since the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, it can only be said that the 7-star sword sect is useless and doesn't possess the qualifications to become your sect. How about you take me as your master? Jia Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian and publicly tried to poach Duan Ling Tian from the 7-star sword sect. Chapter 728, The Terrified Jia Hong. Duan Ling Tian's expression finally sank, but Jia Hong instead seemed as if he didn't notice. So long as you take me as your master and so long as you're willing, I can even allow you to become the new sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Otherwise, you can be an enforcement elder that reigns supreme over the sect leader, and you'll only be below me. How about it, Supreme Elder? He killed Vice Sect Leader Lu earlier, he's an enemy of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Jia Hong's words caused a guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect to become anxious, and he looked angrily at Jia Hong, but in the next moment, the countenance of this guardian elder instantly turned extremely pale as his hands grasped tightly onto his throat and fresh blood sprayed out from his throat to taint his hands red. Why? The guardian elder's gaze seemed distant, and he looked at Jia Hong with an unwilling expression at the moment before his death before losing all signs of life and plunging down to the ground. The corpse emitted an enormous bang when it hit the ground. For a time, there was a corpse laying at the exact center of the gorge. How swift! Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he revealed slight fear from his eyes. He was actually unable to see Jia Hong attack in the slightest, and he only heard an extremely slight and brief sound of the wind, and at the instant when the howl of the wind vanished, the demonic Lotus Blade sect guardian elder was already killed. Is there anyone else that wants to question my words? Jia Hong's piercingly cold gaze flashed past Long Wei and the others. Instantly, Long Wei and the others went silent. Even though there were many people in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, yet not a single person dared speak at this moment. They were able to discern that the Supreme Elder had taken a fancy towards Duan Ling Tian's monstrous and peerless natural talent, and he wanted to take Duan Ling Tian as his disciple and inheritor of his mantle. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian grunted coldly with disdain when he saw Jia Hong look over once more. Old fellow, if I want to suppress all of these people, it's extremely easy with my strength. Why would I need to borrow your might? Jia Hong didn't get angry when facing Duan Ling Tian's disdain, and he nodded instead. You're right, but you've forgotten something. If you don't agree to be my disciple today, then you're dead. You won't have the chance to deal with them or even annihilate my demonic Lotus Blade sect. When he spoke up to here, the smile on Jia Hong's face vanished, and it was covered in a layer of ice instead. I'll give you 2 choices. Either kneel down and become my disciple, or die. Jia Hong's voice was like a resounding thunderclap that suddenly exploded out in the sky of the gorge, and it caused all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples present to be unable to help but feel a chill run down their spines. They knew that the Supreme Elder was enraged. The eyes of Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect flickered with bright lights, as they hoped in their hearts that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't submit. If Duan Ling Tian submitted, then it would also mean that they would have this kid reigning supreme over them in the future. This was something they weren't willing to accept. Of course, if Duan Ling Tian really submitted, then even if they weren't willing, they had no other choice. The true master of the demonic Lotus Blade sect now was the Supreme Elder that had just risen to power in the sect, and it wasn't them. Duan Ling Tian didn't have any reaction when faced with Jia Hong's threats, yet Qin Shang and Mo Yu had already gone pale. At this moment, the vast and overbearing aura that stretched out from Jia Hong's body swept over and caused them to feel extremely suffocated. Martial Ant Qin Shang, senior brother, really has the confidence to deal with this old freak. Mo Yu felt slightly terrified when facing Jia Hong, and he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to ask Qin Shang. He ought to. Qin Shang was slightly unsure. The rock circled around in the sky above Duan Ling Tian, and his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky had spread out to cause surging waves of air and sharp howls of the wind. His pair of sharp eyes were staring fixedly at Jia Hong, and so long as Jia Hong dared attack Duan Ling Tian, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to pounce down. Even though he knew that he was far from being Jia Hong's match, yet he would lay down his life to protect Duan Ling Tian. He was willing to use his corpse to pave a path towards survival for Duan Ling Tian. I'm truly sorry. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged when facing Jia Hong's threats, and he had a carefree expression from the beginning until the end, as if everything before him was utterly unrelated to him. I don't want to choose either of the choices you gave me. Don't want to choose. Duan Ling Tian's words entered clearly into the ears of every single person present. Duan Ling Tian, our Supreme Elder thinks highly of you, and that's why he wants to take you as his disciple. Don't be ungrateful. Instantly, many members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect in the surroundings snapped at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time that Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the demonic Lotus Blade sect elders snapped at Duan Ling Tian, they couldn't help but feel fortunate in their hearts, fortunate that Duan Ling Tian didn't agree. Unknowingly, a wisp of a smile had appeared on the corners of their mouths as they were able to sense the rage that rose ceaselessly on the Supreme Elder. Origin energy gradually arose in Jia Hong, who sat cross-legged on the lotus seat not too far away from Duan Ling Tian, and then it started to become raging and leaping about. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him as numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and coiled down from above. 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes was still rising unceasingly. Third level of the void interpretation stage. Fourth level. Fifth level. It's still increasing. Qin Zhang's expression became more and unsightly. The body of Mo Yu, who stood at the side, shivered as his pupils constricted, and there was only a single thought that remained in his heart. We're finished, we're finished. Even though he was mentally prepared since long ago, never have he imagined that the strength of the 1,000-year-old freak from demonic Lotus Blade sect would actually be so terrifying. Finally, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Jia Yong didn't increase anymore. Meanwhile, 100 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes were clearly visible before the eyes of every single person present, and it gave them a strong visual impact. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. The 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Long Wei couldn't help but gasp. No wonder Supreme Elder said he can lead our demonic Lotus Blade sect to obtain a position in the Darkened Dynasty. With Supreme Elder's current strength, there are probably only a few people that are a match for him in the Darkened Dynasty. Shui Rui was extremely excited as his body trembled lights, and he'd slightly lost his composure. At the same time, no matter if it was the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples standing in midair or the disciples standing within the gorge, all of them couldn't help but seethe with excitement. They were naturally extremely clear about what 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes meant, the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Their Supreme Elder was actually a formidable existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Little fellow, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really unwilling to take me as your master? Jia Hong, who had a 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above him, stared at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning, and he seemed as if he would directly make a move against Duan Ling Tian if anything wasn't to his liking. Duan Ling Tian's Expression still remained the same when facing Jia Hong, who revealed a strength at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, and ridiculed. "Old fellow, did you think I'll be afraid of you and even directly take you as my master just because you revealed its strength at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage? Since it's like this, then you can go to hell." Jia Hong's patience was completely exhausted, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. He shouted out explosively before his sleeve flashed as he raised his hand, and a deafening howl of the wind exploded out. In practically an instant, waves of terrifying gale swept out from the place Jia Hong stood, and it blew out in all directions to the point of causing some demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples with low cultivations to move back in retreat. Jia Hong pushed out his palm, and it seemed to be slow yet was extremely swift. In the blink of an eye, his palm was already extremely close to Duan Ling Tian's chest, and so long as he continued forward, Duan Ling Tian would die for sure. "Ah!" A shrill cry appeared out of thin air, and it caused the smile that had suffused the faces of Long Wei and the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect to instantly freeze. Originally, they were already able to foresee the scene of Duan Ling Tian being killed. But right at the instant Duan Ling Tian was about to die, they saw to their shock that at this moment, the arm of their demonic Lotus Blade sect's supreme elder, the ancestor that had established the demonic Lotus Blade sect more than 1,000 years ago had used to attack Duan Ling Tian was severed, and his severed arm was thrown out by momentum to vanish into the distance in the blink of an eye, whereas, the place Duan Ling Tian stood at earlier was completely empty now. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had suddenly soared up into the sky, and there was a fiery red figure by his side. This was a middle-aged man with a cold and dignified expression. His sharp eyes seemed to look down upon the heavens and the earth, and he emitted a formidable sense of pressure as he stood there with his hands behind his back. "Who are you?" After Jia Hong stopped the blood that sprayed from the place his arm was severed, he had a rather pale countenance as he looked at the middle-aged man in fiery red-colored clothes and asked with slight terror. Earlier, it was precisely this person that had severed his arm. This person hasn't utilized a spirit weapon when making a move against him, and the middle-aged man had only used pure origin energy that was condensed into the form of a sword to easily sever his arm before he could react. Even though the middle-aged man attacked in a flash and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky couldn't condense in time, Jia Hong could be completely sure that the fiery red-clothed middle-aged man before him possessed a strength that far surpassed him. Meanwhile, the gazes of everyone in the demonic Lotus Blade sect descended onto the red-clothed middle-aged man. They'd noticed this red-clothed middle-aged man since long ago, as he'd always stood close behind Duan Ling Tian with another red-clothed young woman and a gray-clothed old man. Originally, these people were survivors of the 7-Star Sword sect as well. But now, they realized that they were wrong, extremely wrong. Would a survivor of the 7-Star Sword sect possess the strength to sever the arm of their demonic Lotus Blade sect's supreme elder, a dignified 7th-level void interpretation stage expert? If the 7-Star Sword sect possessed such an expert, how could it have been annihilated by them? "Senior, this is an enmity between us and the 7-Star Sword sect. I hope that Senior doesn't interfere. If Senior has any needs, our demonic Lotus Blade sect will spend every effort, and I guarantee that Senior will be satisfied." As the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Long Wei was an astute person, and he clearly noticed the terror that suffused Jia Hong's eyes when Jia Hong looked at the red-clothed middle-aged man. So, he chose to make concessions in order to gain an advantage. Chapter 729, Covered in Blood. Unfortunately, the red-clothed middle-aged man seemed as if he'd utterly not heard Jia Hong and Long Wei as he spoke indifferently. "Ling Tian, do you want me to cripple his cultivation before you kill him yourself, or do you want me to end him directly?" The red-clothed middle-aged man was precisely Feng Wudao, the eldest master of the Darken Dynasty's Feng clan and the number-one expert in the Feng clan that stood supreme above the two ancestors of the clan. Feng Wudao's tone was calm, and it was as if he was speaking of a trivial matter. Jia Hong's expression went completely pale when he heard Feng Wudao, whereas, the pupils of Long Wei and the others constricted instantly as well. Exactly who is this red-clothed middle-aged man? He actually seems as if he utterly doesn't take our demonic Lotus Blade sect's 7th-level void interpretation stage supreme elder seriously. He wasn't present when the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated that day. "Uncle Feng, I'll trouble you with it." Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Jia Hong before speaking slowly. Even though Duan Ling Tian didn't provide a direct choice, but his words had obviously made a choice indirectly, and Feng Wudao had discerned the meaning within. Jia Hong's expression went ghastly pale when he saw Feng Wudao nodding, and he instantly stood up from the lotus seat. With a raise of his leg, Jia Hong's origin energy skyrocketed as his fire concept erupted out like a shadow behind it, and it caused his origin energy to seem as if it had transformed into a ball of flames that fiercely crashed onto the lotus seat. Instantly, the lotus seat condensed into form from origin energy and fire concept instantly shattered and transformed into nothingness. At the same time, Jia Hong had already relied on the force of this impact to shoot towards the distance like a bolt of lightning, and he obviously wanted to flee. The scene before them only occurred in the blink of an eye, and everyone from the demonic Lotusblade sect, including the sect leader Long Wei, didn't even have the time to react. A sword howl that appeared for a brief moment entered clearly into the ears of the group of martial artists at the Void Initiation stage or above and possessed shocking hearing ability, whereas, martial artists below the Void Initiation stage seemed to have heard nothing, and then they saw the distant figure stop for a moment before splitting into two. Jia Hong, who had fled, was split into two from up to down, and his severed corpse crashed onto the ground while accompanied by dazzling and resplendent blood that covered the sky. No matter if it was in the sky or on the ground, the entire ground was in deathly silence. Ancestor, Supreme Elder, everyone from the demonic Lotusblade sect was dumbstruck in unison as they looked at the severed corpse on the distant ground, and their faces were filled with disbelief. On one hand, they were in disbelief that their ancestor would run away from battle and abandon them for the sake of living, and on the other hand, they were in disbelief that the Supreme Elder who seemed high, mighty, and matchless in their eyes would be killed so easily. But these numerous scenes that occurred before their eyes charged at their tensed nerves at every moment, and it told them that all of this was real. I'll leave the rest to you. Feng Wudao nodded to Duan Ling Tian before vanishing on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already returned to Elder Kong and Feng Tianwu's side. From the beginning until the end, Feng Wudao's expression remained unmoving like the water within an ancient well, and he seemed as if killing a 7th-level void interpretation stage expert was nothing to him. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he revealed a frenzied smile as he pounced towards all the demonic Lotusblade sect higher-ups led by Long Wei like a tiger that pounced into a pack of wolves. A violet-colored sword light that flashed briefly in the sky easily swiped past Shui Rui's throat, and the sect leader of the formed Snow Moon sect had died just like this at Duan Ling Tian's hands. Duan Ling Tian held his sword as she stood in the sky, and drops of blood dripped ceaselessly from atop his sword as he thought in his heart. The collection has just begun. Shui Rui's death was like the wick of a candle, and it instantly jolted Long Wei and the others awake. Since it's impossible to flee, then we'll join forces and kill him. Long Wei glanced fearfully at Feng Wudao who stood in the distance before shouting out explosively to call over all the higher-ups of the demonic Lotusblade sect. But right when they were intending to make a move against Duan Ling Tian, they unintentionally noticed the over 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had appeared in the sky above Duan Ling Tian, and it caused them to be flabbergasted. The strongest person amongst them only possessed the strength of over 10 ancient horned dragons when exerting his full might, and it was to the extent that not a single person possessed the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. He isn't at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, he's at the 9th. This demonic Lotusblade sect's elder's gaze had always been on Duan Ling Tian, and he'd clearly witnessed the scene of the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensing into form one by one in the sky above Duan Ling Tian. A single sentence from this elder caused all the higher-ups including Long Wei to go pale, and all of them stopped moving, as they didn't dare take a step forward. If Duan Ling Tian was only at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, they might have been capable of dealing with him after joining forces, but a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist wasn't someone they could go against. Duan Ling Tian, I'm willing to join your 7-star sword sect and give both my life and loyalty to the 7-star sword sect. Suddenly, a guardian elder stood out and spoke to Duan Ling Tian with panic. Instantly, the expression of many demonic Lotusblade sect higher-ups including Long Wei went livid, and they glared angrily at the guardian elder. A sword light that appeared briefly in the sky easily penetrated the throat of this guardian elder. When the guardian elder held tightly onto his throat, a violet-colored figure had appeared before him like a shadow, and it was precisely Duan Ling Tian. WH.Y. The guardian elder looked at Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled and dazed expression, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. As far as he was concerned, he'd already submitted and was willing to join the 7-star sword sect. Logically speaking, Duan Ling Tian ought to not kill him and welcome him into the 7-star sword sect instead. He was convinced that the current 7-star sword sect surely required experts to hold down the fort, and it was precisely because of this that when facing life and death, he chose to endure a bad name and join the 7-star sword sect. But unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to be utterly disdainful towards allowing him to join the Seven-Star Sword sect and had directly killed him. I won't allow anyone whose hands are tainted with the disciples of my Seven-Star Sword sect to live in this world. Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian flashed out. He vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once again, he was already amidst the demonic Lotusblade sect higher-ups, and every single sword strike that flashed out took the life of a demonic Lotusblade sect higher-up. Since only death awaits us no matter what we do, then let's fight with our lives. The group of demonic Lotusblade sect higher-ups and disciples that had participated in the annihilation of the Seven-Star Sword sect all those years ago charged towards Duan Ling Tian as if they'd gone mad. The fate of resisting was death, yet the fate of not resisting was death as well. So they chose to resist. But they didn't have the slightest ability to strike back when facing Duan Ling Tian, and all of them died one by one beneath Duan Ling Tian's sword. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian was numbed by the slaughter. Sect leader, are you watching? I'm making the demonic Lotusblade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect repay 100-fold for what they owed us. The figure of the former Seven-Star Sword sect's leader, Lingu Jin Hong, flashed within Duan Ling Tian's mind. Even though he didn't have a long relationship with Lingu Jin Hong, the numerous ways Lingu Jin Hong supported and thought highly of him caused Duan Ling Tian to be moved. As the saying goes, a woman will doll herself up for the man she loves, just like a gentleman will die for the one that recognized his worth. Lingu Jin Hong was a person that recognized his worth. A violet-colored sword light that flashed briefly in the sky had penetrated Long Wei's chest easily, and it came out from the other side, causing instantaneous death. As soon as Long Wei died, many people were completely devoid of battle intent, and they fled in unison. Meanwhile, the Rock and Qin Shang joined the fray, and they slaughtered all the higher-ups of disciples of the demonic Lotusblade sect that were fleeing for their lives and devoid of battle intent. Under the circumstances that Duan Ling Tian was suppressing all the 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists of the demonic Lotusblade sect, the two of them slaughtered their way unopposed in the crowd of demonic Lotusblade sect members. Peak Master Zhen Fan, if you're conscious in the heavens, then watch as I take revenge for you. The sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand struck out to kill a 6th-level Void Initiation stage elder of the demonic Lotusblade sect. Elder Bai, your little phase master, yet I wasn't able to protect you properly. I really don't know how to tell little Fei when I see her in the future. A beautiful woman's figure appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind as he revealed a wisp of sorrow, and the sword in his hand killed another 6th-level Void Initiation stage guardian elder of the demonic Lotusblade sect. Senior Sister Zuo Qing, all of you as well. Numerous familiar figures flashed within Duan Ling Tian's mind. In the past, all of these people were alive and standing before him, yet they died 5 years ago at the hands of these people before his eyes. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty asura, and there was nothing but slaughter in his world. It wasn't long before all the demonic Lotusblade sect higher-ups at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage or above had fallen. Duan Ling Tian didn't stop because of this, and the sword in his hand pointed towards the other higher-ups and disciples of the demonic Lotusblade sect as he flashed out to slaughter them mercilessly. Shrill cries rose and fell without end. No, spare me, Duan Ling Tian, I'm willing to be your slave, just spare me. Spare me. Everywhere Duan Ling Tian passed, all the higher-ups and disciples of the demonic Lotusblade sect were without the slightest intent to battle and fled in all directions, and they didn't forget to beg mournfully with mercy as they fled. But Duan Ling Tian disregarded them. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Unknowingly, the violet clothed on Duan Ling Tian had been completely tainted by blood, causing him to seem as if he'd become a person made of blood. Of course, there wasn't a single drop of his blood amongst this blood. Brother Duan's intent to slaughter is too heavy. Elder Kong frowned as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure that was covered in blood from afar. It isn't good if this goes on. It's very likely that he'll experience chi deviation. He needs to vent now. It's useless even if we stop him. We can only hope that he can keep his heart firm. Feng Wudao sighed. Big brother Duan, I'll help you. A wisp of worry appeared on Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face when she heard the conversation between Elder Kong and Feng Wudao, and then she flashed out to go help Duan Ling Tian kill. For his sake, she was willing to share the sins of slaughter without the slightest regret. Chapter 730, The Descent of Lightning as Punishment. Blood flowed into rivers within the entire gorge. The rays of the setting sun seemed blood red as they made the blood that tainted the gorge to become more prominent, and it seemed as if only one color remained within the entire world, and it was a dazzling and resplendent scarlet red. Unknowingly, the commotion and shrill cries had already vanished. A group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples stood within the gorge with terrified expressions as they looked at the four figures in the sky that were like gods of slaughter, and their legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, causing it to be difficult to move in the slightest. They didn't dare flee, because they knew they were unable. Perhaps they had the chance of escaping death if they stood here. As the wind blew by, an extremely dense smell of blood pierced into their nostrils, causing their expressions to go pale, and their bodies shivered. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. This was a young man whose clothes were completely tainted with blood, and the sword within his hand was still dripping with blood, causing him to seem like a peerless god of slaughter. The demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went ghastly pale when they saw the young man in bloodied clothes approaching. It was precisely this person that had wiped out the three great sect leaders of their demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the other few 6th-level Void Initiation stage Guardian Elders had died one by one at his hands as well. The other elders and the senior disciples of the sect had all died at the hands of the companions by this young man's side. Duan Ling Tian stood at a low altitude in the air above the gorge, and he looked down upon the survivors of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Feng Tianwu and Qin Shang followed like a shadow behind him, whereas, the rock even followed by his side and ceaselessly flapped his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky, as his sharp eyes stared at the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. All of you that were already disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect before the Azure Forest Tri-sect annihilated my 7-star sword sect, stand out from the group. Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently, and his voice seemed calm, yet actually contained killing intent. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, many people went ghastly pale. These people were already members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect 5 years ago, and some of them had even participated in the annihilation of the 7-star sword sect. Now when Duan Ling Tian asked them to step out, they were naturally able to guess what intentions Duan Ling Tian held, so none of them dared stand out. 10 breaths of time, I'll give all of you 10 breaths of time. Duan Ling Tian continued, if no one stands out after 10 breaths of time, then all of you will die. When his calm words entered into the ears of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, and it was like a voodoo chant that caused their faces to go pale. For a time, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were in disorder. A disciple that joined the Azure Forest Tri-sect later on pointed towards another person by his side and said, I know you, you were already a Snow Moon sect disciple before the 7-star sword sect was annihilated. Go out quickly, don't get all of us killed. Instantly, it drew public outrage. Go out, quickly. For a time, this person became a common target of everyone, and in the end, he walked out of the crowd with long face and stood alone outside. There's still another 7 breaths of time. Duan Ling Tian continued, I remember you as well, you were an Origin Convergence sect disciple 5 years ago. Get out, get out. 4 years ago, when I'd just arrived at the Azure Forest Tri-sect, you were flaunting before me about how many 7-star sword sect disciples you killed. In next to no time, almost 100 people were pushed out from the crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, whereas, the countenance of the almost 100 people were extremely pale, and as they stood outside the crowd, their bodies shivered as if they had already guessed their fate. The time of 10 breaths is up. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the almost 100 people that were pushed out, and the billowing killing intent on his body swept out to envelop them. Instantly, the expressions of these people went deathly pale. Duan Ling Tian, don't kill me. Don't kill me, even though I was a Snow Moon sect disciple since long ago, but I didn't head over to the 7-star sword sect on that day. Me too, I've never been to the 7-star sword sect. Spare me. More than half of the almost 100 people that were pushed out started speaking out in panic with pleas of injustice, but Duan Ling Tian utterly paid no attention to them. At this moment, he would rather kill someone wrongly than let anyone off. Otherwise, he would let down the numerous souls of the deceased from the 7-star sword sect. Mo Yu, who'd been watching the events since the beginning, had descended to Duan Ling Tian's side at this moment. Senior brother, leave them to me. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse Mo Yu's offer to undertake the task at hand. Go ahead. He knew clearly in his heart that Mo Yu was unable to endure since long ago. When they made a move to deal with the higher-ups and void-prying stage disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, he'd once sent a voice transmission to restrict Mo Yu from joining in the battle, as he wouldn't allow anything to happen to Mo Yu. Mo Yu was the future hope of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Presently, the almost 100 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples before him were martial artists that hadn't even stepped into the void-prying stage, so they were incapable of posing any threat to Mo Yu. Mo Yu ought to vent his feelings now. Mo Yu's eyes lit up when he obtained Duan Ling Tian's permission, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand as he flashed out like a shooting star that descended towards the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. 7-Star Sword Technique. Mo Yu directly executed the sect-guarding sword skill of the 7-Star Sword sect, and 7 material sword lights whistled out to kill 7 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the blink of an eye, as the closed-door disciple of the former 7-Star Sword sect's leader, Linggu Jin Hong, and coupled with Duan Ling Tian being not inclined to take the position of sect leader, Linggu Jin Hong had fostered Mo Yu as the next sect leader of the 7-Star Sword sect long ago. When Linggu Jin Hong had passed the minor 7-Star Sword technique to Mo Yu, he'd already passed the 7-Star Sword technique to Mo Yu as well. Mo Yu didn't disappoint Linggu Jin Hong's high hopes, and had smoothly cultivated the 7-Star Sword technique to the mastery stage under the guidance of Qin Shang during these past few years. Along with Mo Yu attacking, 7 sword lights formed into a group that flashed out as if it had transformed into the scythe of the god of death, and every single sword light took the life of a demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple. The crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples either fought Mo Yu with their lives or flew for their lives, yet none of them were capable of escaping the same fate. In a short amount of time, the almost 100 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that were well and living had fallen to the ground, causing blood to flow into rivers. Under the gazes of everyone present, Mo Yu knelt on the ground that was tainted in blood as 2 streams of tears flowed from his eyes, and he looked up into the western sky as he said with a loud voice, "Master, are you watching? I've taken revenge for you and taken revenge for all the peak masters, elders, and senior and junior brothers and sisters. All of you can rest in peace in the afterlife." After he finished speaking, Mo Yu made 3 resounding kowtows on the ground before standing up once again. "All of the remaining people must establish a vow with your blood. If any of you had joined the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Snow Moon sect, or Origin Convergence sect 5 years ago, then you'll be blasted to death by the 9 heavenly tribulation." Duan Ling Tian's fierce gaze descended onto all the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples as he spoke with a low voice. Instantly, many people in the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went pale. These people were disciples that had joined the 3 great sects 5 years ago, yet they didn't take step out themselves earlier, nor did the surrounding demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples know of their history, so they'd escaped the earlier calamity. They thought that they would be able to survive, yet never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be so vigilant and ask them to establish a vow under the 9 heavenly tribulation. Of course, some people held hopes of being lucky in their hearts, and they felt that establishing a vow was nothing great. Even though the 9 heavenly tribulation was the publicly acknowledged oath tribulation of Cloud Continent, but the 9 heavenly tribulation was only an illusory legend to most people. They didn't think that an oath tribulation could do anything to them, whereas, these people quickly found out how naive their thinking was. Along with numerous drops of blood charging into the sky and numerous vows escaping the mouths of the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, waves of continuous thunderclaps sounded out in the horizon. The thunderclaps grew in frequency and seemed like firecrackers. As soon as all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples finished speaking, balls of dark clouds condensed at the horizon, and they arrived in the sky above the gorge in a short moment before ceaselessly converging together. Violet-colored bolts of lightning surged and crackled ceaselessly atop the balls of dark clouds, and it seemed as if it was brewing something. Punishment lightning clouds have descended. Many people are going to be struck with misfortune. Elder Kong, who saw this scene from high up in the air, couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Brother Duan is really intelligent. He even knows to use this method to determine if there are any people in the remaining group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that avoided being killed earlier. Now, he didn't even have to make a move himself against those people that avoided death earlier. The son-in-law of I, Feng Wudao, is naturally no ordinary person. Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. His words seemed as if Duan Ling Tian had already married Feng Tian Wu and officially became his son-in-law. Numerous tribulation lightning bolts that were thick as a bucket tore through the sky as they descended towards the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that avoided death earlier before blasting them into ash, and it wiped out any trace of them in this world. At the moment of death, only a single thought remained in the minds of these demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. The oath tribulation of legend is real. If anyone dared to be hopeful while vowing before the oath tribulation, then that person would die for sure. The remaining group of demonic lotusblade sect disciples went pale when they saw over 10 fellow disciples being struck into ash, and some with low mental endurance even fell limply and started shivering on the ground. The scene from before was enough to become a nightmare for their entire lifetimes. Over 10 bolts of tribulation lightning that were thick as a bucket descended right before them, and it blasted the living people by their sides earlier into ash. The legends are true. A person that goes against the oath made under the heavenly tribulation will indeed be blasted to death by the 9 heavenly tribulation. Looks like they were being hopeful when they made the vow earlier. The remaining few hundreds of demonic lotusblade sect disciples whispered in discussions, and their words were filled with fear towards the oath tribulation. All of you, fuck off. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the remaining demonic lotusblade sect disciples as he spoke indifferently. Even though he'd killed many people, but he'd killed people that deserved death. Killing these hundreds of demonic lotusblade sect disciples was as easy as a flip of the hand to Duan Ling Tian, yet Duan Ling Tian didn't do it. These demonic lotusblade sect disciples weren't disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-sect that had participated in the battle 5 years ago that annihilated the 7-star sword sect, so they didn't deserve death. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking and when the crowd of demonic lotusblade sect disciples hadn't recovered from their shock, there were 2 demonic lotusblade sect disciples that were the first to recover from their shock, and they glanced at each other before kneeling on the ground and speaking respectfully. Lord Duan Ling Tian, we want to join the 7-star sword sect. Chapter 731. The dust settles. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the 2 demonic lotusblade sect disciples that knelt on the ground before he said indifferently, my 7-star sword sect doesn't accept turncoats. Since the both of you are able to turn on the demonic lotusblade sect today, then you'll be able to turn on my 7-star sword sect in the future. Lord Duan Ling Tian, right when he thought the 2 demonic lotusblade sect disciples would retreat in the face what he said, the 2 of them had persisted instead, and they pinched open their finger before a drop of blood charged into the sky. I'm willing to take a vow with my own blood that so long as Lord Duan Ling Tian is willing to allow me to join the 7-star sword sect, then I'll surely live and die with the 7-star sword sect and never betray it forever. If I go against this vow, then I'm willing to be struck to death. By the 9 heavenly tribulation, the 2 demonic lotusblade sect disciples vowed at the same time. Meanwhile, a wave of deafening thunderclaps resounded out from the horizon. Obviously, it was the oath tribulation bearing witness to their vow. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as everything before him had exceeded his expectations. Never had he imagined that these 2 demonic lotusblade sect disciples would be so persistent to the point of vowing under the 9 heavenly tribulation, and for a time, he couldn't help but become hesitant. Truthfully speaking, he subconsciously discriminated against these members of the demonic lotusblade sect, and it was because of nothing else but his detest of the demonic lotusblade sect. Mo Yu, what do you think? Duan Ling Tian looked at Mo Yu and asked. He was only a passerby to the 7-star sword sect, and Mo Yu was the leader of the 7-star sword sect from today onwards, and the future of the 7-star sword sect was completely borne by him. Mo Yu pondered slightly. Senior brother, since they've already vowed under the oath tribulation, I presume it's impossible for them to be disloyal to our 7-star sword sect. Presently, our 7-star sword sect has just been rebuilt and is at the moment that we require people the most. So, I feel that we can accept them as disciples of the 7-star sword sect. Okay, then we'll do as you said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The 2 demonic lotusblade sect disciples said hurriedly, thank you, Lord Mo Yu. HMPH. But, Duan Ling Tian's cold snort caused them to feel as if they were setting on a carpet of needles. Right when the 2 demonic lotusblade sect disciples were perturbed, Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently. Remember this, he's the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Thank you, sect leader. Even though they were curious why the 7-star sword sect leader wasn't Duan Ling Tian, but they didn't dare dally in the slightest when they heard this, and they hurriedly apologized to Mo Yu. Senior brother, I feel that you're more suitable to be the 7-star sword sect's leader. Mo Yu said with a bitter smile on his face, I'm only at the void prying stage now, so how can I undertake the great responsibility of being the 7-star sword sect's leader? Why can't you undertake it with the help of Elder Peng and Peak Master Qin Shang? Duan Ling Tian neither agreed nor disagreed instead, and he spoke decisively. This matter is decided. You're the closed-door disciple of sect leader Lingu and the next inheritor of the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect that he decided on. The position of sect leader in the 7-star sword sect can only be yours. As for me, I won't be staying in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian added, Mo Yu, I'll pass the heavy responsibility of the 7-star sword sect to you. I hope you don't disappoint your master. Duan Ling Tian spoke solemnly to Mo Yu. Don't worry, senior brother, I'll surely try my best. Mo Yu spoke hurriedly. Lord Duan Ling Tian, sect leader Mo Yu, were willing to join the 7-star sword sect as well. Right at this moment, the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hurriedly knelt on the floor and vowed under the oath tribulation after they saw the actions of the 2 disciples from before. As for the content of their vows, it was similar to the vow taken by the 2 disciples from before. For a time, deafening thunderclaps resounded in the horizon. Even though they'd made such a vow that caused them to not only be unable to betray the 7-star sword sect for their entire lives, they even had to live and die with the 7-star sword sect, but they didn't regret it. When they joined the Azure Forest Tri-sect in the past, it was mostly because they wanted to find a strong power to rely on while striving to become outstanding. Now the Azure Forest Tri-sect was gone, and an even stronger 7-star sword sect was right before their eyes, so they chose to join the 7-star sword sect and seek an even better future. Mo Yu, you deal with the matters here. Peak Master Qin Shang, Elder Peng, Mo Yu is still young, I hope that both of you can guide him in the future. Duan Ling Tian spoke to Mo Yu before turning to look at Qin Shang and Elder Peng. Qin Shang and Elder Peng nodded. Don't worry, Mo Yu is the 7-star sword sect's leader, and I'm his martial aunt. I'll naturally try my best to support him to become a qualified sect leader, said Qin Shang. Okay, Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said, since it's like this, then I'll be leaving first. Senior brother, where are you going? Mo Yu couldn't help but ask when he heard Duan Ling Tian wanted to leave. I'll search the surroundings to see if there are any survivors of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. After that, I'll return to my hometown, and I'll return to the 7-star sword sect after that, said Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother, the 9 great spirit points of our 7-star sword sect have been completely destroyed, and it probably has to experience an extremely long amount of time before being capable of accumulating spirit energy once more. Shouldn't we move our 7-star sword sect to the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, and the location of the Snow Moon sect and Origin Convergence sect? Mo Yu couldn't help but asked. There's no need. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Our 7-star sword sect will still be at the 7 great sword peaks. Just bring all of them back. Besides that, recall senior brother Zheng Song and the disciples of the 7-star sword sect that are wandering about outside once you get back. After I return from my hometown, I'll find a way to move all the spirit points that remain in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect to our 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian finished speaking in a single breath. Move the spirit points. Not only had Duan Ling Tian's words caused Mo Yu, Qin Shang, Elder Peng, and the group of 7-star sword sect disciples that had just joined the sect to be stunned, even Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong couldn't help but be stunned. Senior brother, are you really able to move the spirit points? Mo Yu took a deep breath and couldn't refrain from asking. As far as he was concerned, this was truly unbelievable. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then his gaze raised as his figure flashed out to collect the spatial rings of Long Wei, Lu Yuan, and Shui Rui. After he dripped his blood on them to establish ownership, he collected the origin drawing pearls within, and it was a total of 18. I truly never imagined that Long Wei was capable of finding so many origin drawing pearls. Even if it's in the foreign lands, this origin drawing pearls can be considered to be rare things. After he put away the origin drawing pearls, Duan Ling Tian removed his ownership on the 3 spatial rings and tossed them to Mo Yu. All of you can collect the remaining spoils of the battle. Let's leave this place first. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian notified Feng Wudao's group of 3 before the 4 of them flew out to make a circle around the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. After following some clues to kill some survivors of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that had left not long ago, the 4 of them continued south. The enormous sword sailed across the sky as it carried Duan Ling Tian's group of 4, and they only spent a day before arriving in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian silently looked down at the city beneath him. Even though in the eyes of Duan Ling Tian who'd seen world, this Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city was no different than a small and remote city, it was precisely this city that caused him to be unable to restrain waves of ripples of excitement from emerging in his heart. Nervousness as one approached home after a long time was a saying that spoke precisely about Duan Ling Tian's current state. An entire 4 years had passed since he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom the last time. It's been 4 years. I wonder how father and mother are. Duan Ling Tian carried an excited mood as all of them descended outside the imperial city. They didn't fly in directly. According to what Feng Tianwu said, it would allow them to merge better into the imperial city. Of course, the reason she thought this way was because this place was Duan Ling Tian's hometown, and she wanted to get to know Duan Ling Tian's hometown. Besides Duan Ling Tian, who was feeling nervous from approaching home and didn't discern the deep meaning within Feng Tianwu's words, Feng Wudao and Elder Kong guessed what Feng Tianwu was thinking. Especially Elder Kong, his weird gaze caused Feng Tianwu to blush from embarrassment, and she glared repeatedly at Elder Kong as if she was threatening Elder Kong that he was not allowed to say any further. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city was divided into the outer city and inner city. When they walked into the outer city and felt the bustling atmosphere on the streets, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have returned to the time he'd just left Aurora City and arrived at the imperial city. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian's group's luck wasn't bad, and after they had a meal in the outer city, the gate to the inner city had already opened up slowly. Of course, even if the inner city wasn't opened, they could directly fly in. However, the feeling of walking in was completely different. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 slowly stepped into the inner city. Young master, look quickly. My God, I've never seen such a beauty in all my life. Even though I've never seen our imperial city's #1 beauty, Princess Bai Yao, but I dare be certain that she's absolutely not inferior to Princess Bai Yao. In the distance, the gaze of the servant at the side of a young man in embroidered clothes that rode a large horse glowed as he stared at Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 in the distance. More precisely speaking, he was staring at Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu didn't cover her face with a veil like before, and her peerlessly beautiful face could be said to have drawn numerous burning gazes all along the way. But because of the extraordinary aura that was imperceptibly revealed by Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong, it caused some lascivious men that intended to strike up a conversation with her to stop far away. The young man in embroidered clothes looked along the gaze of the servant when he heard this, and with a single glance, his gaze couldn't move away any longer. There's actually such a beauty in the world. Beauty that made flowers blush and made the moon hide, beauty that made fishes sink and geese fall out from the sky. All of this was insufficient to describe the drop-dead gorgeous appearance of the young woman before him. The young woman's flawlessness caused his heartbeat to abruptly quicken. Intense desire of possession emerged and sprawled out within his heart. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side. At this moment, his feelings had calmed down, and he was chatting happily with Feng Tianwu on the street. Young miss. A sudden voice interrupted Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's idle chats. Subsequently, a large horse obstructed Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's path, and the young man in embroidered clothes that sat on it was staring at Feng Tianwu with a gaze that was filled with greed and the desire to possess her. Chapter 732, Embroidered Uniform Guard. Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face that carried a slight smile was instantly covered in a layer of frost when she felt the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes that wasn't concealed in the slightest. Strands of rage even leapt about in the depths of her eyes that were beautiful like jade pearls. Young miss, I've been taken with you with a single glance. How about you have a cup of tea with me? The young man brazenly sized Feng Tianwu up, and the almost flawless graceful figure of Feng Tianwu caused the greed within his eyes to grow deeper. He just didn't make a move to seize her right away. As for these 3 people by your side, you, help this young master properly entertain these 3 guests, and you must be courteous, do you understand? The young man looked towards the servant by his side as he spoke. Yes, young master. The servant seemed to be quite used to this, and he agreed before looking at Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong and said indifferently, come with me. Scram. Right at this moment, Feng Tianwu, whose face was covered in a ladder of cold lights, had finally spoken, and her voice was chilly, as if it made the surrounding air become slightly icy cold. The servant that assumed a haughty air couldn't help but be stunned, whereas, the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes lit up instead, and he couldn't refrain from laughing. It's been so long since I've encountered such a charming woman. Young miss, I'm really liking you more and more. Didn't you hear her asking you to fuck off? Right when the air in the surroundings of Feng Tianwu was roiling swiftly and the origin energy in her body seemed ready to gush out, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and lightly held onto Feng Tianwu's hand to calm down her rage as he spoke out in a languid tone. Kid, I'm talking to this young miss, what are you interjecting for? If it wasn't for this young miss, I'd make you incapable to speak right now. The young man's face sank as he stared at Duan Ling Tian with a ruthless gaze, and there was no lack of threats within his words. HMPH. No matter how good a person was, there was still a time that he would become enraged, and Duan Ling Tian's face sank when facing the repeated provocation and nagging. Then he took a step forward before casually striking out with a punch. The punch struck the space before him, causing the air flow to be condensed instantly, and a terrifying wave of air swept forward. An ear-piercing explosion of the air resounded out. The horse beneath the young man remained unmoving, whereas, the young man himself was blasted out over 10 meters away to heavily fall with his face flat on the ground. The surrounding people that passed by couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. The young man, who was in an exceedingly sorry state, emitted shrill cries, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an extremely gloomy expression when he heard the laughter coming from the surroundings. You actually dare hit me? No matter who you are, you're dead. Presently, the expression of the servant went grim as well, and he hurriedly got off his horse to charge towards the young man. Young master, are you all right? Let's go. Duan Ling Tian seemed as if nothing had happened as he lightly smiled and spoke to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu nodded and similarly didn't take the threats of the young man seriously. There wasn't an existence in this small imperial kingdom that could pose a threat to her. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 continued to head towards the inner city. As for their destination, it was precisely the private courtyard house that belonged to Duan Ling Tian in the inner city. After walked for around half an hour. It's him, cousin brother, he injured me. An exasperated voice sounded out from behind Duan Ling Tian's group of 4. The young man in embroidered clothes who'd suffered a loss at Duan Ling Tian's hands earlier galloped his horse to chase up to Duan Ling Tian's group, and a young man in luxurious clothes that was a little over 30 sat on the horse by his side. The young man in luxurious clothes had a chilly and emotionless expression, and he imperceptibly exuded pressure onto others. Behind him was another old man that was more than 70, and the old man had an expressionless face as he followed behind the young man like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, the 2 young men and old man had galloped over to obstruct the front of Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 and stopped their passage. Meanwhile, many people that were passing stopped and watched from the sidelines. It's the Su clan's 3rd young master. Many people recognized the young man in luxurious clothes, the Su clan's 3rd young master. Duan Ling Tian's calm gaze descended onto the young man in luxurious clothes, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into an arc that was filled with coldness. He didn't expect that the young man in embroidered clothes who he'd just taught a lesson would actually be related to the Su clan. Presently, the young man in embroidered clothes had an expression filled with complacency when he saw the bystanders had recognized the young man in luxurious clothes, and then he sat on the tall horse as she looked down at Duan Ling Tian. Kid, you actually dared hit me. You're dead. When he spoke up to hear, the young man in embroidered clothes looked at Feng Tianwu who was by Duan Ling Tian's side, and he changed the topic. Of course, if she's willing to be my 3rd concubine, then I wouldn't mind allowing you to survive and only crippling your cultivation. You're courting death. Feng Tianwu's gaze went cold and was about to make a move and exterminate this detestable young man, but a tall figure had suddenly stood before her, causing her to temporarily stop any intention to make a move. Only crippling my cultivation. Duan Ling Tian, who'd taken a stride forward to stand before Feng Tianwu, sized up the young man with interest as a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. So in this way, you're considered to be showing mercy. Of course. The young man seemed to have not realized the danger had descended, and he raised his head proudly. If it wasn't because of her, I'd surely tear you into pieces and feed you to dogs. I hope your Su clan can give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I can only have a chat with Su Boya myself. The ridiculing smile on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth grew deeper as his gaze turned suddenly to descend onto the old man that followed behind the other young man in luxurious clothes. The old man couldn't help but rub his eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian, as he seemed to want to confirm as he was seeing things. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had suddenly spoken such words, and coupled with Duan Ling Tian looking at him, he'd completely confirmed it. It's really him. The old man's heart shuddered. He'd once seen this violet-clothed young man many years ago, as at that time, he was following behind the Su clan's patriarch Su Boya. But compared to all those years ago, the violet-clothed young man had lost the immaturity on his face and had a sense of experience, and he gave people a feeling of maturity and stability. It was precisely because of this that he didn't confirm Duan Ling Tian's identity at the first possible moment. Now, when Duan Ling Tian suddenly spoke like this and looked at him, he knew that Duan Ling Tian remembered him and had recognized him. "Who are you? You actually call my father by his name." The young man in luxurious clothes frowned as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a low voice. "Third young master." Meanwhile, the old man behind the young man became anxious as he hurriedly said via voice transmission, He's Commander Duan." "Commander Duan? Which Commander Duan?" The young man frowned. "Embroidered uniform guard." The old man took a deep breath before slowly sending a voice transmission with these 3 words, "Commander Duan." When the young man heard the words embroidered uniform guard, his heart couldn't help but jerk, and when he connected the embroidered uniform guard with Commander Duan, his expression went pale. It's him. It's actually him. Didn't he leave just 4 years ago? Why has he returned? Even though he hadn't seen this person with his own 2 eyes in the past, but the reputation of the person before him was something that reverberated like thunder within his ears. It was even to the extent that even if this person were to kill him on the streets, his clan wouldn't dare take revenge for him. Even his father, the Su clan's patriarch, wouldn't dare hold resentment against Duan Ling Tian. Besides possessing a peerless and monstrous natural talent in the martial Tao and an extremely shocking background, the person before him was also the disciple of a formidable sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. "Kid, you actually dare call my uncle by his name? You're courting death." Suddenly, a grim shout resounded out, and it caused the expression of the young man in luxurious clothes to darken. Practically at the instant the young man in embroidered clothes finished speaking, the young man in luxurious clothes had already swung a slap over, and it left behind a red mark on the young man's face with a slap. The young man in embroidered clothes was stunned. The bystanders in the surroundings were stunned as well. What exactly is going on? Feng Tianwu, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong was shocked by the scene before them. "Cousin brother, you've hit the wrong person. It's him. It's he who called uncle by his name." The young man shook his slightly dazed head as he looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and spoke anxiously, but he hadn't finished speaking when another slap struck him. "Cousin brother." The young man in embroidered clothes was slightly sober now and realized that he might have gotten into trouble, and he didn't have the time to ask about it before he was raised up like a hawk carrying a chick and thrown of the horse's back by the young man in luxurious clothes. Subsequently, the young man in luxurious clothes descended from the horse as well. "Kneel." The gaze of the young man in luxurious clothes went cold when he saw the young man in embroidered clothes that had fallen on the ground in a sorry state intended to stand up, and he kicked out to make the young man in embroidered clothes to fall before Duan Ling Tian's feet. "Cousin brother, The young man in embroidered clothes lay prone with his face touching the ground and was in a hideous state from his fall, and he turned around and seemed to want to ask something. Another slap swung over and caused his face to swell up. "Kneel." This time, the young man had been beaten to the point of completely sobering up, and he realized that he might have caused an extremely great disaster. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, he still knelt obediently on the ground. Right when the young man in embroidered clothes felt injustice in his heart and didn't know what had happened, he saw to his shock that his cousin brother, the third young master of the Su clan and the next inheritor of the position as Su clan's patriarch, had actually bowed before the violet-clothed young man that he threatened to tear apart earlier. "Commander Duan." After the young man bowed, he saluted Duan Ling Tian respectfully. The young man in embroidered clothes was stunned when he heard what the young man in luxurious clothes said, and then he couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Cousin brother, you've mistaken him for someone else." As far as he was concerned, when had the Crimson Sky Kingdom had such a young commander? Another slap descended and struck the young man in embroidered clothes to the point he felt dizzy and his vision blurred. "I'll tear your mouth apart if you speak out of turn again." The young man in luxurious clothes' voice sounded out, and it scared the young man in embroidered clothes to the point of obediently shutting up, and his heart was instead filled with terror. Who exactly is this fellow? Why is even cousin brother afraid of him? "You're Su Bo Ya's son." Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the young man in luxurious clothes. Chapter 733, Gone Far Away. Yes. The young man in luxurious clothes nodded hurriedly as he said with respect and reverence, "Commander Duan, I'm the third son of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Bo Ya. I'm called Su Rang. I remember now, he's the commander of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guard from all those years ago." Duan Ling Tian. Someone amongst the crowd of spectators in the surroundings shouted out. His words were like a fuse that caused the entire crowd to burst into an uproar. I remember now as well. Commander Duan is the #1 genius in the martial Dao in the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and he even led our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to conquer the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without a single casualty. Now that you said that, I recall it as well. When Commander Duan led the army to conquer the southern barbaric city, I was only 15. I never imagined that Commander Duan was still so young after so many years. HMPH. Don't forget that when Duan Lingtian led the army to conquer the southern barbaric city all those years ago, he himself was only a little fellow at the age of around 20 years old. Commander Duan is my idol. I never imagined that I would have the chance to meet my idol today. I have no more regrets in my life. The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly. Numerous scorching gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. All those years ago, Duan Lingtian was a figure that was like the sun in the midday sky in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Not only was his natural talent capable of being considered to be peerless, even his ability in military strategy was something no one could compare to. During that time, Duan Lingtian could be said to be a flag of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian, he's Duan Lingtian. The young man in embroidered clothes that knelt on the floor had raised his head at this moment, and when he looked at Duan Lingtian once again, there wasn't any arrogance on his face any longer, only terror and astonishment remained. This name, Duan Lingtian, wasn't the slightest bit unfamiliar to him. It was even to the extent that when Duan Lingtian's name had shaken the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he who was young had once taken Duan Lingtian to be his idol, and he was fervent towards Duan Lingtian for a period of time. After many years passed and growing day by day, this portion of his memories had been buried within the depths of his heart. Now, his idol from all those years ago stood before him and had been humiliated like that by him. He even had the intention to die in his heart. What kind of explanation do you plan to give me and my friend for today's matter? If you're unable to make a decision, I can go have a nice chat with your father. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Rang and asked indifferently. Su Rang took a deep breath when he heard this. Commander Duan, don't worry. I'll give you an explanation that you'll be satisfied with. There's no need to trouble my father with this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Rang's leg kicked out like a bolt of lightning, and it tapped onto the location of the dantian of the young man in embroidered clothes that knelt on the ground. An enormous band sounded out as milky white origin energy surged out and drained from the dantian of the young man, and his entire body was kicked flying like an arrow, leaving the bow to once again fall flat on the ground with his face pressed onto the ground. His cultivation had been directly crippled. Cousin brother, you crippled my cultivation. The young man let out a pained shrill cry, and then he forcefully endured the pain that came from his dantian as he stared resentfully at Su Rang and shouted out grievously. But Su Rang paid no attention to him instead, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he said respectfully and reverently, Commander Duan, are you satisfied with my handling of the matter? If you're not satisfied, I'll kill him right now. Su Rang's tone was cold and indifferent, and his words seemed as if he wasn't the slightest bit related to the young man in embroidered clothes. It was difficult to imagine that Su Rang and this young man in embroidered clothes were actually cousin brothers. You're very good. At least, as far as I'm concerned, you're much better than Su Boya. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Su Rang, and he couldn't help but slightly admire Su Rang's resoluteness in his heart. After all, that was his cousin brother. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Disregarding Su Rang's ability in any other aspect, merely his methods of dealing with danger was sufficient to cause admiration in others. The matter today seemed simple and was only a good-for-nothing disciple causing trouble, yet if thought about deeply, it wasn't the slightest bit difficult for him to annihilate the Su clan with his current strength and background, whereas, at this critical moment, Su Rang had made the choice of making a minor sacrifice to save the interests of the clan, and it showed that he was an extremely calm and able person. Commander Duan, you're too kind. Su Rang's expression remained unchanged when he was praised by Duan Lingtian. Then Commander Duan, what's your opinion? My friend's opinion is my opinion. Duan Lingtian shrugged and took a step back, moved out of Feng Tian Wu's way. Meanwhile, Su Rang looked at Feng Tian Wu, and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise, yet he didn't dare take another look and slightly lowered his head. According to his knowledge, Duan Lingtian was the person Princess Bai Yao had feelings for. Besides that, the sister of the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Shao clan, Xiao Yu, a young woman that possessed an appearance equal to Princess Bai Yao, seemed to have eyes only for Duan Lingtian as well. He'd seen both Princess Bai Yao and Xiao Yu's sister in the past, and he'd taken them to be goddesses, causing him to feel as if it was probably difficult to find a woman that was more beautiful than them in the world. Yet now, the young woman before him had instead caused him to realize how mistaken his thoughts at that time were. Not only was the appearance of this young woman in red clothes equal to Princess Bai Yao and Xiao Yu's sister, her temperament surpassed them. He felt the temperament of this red-clothed young girl before him was even more noble and elegant than Princess Bai Yao. Tian Wu, how do you want to punish him? Duan Lingtian revealed a warm smile when facing Feng Tian Wu. Feng Tian Wu shook her head. Big brother Duan, since his cultivation has already been crippled, then let's just leave it at this. Obviously, Feng Tian Wu didn't intend to pursue the matter further. Fucking come over and apologize. Su Rang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Feng Tian Wu. Even though he would choose to cut his losses quickly and kill his cousin brother with his own two hands as a last resort, if it wasn't necessary, he still hoped that his cousin brother could live on. No matter what, the young man was his cousin brother, the cousin brother that had followed behind him since a young age, and they possessed a deep relationship. Meanwhile, the young man in embroidered clothes that was crippled seemed to have realized that danger had vanished, and he didn't dare dally when he heard Su Rang and hurriedly dragged his injured body over to kneel before Feng Tian Wu. The young man in embroidered clothes raised his hands before slapping himself from both left and right, and he said as he hit himself, "Thank you, young miss, for sparing my life. Thank you, young miss, for sparing my life." Feng Tian Wu glared at the young man in embroidered clothes with detest, and then her gaze quickly turned to Duan Lingtian and smiled lightly. "Big brother Duan, let's go." Her heart was filled with warmth when Duan Lingtian stood out for her like this. "Okay." Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he vanished at the end of the street with the three Feng clan members under the respectful gazes of Su Rang and the others. Enough, he's gone. When he saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish before his eyes yet the young man in embroidered clothes was still slapping himself, Su Rang frowned and stopped the young man. "I know you're angry with me in your heart, but I want to tell you that you'd either have your cultivation crippled or die today. I was only gambling earlier, hoping that your cultivation would be able to press down Duan Lingtian's rage." Su Rang looked at his cousin brother and sighed. "Don't blame me." The young man in embroidered clothes nodded stiffly and said bitterly, "Cousin brother, I understand. Today's incident was indeed something that I brought upon myself. It's good that you understand." Su Rang nodded, and then his gaze flashed. "I never imagined that Duan Lingtian had returned again." When Duan Lingtian brought the three Feng clan members to his own courtyard house, he only saw a few familiar faces, and all of them were those servant girls that followed by Jing Ru's side. "Young master." The servant girls were slightly excited when they saw Duan Lingtian once more. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to her before asking, "Why is it only the few of you? Where's my father, mother, and Jing Ru?" "Young master, they left with Jing Ru 2 years ago. Jing Ru asked us to stay behind and wait for you to return so that we can tell this matter to you," said one of the servant girls. "Young master, your father asked us to tell you that he left something for you with the divine might marquee, and he asked you to go get it yourself," said another servant girl. "They're gone. 2 years ago." Duan Lingtian frowned. "Have my father and mother returned during these past 2 years?" "No." The servant girls shook their heads. 2 years ago, when the madam and lord took Jing Ru, young Miss Xiaolan, and Princess Bai Yao and left, they seemed to have gone far away and didn't say when they would return. Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao were taken away as well. Duan Lingtian's expression froze and slightly felt his head ache. What do mother and father want to do? Can't they go relax by themselves? Why did they bring Xiaolang and Bai Yao along? Aren't they just intentionally making others misunderstand? He wasn't really disappointed for being unable to see his parents when he came back this time, and he even felt slight joy. Of course, the reason he felt fortunate was because of Feng Wudao, who followed behind him. Feng Wudao had followed him this time precisely for the sake of meeting his parents. As for the reason, he knew clearly in his heart, it was none other than for the sake of the matter between him and Tian Wu. As expected, a trace of disappointment flashed past Feng Wudao's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's parents had gone far away, and he sighed. "Looks like we've come at the wrong time. You'll have a chance to meet in the future." Duan Lingtian smiled, but his current smile seemed fake no matter how one looked at it. "Kid, you're surely looking forward to me being unable to meet your parents, right?" Feng Wudao glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and he seemed as if he'd see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. No, Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly, and then he didn't continue on this and instructed the servant girls. Go prepare a room for each of these 3 guests. Yes, the 3 servant girls replied before helping Feng Wudao's group of 3 prepare rooms for each of them in a short moment. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. Since the room is ready, all of you can go rest. I still have some matters to attend to and have to make a trip. Duan Lingtian stood up in the pergola at the rear courtyard and notified Feng Wudao's group of 3 before leaving his courtyard house. Chapter 734, Second-Rate Sect. Duan Lingtian walked towards the Divine Might Marquis estate after leaving his own courtyard house. He didn't forget what the servant girl had said to him earlier. Father left something behind for me with Uncle Ni. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate. Even though the guards before the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate were unfamiliar faces, after Duan Lingtian indicated his identity and they found some senior guards to prove it, they respectfully and reverently greeted Duan Lingtian in. You can get back to your duties, I'll go find Uncle Ni myself. When he saw the audience hall was completely empty, Duan Lingtian spoke out to the guard that led him in before heading alone towards the courtyard where the Divine Might Marquis, Ni Yuan, lived. When he just arrived outside the courtyard, Duan Lingtian heard familiar voices coming from within, but this voice was slightly low and heavy at this moment. Father, if worst comes to worst, just ask Mother to not be that sect's leader. She's already old, it's just nice for her to return and enjoy the happiness of leisure and spend time with her grandson. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was exactly the voice of his Uncle Ni. Uncle Ni seems to be extremely angry. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he pondered about what Ni Yuan said. Uncle Ni's mother is a sect's leader. Could it be that the sect she's from is a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Even though Duan Lingtian had never met Ni Yuan's mother, but he'd heard of her. All those years ago when he'd just arrived at the imperial city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate for the first time, he'd come for the sake of curing the Dark Nether Mink's poison for the senior Marquis. Before the poison was cured, Duan Lingtian had heard the senior Marquis mention that the reason he'd been infected with the poison of the Dark Nether Mink was for the sake of obtaining a spirit fruit guarded by the Dark Nether Mink, whereas, that spirit fruit was something his wife, the mother of the Divine Might Marquis, Ni Yuan, required. If she was unable to obtain the spirit fruit, then his wife would be in great trouble. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew that the wife of the senior Marquis was still alive, but she wasn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When he heard Ni Yuan now, he guessed that Ni Yuan's mother ought to be the sect leader of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom or another Imperial Kingdom. As for an empire or the Darken Dynasty, Duan Lingtian didn't dare imagine it, as it wasn't realistic. Grandson, big brother Ni has gotten married. Besides that, Duan Lingtian caught another piece of information from Ni Yuan's words, and his gaze couldn't help but light up. Right at this moment, another aged voice sounded out. I've told your mother about this, and she's willing to discharge her responsibilities. But those old fellows have instead said that if she really wants to leave the sect, then she must have her cultivation crippled. Not only that, she even has to pass through the most severe trials in order to leave the sect. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the senior Marquis. Practically the instant the senior Marquis finished speaking, an enormous bang sounded out from within the courtyard, and Duan Lingtian was able to see through a small window on the wall that Ni Yuan had smashed apart the stone table. They're going too far. At that time when Mother had just taken over the position of patriarch, those old fellows had always been looking for trouble with Mother. They only restrained themselves slightly after Mother consumed the spirit fruit and her cultivation improved greatly. This time, Mother was injured for the sake of the sake, and not only are they not grateful, they're instead forcing Mother to step down. They're truly damnable. Ni Yuan was extremely enraged. Grandpa Ni, Uncle Ni. Duan Lingtian walked over to the courtyard with large strides as he lightly smiled and greeted them. Little Tien, when did you return? The two people in the courtyard were first stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Ni Yuan was the first to react, and he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as he greeted Duan Lingtian in. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest enraged appearance from before. Of course, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that even though Ni Yun was happy because he'd returned, the depths of Ni Yuan's eyes still contained rage that was impossible to restrain. I've just returned and heard the servant girls say that my father has gone on a long trip, and he'd placed some things with Uncle Ni, so I came over. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Kid, if your father didn't put some things with me, would you not think of coming to see Uncle Ni? Ni Yuan derided, yet an amiable expression suffused his face. Of course not. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly shook his head. Take it, this is the spatial ring your father asked me to pass to you before he left. With a raise of his hand, Ni Yuan passed a spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian put away the spatial ring and didn't examine it closely for now, and he instead looked at the nearby Ni Yuan and the old man. Uncle Ni, Grandpa Ni, you two seem to have encountered some trouble. Little Tian, you rarely return, you don't have to worry about matters. The senior marquis was kind and amiable as before. Grandpa Ni. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as he spoke seriously. In my eyes, you and Uncle Ni are my loved ones, and when a loved one faces problems, I naturally can't stand idly by. Unless both of you take me to be an outsider. Alas, how could we take you to be an outsider? It's truly because that this matter is too troublesome, and it isn't something you can deal with. The senior marquis sighed. Yeah, little Tian, don't bother about this matter. Ni Yuan said as well, you rarely return, and you ought to be happy. Don't let your mood be affected by other things. Uncle Ni, Grandpa Ni, just tell me. Perhaps I'll be able to help. Duan Ling Tian persisted. The pair of father and son glanced at each other and nodded when they saw Duan Ling Tian persisting like this, and they started telling the sequence of events to Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian obtained a certain level of understanding towards this matter. It turned out that Ni Yuan's mother was a disciple of a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. She became acquainted with the senior marquis while she was young and married the senior marquis, who was still the Divine Might Marquis at that time. Moreover, they had a son together, Ni Yuan. Because of her extremely good natural talent in the martial Tao, Ni Yuan's mother had always been looked highly upon by the previous sect leader of that sect, and the sect leader even took her to be the next inheritor of the position of sect leader. It was to the point that the sect leader even didn't fuss about her privately becoming married and having kids outside of the sect. That sect had an unwritten rule. Without exception, the person that was the sect leader or inheritor of the position of sect leader had to sever all emotional ties and was disallowed to marry and have children. Because only in that way could they guarantee that the sect leader would selflessly offer their entire lives to the sect. What a bullshit rule. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but curse in his heart when he heard this rule, as he felt that rubbish sect was truly too selfish to the point of wanting to destroy a person's life for the sake of an unwritten rule. A life without a companion and without children was undoubtedly an incomplete life. In next to no time, along with the death of the old sect leader, Ni Yuan's mother had become the sect master, whereas the older generation higher-ups that couldn't bear the sight of her had instead made things difficult for her at every corner. At that time, the senior marquis had been inflicted by the poison of the dark nether mink for the sake of a spirit fruit, and it was precisely because he wanted to obtain that spirit fruit to assist his wife in improving her cultivation. After his wife consumed the spirit fruit, her strength rose greatly, and it allowed her to suppress the group of higher-ups of the older generations. From that day onwards, everything had become much calmer. It was even to the extent that those old fellows didn't dare say anything even when the senior marquis went to stay at the sect for a long time. The reason Duan Ling Tian didn't see the senior marquis when he returned the last time was because the senior marquis was staying with his wife and keeping her company. Half a year ago, that sect came into conflict with another sect, and Ni Yuan's mother had suffered an injury during the conflict, causing her strength to drop greatly. Meanwhile, those higher-ups of the older generation came out once more to oppress her. When Ni Yuan's mother thought about how she'd given up half her life to the sect yet received such repayment, she felt more displeased the more she thought about it, and coupled with the fact her grandson had already gotten married and had children, she decided to step down and leave the internal struggles of the sect. But those higher-ups of the sect didn't allow it instead, and they deliberately wanted her to stay within the forbidden area of the sect and be the sect guardian. Unless the sect encountered danger, otherwise, she wasn't allowed to leave the forbidden area. Of course, she could choose to leave the sect. But there were two conditions. 1. Her cultivation would be crippled. 2. After her cultivation was crippled, she had to pass through the most severe trials before being able to leave the sect. What are these severe trials? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Ni Yuan had a gloomy expression as he said, it's an extremely harsh test that only a person that had committed a great crime had to pass through after having their cultivation was crippled. Since the existence of that sect, there hasn't been a single person who had their cultivation crippled who was able to pass through the test. Those old fellows want to make my mother go to her death." As he finished speaking, Ni Yuan's eyes were completely crimson red. Even though he was the divine might marquis of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, a person that was only below the emperor and above all, yet he was unable to affect the sect his mother belonged to. "Grandpa Ni, Uncle Ni, I'll make a trip there with the two of you." After he found out about the sequence of events, Duan Ling Tian spoke out to the two of them. Duan Ling Tian's words caused both of them to be stunned, and then they shook their heads at the same time. "No, this matter isn't something you can deal with. Yes, little Tian, even though your natural talent isn't bad, only a few years have passed. At most, you've only just broken through to the void-prying stage not too long ago. No matter how inferior that sect is, it's still a second-rate sect, and there's no lack of existences at the 7th level of the void-prying stage there," said Ni Yuan. Even though he knew Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao was heaven-defying, as far as he was concerned, only a short few years had passed, and it was utterly impossible for Duan Ling Tian to possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void-prying stage or above. Second-rate sect. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he muttered to himself. According to his understanding of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a second-rate sect ought to be a sect at the same level at the boundless sect that Xianxia was from. A second-rate sect didn't possess a martial artist at the void initiation stage. A sect like this was really nothing to the current Duan Ling Tian. After all, he stood at a different height. "Uncle Ni, Grandpa Ni, do the two of you believe in me?" When Duan Ling Tian saw the two of them were unwilling to allow him to lend a hand no matter what, his face sank as he asked with a solemn voice. In the end, both of them were helpless and could only go along with Duan Ling Tian. "I'll take saving Grandma this time as a present to that little nephew of mine that I've never seen." Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. He didn't even have the time to go see Ni Fen and Ni Feng's child when he visited the Divine Might Marquis estate this time before hurriedly leaving with Ni Yuan and the senior Marquis, Ni Rong. After he left the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Ling Tian returned to his own courtyard house, and he notified Feng Wudao's group of 3 before gathering with Ni Rong and Ni Yuan and leaving the imperial city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Chapter 735, Flying Rainbow Sect. Ni Rong and Ni Yuan flew in the sky outside the imperial city. At the beginning, they'd intentionally slowed down for the sake of taking care of Duan Ling Tian, but along with them slowly increasing their speed, when they noticed that Duan Ling Tian followed unhurriedly by their sides from the beginning until the end, they couldn't help but be stunned. "Father's cultivation is at the 4th level of the void-prying stage, whereas, my cultivation is at the 3rd level of the void-prying stage. Little Tian is actually capable of following unhurriedly behind me while I'm flying at full speed now, and he seems to be at ease like father." Ni Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Wouldn't that mean that little Tian's current cultivation is already at the 4th level of the void-prying stage or above? Ni Yuan was shocked, and Ni Rong was equally shocked. He'd lived for more than half his life before obtaining his current cultivation, yet the little fellow by his side seemed to only be turning 30 in another 2 or 3 years. What sort of natural talent is this? Even if it was within the strongest sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Azure Forest Tri-Sect, such a natural talent would probably be at the top, right? "Little Tian, I heard you joined a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom." Ni Rong asked suddenly. "Which sect did you join?" Ni Rong asked curiously. Duan Ling Tian wasn't in time to speak when Ni Yuan, who flew on the other side of Ni Rong, had opened his mouth already, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian before saying slowly, "Little Tian, with your natural talent, there's probably no one in the 7-star sword sect you joined that's capable of comparing to you in natural talent, right?" When Duan Ling Tian returned the last time, Ni Yuan had vaguely heard Duan Ling Tian unintentionally mention the sect he joined, so Ni Yuan had always remembered it in his heart. Of course, he wasn't so familiar with the sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't know that the 7-star sword sect was the former #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But even though he didn't know, it didn't represent that Ni Rong didn't. Ni Rong's pupils constricted when he heard Ni Yuan, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with slight astonishment. "Little Tian, the sect you joined all those years ago was the 7-star sword sect?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian knew when he saw Ni Rong's current expression that Ni Rong had probably knew some things about the 7-star sword sect. Ni Rong took a deep breath and said slowly, "According to my knowledge, 5 years ago, the Seven-Star Sword sect was jointly annihilated by the other 3 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that formed the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, right? And the Mountain Split sect seemed to have been annihilated as well. Duan Ling Tian hadn't replied when the nearby Ni Yuan was already stunned. Since he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he'd never heard about these matters that were spread and gave rise to much discussion in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, so he didn't know. The Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago. Meanwhile, Ni Yuan couldn't help but recall that when Duan Ling Tian left the sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom all those years ago, it seemed to have been 5 years ago. In this way, Duan Ling Tian had returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated. This was something that he didn't have the slightest knowledge of. Little Tian. For a time, Ni Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian, and he couldn't help but ask. Is what my father said true? The Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago. Whereas, when you returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom all those years ago, it was after the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated. Yes. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed as he nodded, as it wasn't a secret to him. Little Tian, it's already extremely fortunate that you were able to survive after the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated. Are you in the Azure Forest Tri-sect now? Ni Rong asked. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Ling Tian's natural talent wasn't bad, yet it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to survive under the siege of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. The reason Duan Ling Tian was able to survive ought to be because Duan Ling Tian had betrayed the Seven-Star Sword sect and turned to the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Azure Forest Tri-sect, Duan Ling Tian snickered in his heart. It was a mystery what the senior Marquise's expression would be if he knew that the Azure Forest Tri-sect had been exterminated under Duan Ling Tian's hand. What, you aren't a disciple of the Azure Forest Tri-sect now? Ni Rong couldn't help but ask a step further when he saw Duan Ling Tian neither agreeing nor disagreeing. No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and then he said, I'm still a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. I knew that you're a good child that knows how to repay another's kindness, and it's impossible for you to betray your sect and turn to the Azure Forest Tri-sect that annihilated your own sect. Originally, Ni Yuan's feelings were slightly complicated when he heard what Ni Rong asked Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian has really betrayed the sect that fostered him and turned to an opposing sect, then even though Ni Yuan wouldn't say anything on the surface, he would surely have some complaints about Duan Ling Tian in his heart. After all, that was a sect that had bestowed favor upon Duan Ling Tian. Now, when he heard that Duan Ling Tian hadn't betrayed Seven-Star Sword sect, Ni Yuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Little Tian, according to my knowledge, the Azure Forest Tri-sect has always been searching for Seven-Star Sword sect disciples during the recent years, and they would surely annihilate any Seven-Star Sword sect disciple they noticed. Ni Rong had a worried expression as he said, is the place you're at now safe? Grandpa Ni, don't worry, I'm extremely safe now. Duan Ling Tian was still extremely moved by Ni Rong's concern. That's good. Ni Rong nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Little Tian, I didn't know in the past that the Seven-Star Sword sect you were in had already. Then wouldn't it have been extremely dangerous when you participated in the genius competition held by the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Ni Yuan asked. 1 year ago, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family had greatly rewarded the Crimson Sky Kingdom and allowed the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be relieved of taxes for 10 years, whereas, all of this was exactly because of Duan Ling Tian's contribution. Because Duan Ling Tian had passed through the selection in the genius competition and successfully advanced to obtain the qualification to participate in the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition. What, Little Tian, you participated in the genius competition all those years ago? Ni Rong's eyes opened wide like saucers, and he had an expression of shock when he heard this. Father, it was I and His Majesty that asked Little Tian to represent the Crimson Sky Kingdom too. Ni Yuan spoke slightly weakly. Ridiculous. Ni Rong snapped. What would we do if something happened to Little Tian? Truly ridiculous. Fortunately, Little Tian is fine, otherwise, how could you be worthy of being his uncle? How could you be worthy of being Ru Feng's friend? Ni Yuan was scolded to the point of being speechless. Grandpa Ni, don't blame Uncle Ni. I was afraid Uncle Ni would be worried about me, so I didn't tell him about the matter of the Seven-Star Sword sect being annihilated. Duan Ling Tian helped Ni Yuan out of his predicament. The three of them continued flying for a while before Ni Yuan couldn't help but asked. Little Tian, Yu went to the Darkstone Empire later on and competed with the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. What was the cultivation of the strongest young genius that appeared when the young genius competition started? Ni Yuan was extremely curious about this. An imperial kingdom surpassed a kingdom, and it was enough for him to look up to, whereas, an empire even surpassed an imperial kingdom, and it was an existence that was difficult to reach for him even if he looked up to it. The strongest young genius, Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment when he heard Ni Yuan, and he recalled. At that time, an existence at the third level of the Void Initiation stage had appeared during the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition. He was the strongest existence amongst the 10 people that advanced from the Young Genius competition at that time. As for later on, there was also another existence at the first level of the Void Initiation stage. Third level of the Void Initiation stage. First level of the Void Initiation stage. Not only did Ni Yuan gasp, even Ni Rong had gasped when they heard Duan Ling Tian, and both of them sighed with emotion. As expected of the young geniuses of an empire, they've already broken through to the third level of the Void Initiation stage before the age of 38. Such natural talent in shocking. Perhaps, after another 10 years when little Tian is 38, you'll possess a similar achievement. Ni Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and was filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. As for whether Duan Ling Tian had advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, he didn't ask, because it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to advance in his opinion. The Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire was already a matter of a year ago. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was only at the fourth level of the Void Prying stage now, and Duan Ling Tian was probably at the second or third level of the Void Prying stage a year ago. It was utterly impossible for someone with such a cultivation to advance in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. It was precisely because of these considerations that he didn't ask, as he was deeply afraid of discouraging Duan Ling Tian, whereas, since Ni Yuan didn't ask, it was impossible that Duan Ling Tian was take the initiative to explain. The group of 3 continued to fly swiftly forward. 3 days later, the 3 of them had left the Crimson Sky Kingdom to enter the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Actually, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he utterly wouldn't have taken so much time to head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom from the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the reason he used such a long time was because of taking care of Ni Yuan. He's maintained his speed at the same level as Ni Yuan, the speed of a third-level Void Prying stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian noticed something as he flew in the sky above the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom while following Ni Yuan and Ni Rong. The direction they were heading was actually the direction of the location that formerly belonged to the demonic Lotusblade sect, the demonic Lotusblade Gorge, and it would seem like the second-rate sect Ni Yuan's mother resided in was at that direction as well. On the way, Duan Ling Tian had intentionally found out about this second-rate sect, whereas, Ni Yuan and Ni Rong had told him about everything without the slightest impatience. The sect my wife is from is called Flying Rainbow Sect, and it only accepts female disciples. So, everyone in the Flying Rainbow Sect from their sect leader, higher-ups, and all their disciples, they are all female disciples, said Ni Rong slowly. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart at the same time. A sect that was completely formed from female disciples was actually capable of becoming a second-rate sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It was truly shocking. After all, the natural talent of female martial artists in Cloud Continent were inferior to male martial artists since birth, and this was an iron law in Cloud Continent, so true experts in the Cloud Continent were normally men. Of course, it didn't mean that the natural talent of all female martial artists was inferior to male martial artists, and it was only in a general sense. There were also many female martial artists with natural talent that far exceeded male martial artists. Not to mention anyone else, Zhu his fiancée Kair had revealed shocking natural talent since a young age, and had joined a great power in the foreign lands many years ago. Presumably, her strength at this moment was even more stronger. It was even to the extent that it was extremely likely that Kair's strength had surpassed him. Chapter 736. The Things Left Behind by Duan Rufeng. Even though he was currently a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist and had even obtained the honor of taking the top ranking in the Dynasty martial competition of the Darken Dynasty, he knew clearly in his heart that the young geniuses of the foreign lands were on a completely different level when compared to the Darken Dynasty's young geniuses. According to the memories from the 2 lifetimes the rebirth martial emperor experienced. Not to mention the shocking achievements he obtained before the age of 40 during his second lifetime. Even if it was other martial artists, there were many that had stepped into the void transformation stage before the age of 40. At the void transformation stage before the age of 40, Duan Ling Tian didn't dare continue thinking about it, not to mention anything else, just amongst the people that I know. Even though Shui Nai's current appearance is maintained at the age of 15 or 16, her true age is only a little over 20. Perhaps she'll be able to smoothly step into the void transformation stage before the age of 30. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have been doused by a bucket of cold water, and he felt his achievements in the past were utterly not worth mentioning before Han Shui Nai. Shui Nai, you really strike a blow to others. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart and couldn't help but recall that mysterious young girl. When he recalled the young girl, Duan Ling Tian naturally couldn't help but recall the three little fellows. Little black, little white, little gold. I wonder how they are now, and if they have entered the extremely dangerous place that Qing Nu mentioned. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian pulled back his thoughts that had drifted far away, and his mood gradually calmed down. Right, that spatial ring my father left for me. As he rushed on along the way, the bored Duan Ling Tian withdrew the spatial ring Ni Yuan passed to him a few days ago, the spatial ring his father, Duan Rufeng, had left for him. A drop of fresh blood dripped down to establish ownership of the spatial ring, and then it gave Duan Ling Tian the feeling as if they were joined by blood. After he established ownership of the spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian impatiently looked into the space within the spatial ring. The entire large space was practically empty. Within it was a jade slip, 3 pieces of talisman paper, that seemed like the talisman paper Taoists of his previous life used to deceive people, and a tightly closed thick book that flickered with a faint glow. The book was completely jade green with a pattern that didn't have anything special about it on the cover, yet Duan Ling Tian had instead felt that the flickering faint glow on its surface wasn't ordinary. It's a voice transmission jade slip. In the end, Duan Ling Tian noticed that he only recognized the voice transmission jade slip amongst the things his father left behind. I presume it's the message my father left me before leaving. I wonder what he said. Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the voice transmission jade slip and fused his origin energy into it. Instantly, a familiar voice clearly entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and this voice was Duan Ling Tian's father, Duan Rufeng. Tian, when you hear this message, father has already brought your mother, Jing Ru, and those 2 future daughters-in-law of mine to leave the darkened dynasty. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard up to here. 2 future daughters-in-law. He's speaking about Xiao Lan and Bai Yao. Is this still my real father? He wished for nothing more than to get far away from those 2 girls, yet his father had actually increased his troubles from the side. So how would he face those 2 girls in the future? Wait. Left the darkened dynasty. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp, and he was shocked to the point his heart shuddered. Didn't they go out to relax? Why have they even left the darkened dynasty? After recovering from his shock, Duan Ling Tian's feelings temporarily calmed down, and he pondered about the scenes after his deadbeat dad, Duan Rufeng, had returned all those years ago. Firstly, his father had returned only after 23 years. Secondly, his father had only vaguely spoken of his experiences during those 23 years. Duan Ling Tian still remembered what his father had said that day. That year, I went to the swamp of death to find a serene epiphyllum for your mother and you, and during my journey, an unexpected event occurred. Because of some reasons, it caused me to lose control of myself, and I had no way of returning to look for you and your mother. If it wasn't for the sake of being able to return and look for you and your mother, I would have chosen to destroy myself with him. I would have entirely not needed to have been ordered about by him for many years and linger on alive until today. His evil had already been rewarded with evil, and he had already been completely obliterated. Otherwise, father might not be able to return and look for you and your mother. These were the words his father had spoken to him all those years ago. At that time, Duan Ling Tian thought that his father had been trapped and enslaved by someone, whereas, that person's strength was extremely strong, and his father had only just found the opportunity to escape and looked for him and his mother. But when he thought about it now, there were numerous holes in this story. Since that person was so formidable, how could he so easily be destroyed? Besides that, father said that his origin energy doesn't exist already. Because of those words of his, I subconsciously believed that his cultivation has been crippled. After my spiritual force searched his body and didn't notice any traces of origin energy, I was even more sure that his cultivation had been crippled. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian frowned. If father really doesn't have his cultivation, then how did he bring mother, Jingru, Xiaolan, and Bai Yao to leave the darkened dynasty? Even if his father had something to use as a means of transportation, experts were numerous as the clouds in the world outside the darkened dynasty, and how could it compare to the Crimson Sky Kingdom? For a time, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be slightly worried. He was worried for the safety of his mother and father, and he was worried for the safety of Jingru, Xiaolan, and Bai Yao. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was completely unable to wrap his head around the matter, and he gradually stopped thinking about it and instead fused his origin energy a step further into the voice transmission jade slip to continue hearing his father's message. Are you bewildered about why I brought your mother and the others to leave the darkened dynasty? Are you worried about our safety? If it's this, you can be at ease, we're extremely safe now. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard up to here. At this moment, he really felt like his father was like a worm in his belly, but he was able to perceive confidence from his father's tone. Duan Ling Tian continued listening. I know there are many questions in your heart, but it's impossible for me to tell you now. Besides that, we won't return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in a short period of time. Perhaps, when we meet again, it will be in the world outside and not the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The natural talent of those two girls, Xiaolan and Bai Yao, is not bad, and if they're polished slightly, they'll surely achieve greatness. As for Jingru, her natural talent is still not bad, and coupled with your mother being used to having her by her side, I brought her along with us. At this moment, I presume you've already seen the two things I've left behind for you. Firstly, the 3 talismans that are stacked together will perhaps be able to save your life 3 times, and the method of utilizing them is to toss out the talisman towards your enemy before locking onto your opponent with your gaze and shouting the word, descend. Talisman. Truthfully speaking, talismans weren't unfamiliar to him in the slightest. Of course, it wasn't because he possessed the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, as there was utterly no record of talismans in the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. The reason talismans were familiar to him was because they weren't anything rare in the earth of his previous life. Especially in the eastern ancient country that he stayed in, talismans were even extremely common things. I was slightly curious towards those 3 talismans earlier, as they possessed scribbled writing that was extremely similar to the talismans of my previous life. Yet never had I imagined that they're really talismans. Moreover, father said that these 3 talismans are capable of saving my life 3 times. Could it be that those 3 talismans have some sort of profundity within them? Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with questions, and he wished for nothing more than to take out one of the talismans and shout, descend, as a test. But his reason stopped him. Subconsciously, he felt that those 3 talismans ought to not be wasted like this, and it should instead be used in the best situation. Why would father possesses these talismans? This was something that Duan Ling Tian was unable to wrap his head around of since the beginning. Wasn't his father a person without the slightest cultivation? So where did his father get these strange talismans? After all, even if he searched through the 2 lifetimes worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, he didn't notice any records related to talismans. In other words, the rebirth martial emperor has never heard of, let alone seen, any talismans in the Cloud Continent. The scarcity of talismans could be seen from this. Where did father obtain these strange things? Duan Ling Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the 3 talismans in the spatial ring. No matter how he looked at them, these 3 talismans looked like the things those swindling Taoists used to deceive others in the eastern ancient country he was from on earth. But father ought to not deceive me. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian caught his breath, and he continued listening to the voice that sounded out from within the void transmission jade slip. Besides those 3 talismans, I've left behind an exquisite jade box for you, and you'll know where I and your mother are after you have the ability to open it in the future. Alright, I've almost finished saying what I want to. I'll leave it at this. You don't have to worry about us, we're extremely well. Besides that, I've still not met the other 2 daughters-in-law of mine. Stinking brat, bring them over to meet me soon. The voice stopped here abruptly. Based on his father's tone, his father seemed extremely free and unrestrained. This is the exquisite jade box. I thought it was a book. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slowly descended onto the thing in the spatial ring that looked like a book. With a though, Duan Ling Tian withdrew it from the spatial ring. How cold! When the exquisite jade box entered into his hand, it felt icy cold, and the icy cold feeling spread throughout his entire body in the blink of an eye. causing him to be unable to refrain from shivering. After carefully inspecting it for a while, Duan Ling Tian was able to notice a fine split at the center of the exquisite jade box, and it was precisely the split that appeared from the box closing from up and down. The message father left behind in the voice transmission jade slip said that when I have the ability to open this jade box, then this and that. Just a jade box like this. I can casually. Duan Ling Tian muttered and didn't continue after this point, because at the same time that he muttered, his hand already been coiled with origin energy as he tried to open the jade box. But the outcome was the jade box didn't move an inch, and it was utterly impossible to open. Chapter 737, Flying Rainbow Mountain. How can this be possible? Duan Ling Tian was shocked to the point his eyes stared wide open, and the origin energy in his hand swiftly increased at the same time to increase to the limit in the blink of an eye. But even then, the exquisite jade box remained unmoving and was utterly impossible to open. Along with strands of azure energy, violet energy, and earth and yellow energy roiled within the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's hand, he tried to open the jade box, yet it still didn't move in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart as the origin energy and concept on his hands dispersed, and his face was covered with an expression of astonishment. When had he seen such a bizarre jade box? No wonder the message left behind by father said that. So it turns out that he knew for certain that I'm currently unable to open the exquisite jade box. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had completely come to realize the truth. Earlier, he was unconvinced when he heard his father speak like that, and he felt that opening a tiny jade box was as easy as flipping his hand to him. But now it would seem that even if he exerted his entire strength and utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he might not be able to open this jade box. I must find a time to try with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian, who caught his breath, put away the exquisite jade box with a raise of his hand. Little Tian, what's wrong? Right at this moment, Ni Rong and Ni Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian at the same time as they'd noticed the energy of heaven and earth that had accumulated above Duan Ling Tian earlier, yet hadn't condensed into form, and they realized that Duan Ling Tian had accumulated strength earlier. It's nothing. Duan Ling Tian lightly shook his head and casually made up an excuse. I just have some comprehension in my cultivation. Ni Rong and Ni Yuan didn't doubt Duan Ling Tian's words, and Ni Yuan even couldn't refrain from sighing. No wonder you have this cultivation at such a young age, little Tian. You indeed possess exceptional natural talent that's difficult for ordinary people to reach on the path of cultivating in the martial Tao. Ni Rong nodded and indicated his agreement. Uncle Ni, you're too kind. Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly. 10 days later, Duan Ling Tian and Ni Yuan stopped in midair because Ni Rong had stopped before them. At this moment, Ni Rong's gaze descended onto an enormous mountain in the distance. That place is Flying Rainbow Mountain, and it's the location of the Flying Rainbow sect. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised when he heard this, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look over concentrated ly. The distant enormous mountain was like an enormous beast lying there. The peak of the mountain was twined with clouds and mist, and numerous extremely clear multicolored rays of light could be seen through the intense sunlight. The multicolored rays of light turned and coiled within the clouds and mist, and its sea seemed like numerous warped rainbows converged together and gave others visual pleasure. A so-called feast for the eyes is nothing more than this. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. Even though the Flying Rainbow sect's mountain was inferior to the 7 great sword peaks of the 7 stars sword sect or the demonic lotusblade gorge of the former demonic lotusblade sect, the Flying Rainbow sect was only a second-rate sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and possessing a location like this could already be considered to be not bad. This is the Flying Rainbow Mountain. I heard Mother mention it when I was young. The peak of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is like the realm of immortals in the legends, and once I grew up, I always thought Mother had spoke about it casually. I never imagined that it's really like this. Ni Yuan sighed with admiration. Uncle Ni, you've never come to this Flying Rainbow sect. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. As far as he was concerned, Ni Yuan was the son of the Flying Rainbow sect's leader no matter what, and even if some of the old fellows of the Flying Rainbow sect were against Ni Yuan's mother, it wouldn't be to the extent of restricting Ni Yuan's entrance to the Flying Rainbow sect, right? For the sake of allowing me to not be disturbed by the members of the Flying Rainbow sect, Mother never brought me to the Flying Rainbow sect, and the Flying Rainbow sect doesn't know of my existence, said Ni Yuan. Not far away to the north of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is one of the bases of the Azure Forest Trisect, the demonic Lotusblade Gorge. Ni Rong said to Duan Ling Tian, Supposedly, the Flying Rainbow sect had a deep relationship with the former demonic Lotusblade sect. It was even to the extent that the reason the Flying Rainbow sect was capable of occupying such a superb location was because of the protection of the demonic Lotusblade sect. Demonic Lotusblade sect, Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed. Actually, when Nirong pointed towards that enormous mountain in the distance and said it was the Flying Rainbow sect's base, the Flying Rainbow Mountain, he was already slightly surprised. He was surprised that the Flying Rainbow sect and the former demonic Lotusblade sect were located so closely. He was surprised that a mere second-rate sect like the Flying Rainbow sect actually possessed a location like this. Demonic Lotusblade sect. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth had suddenly curled into a wisp of disdain. Of course, Nirong and Ni Yuan didn't notice this. Let's go over. Duan Ling Tian called out to Nirong and Ni Yuan before flying over towards the Flying Rainbow Mountain. He didn't intentionally speed up and allowed both Nirong and Ni Yuan to follow closely behind him. After a short moment, the three of them arrived outside Flying Rainbow Mountain. Once they approached nearby, Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that there were numerous mountain pathways that coiled around Flying Rainbow Mountain, whereas every single mountain path possessed a vast platform on the mountainside. These platforms mostly had some buildings constructed on them, a few of them had a variety of plants planted on them, and there was even one that was extremely empty, yet it was the most bustling of all. The latter was obviously the Flying Rainbow sect's martial practice ground. Little Tian, when he saw Duan Ling Tian's figure flashing and intending to fly out and trespass into the Flying Rainbow sect, Nirong became anxious. Grandpa Ni. After he was called out to by Nirong, Duan Ling Tian stopped and looked at Nirong with a puzzled expression. You haven't notified the members of your sect. It's not too late for us to enter the Flying Rainbow sect and take my wife after you call over some people from your sect. Nirong said, besides that, remember to ask the people you called over to not expose their identities. Otherwise, those old fellows of the Flying Rainbow sect will surely disclose it to the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Once that happens, the matter will become complicated. If you and the people you call over to help don't expose your identities, then this matter would only be an internal affair of the Flying Rainbow sect, and it would be impossible for those old fellows of the Flying Rainbow sect to ask for help from the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Nirong finished speaking with a single breath and spoke of his worries. Help. Nirong's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but be stunned, and then he shook his head. Grandpa Ni, I don't intend to bring any people to help. If he had to look for people to help just for the sake of taking someone from a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, then he could simply just kill himself. With his current strength, not to mention a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he wasn't even the slightest bit afraid of the Imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He doesn't intend to get help. Nirong and Ni Yuan were dumbstruck when they heard Duan Ling Tian. After a short moment, Nirong was the first to react, and he said hurriedly, Little Tian, don't joke with Grandpa Ni at a time like this. If we trespass forcefully into the Flying Rainbow sect, it would violate a great taboo of the Flying Rainbow sect. I'm afraid not only are just the three of us unable to save my wife, we'll fall deep into it as well. He could go take a risk. Yet he didn't hope that his own son and Duan Ling Tian, who wasn't related to this matter, to take a risk. Joke. Duan Ling Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he couldn't be bothered to continue explaining, and he flashed out to directly descend to the sky above the extremely vast martial practice grounds on the mountainside of the Flying Rainbow Mountain. Duan Ling Tian's appearance from midair drew the attention of every single Flying Rainbow sect disciple on the martial practice ground. All these Flying Rainbow sect disciples were female disciples. There were both beautiful and ugly disciples, yet one thing could be confirmed, their natural talent in the martial Tao wasn't bad. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be accepted into the Flying Rainbow sect. Who's that? It seems to be a man. He's coming closer and closer. Wow, he's so handsome. Sword-shaped brows and starry eyes, handsome and extraordinary, and with a graceful bearing. Good gracious, he's simply the perfect lover in my dreams. You little slut, stop being horny. How could such an extraordinary figure take a fancy to you? He looks to be around 25, yet is actually capable of flying. This represents that he's an expert at the void-prying stage or above. Does our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom possess such an extraordinary young genius? If you didn't say it, I almost forgot that he flew over. His natural talent is simply even more outstanding than the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdoms who possess the most extraordinary talent in the younger generation. 5 great young masters, the most extraordinary talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You couldn't have forgotten, right? All those years ago, a figure that's even more outstanding than the 5 great young masters appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not only that, during the genius competition over 2 years ago, there was supposedly another young genius that wasn't inferior to the 5 great young masters. Right, how could I have forgotten Duan Ling Tian and the mysterious young man, Su Li, that advanced in the genius competition of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom over 2 years ago? Even Duan Ling Tian and Su Li are probably far inferior to him, right? When Duan Ling Tian had just arrived at the martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow Sect, he'd heard a wave of bubbling discussions. As he looked at the group of Flying Rainbow Sect's female disciples that whispered to each other, there were some that even cast flirtatious looks at him, causing him to be unable to help but be slightly embarrassed. As the saying went, 3 women can make a movie. With so many women gathered together, he felt his ears were on the verge of exploding. Meanwhile, Ni Rong and Ni Yuan followed over to stand on both sides of Duan Ling Tian. Isn't he the husband of the sect leader? Suddenly, someone stared at Ni Rong and cried out in astonishment. The sect leader's husband, that guest that stayed in our Flying Cloud Pavilion earlier. Didn't he leave our Flying Rainbow Sect because the Supreme Elder put pressure on the sect leader? Why has he returned? These 2 people by his side wouldn't be the help he called over, right? Many Flying Rainbow Sect disciples whispered in discussion. I heard that besides asking the sect leader to step down, the Supreme Elder even asked the sect leader to enter the forbidden area and cultivate silently, and be completely cut off from the outside world. Looks like the sect leader's husband has brought help over to take the sect leader away. A few older Flying Rainbow Sect disciples hurriedly turned around and left. Obviously, they went to inform the higher-ups of the sect. Chapter 738, in confrontation. Little Tian, Ni Rong and Ni Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian at the same time, and the space between their brows contained dense worry. Grandpa Ni, Uncle Ni, don't worry. Duan Ling Tian indicated for them to be at ease with his gaze. But even then, Ni Rong and Ni Yuan still didn't have the slightest confidence in their hearts. They were utterly unable to wrap their heads around why Duan Ling Tian would be so brazen to actually trespass forcefully into the Flying Rainbow Sect. It wasn't that they'd never thought that perhaps Duan Ling Tian's current strength was already sufficient to suppress all those old fellows of the Flying Rainbow Sect, so he dared act in this way. But with a quick thought, it seemed to be a slightly wishful thought. How old was Duan Ling Tian? Even if his natural talent was any higher, would he who was far from being at the age of 30 be able to possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void-prying stage or above? As far as they were concerned, this was extremely unrealistic. Under the perturbed feelings of Ni Rong and Ni Yuan, numerous swift howls of the wind sounded out from the distant sky. After a short moment, 3 figures had finally appeared before Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. These were 3 old women past the age of 70, one wore azure-clothed, the other blue-clothed, and the last wore yellow clothes. The crowd of Flying Rainbow Sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed to the 3 old women. The 3 old women were precisely the 3 supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow Sect. According to rumor, all 3 of them were existences at the 7th level of the void-prying stage or above. The 3 old women stood in midair not far away from Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, and their gazes locked onto Ni Rong at the first possible moment, because they only knew Ni Rong amongst the 3 people before them. Looks like you really didn't take our words seriously. I remember that I reminded you before you left the last time that if you dared take a single step into our Flying Rainbow Sect again, then I'd surely cripple your cultivation. The azure-clothed old woman's gaze were like blades as she stared fixedly at Ni Rong and spoke with a low voice. Ni Rong's face sank slightly, and he was angered to the point his body trembled. At this moment, he only hated himself for being too weak. If his strength was stronger than this old fellow, he'd make a move to teach the old fellow a lesson long ago. Why would he have to suffer humiliation like this? Old fellow, you're courting death. Ni Rong was willing to endure silently, but it didn't mean that Ni Yuan was willing as well, and when he heard someone saying they wanted to cripple his own father's cultivation, how could Ni Yuan continue looking on coldly from the side? After he shouted out with a grim voice, his fierce gaze locked onto the old woman in azure clothes, and he was ready to attack at any moment. The azure-clothed old woman's face instantly sank when she heard Ni Yuan's voice, but when her gaze descended onto Ni Yuan's face, she couldn't help but be stunned because Ni Yuan's face was truly too similar to Ni Rong, and one with a discerning gaze would be able to discern that they were father and son with a single glance. Instantly, the azure-clothed old woman started laughing from her extreme rage. I was wondering who it was. So it's that little bastard from all those years ago. I truly never imagined that the little bastard from all those years is already so old. Are you intending to see your mother for the last time by coming to our flying rainbow sect with your father today? You're courting death. Ni Yuan couldn't refrain himself any longer when he heard the azure-clothed old woman's words of ridicule, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed and he intended to make a move, but he was instead stopped by Ni Rong. Third level of the void prying stage. Your natural talent isn't bad, but unfortunately, this little cultivation of yours isn't enough when you're facing the three of us. The azure-clothed old woman sneered as she looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Ni Yuan. Why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Just cripple them directly. Amongst the two old women that hadn't spoke since the beginning, the blue-clothed old woman spoke indifferently. Her tone was extremely cold and indifferent without the slightest feelings, and it seemed as if she was the judge of life and death that was resolutely giving out her judgment. Even though the final yellow-clothed old woman didn't speak, but her actions of taking a step forward as origin energy skyrocketed on her body had undoubtedly indicated her stand. At this moment, a lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette had appeared in the sky above the yellow-clothed old woman and coiled down from above. This yellow-clothed old woman was obviously a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist. This is an ancient horned dragon silhouette. According to rumor, besides our flying rainbow sect leader, the other 3 supreme elders are also existences at the 7th level of the void-prying stage or above. Looks like all of this is true. Of course it's true. I've even seen the sect leader fight, and the sect leader is an expert at the 8th level of the void-prying stage, but unfortunately, she's currently heavily injured and it has affected her cultivation. Supposedly, after the sect leader was heavily injured, even though her meridians were repaired by healing medicinal pills, yet her meridians contain a large amount of blood clogged within, and it's difficult to remove. This was the reason that her origin energy suffered an extremely great restriction. The group of flying rainbow sect disciples discussed animatedly on the martial practice grounds. Of course, there were some things that they knew in their hearts yet didn't speak out about it. If it wasn't for the sect leader being injured, would the 3 supreme elders dare be so unbridled? These were the truest thoughts in their hearts. Most people looked at Ni Rong and Ni Yuan with gazes of pity as they knew clearly of the methods of the 3 supreme elders, and they knew that even if Ni Rong and Ni Yuan were fortunate enough to survive today, they would still suffer greatly. What a pity for this handsome and elegant young master, he'd probably going to be harmed by them. On the martial practice grounds, many flying rainbow sect disciples looked at the violet-clothed young man who stood between Ni Yuan and Ni Rong, and their hearts were filled with pity. Even though none of them had ever spoken with the violet-clothed young man, yet their first impression of the violet-clothed young man was extremely good, and they hoped from the bottoms of their hearts that he wouldn't suffer any harm. But they also knew that the matter before their eyes wasn't something they could interfere in. After the yellow-clothed old woman, the azure-clothed old man and the blue-clothed old woman took a stride forward at the same time as the origin energy on their bodies rages, and an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky on each of them. Another 2 7th-level void-prying stage experts. The crowd of flying rainbow sect disciples couldn't help but gasp. Even though they'd heard numerous times in the past that the 3 supreme elders of their flying rainbow sect were existences at the 7th level of the void-prying stage, but it was only limited to something they'd heard, and it was a completely different notion when compared to seeing it with their own 2 eyes. The 3 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the 3 old women coiled to bring extremely great visual shock to the crowd of flying rainbow sect disciples, whereas, the expression of Ni Rong and Ni Yuan sank in unison. Subsequently, the both of them looked at each other and seemed to have formed some sort of tacit agreement before taking a stride forward at the same time, and then they protected Duan Ling Tian safely behind them. Little Tian, leave, quickly. Right, leave quickly, we'll stop them. Ni Rong and Ni Yuan's voice transmissions entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears at the first possible moment, and it was filled with anxiousness. Warmth couldn't help but arise in Duan Ling Tian's heart when he heard these voice transmissions. He knew clearly in his heart that Ni Rong and Ni Yuan didn't know of his true strength at this moment, so their current actions were purely heartfelt feelings of not wanting him to suffer any injury. This matter has nothing to do with you. A dignified supreme elder of the flying rainbow sect ought to not make a move against a young man, right? Ni Rong spoke with a low voice. HMPH. Ni Rong's words were replied by the cold grunt of the azure-clothed old woman. I don't care who he is. But since he dares to follow the two of you to cause trouble in my flying rainbow sect, then don't blame me for being merciless. He's the same as the both of you, he can leave after his cultivation is crippled, otherwise, die. The blue-clothed old woman's eyes flickered with a grim light as she spoke in a low voice. The clothes on the yellow-clothes old woman fluttered as cold lights flickered within her eyes, and she instantly locked onto Duan Tian. Nirong's expression instantly went grim when he heard this. You call yourselves supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect. If it's according to me, all three of you are the shame of the Flying Rainbow sect. Don't think I don't know why all of you are against my mother. It's utterly not because of her marrying my father, but it's instead because in your opinions, my mother seized away the position of sect leader of your adopted daughter. When faced with such a dangerous situation, Ni Yuan completely shed all pretenses, and he ridiculed. In my opinion, what qualifications does that woman who can't even accept defeat have to compete with my mother? Ni Yuan's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Not only was Duan Tian unable to help but be stunned, even the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but look at Ni Yuan. There seems to be some story behind the scenes. Die. Right at this moment, the yellow-clothed old woman shouted out coldly and directly attacked. Her target wasn't Duan Tian who she'd locked onto earlier, but it was instead Ni Yuan who'd just finished speaking resolutely. Obviously, she'd turned angry out of embarrassment from Ni Yuan's words, and she'd slightly lost all reason. The Flying Rainbow sect disciples present saw a yellow bolt of lightning flash through the sky, and it flashed directly towards the middle-aged man that seemed to be the sect leader's son. Right at this critical moment, an extremely swift sword light descended from high above in the sky to obstruct the yellow-colored bolt of lightning that flashed swiftly towards Ni Yuan. Subsequently, a white-colored figure appeared before Ni Yuan. This was an old woman in white-colored plain clothes with a slightly pale countenance, and she obviously carried internal injuries. Moreover, because of making a move earlier, it caused the hand she held her sword with to shake slightly. Mother. Ni Yuan couldn't help but call out lightly when he saw the familiar figure before him, and his gentle voice came from the heart. Duan Tian's brows raised as it was the first time he'd seen his Uncle Ni speak with such a gentle tone, and he was able to discern the love and respect Uncle Ni had towards the white-clothed old woman. Sect leader. At the same time, the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed respectfully towards the white-clothed old woman. Cough cough. Supreme elders, are the three of you intending to kill me as well after you kill them? The white-clothed old woman, the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect, Meng Ping, coughed twice and her countenance turned even paler as her hoarse voice sounded out, and it contained traces of rage mixed within. Sect leader, you jest. The azure-clothed old woman had a calm expression when facing the white-clothed old woman's question, and she said indifferently, we just want to make them learn a lesson, and we didn't really want to kill them. Yes, sect leader, you're injured, so you should quickly return to rest. We'll help you deal with a small matter like this one. The blue-clothed old woman spoke out as well. Sect leader, please leave. The yellow-clothed old woman's tone was direct and resolute, and her pair of sharp eyes flickered with cold lights like a blade. Chapter 739, Saving the Critical Situation. What if I don't leave? Meng Ping laughed coldly, and her pale and emaciated face was filled with frightful fierceness. Then, we can only offend you. The yellow-clothed old woman took a step forward, and her eyes were like lightning as her origin energy skyrocketed before sweeping out to attack Meng Ping once again. Meng Ping struck out with her sword. Even though she'd once again obstructed the yellow-clothed old woman's attack, but the origin energy on her body completely died down, causing her to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood repeatedly, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Mother. Ni Yuan hurriedly supported his own mother, and his eyes were suffused with crimson red as he stared fixedly at the yellow-clothed old woman. My mother is currently the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect. What should be your punishment for daring to lift a hand against the sect leader? Unfortunately, the yellow-clothed old woman paid utterly no attention to Ni Yuan, and she instead looked at Nirong who'd rushed over hurriedly to Meng Ping's side and supported her. I've told both of you the last time. If you dare appear in the Flying Rainbow sect once more, I'll surely cripple your cultivation. Now, will you cripple yourself? Or shall I? Even if she was before the sect leader, Meng Ping, the yellow-clothed old woman acted completely brazenly and spoke directly about wanting Meng Ping's husband, Nirong, to cripple his cultivation. Nirong clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, and his aged face seemed to be instantly covered in a layer of ice as he stared fiercely at the yellow-clothed old woman. If you don't cripple your own cultivation after 3 breaths of time, then I'll happily help you. The yellow-clothed old woman spoke indifferently. Elder Huang, don't go too far. Meng Ping was angered to the point of spitting out blood repeatedly, and her voice was exceedingly hoarse. Sect leader, don't interfere in this matter. The yellow-clothed old woman didn't look Meng Ping in the eye but instead stared fixedly at Nirong, who was by Meng Ping's side. There's still another 2 breaths of time. There's still another 1 breath of time. Since you won't cripple your own cultivation, then I can only do it myself. After 3 breaths of time, the yellow-clothed old woman abruptly strode forward. Instantly, the airflow in the sky flashed as waves of piercingly cold gales rose, and it blew onto the clothes of the people that stood in midair to the point of fluttering in the wind. The yellow-clothed old woman walked step by step towards Nirong. Every single step she took seemed to transform into a sledgehammer that fiercely smashed onto Nirong's chest, causing Nirong's expression to become even more ghastly pale. Stay your hand. Meng Ping struggled to stop the yellow-clothed old woman. But unfortunately, her injuries were too heavy, and even barely standing in midair caused her body to be on the verge of collapse, let alone making a move to stop the yellow-clothed old woman. Right at this moment, Ni Yuan made a move. He seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that shot out in full fury straight towards the yellow-clothed old woman. Futile effort. When faced with Ni Yuan's attack, the yellow-clothed old woman revealed an expression of disdain. With a raise of her hand, her palm swept out, and it seemed like a cattail leaf fan as it descended towards Ni Yuan. If this palm were to strike its target, Ni Yuan would be crippled even if he survived. Yuan. Meng Ping's expression darkened when she saw her son in danger, and she struggled with the intention of lending a hand. But she was instead like a deflated rubber ball, and her body that was on the verge of collapse couldn't support itself any longer, causing her to crash towards the ground. But the current Meng Ping didn't think about the consequences of falling from such a height, as her gaze was staring fixedly at Ni Yuan. That was the child that she'd been pregnant with for 10 months before giving birth to. During these past few years, she'd owed her son too much. If her son were to really die here, then she vowed that the meaning of her living on would be for nothing else but to take revenge for her son. Revenge that wouldn't stop until one party died. Yuan. Never had Nirong imagined that his son would take the initiative to attack the yellow-clothed old woman for the sake of saving him, and his expression went grim as he flashed out with the intention of saving Ni Yuan. But unfortunately, his speed was still too slow. Nirong closed his eyes with slight despair when he saw the yellow-clothed old woman's palm that was like a cattail leaf fan was about to envelop his son, and then 2 drops of tears rolled down. Yuan. Ah! But, in the next moment, an enormous band that was accompanied by a miserable and shrill cry caused Nirong, who had his eyes closed, to be stunned. He was able to discern that this wasn't the voice of his son, Ni Yuan. When he opened his eyes, he saw a scene that he couldn't forget for his entire life. Suddenly, a violet-colored figure had appeared before his son. Mother. After Ni Yuan escaped danger, he didn't have the time to think before plunging down from mid-air at the first possible moment to catch Meng Ping, who was swiftly falling, and then he heaved a sigh of relief. After he confirmed that his mother was fine, Ni Yuan raised his head to look towards the sky, and he looked at the violet-clothed figure with a dazed expression. Little Tien, you crippled my cultivation. Subsequently, the people present heard a cry that was filled with misery and hatred. Then the origin energy on the body of the yellow-clothed old woman's that had been blasted flying died down, and she held onto the location of her dantian as she crashed to the ground. But unfortunately, unlike Meng Ping, who had her son to catch her, she fell fiercely onto the martial practice ground and smashed her head open, causing her to be completely devoid of any signs of life. No matter if it was on the ground or in the air, the martial practice grounds were deathly silent at this moment. One of the 3 supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect died just like this. Moreover, she's fallen to her death. Subsequently, numerous gazes seemed as if they'd discussed it earlier as they stretched out from the martial practice grounds to lock onto the violet-colored figure in the air. He crippled the supreme elder's cultivation. I didn't even see how he attacked clearly. Moreover, the supreme elder was crippled in a single move. Even though she wasn't prepared, but it's sufficient to show that his strength is extremely formidable. The Supreme Elder is in existence at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. Even if it's under the conditions that she was completely off guard, another 7th level Void Prying stage martial artist might not be capable of crippling her cultivation so smoothly. In this way, his cultivation is at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage or above. The crowd of flying rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but gasp. This violet-clothed young man looked to be only around the age of 25, yet he actually possesses such terrifying strength. 8th level of the void prying stage. Ni Rong and Ni Yuan looked at each other from afar when they heard the discussions of the flying rainbow sect disciples, and then both of them perceived shock and sudden understanding from each other's eyes. The shock was because they utterly had no knowledge that Duan Ling Tian possessed such a terrifying strength. If they knew since long ago that Duan Ling Tian possessed such a terrifying strength, they wouldn't have been so anxious as they were earlier. The sudden understanding was because they finally realized why Duan Ling Tian had the confidence to trespass forcefully into the flying rainbow sect. It turned out that in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he utterly didn't take these old fellows of the flying rainbow sect seriously. At the same time that their hearts were filled with pleasant surprise, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly in their hearts. To think that they thought it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to possess such a formidable strength earlier. Now it would seem to they utterly could not use logic to deduce Duan Ling Tian's strength. As soon as the yellow-clothed old woman died, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman's expressions went grim. The azure-clothed old woman's expression was unsightly as she looked at Duan Ling Tian, and she asked with a grim voice, "Who exactly are you? Why did you kill the supreme elder of my flying rainbow sect?" "Kill? When did I kill someone?" Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the azure-clothed old woman and shrugged. "Don't falsely accuse a good person. Falsely accuse a good person." Duan Ling Tian's words that sounded naive caused everyone including Ni Yuan and Ni Rong to be unable to refrain from breaking out in laughter. Especially the flying rainbow sect disciples, all of them had rosy countenances as if they felt ashamed in Duan Ling Tian's place. You clearly killed Elder Huang, yet you dare make an excuse." The azure-clothed old woman spoke with a low voice. "Elder Huang, the old hag that wore yellow-colored clothes." Duan Ling Tian glanced at the corpse that fell onto the martial practice ground, and his brows raised. "I admit that I crippled her cultivation. But when did I kill her? Which one of your eyes saw me killing her?" Duan Ling Tian's words caused the expression of the azure-clothed old woman to go even more livid. "You didn't directly kill her, but you crippled her cultivation while she was high in the air. What difference does this have from killing her?" Laughable. Duan Ling Tian's handsome face that originally carried a casual expression was instantly covered in a layer of ice as he spoke with a cold voice. "She being high above in the air is her problem. Could it be that I asked her to come up high in the air? You can't get through to him, so there's no need to say more to him." The blue-clothed old woman stopped the azure-clothed old woman that wanted to continue arguing with Duan Ling Tian, and she looked coldly and indifferently at Duan Ling Tian. "Who exactly are you? Why are you interfering in a matter of our flying rainbow sect?" "Who am I?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the blue-clothed old woman as if he was looking at an idiot. "Your eyes wouldn't have gone bad with your age, right? Could it be that you didn't see that I came with Grandpa Ni and Uncle Ni? They're my loved ones, so can it be that I can't interfere in a matter related to them?" Duan Ling Tian had placed extra emphasis on the words, "loved ones." The expressions of the two old women instantly sank when they heard this. They suddenly noticed that the development of the matter seemed to have completely exceeded their expectations, and it had exceeded their control at the same time. Not to mention anything else, just the violet-clothed young man before their eyes obviously possessed a strength that was above theirs. If they were to go head-on with him, they felt that they might not be his match even if they joined forces. The gazes of the flying rainbow sect on the martial practice grounds lit up when they saw the two great supreme elders of the sect being speechless before the violet-clothed young man. More than 90% of the disciples casted flirtatious gazes at Duan Ling Tian, as they wanted to obtain Duan Ling Tian's attention by this. But unfortunately for them, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to them from the beginning until the end. But even then, they still swarmed at him like a flock of ducks. For a time, the flying rainbow sect's martial practice ground had fallen into temporary deathly silence, and no one spoke as all of them were communicating with their gazes. Finally, Meng Ping, the sect leader of the flying rainbow sect, spoke to break this short silence. "Yuan, who is this?" Ni Yuan didn't dare dally when facing Meng Ping's question, and he smiled as he said, "Mother, this is the little Tian that I mentioned to you in the past." "What?" Meng Ping's pupils couldn't help but constrict when she heard Ni Yuan, and even her breathing became hurried as she asked with slight excitement. He's the Duan Ling Tian from your Crimson Sky Kingdom." Meng Ping's excitement came from the heart, and the gaze she looked at Duan Ling Tian with was a gaze as if she'd seen some great figure. Meng Ping's loss of composure was noticed by Duan Ling Tian, and he knew that Meng Ping had probably heard of some matters related to him. Perhaps, it even included the matters that occurred in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge lately. Chapter 740, Kneeling Down and Begging for Mercy. Mother, you know little Tian. Ni Yuan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Meng Ping lose her composure, and then he asked curiously. Ni Rong looked at Meng Ping as well because he was similarly curious. Duan Ling Tian, right at this moment, no matter if it was the group of flying rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds or the two old women that stood in the distance, everyone was stunned. My God, so he's Duan Ling Tian. Many flying rainbow sect disciples couldn't help but exclaim with shock. He's Duan Ling Tian, the Duan Ling Tian that became famous for his natural talent that surpassed the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago. The Duan Ling Tian that advanced in the genius competition held by our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family over 2 years ago. According to my knowledge, Duan Ling Tian seems to be 27 or 28 this year. His strength is actually at the 8th level of the void prying stage or above. It's truly shocking. Duan Ling Tian is the lover in the dreams of many of our flying rainbow sect sisters. I never imagined that he would appear in our flying rainbow sect. The martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect became extremely bustling for a time, and many Flying Rainbow sect disciples cried out sharply with Duan Ling Tian's name. Their feverish gestures caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but feel embarrassed. Unlike the excitement of the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman in the distant sky glanced at each other, and both of them could see terror from each other's eyes. He's Duan Ling Tian. The Duan Ling Tian that slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge not long ago. He ought to be a young man in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that possesses such a strength and is named Duan Ling Tian can only be him. Duan Ling Tian's current strength truly causes one to be unable to help but feel terror. Even the members of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect probably had never imagined even in their dreams that Duan Ling Tian would grow to such a terrifying extent in only a few years. Instantly, the two old women communicated via voice transmission with each other, and they confirmed Duan Ling Tian's identity at the same time. After they confirmed, there was only horror within their hearts. Perhaps the incident that occurred within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge not too long ago hadn't spread all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom yet, but because their Flying Rainbow sect was extremely close to the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, and they were the higher-ups of the Flying Rainbow sect, so they'd heard about the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge a few days ago. The 7-star sword sect's Duan Ling Tian launched a bloody attack of vengeance on the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. The publicly acknowledged number 1 genius of the former 7-star sword sect, Duan Ling Tian, returned dominatingly and killed all the 6th level void initiation stage experts within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge on his own. After that, anyone that was already a member of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect before the 7-star sword sect was annihilated were killed without exception. When this news had just reached the ears of their Flying Rainbow sect's higher-ups, they were slightly unable to believe it, and they'd personally made a trip to the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge because of this. When they saw the crimson-red ground of the northern gorge within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge and the corpses of all the Azure Forest Tri-Sect higher-ups who they knew lying all over the ground, they realized the rumors weren't fake. The Azure Forest Tri-Sect had indeed been annihilated overnight. Therefore, they'd completely believed the rumor, and at the same time, they feel deep terror that came from the bottom of their hearts towards the person who carried out the deed, Duan Ling Tian. Of course, never had they imagined that not long after the battle in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, the unparalleled god of slaughter, Duan Ling Tian, would actually trespass into their Flying Rainbow sect without any good intentions. There was only regret in their hearts when they recalled their confrontation with Duan Ling Tian earlier. If they knew that the husband and son of the sect leader possessed such an intimate relationship with Duan Ling Tian, then even if the sect leader was heavily injured and even if they still had objections towards the sect leader retaining her position, they wouldn't have the courage to go against the sect leader. At this moment, their hearts were filled with grief and resentment. Of course, they mostly resented their Flying Rainbow sect's leader, Meng Ping. If the members of your family are so intimate with this god of slaughter, Duan Ling Tian, why didn't you say so earlier? Aren't you just playing the weakling and clearly digging a hole for us to jump in? Even if you want to trap us, you don't have to do it like this. Duan Ling Tian noticed the horror that was emitted from the eyes of the two old women when they looked at him, and he realized that they might have heard of the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge a while ago. He knew that the matter he wanted to help Ni Rong and Ni Yuan with today had already been completed. So long as these two old fellows weren't stupid, they would absolutely not dare make it difficult for Meng Ping anymore. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed to arrive by the side of Ni Rong and Ni Yuan in a short moment, and then with a raise of his hand, he withdrew a medicinal pill and placed it in Meng Ping's hand. Grandma Meng, this is a grade 4 grade recovery pill, and it's sufficient to heal the injuries in your body. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he spoke to Meng Ping. Even though it was the first time he'd seen Meng Ping today, since Meng Ping was the wife of Ni Rong and the mother of Ni Yuan, he would naturally give her sufficient respect. Not for anything else, but because of the help Ni Rong and Ni Yuan gave him in the past. Duan Ling Tian had always acted in accordance with a principle in his heart. The smallest favor should be returned a great amount. No, I don't deserve that, I don't deserve that. Meng Ping's face flushed red and she hurriedly shook her head when she heard Duan Ling Tian call her grandma, and then she consumed the grade 4 grade recovery pill. Ni Rong and Ni Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bewildered expression when they saw Meng Ping's loss of composure. They weren't stupid people and naturally noticed how restrained Meng Ping was when facing Duan Ling Tian, and it was as if she was facing an extraordinary and great figure. They suddenly realized that perhaps their understanding of the current Duan Ling Tian was very insufficient. After consuming the medicinal pill, Meng Peng closed her eyes and sat cross-legged in midair to recover. After a short moment, her pale countenance started to become rosy, and her weak aura strengthened ceaselessly as if she'd obtained new life. This is the medicinal strength of a grade 4 grade recovery pill. Ni Rong and Ni Yuan's pupils constricted when they saw this scene. A grade 4 grade recovery pill was an extremely precious medicinal pill that could only be refined by a grade 4 alchemist. After all, a grade 4 alchemist was only comparatively common in the Darken Dynasty, and they were extremely rare existences even in the Darkstone Empire. As for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was utterly impossible to see a grade 4 alchemist, let alone the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the martial practice grounds, the crowd of flying Rainbow Sect disciples had quieted down, and the gazes of most of them had shot onto the sect leader, Meng Ping. All of them hoped that Meng Ping could recover and once again take control of their flying Rainbow Sect, and Meng Ping's popularity was obvious from this. Of course, the gazes of a small amount of flying Rainbow Sect disciples never left Duan Ling Tian, and they'd become even more feverish after finding out about Duan Ling Tian's identity. As for the two old women that stood in the distant sky, they stood on the spot without moving an inch. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about fleeing, but they didn't dare flee. Before an existence like Duan Ling Tian who could easily kill 6th level void initiation stage experts, could two little 7th level void prying stage martial artists like them flee? Half an hour passed quickly. Pooh. Meng Ping, who sat cross-legged in midair to absorb the medicinal strength of the grade 4 grade recovery pill, suddenly opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood that was purple to the point it almost turned black, whereas Meng Ping seemed much more spirited after spitting out this mouthful of blood. Along with origin energy pulsating on Meng Ping's body, an ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky above her. 8th level of the void prying stage. Ping, you've recovered. Ni Rong's eyes opened wide like saucers when he saw this scene, and he asked with slight pleasant surprise. Yes, Meng Ping smiled as she nodded, and then she looked at Duan Ling Tian and slightly bowed. Thank you, young Master Ling Tian, for giving me the grade 4 grade recovery pill. Not only had the grade 4 grade recovery pill allowed her to recover more than half of her injuries, it even completely wiped out the blood clogged within her meridians. At this moment, she felt her body was light as a swallow, and her strength from her prime had returned. Meng Ping's actions were slightly out of Duan Ling Tian's expectations, and he hurriedly raised his hand as a gentle strand of origin energy shook the air to cause a shapeless force to sweep out and support Meng Ping up. Grandma Meng, you're someone dear to Grandpa Ni and Uncle Ni, so you're someone dear to me too. You can call me Little Tian just like Grandpa Ni and Uncle Ni. I don't deserve to call you that. Meng Ping spoke with slight panic. When she recalled the thing this violet-clothed young man before her had done some time ago, she couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in her heart, and she was unable to recover from it even until now. As strong as the Azure Forest Trisect was, it was actually annihilated just like that at the hands of this young man that was shockingly young, and it was truly unbelievable. Mother, you haven't answered me. How do you know Little Tian? The nearby Ni Yuan asked once more. But Meng Ping didn't have the chance to answer Ni Yuan when she was interrupted. Two swift-figured flashed over. Besides Duan Ling Tian and Meng Ping, who had calm expressions, the expressions of Ni Rong and Ni Yuan went grim when they saw the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman flying over. But in the next moment, the actions of the two old women had instead caused them to be completely dumbstruck. The two old women actually directly knelt in the sky before Duan Ling Tian, and their emaciated and aged bodies shivered. Lord Duan Ling Tian, we didn't know of your relationship with the sect leader. I hope you can forgive us. Lord Duan Ling Tian, so long as you're willing to forgive me, then I'm willing to vow under the 99 heavenly tribulation that I won't go against the sect leader anymore in my entire life. I'm willing as well. The two old women knelt just like this before Duan Ling Tian, and were slightly unable to speak properly in their anxiousness. They'd completely thrown away their haughty airs as the supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect when facing Duan Ling Tian, and there was only a single thought in their hearts: I must survive no matter what. What are the supreme elders doing? Even if Duan Ling Tian is a martial artist at the 8th level of the void prying stage or above, they don't have to act like this, right? The crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds were stunned by the actions of the two supreme elders. Not only were they stunned, Ni Rong and Ni Yuan were similarly stunned as well. Chapter 741, Successive Shock. Little Tien, you absolutely can't forgive them. Otherwise, once they notify the Azure Forest Tri-Sect that they saw a 7-star sword sect disciple like you, the Azure Forest Tri-Sect will absolutely not let the matter go. Ni Rong was the first to react, and he spoke out to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian hadn't spoke yet when the expressions of the two old women who knelt in midair froze, and then they looked at Ni Rong with gazes filled with shame and resentment. Shouldn't you find a better excuse if you want us dead? They thought that Ni Rong surely knew of the matter of Duan Ling Tian annihilating the Azure Forest Tri-Sect, and Ni Rong used the Azure Forest Tri-Sect now purely as an excuse to kill them, as he wanted to take revenge for his wife. There are also these Flying Rainbow sect disciples. Since they've recognized you as a disciple of the 7-star sword sect now, they can't be left alive as well, said Ni Yuan to Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression. Earlier, the change in expression of the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples allowed him to realize that Duan Ling Tian turned out to be able to be considered to be a famous person in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, while Duan Ling Tian was at the 7-star sword sect. As soon as Ni Yuan finished speaking, the expressions of the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples in the martial practice grounds went pale. If Duan Ling Tian really wanted to kill them, then they would really have no way of resisting, nor could they dream of fleeing. I'm willing to make a vow under the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll absolutely not notify the Azure Forest Tri-Sect and sell Duan Ling Tian out. The numerous Flying Rainbow sect disciples were completely anxious, and they didn't have the mood to cast flirtatious gazes at Duan Ling Tian any longer. Brother Rong, Yuan, could it be that both of you don't know the Azure Forest Tri-Sect has already been annihilated by Little Tien? Meng Ping's face was already filled with bewilderment when Ni Rong spoke out, and when she heard her son, Ni Yuan, saying similar words, she couldn't help but ask. The Azure Forest Tri-Sect was annihilated by Little Tien. Meng Ping's words instantly seemed to have transformed into two enormous hammers that fiercely smashed onto the chests of Ni Rong and Ni Yuan, causing their chests to rise and fall continuously like a bellows, and it was unable to calm down for a long time. Ping, you said the Azure Forest Tri-Sect was annihilated by Little Tien. Ni Rong recovered from his shock and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with slight difficulty, and then his gaze that was filled with astonishment moved from Meng Ping to descend onto Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the violet-clothed young man before him was so unfamiliar to the point his heart palpitated. Of course, the reason he had such a feeling was for no other reason than because of the strength that Duan Ling Tian possessed now. Ni Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dumbstruck expression as well. Yes, Meng Ping nodded, and then she said slowly, not long ago, Little Tien made a move and annihilated all the 6th-level Void Initiation stage higher-ups of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect, and then he joined forces with the other two 6th-level Void Initiation stage experts of the 7-star Sword Sect to slaughter all the remaining Void Initiation stage experts of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Presently, the Azure Forest Tri-Sect doesn't exist any longer, and the revival of the 7-star Sword Sect is near at hand. Meng Ping finished speaking with a single breath. Meng Ping's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples on the surface of a lake, and it caused everyone besides Duan Ling Tian and the two old women to be stunned. Everyone including Ni Rong and Ni Yuan felt that today was the day they'd suffered the most shock in their lifetimes, and it was simply shocking beyond compare. Little Tian, you, really? Ni Yuan gasped and looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he wanted to confirm it. Yes. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded. Ni Yuan had a complicated gaze, and he sighed after a long time. No wonder you fearlessly trespassed into the Flying Rainbow sect today. So it turns out that you're utterly unafraid of these old fellows of the Flying Rainbow sect. As he finished speaking, Ni Yuan laughed bitterly, and at the same time, he glanced at the nearby old women that knelt before Duan Ling Tian. Now he finally understood why the two old women would be so afraid of Duan Ling Tian. All of this was because of Duan Ling Tian's actions of annihilating the Azure Forest Tri-sect not long ago, whereas, the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds in Ni Rong couldn't help but gasp. For a time, the entire martial practice grounds was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. The crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the Azure Forest Tri-sect didn't exist any longer. After all, since the Azure Forest Tri-sect has ceased to exist, they weren't worried that Duan Ling Tian would kill them to keep them quiet. Duan Ling Tian is capable of killing experts at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Doesn't that mean that his strength is at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above? A 7th level Void Initiation stage expert below the age of 30. Heavens, even if it's the Darken Dynasty, there might not be such a heaven-defying young expert, right? I truly never imagined that such a great figure has actually appeared in our Flying Rainbow sect. The crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples that weren't afraid any longer looked at Duan Ling Tian with even more burning gazes, and many even continued casting flirtatious gazes at Duan Ling Tian. Lord Duan Ling Tian, spare our lives. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman that knelt before Duan Ling Tian continued to kowtow and beg for mercy, and their voices were filled with terror that came from the heart. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the two old women, and then his gaze moved onto Meng Ping as he lightly smiled and said, "Grandma Meng, how should we deal with them? So long as you say the word, I can make them completely vanish from this world right away, and they won't leave a single trace behind." Duan Ling Tian's words were extremely indifferent, and it was as if killing these two old women was utterly not the slightest bit difficult to him. In actuality, it was indeed without the slightest bit of difficulty. "Sect leader, I won't dare go against you in the future, please spare us. Sect leader, save us." The two old women hurriedly turned to kneel before Meng Ping when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words, and tears flowed down their aged faces. In their eyes, Meng Ping was currently their life-saving straw. The two old women were instantly anxious when they saw Meng Ping standing there with a heavy expression, yet remaining silent, and they hurriedly pinched open their fingers before a drop of blood flew out of the tip of each of their fingers and shot into the sky. In the next moment, the two old women hurriedly made a vow. The vow they made was none other than one that said they were willing to be blasted to death by the 9 heavenly tribulation if they dared go against the sect leader, Meng Ping, in the future. A flowing light flashed within Meng Ping's eyes when she saw the two old women making such a heavy vow, and then she said slowly, "Both of you can live, but you must go to the forbidden area. Unless the sect encounters a calamity, otherwise, both of you aren't allowed to take a step out of the forbidden area for your entire lives." "Thank you, sect leader." The two supreme elders knew that they'd saved their lives when they heard Meng Ping, and they thanked her repeatedly. Living was more important than anything to them. In next to no time, they left to head towards the forbidden area. Duan Ling Tian, Ni Rong, and Ni Yuan had instead soared up into the sky with Meng Ping, and they quickly arrived at a higher point on Flying Rainbow Mountain before descending into a vast pavilion. Under Meng Ping's lead, they sat down before a pavilion, and then Ni Yuan couldn't help but look at Duan Ling Tian and give Duan Ling Tian a big thumbs up. "Little Tian, Uncle Ni really never imagined that you'll actually be able to obtain such great achievements after you left the Crimson Sky Kingdom. What, Uncle Ni, do you look down on me so much?" Duan Ling Tian asked while laughing. Ni Yuan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and then he spoke with slight embarrassment. "It's not that, it's just that I feel your achievements are truly astonishing. In the past, not even in my dreams had I imagined that a person from our Crimson Sky Kingdom could ascend to the height that you've ascended. HMPH, how can little Tian be compared to ordinary people?" Ni Rong glared at Ni Yuan as he grunted. Meanwhile, Meng Ping had made tea for the three of them. And she walked over. Little Tien's had already become famous in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom since a few years ago. But when I found out that Little Tien was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and had an extremely intimate relationship with Yuan, the Seven-Star Sword sect has already been annihilated by the Azure Forest Tri-sect. When she spoke up to hear, Meng Ping stopped and directly gave a brief summary before continuing. I was deeply afraid that the Azure Forest Tri-sect would involve the Crimson Sky Kingdom because of Little Tien, and in extension, involve the Divine Might Marquis estate. So I didn't mention anything about Little Tien's deeds in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to Yuan. Little Tien, you don't blame me, right? Meng Ping looking lovingly at Duan Ling Tien. Grandma Meng, you're joking. You had the whole situation in mind, what do I have to blame you for? Duan Ling Tien shook his head. Little Tien, you're already in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above now. It seems to have been the Darkened Dynasty's martial competition not long ago, whereas, the young geniuses that advanced from it will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Have you obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Suddenly, Meng Ping had a flash of realization, and she looked curiously at Duan Ling Tien with eyes that were filled with anticipation. For a time, Ni Rong and Ni Yuan came to a suddenly understanding, and only now did they realize that Duan Ling Tien's cultivation had already exceeded their imagination long ago. It was even possible that Duan Ling Tien had advanced from the Empire's Young Genius competition to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition. As for if Duan Ling Tien advanced in the Dynasty Martial competition, it was something they didn't dare be completely certain of. After all, the Dynasty Martial competition was the stage where the young geniuses of the Darkened Dynasty and the various empires under it competed, and there surely existed many young martial artists with extraordinary natural talent amongst them. Coupled with Duan Ling Tien being inferior to all of those young geniuses in terms of age, they were afraid that even if Duan Ling Tien possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, Duan Ling Tien might not be able to advance from the Dynasty Martial competition and obtain the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Yes, Duan Ling Tien nodded when faced with Meng Ping's question. I'll be going to the Darkened Dynasty's Imperial Palace to gather with the other 9 young geniuses in a few months, and then we'll head to the Northern Desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Ling Tien's words had undoubtedly indicated that he'd indeed passed through the Dynasty Martial competition. For a time, the family of 3 that sat before Duan Ling Tien were petrified, and they only recovered from their shock after a long time. If His Majesty finds out about this, he'll surely be overjoyed. A member of our Crimson Sky Kingdom has actually obtained the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Ni Yuan was excited to the point his face flushed red, and he was unable to restrain his emotions. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was a competition amongst the group of top young geniuses in the various dynasties. Even though Meng Ping and Ni Rong didn't say anything, the gazes they looked at Duan Ling Tien were still filled with shock. Grandpa Ni, Grandma Meng, Uncle Ni. I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb the reunion of your family. Duan Ling Tien bid his farewells to the 3 of them before standing up with the intention of leaving. Chapter 742, Extracting Spirit Points. Duan Ling Tien didn't return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, nor did he return to the 7-Star Sword sect after leaving the Flying Rainbow sect, and he instead headed all the way to the Imperial City of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After he arrived at the Imperial City, he headed directly to the main guild of the Weapons Craftsman Guild to look for Luo Rong. Luo Rong was the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman main guild, and at the same time, he was the grandfather of Crazy Young Master who was ranked at the top amongst the 5 great young masters, Luo Zan, and he could be considered to be an old acquaintance of Duan Ling Tien's in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Master, you've returned. Luo Rong still maintained a respectful manner towards Duan Ling Tien when he saw Duan Ling Tien after 2 years. This respect was because Duan Ling Tien had provided him the grace of guidance in the Tao of weapons refinement, and he couldn't forget it for his entire lifetime. Help me look for some materials. Duan Ling Tien went straight to the point and spoke of the reason for his arrival. Amongst all the people that he knew in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the old man before him undoubtedly possessed the broadest connections. Please tell me what you need, Master. Luo Rong answered respectfully and reverently. Duan Ling Tien nodded, and then he spoke of some materials that were comparatively rare. Of course, even though these materials were rare, yet they weren't precious, and it was completely capable of being gathered in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't come look for Luo Rong. I'll go instruct my subordinates. Luo Rong spoke to Duan Ling Tian before leaving, and he only returned after half an hour. Master, I've already posted a reward for those materials in our guild. Besides that, I've asked someone to enter the Imperial Palace and contact the members of the Imperial family. The materials stored by the Imperial family are the most complete collection in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The materials ought to be able to be gathered within 3 days. Okay, thank you for the trouble. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he asked, right, has Luo Zan returned? No. Long Rong shook his head, and then he said slowly, that child has been eager to do well since a young age. It was still fine in the past when he was publicly acknowledged as the most outstanding amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, as he felt no pressure. 2 years ago, your appearance and the pressure placed upon him by Saber Young Master had undoubtedly caused him to suffer a great blow. Thus, he decided to go out and gain experience in tempering. But, going out to gain experience in tempering is a good thing, as it's capable of polishing of the edge of his spirit and allowing him to become slightly more mature. When he spoke up to hear, Luo Rong stopped. Master, I heard you advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Darken Dynasty's martial competition. I wonder if you've advanced in the Dynasty martial competition in the Darken Dynasty. As expected, Luo Rong nodded, and he seemed to not be surprised. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly bewildered, and he couldn't help but ask. You aren't surprised? If this matter were to happen on another like my grandson, then perhaps I would be surprised. But when it occurred on you, Master, I instead feel it couldn't be any more normal. Luo Rong spoke out with what he thought in his heart, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be speechless to the point of being at a loss for what to answer with. He couldn't say thank you for your praise, right? Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian temporarily stayed at the guild under Luo Rong's arrangement, and he waited for the materials to arrive. The materials Duan Ling Tian asked Luo Rong to search for were materials used for inscriptions, and they were the materials required to construct the inscription formation Duan Ling Tian intended to use. Constructing an inscription formation for the first time is truly slightly exciting. But with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, there isn't the slightest pressure. Duan Ling Tian's face was suffused with a wisp of rosiness as he looked at the pile of materials on the table as he sat quietly in his room, and it was a rosiness of excitement. With a raise of his hand, numerous low-grade origin stones were withdrawn by Duan Ling Tian. Origin stones aren't a problem. I only hope that those materials can be gathered. In that way, I can successfully extract all the spirit points in the base of the demonic Lotusblade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect before moving them to the 7-Star Sword sect. Extracting them was different from just extracting the energy within, as extracting the energy that had been accumulated for many years within the spirit points only required an origin drawing pearl. It was a physical effort that anyone could do easily to the point it utterly didn't require one to use one's brains. On the other hand, extracting spirit points was skilled work that required one to use one's brain intensely, as it could only be achieved when combined with special inscription formations. If one really wanted to speak about the difference between the two, the former only extracted the spirit energy of the heavens and earth that had been accumulated in the spirit point for many years, and after a period of time, spirit energy would once again accumulate within it. Moreover, the spirit energy extracted from the spirit point would be gone once it was used. The latter instead extracted spirit points by the roots. No matter if it was the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit point or the spirit point itself, all of them would be directly extracted. Duan Ling Tian wanted to achieve the latter. He wanted to utilize the inscription formation he possessed to extract the spirit points of the 3 great sects by the roots, and then move them to the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-Star Sword sect. At that time, besides the 9 spirit points that had temporarily lost their spirit energy, the 7-Star Sword sect would gain another 20+ spirit points. Perhaps I can consider extracting the spirit points from that Mountain Split sect as well. In any case, the Mountain Split sect was annihilated by the Azure Forest Tri sect, and leaving the spirit points there is a waste. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned serious and had a righteous expression on his face as he muttered to himself. Even though the materials hadn't been completely gathered, it didn't affect Duan Ling Tian from starting to inscribe the inscriptions. The inscriptions he had to inscribe now were the inscriptions required to construct the inscription formation. These inscriptions didn't rely on origin energy to be powered, as they were powered by origin stones instead. Only in this way could the inscription formation maintain a tireless circulation. He couldn't be using his origin energy to power the inscription formation at all times, right? Besides some inscription formations that possessed some special requirements, otherwise, practically all the inscription formations constructed from formidable inscription masters of the foreign lands utilized origin stones to circulate. After Duan Ling Tian's cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage, his spiritual force had advanced to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage along with his cultivation, and inscribing the inscription he needed at this moment almost didn't consume any of his spiritual force. So, after 3 days and 2 nights of continuing without sleeping, Duan Ling Tian didn't feel a trace of exhaustion, and he was still brimming with spirit. On the night of the 3rd day, Luo Rong knocked on Duan Ling Tian's door and sent in the last pile of materials required by Duan Ling Tian. "Master, all the materials have arrived. Thank you for the trouble." Duan Ling Tian nodded in gratitude to Luo Rong. "Master, you're too kind. The great favor you've given me is something as difficult for me to repay even with my life, not to mention these small matters," said Luo Rong, and then he sensibly took a step back. "Master, I won't disturb your rest." Luo Rong closed the door with a flip of his hand while leaving. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed as he looked at the room door that was closed. At this moment, he even had the intention of refining a grade 3 spirit sword to give to Luo Rong as thanks. But with a quick thought, it seemed that giving a grade 3 spirit sword to Luo Rong would only harm Luo Rong. Not to mention the yearning of the various experts in the Darkened Dynasty towards a grade 3 spirit weapon, even if Luo Rong kept it securely, but as a weapons craftsman, would he not take it out to study? With Luo Rong's current attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement, forcefully studying a grade 3 spirit weapon was only harmful to him, so Duan Ling Tian intended to properly repay Luo Rong in the future. The pressing matter for now is to first complete these inscriptions. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, and he continued inscribing the inscriptions. Half a month of time passed in the blink of an eye. During these past few days, besides occasionally going out to have a meal with Luo Rong, Duan Ling Tian practically closed himself off within his room, and he finally completed all the inscribing of inscriptions after half a month. "I ought to leave now." Duan Ling Tian directly bid his farewells after he found Luo Rong. "Master, no matter what it is, feel free to instruct me with it in the future. I'll surely try my best to help you, Master." Luo Rong spoke with a sincere expression. "Thanks." Duan Ling Tian nodded and thanked Luo Rong before leaving the guild, and then he inquired in the Imperial City about the location of the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect before leaving the Imperial City. Duan Ling Tian headed all the way north and quickly entered into a world of ice and snow. According to what he'd inquired earlier, this was the location of the Snow Moon sect, but the Snow Moon sect was cold and quiet now with almost no signs of human habitation, and after going around for half a day, Duan Ling Tian didn't notice a single living person. Looks like Elder Peng really made them suffer to the point they were afraid. Besides the demonic Lotusblade sect's demonic Lotusblade Gorge, the former location of the Snow Moon sect and even the former location of the Origin Convergence sect are probably empty as well. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian calmed his mood and started to search for the locations of the spirit points in the Snow Moon sect. Because the spirit points here didn't have their spirit energy extracted by the origin drawing pearls, Duan Ling Tian quickly found the location of the spirit points. Only 6. After taking a circle around the Snow Moon sect and searching carefully, Duan Ling Tian only noticed 6 spirit points. Since he'd found the spirit points, Duan Ling Tian started to get to work. Firstly, he withdrew the inscriptions that were inscribed onto numerous low-grade origin stones by the various materials. Duan Ling Tian stood at the eye of one of the spirit points before numerous low-grade origin stones shot out from his hand and arranged themselves with extreme order on the eye of the spirit point. Gradually, they formed a triangular shape, and the numerous origin stones joined closely together to the point they became attached tightly. Along with the last origin stone shooting out and fusing into the triangular-shaped arrangement formed by the numerous origin stones, all the origin stones started flickering with strands of milky white glows. In next to no time, the strands of milky white glows effused out before converging together to form a triangular-shaped milky white ring of light. It's a success. Even though he'd guessed long ago that it wouldn't fail, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but reveal a smile of joy when he saw the scene of the inscription formation really being activated successfully. Chapter 743. 17 spirit points. The appearance of the triangular milky white glow also meant that the inscription formation had been officially activated. After the inscription formation was activated, one could notice with the naked eye that a revolving vortex had appeared out of thin air at the center of the triangular glow, and the appearance of the vortex became clearer and clearer. A terrifying suction force swept out from the vortex and acted on the ground. Not long after, a hideous crack appeared on the ground. Along with the passage of time, the cracks on the floor ceaselessly increased in number, and they interwoved densely together like a spider web that stretched out without end. It's coming out. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something, and his gaze descended onto the area beneath the inscription formation. Meanwhile, along with the vortex formed by the inscription formation revolving ceaselessly, a ditch that seemed bottomless had appeared beneath the split open ground. After a short moment, the ditch that seemed to be dim had suddenly become bright. A milky white ball of light that was condensed from almost material liquid spirit energy appeared out of thin air beneath the ditch, and then it swiftly fused into the vortex and was swallowed by it. After the almost material ball of milky white light was swallowed completely by the vortex, it split up and fused into the numerous low-grade origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions. The vortex gradually dispersed, and the triangular milky white glow gradually dimmed down along with it, and then the triangular glow revealed its true appearance, numerous low-grade origin stones that had formed into a triangular shape. If one were to look carefully at these low-grade origin stones, then one could see that the surface of these origin stones possessed strands of extremely bright milky white liquid flowing about within them. This was precisely the spirit point and the spirit energy within the spirit point that had been temporarily sealed within the origin stones. A spirit point didn't exist in the form of a solid body. Just like the spirit energy of the heavens and the other, it was an existence that existed in a liquid form, and it normally attached itself tightly to the ground. Even if an origin drawing peel was capable of extracting the liquid spirit energy accumulate in the spirit point, it wasn't capable of extracting the spirit point itself. Yet now, Duan Ling Tian had achieved it via an inscription formation, and he'd successfully extracted the spirit point by its roots. Duan Ling Tian withdrew an unused spatial ring and put away the pile of origin stones on the ground into it. These low-grade origin stones were the key to moving the spirit point, and he couldn't allow them to be lost. The spirit point was temporarily being housed within these origin stones. Continue. After Duan Ling Tian extracted one spirit point, he didn't hesitate to directly head to the next spirit point. Even though he was able to extract spirit points, they had a certain time limitation. If he didn't release the spirit points that he'd extracted within 10 days and found them a new home, then they would disperse completely. Duan Ling Tian spent 3 hours and extracted all 6 of the spirit points in the Snow Moon sect. Subsequently, he headed over to the demonic Lotusblade Gorge. The demonic Lotusblade Gorge had a total of 7 spirit points, yet Duan Ling Tian only found 4 out of the 7 after looking for a long time. The spirit energy accumulated within the other 3 spirit points were extracted out by long way earlier. Since I didn't know their location beforehand, it isn't easy for me to find them in a short period of time. But even if I'm able to extract those 3 spirit points, they will be of no use in a short period of time as they must experience a certain amount of time before being capable of accumulating spirit energy again. Yes, I'll leave them alone for now. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian temporarily gave up on those 3 spirit points in the demonic Lotusblade Gorge that had their spirit energy extracted, and he moved his attention of the other 4 spirit points that possessed abundant spirit energy. Doing exactly as he did before, Duan Ling Tian quickly extracted the other 4 spirit points with the inscription formation. Continue. Duan Ling Tian, who'd extracted a total of 10 spirit points, didn't stop just like this, and he headed towards the Origin Convergence sect after leaving the demonic Lotusblade Gorge. The Origin Convergence sect was situated within a large canyon, and it only possessed a single entrance. If he didn't inquire about it earlier, then even if Duan Ling Tian passed by this place, he would probably have never imagined that there was something hidden within it. Sure enough, it's as I guessed. After he entered the Origin Convergence sect, Duan Ling Tian didn't notice a single person, and there were only demon beasts that were fleeing in all directions and some fierce beasts that took the initiative to attack Duan Ling Tian. Demon beasts possessed elementary intelligence, and they could realize how extraordinary Duan Ling Tian was, so they didn't dare offend Duan Ling Tian. But fierce beasts didn't possess this awareness. But not a single one of these fierce beasts that attacked Duan Ling Tian could approach him, as every single time they pounced towards Duan Ling Tian, they would be blasted flying when they were still a period of distance away from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Tian's origin energy that was suffused with strands of an earthen yellow sheen ceaselessly crisscrossed as they moved on Duan Tian's body, and they were like numerous earth dragons that were indistinct on his body. This was precisely the high-grade earth-rank defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Barrier, that Duan Tian had executed casually. The Earth Dragon's Barrier was the defensive martial skill that came along with the sixth form, the Earth Dragon form, of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique that Duan Tian cultivated. Even though it was inferior to a heaven-rank defensive martial skill, but it could be considered to be at the top amongst Earth-rank defensive martial skills. Awoo! Shriek! No matter if it was fierce beasts on the land or in the sky, all of them seemed to have sobered up once they were blasted. Flying by the defensive barrier on the surface of Duan Tian's body, and they wailed before hurriedly fleeing. Perhaps their intelligence was inferior to demon beasts, yet after they'd suffered a loss, they subconsciously launched actions to protect themselves. 7 Spirit Points. After taking a circle around the former base of the Origin Convergence sect, Duan Tian revealed a smile on his face. Since he'd noticed spirit points, then Duan Tian started to make a move. Numerous origin stones that had been inscribed with inscriptions flew out from Duan Tian's hand and descended onto the ground, and then they formed inscription formations before starting to extract the spirit points. Because he had the experience from before, Duan Tian's movements were much more practiced now. The extraction of 7 spirit points this time was even faster than the time he spent to extract the 6 spirit points in the Snow Moon sect earlier. After he extracted the 7 spirit points, Duan Tian headed straight towards the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. I don't have to rush to extract the spirit points in the former mountain split sect for now. I'll go extract it when I have time in another few years. Yes, and the remaining 3 spirit points in the demonic Lotusblade Gorge. On the way, Duan Tian didn't forget the other spirit points as he muttered. While flying with his entire speed, Duan Tian spent 3 days of time before finally seeing the 7 great sword peaks that shot into the skies in the distance, and they gave Duan Tian an indescribable feeling of intimacy. Duan Tian stood in midair above the peak of Dubi Peak, and his gaze flickered. After a short moment, Duan Tian sighed and muttered. Sect Leader, Peak Master Zheng Fang, Peak Master Ke Zan, Elder Bai. The 7-star sword sect has already been rebuilt, and just like before, it's still the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. All of you can rest peacefully in the Netherworld. As he finished muttering, Duan Tian slightly bowed, and it could be considered a bow of respect towards all the higher-ups and disciples of the 7-star sword sect that had sacrificed themselves for the 7-star sword sect. The area on the peak of Dubi Peak was originally tainted completely with blood, yet it was completely clean now, and it had obviously been specially cleaned. Mo Yu's speed is really quick. Duan Tian's brows raised as his figure flashed out to instantly arrive in the sky above Dubi Hall. Dubi Hall was the place the former sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Lingu Jinhong, cultivated, and after Mo Yu took Lingu Jinhong as his master, he'd settled down and cultivated here as well. But even though Dubi Hall was currently spotlessly clean, it was empty. Looks like Mo Yu is probably busy somewhere else, Duan Tian thought to himself. When he was in the sky above the peak of Dubi Peak, he noticed that many 7-star sword sect disciples were bustling about all over, and it caused the entire 7-star sword sect to reveal a flourishing scene. The 7-star sword sect, a lion that had slumbered for a long time, was already awakening. Duan Tian didn't disturb anyone and descended onto Dubi Hall at the first possible moment before withdrawing a pile of origin stones, and then he fused the spirit point sealed within it into the ground beneath Dubi Hall. Extracting a spirit point and fusing a spirit point into the ground were 2 different notions. The former required the strength of the inscription formation to destroy the foundations in the ground before the spirit point could be extracted completely. The latter only required the spirit point to release the spirit point from the seal of the inscription formation, and then it would bore into the ground by itself in the first possible moment and search for a new home. The milky white ball of light that was formed from liquid spirit energy instantly fused into the ground after Duan Tian activated the inscription formation. Practically at the exact same instant, vast spirit energy of the heavens and the earth emitted out the enveloped the entire Dubi Hall, and the cultivation environment in Dubi Hall instantly underwent a tremendous change. At the same time, waves of light bands sounded out as the numerous origin stones that formed a triangular shape had exploded and shattered to transform into power, and then they vanished without a trace along with the wind. These origin stones that were inscribed with inscriptions to form the inscription formation had completed their mission. When the other spirit point beneath Dubi Hall accumulates spirit energy once more and the two spirit points overlap each other, the cultivation environment on Dubi Hall will surely be 2 times better than it is now. This was something that Duan Ling Tian didn't doubt in the slightest. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian left Dubi Hall and headed to the other places. I'll fuse a new spirit point into the ground at the place the other 8 original spirit points were, and I'll fuse the remaining spirit points into the other 6 great sword peaks. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian made a decision in his heart. He's extracted a total of 17 spirit points from the bases of the other 3 great sects, and after using one on Dubi Peak, another 16 remained. In other words, even if he used another 8 spirit points, there would still be another 8 remaining. He intended to fuse 6 of these 8 into the other 6 great sword peaks, and as for the remaining 2, he intended to leave them to Elder Peng. Elder Peng was the sect guarding revered elder of the 7-star sword sect, the 6th level void initiation stage rock. When he met Elder Peng the last time, his spiritual force had detected that Elder Peng was only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Presumably, with a place of cultivation that possessed 2 spirit points and coupled with the assistance of some low-grade origin stones, Elder Peng ought to be able to break through smoothly. Chapter 744, 6-Clawed Divine Dragon. Not only did he leave some low-grade origin stones for Elder Peng, he even left some for Qin Shang, Mo Yu, and Zheng Song. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in the 7-star sword sect forever, and the 7-star sword sect had to rely on them to possess better circumstances as it was passed down. After he left Dubi Hall, Duan Ling Tian arrived at Alcade Hall, and it just happened that the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Shang, was at Alcade Hall. After greeting Qin Shang, Duan Ling Tian started constructing the inscription formation and released the spirit point to allow it to fuse into the ground beneath Alcade Hall. Instantly, vast spirit energy spread out, causing the nearby Qin Shang to reveal a shocked expression. Even though Duan Ling Tian had said previously that he wanted to move the spirit points from the former demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect to the 7-star sword sect, hearing and seeing was 2 completely different things, and Qin Shang was unable to recover from her shock for a long time. Duan Ling Tian didn't disturb Qin Shang, who was in a daze, and he continued to head towards his next destination. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian had fused a spirit point in the ground near the existing 9 great spirit points on Dubi Peak. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian headed to the other 6 great sword peaks of the outer court and fused a spirit point into each of them. After that, Duan Ling Tian went to look for Elder Peng. Elder Peng normally stayed on the precipice behind Dubi Peak, and that was his place of cultivation. Elder Peng. Duan Ling Tian flew down to greet the rock that lay on the ground nearby. A bright light flowed out from the eyes of the rock when he saw Duan Ling Tian, and then he nodded lightly, yet he was quickly stunned. Because Duan Ling Tian had already started to fuse spirit points into his place of cultivation. After the 2 spirit points fused into the rear of Dubi Peak, vast and boundless spirit energy instantly swept out to envelop Duan Ling Tian and Elder Peng. The rock's pair of sharp eyes couldn't help but constrict when he felt this spirit energy, and he said to Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission, "Little fellow, this is Elder Peng. I've left 2 spirit points for your place of cultivation. In the future, your cultivation will yield twice the results here. Besides that, these origin stones are for you." With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian withdrew 10,000 low-grade origin stones and slowly placed them nearby before Elder Peng. Origin stones. After he saw the origin stones, Elder Peng's eyes that revealed astonishment from Duan Ling Tian's actions of moving the spirit points had become completely stunned. Even though he hadn't seen origin stones in the past, as the saying goes, even if one hasn't had meat, one has seen a pig run. As the sect guarding revered elder of the 7-star sword sect, he'd naturally heard of the existence of origin stones. These are low-grade origin stones. Duan Ling Tian continued. A void initiation stage martial artist or demon beast can absorb the spirit energy of the heaven and earth within the origin stone to cultivate. A single low-grade origin stone can be absorbed for an hour. Under the assistance of 2 spirit points and coupled with these low-grade origin stones, it's sufficient to allow Elder Peng to easily break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian revealed a smile. "Little fellow, you should keep these origin stones for yourself. Even if I can break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in this lifetime, it's impossible for me to break through to the void interpretation stage, so there's no need to waste so many origin stones for nothing." Since the rock recognized the origin stones, he naturally knew how precious origin stones were, and he directly refused Duan Ling Tian's good intentions. With your natural talent and coupled with the assistance of these origin stones, you'll surely be capable of going higher and further. Obviously, the reason Elder Peng had refused was because he didn't want himself to burden Duan Ling Tian's footsteps. Elder Peng, if you're refusing these origin stones because of this, then you don't have to. I have many more origin stones in my possession, and I'm unable to finish using them all in a short period of time. Duan Ling Tian smiled before directly soaring into the sky. Besides that, the 7-star sword sect still requires your protection in the future, Elder Peng. The stronger your strength is, the safer the 7-star sword sect will be. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian didn't wait for Elder Peng to respond before leaving directly. Elder Peng's complicated gaze contained gratitude mixed within, and he gazes at Duan Ling Tian's figure all the way until Duan Ling Tian flew into the clouds and mist. All those years ago, when he saw this little fellow for the first time, he'd had an extremely deep impression of Duan Ling Tian. He still remembered that this little fellow had utilized spiritual force to detect his cultivation. Never had he imagined that. Only less than 10 years had passed, and the little fellow from all those years ago had already grown to an extent that was difficult for him to reach. It's the fortune of the 7-star sword sect to be able to possess a disciple that's willing to do all he can for the sect. Elder Peng thought silently in his heart. After leaving Elder Peng's place of cultivation, Duan Ling Tian went to look for Mo Yu. Senior brother. Mo Yu had an expression of joy when he saw Duan Ling Tian once more, and he greeted Duan Ling Tian respectfully. Since he'd witnessed Duan Ling Tian's terrifying strength that day, he wasn't as carefree before Duan Ling Tian as he was before. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled before asking, "Has senior brother Zheng Song returned?" "Not yet." Mo Yu shook his head. "He probably needs another half a month of time to return." "Senior brother, why don't you stay in the 7-star sword sect during this period of time and await their return?" "It's fine if they haven't returned." Duan Ling Tian withdrew a spatial ring with a raise of his hand, and then he passed it to Mo Yu and said via voice transmission, "There are a total of 30,000 low-grade origin stones here. Keep 10,000 for yourself, then give another 10,000 to both Peak Master Qin Shang and senior brother Zheng Song. I've already moved a spirit point into the original locations of the 9 great spirit points. Besides that, I put one in each of the 6 great sword peaks of the outer court." Duan Ling Tian told Mo Yu of all the locations he placed the spirit points, and then he soared into the sky with the intention of leaving. "Senior brother, what are low-grade origin stones?" Duan Ling Tian had just soared up into the sky when he heard Mo Yu's voice transmission that was filled with bewilderment. "Go ask Peak Master Qin Shang, she'll tell you. Besides that, help me bid farewell to Peak Master Qin Shang." Duan Ling Tian replied to Mo Yu before he transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that vanished above the clouds and mist high above the sky in the blink of an eye. Mo Yu sighed and then put down all the affairs he was dealing with to head to Alcade Hall and look for Qin Shang. Mo Yu felt dense spirit energy assault his face when he'd just approached Alcade Hall, and he knew clearly in his heart that this was the spirit point that senior brother Duan Ling Tian had moved into the 7-star sword sect. Senior brother really succeeded in doing it. Even though he was mentally prepared since long ago, but Mo Yu's heart was still filled with shock when he felt this dense spirit energy. As far as he was concerned, senior brother seemed capable of anything, and it seemed as if there was nothing that Duan Ling Tian couldn't do. Sect leader. Qin Shang nodded lightly in greeting when she saw Mo Yu. "Martial Ant Qin Shang, you don't have to call me sect leader in private. Just call me Mo Yu like before." Mo Yu spoke respectfully. Martial Ant Qin Shang. Before senior brother left, he passed. Mo Yu looked at Qin Shang and spoke slowly, yet he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Qin Shang. "What did you say? Duan Ling Tian has left?" "Yes." Mo Yu nodded. "He didn't even bid farewell to me before leaving." Qin Zhang's beautiful brows knit slightly. "Martial Ant, senior brother asked me to help him bid farewell to you before he left." Subsequently, Mo Yu changed to topic, or more precisely speaking, he once again changed the topic to the question he wanted to ask earlier. "Martial Ant, do you know what low-grade origin stones are?" "Low-grade origin stones? How do I?" Qin Shang didn't pay attention to what Mo Yu said, and only when she spoke halfway did she react to what she had heard, and her face was suffused with shock. "What did you say? You said origin stones." Qin Shang stared fixedly at Mo Yu as she spoke. Yes, Mo Yu nodded, and then he withdrew a spatial ring that hadn't had ownership established upon it. Senior brother said that there are 30. Mo Yu hadn't finished speaking when the spatial ring in his hand was seized away by Xianxia, and she directly dripped her blood on it to establish ownership. After she established ownership of the spatial ring, the space within the spatial ring appeared before Qin Zhang's eyes with a command in her heart. So many origin stones. With a single glance, her pupils couldn't help but constrict, and she cried out and slightly lost her composure. Origin stones that piled up into a mountain was within the space in the spatial ring, and it was at least a few tens of thousands. Senior brother said that there are 30,000 low-grade origin stones within it. Martial ant, senior brother Zheng Song, and I each get 10,000. Mo Yu noticed Qin Zhang's loss of composure and faintly realized that a low-grade origin stone was probably not something normal, otherwise, how could it cause Qin Zhang to lose her composure like this? Martial ant, what exactly are these low-grade origin stones? Mo Yu asked Qin Zhang once more. Qin Zhang's eyes flashed, and then she explained what origin stones were and their use to Mo Yu. For a time, Mo Yu was stunned. So it turned out that origin stones were a type of auxiliary item that could allow one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and even the Darkstone Empire didn't possess them. Only the Darken Dynasty possessed an origin stone vein, and it was controlled in the hands of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family. Why does senior brother have so many origin stones? Mo Yu gasped. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know Mo Yu's shock at this moment, as after he left the Seven-Star Sword sect, he'd headed all the way south with the intention of returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Presently, the matters in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom can be said to be dealt with completely, whereas, father and mother aren't at the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I ought to leave with Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, and Elder Kong to return to the Darken Dynasty after I go catch up with Xiao Yu, Tian Hu, and Li Zan. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Not long after he'd left the Seven-Star Sword sect, Duan Ling Tian stopped in midair. This was because a middle-aged man in a golden robe was standing in midair in the distant sky, and he stood there like a beacon. The middle-aged man had his back towards Duan Ling Tian, and the back of his golden robe had an extremely conspicuous divine dragon embroidered on it. Dragon robe, Duan Ling Tian frowned, and then his frown eased up. Wait, no matter if it's the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor or the Darken Dynasty's emperor, the dragon robe worn by ordinary emperors have a 5-clawed divine dragon embroidered on it, whereas, the dragon robe on this person has a 6-clawed divine dragon embroidered on it. Chapter 745. Duan Ling Tian's unyielding character. Dragons weren't unfamiliar creatures to Duan Ling Tian. In his previous life, when he was still on Earth as the weapons specialist, Ling Tian, he had another nickname in the ancient eastern country he was from, the descendant of dragons. He was a descendant of dragons. Of course, the dragons from his previous life were mostly existences that had been deified. At the very least, he didn't believe that dragons existed before coming to this world. Amongst the dragons in the legends of my previous life, there's a 3-clawed divine dragon, 4-clawed divine dragon, 5-clawed diving dragon. But a 5-clawed divine dragon is already the limit of dragons. I've never heard of the existence of a 6-clawed divine dragon. In the ancient eastern country he was from, the more claws a dragon possessed, the higher the status and identity the dragon had. For example, amongst the dragon robes during the ancient times of his previous life, only the Supreme Emperor could wear a dragon robe that had a 5-clawed divine dragon embroidered on it. Even if those kings and princes wore dragon robes, it would only be a 4-clawed divine dragon or 3-clawed diving dragon, and it was far from being possible to confirm with a 5-clawed divine dragon. 6-clawed divine dragon, I've never seen nor heard of it in the past. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as he looked at the back of the middle-aged man who wore a dragon robe with a 6-clawed divine dragon on it, and then he didn't pay any further attention to the person before intending to go around the person. However, when Duan Ling Tian went around him and intended to leave, a gust of wind assaulted his face, and then a figure appeared out of thin air before Duan Ling Tian's eyes, a figure that wore a dragon robe with a 6-clawed divine dragon. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man that stood before him and was looking at him with a calm expression. Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that the target of this middle-aged man seemed to be him. Who are you? Duan Ling Tian asked with a low voice. At the same time, he sized the middle-aged man up seriously. Since this middle-aged man dared wear a dragon robe with a 6-clawed divine dragon, it undoubtedly indicated that this person wanted to stand supreme above the emperor and had great ambition. The middle-aged man had an appearance that couldn't be said to be handsome, yet possessed even features. He possessed a serious-looked square face with thick brows and large eyes, and his calm gaze that looked at Duan Lingtian seemed as if he was looking at air. The middle-aged man didn't answer when facing Duan Lingtian's question, and he scanned Duan Lingtian from top to bottom a few times before nodding. "You're indeed one with good potential." Duan Lingtian frowned as he didn't know what the middle-aged man meant with these words. For a time, he couldn't help but stretch his spiritual force out with the intention of detecting this middle-aged man's cultivation. But when Duan Lingtian's spiritual force flashed towards the middle-aged man, it didn't even have the chance to approach near to him before it seemed as if it had encountered a ball of cotton and had nowhere to exert its might on. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and trace of shock suffused his face. His spiritual force was unable to detect this person's cultivation, so there were only two possibilities. The first was that this person was a void interpretation stage expert that had comprehended advanced concept. This second was that this person was precisely a void transformation stage expert. No matter which possibility it was, the person before him wasn't someone he could deal with at this moment, and this was something he knew in his heart. Presently, the feeling the middle-aged man who wore a dragon robe with a six-clawed divine dragon embroidered on it was exactly similar to the feeling Feng Wudao gave him. Inscription Master. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise. "Looks like I've underestimated you. Since you're capable of possessing this strength and coupled with you being an inscription master, there's practically no one in the history of the Darken Dynasty that can compare with you in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. Who exactly are you?" Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by the middle-aged man being able to recognize him as an inscription master, and he asked with a low voice. He urgently wanted to know this middle-aged man's identity and the reason the middle-aged man had come. He didn't believe that an expert would personally come look for him only for the sake of chatting. The expert surely had a more important matter. Otherwise, would an expert like this make a move personally? "You vow under the 9 heavenly tribulation that you'll be absolutely loyal to me in the future." The middle-aged man didn't answer Duan Lingtian and instead spoke word by word. "You want me to make a vow and be loyal to you?" In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and couldn't help but burst out in laughter. "Who do you think you are? Wanting me to make a vow to be loyal to you? Laughable. Otherwise, die." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man continued to finish the words he was speaking earlier, and his calm gaze instantly emitted frightful cold lights that were like blades as they swept towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a formidable aura sweep over, and it pressed onto him to the point his countenance went pale and he was unable to catch his breath. But even when facing the formidable aura that stretched out from the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian still stood ramrod straight and would rather die than yield. "What is your objective? Speak frankly." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. He didn't think that this person would have come looking for him only for the sake of taking him as a slave, as he was able to notice an imperceptible strand of a burning flowing light within the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes, and that was a flowing light filled with yearning. Thus, he could know from this that the middle-aged man had surely come looking for him because the middle-aged man sought something from him. A dead man doesn't have to know too much. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently before taking a step out abruptly, and he came slightly closer to Duan Lingtian. Practically at the exact same instant, Duan Lingtian felt the aura that pressed onto him instantly rise and become heavy like Mt. Tai. But Duan Lingtian still continued gritting his teeth and persisting without moving in the slightest, and he didn't have any intention of yielding. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian didn't want to resist, but he utterly did not dare to split his attention and mobilize his origin energy while beneath this formidable aura. Otherwise, he would surely be injured. Most importantly, even if he mobilized his origin energy, it would be impossible for him to flee under the gaze of this middle-aged man, nor would it be possible for him to defeat the middle-aged man. "You insensible thing, let me see how unyielding you really are." The middle-aged man's voice was chilly as he took another stride forward. Instantly, the aura strengthened. The extremely formidable aura rose once more, and it seemed to have transformed into a large mountain that pressed down onto Duan Lingtian, pressing him to the point his body trembled slightly, and his countenance became pale to the extreme. The middle-aged man's brows raised as he glanced at Duan Lingtian, who persisted without moving up until now with surprise, and then he took another step forward. Practically at the instant the middle-aged man's feet descended, Duan Ling Tian felt an even more terrifying aura blast down onto him, and it was impossible for him to forcibly resist at this time. Pooh! Duan Ling Tian was struck to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he was barely able to support his body forcefully and didn't bend before the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man seemed to have been shocked by Duan Ling Tian's unyielding character, and then he said in a low voice, "I have to say, I slightly admire you now. How about this? I'll give you a final chance. Either die or make a vow to become my servant." HMPH. Duan Ling Tian grunted coldly, and used his attitude to answer the middle-aged man. Stubborn fool. The middle-aged man's expression instantly darkened, and then he raised his leg with the intention of taking another step forward as he wanted to use his formidable aura to completely press down upon Duan Ling Tian to the point of collapse. As this step moved out, milky white flash that shot into the sky skyrocketed out from the middle-aged man's body, and the flames were extremely material as if they were real flames. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above the middle-aged man, and the air in the sky seemed to have been completely sucked out at this moment. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky had gradually condensed into form, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws in a threatening manner. Before long, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky stabilized, and there was a total of 200. The strength he exploded out with by relying solely on origin energy was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragon, and it was precisely the mark of a first-level void transformation stage expert. Obviously, this middle-aged man that wore a dragon robe with a six-clawed divine dragon was a true void transformation stage expert. Are you so sure that I'm surely carrying that thing you want? Before the middle-aged man's stride descended, Duan Ling Tian looked calmly at the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above the middle-aged man and spoke slowly. As expected, the middle-aged man retracted his foot that was about to strike out when he heard Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the aura that enveloped Duan Ling Tian was retracted by him, and then the flames formed from origin energy that skyrocketed on his body had gradually died down. In the sky, the 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dispersed along with this, and they seemed as if they'd never appeared earlier. "You know that I've come for something in your possession?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he asked slowly. "What else? Could it be that a void transformation stage expert like you has really only taken a fancy to a void initiation stage martial artist like me and wants to take me as your servant?" Duan Ling Tian laughed with ridicule, and his deep gazes seemed as if it was capable of seeing through the middle-aged man. "Even though you're only a void initiation stage martial artist, you'll one day be able to break through to the void transformation stage with your natural talent. There ought to be no one that would refuse a void transformation stage servant." The middle-aged man spoke with a cold voice. "So, you gave me two choices, yet both are actually for the sake of obtaining that thing. Either I make a vow and become your servant to survive, yet I have to hand that thing over to you, or I die and you directly take that thing." Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he stared concentrated at the middle-aged man. "Right, you're extremely intelligent, yet it's unfortunate that intelligent people usually don't live for long." The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "Is that so?" Duan Ling Tian suddenly burst out in laughter when he heard this, and he laughed brilliantly. "What are you laughing about?" The middle-aged man frowned. "It's nothing. I'm just curious about what your expression will be like when you kill me and notice that the thing you want isn't in my spatial ring." Duan Ling Tian shrugged and spoke indifferently. "You know what I want?" The middle-aged man asked. "If I'm not wrong, the thing you want ought to be that broken stone tablet I used not long ago during the dynasty martial competition." Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at the middle-aged man and continued. "But do you think I'd carry such an important thing with me? A member of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family wouldn't really be so stupid, right? You know I'm a member of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family." The middle-aged man's expression that had always been composed was finally moved. Never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually be able to guess his identity. Chapter 746. The Talisman That Might Not Be Reliable. The answer of the middle-aged man caused Duan Ling Tian's eyes to be unable to help but narrow. Sure enough, he'd guessed correctly. Actually, all those words from before were only his guess, and he didn't dare be sure. Even though the middle-aged man was a void transformation stage expert, there were only two people that had broken through to the void transformation stage in the Darken Dynasty. One of them was that person in the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the Darken Dynasty. The other person was precisely the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. It was precisely because of this and coupled with the dragon robe worn by the middle-aged man that caused Duan Ling Tian to have a guess like this. After he had this guess, he started to recall the motive the Darken Dynasty's imperial family would have for making a move against him. No matter how he thought about it, the Devilseal tablet was the only thing amongst the things he'd revealed that was able to make the Darken Dynasty pay the price of sacrificing him. After all, he was the #1 young genius in the Darken Dynasty's martial competition and was bound to compete for extremely great honor and generous rewards for the Darken Dynasty in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that's held a year from now. Under these preconditions, the Darken Dynasty's imperial family had still made a move against him. Then it undoubtedly indicated that the thing they wanted to obtain from him did indeed possess a worth that far exceeded the benefits he could obtain for the Darken Dynasty from the powers of the foreign lands during the martial competition. Obviously, only the Devilseal tablet was capable of moving the hearts of the imperial family to such an extent. This was something that wasn't difficult to guess. Of course, all of this was only his guess, and he only knew that he was correct after the middle-aged man answered him. The middle-aged man was precisely from the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, and he was the Darken Dynasty's imperial family's god of protection, and the strongest existence in the imperial family. Supposedly, this person's seniority was even higher than the emperor, and even if the emperor met him, the emperor would have to respectfully call him Grand Imperial Uncle. Supposedly, this person was an influential figure in the Darken Dynasty a few tens of years ago, and he was publicly acknowledged as a rare talent of the Darken Dynasty. Later on, he went into seclusion in the depths of the imperial palace and shut himself off from the outside world. Rumors said that he had perhaps already broken through to the void transformation stage and was the #1 expert of the Darken Dynasty. Not only do I know you're a member of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, I even know you're called by Nana Shang, the god of protection, of the imperial family. Duan Ling Tian worked hard to maintain the calm on his face, yet traces of coldness couldn't help but emerge within his heart. Even though he'd merged with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, and a void transformation stage expert wasn't unfamiliar to him, but he was currently only a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist after all, so he couldn't help but feel terrified when facing a void transformation stage expert that was full of hostility and even killing intent towards him. Even though the middle-aged man was a 1st level void transformation stage expert, which was the weakest amongst the void transformation stage, he was an existence akin to a god before a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist like him. The distance between the two of them was like a chasm, and if the middle-aged man wanted to kill him, it would be no different to killing an ant. Under these circumstances, Duan Ling Tian felt that he could be considered to be extremely calm. If it was another 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, they'd probably have been terrified to the point of falling limply to the ground. You're shockingly intelligent for being able to so easily guess my identity. I'm truly more and more unwilling to kill you. How about this? You hand over that thing and make a vow to never go against the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, and I can spare your life. Bai Nanshang spoke indifferently, as if speaking of this condition was already the greatest concession he could make. Ha 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 ha. When he heard Bai Nanzhang's words, Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he'd heard the greatest joke in the world and couldn't refrain from bursting into laughter, and then he gradually restrained his laughter under Bai Nanzhang's gloomy gaze. I mean, are all the members of your Darken Dynasty so overbearing? You want to see something of mine, yet even don't allow me to go against you. I'm truly sorry. I'm really unable to do this. How about you kill me? After that, you can go look for that thing slowly. Duan Ling Tian spoke fearlessly. Bai Nanshang frowned when facing Duan Ling Tian's fearlessness, and then he thought in his heart. Could it be that thing isn't in his possession at this moment? At this moment, Bai Nanzhang's resolution was slightly shaken. Actually, he'd spoke those words earlier only for the sake of probing if that thing was in Duan Ling Tian's possession at this moment, and he'd never thought of really letting Duan Ling Tian off. As far as he was concerned, so long as he didn't make a vow under the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, then he could go back on his word and kill Duan Ling Tian at any moment. Duan Ling Tian's composure and natural talent had caused him to feel terror that came from the bottom of his heart. To think that he, Bai Nanshang, who'd lived half his life, had encountered a person that caused such feelings to emerge in his heart for the first time. He knew that the young man was an extremely dangerous figure, and he wouldn't allow the young man to live. Stop trying to mislead me. That thing is surely in your possession right now. Bai Nanzhang's eyes squinted suddenly, and then he laughed coldly as he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. As he spoke, Bai Nanshang took a step forward, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed out once more. This time, there were strands of deep violet bolts of lightning within the origin energy that raged like flames on Bai Nanzhang's body, and it flowed ceaselessly within the origin energy, causing him to seem like the god of thunder that had descended into the world. At the same time, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Bai Nanzhang before another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. First level advanced lightning concept. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as strands of burning flames of desire leapt about in the depths of his gaze. Looks like this Bai Nanzhang broke through to the void transformation stage via void transformation lightning concept. Even though it's only a first level void transformation concept, it's a void transformation concept at any rate, and he has already condensed a concept fragment. A void transformation concept was an advanced concept. A concept at this level had already condensed into a material concept fragment within the body of the person that had comprehended it. Thus, there was obviously a first-level advanced lightning concept fragment within Bai Nanzhang's body. I'll be able to obtain the concept fragment within his body if I kill him. A lightning concept fragment just happens to be able to assist my lightning concept to swiftly advance in step further. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's breathing couldn't help but quicken. The lightning concept he'd comprehended was only an elementary lightning concept, and it was only comprehended to the third level. If he was able to obtain a lightning concept fragment, then his comprehension in lightning concept would chase up to his comprehension in wind concept in the least amount of time. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian put his hands behind his back as he stood there proudly, and then he looked calmly at Bai Nanzhang, who was ready to attack at any moment. Since you think like this, then you can go ahead and make a move against me right now. Duan Ling Tian revealed a brilliant and confident smile as he spoke, whereas it was exactly this smile that caused Bai Nanzhang to slightly hesitate once more. Actually, Bai Nanzhang was still probing Duan Ling Tian even now as he wanted to confirm if that thing was really in Duan Ling Tian's possession at this moment. If that thing was really not in Duan Ling Tian's possession, then it was very likely that he'd forever be unable to obtain that thing once he killed Duan Ling Tian, and this wasn't something he wanted to see happen. Bai Nanzhang's current thoughts were something Duan Ling Tian was naturally clear of, and he was only stalling. Now, even he wasn't able to confirm if Bai Nanzhang would take desperate measures and kill him. A talisman appeared out of thin air in the hands that he kept behind his back, and it was precisely one of the 3 talismans his father, Duan Rufeng, had left for him. Perhaps those 3 talismans that are stacked together will be able to save your life 3 times. Duan Ling Tian still remembered the words his father left him within the void transmission jade slip. According to what his father said, each talisman could save his life once. As for the effect of the talisman, it was something that he had no knowledge of. He only knew that he had to use it against his enemy. No matter what, I already don't have a choice now. I hope the talisman Dad left me is really effective. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was trying anything he could in a desperate situation, and he made this current choice entirely because he believed that deadbeat dad of his. Of course, this was his only choice as well. Who knew if this void transformation stage expert of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family wouldn't turn angry out of embarrassment and directly attack and kill him? If he didn't utilize the talisman before being killed by the middle-aged man, then he would have really died too unjustly. No matter what, he wasn't willing to become an unlucky bastard that had died unjustly. Father, don't make me get killed. Duan Ling Tian's hand that clenched the talisman trembled slightly, and his forehead had already started to flow with cold sweat that appeared from his perturbed feelings. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with a perturbed feeling. He knew clearly in his heart that his following actions was like actions of an ordinary person that couldn't fly walking on a steel wire between precipices. A single mistake would cause his doom. This was the portrayal of his current situation. Actually, the reason Duan Ling Tian was perturbed was mostly because of a portion of memory that the rebirth martial emperor had left him with. Within this memory of the rebirth martial emperor, even though a formidable offensive inscription was capable of kill another, it was limited to those martial artists that hadn't comprehended concept. No matter how strong an inscription was, it could only interfere with a martial artist that had comprehended concept, and it couldn't directly kill the martial artist. This was an iron law of the art of inscriptions in Cloud Continent. Even if it was the rebirth martial emperor during his prime, the strongest offensive inscription he could inscribe with this powerful martial emperor stage spiritual force couldn't directly kill a void initiation stage martial artist that had comprehended concept, and it could only carry out a certain level of interference. Inscriptions weren't all powerful. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian felt perturbed. Even the inscriptions inscribed by a martial emperor was unable to kill a martial artist at the void initiation stage, was a strange talisman his father led behind capable of dealing with this void transformation stage expert. Suddenly, the gaze of Bai Nanshong that was slightly hesitant lit up, because he noticed that Duan Ling Tian's forehead was actually flowing with cold sweat at this moment, and he'd even noticed Duan Ling Tian's hands that were trembling. As far as he was concerned, this was a manifestation of Duan Ling Tian's lack of confidence. I was almost deceived by you. Looks like the thing I want is in your possession. Bai Nanshong started laughing as origin energy once again skyrocketed on his body, and then waves of light thunderclaps sounded out ceaselessly while accompanied by strands of dark violet bolts of lightning that flickered within his origin energy. Bai Nanshong took a stride forward before he pressed down towards Duan Ling Tian like a mountain, giving Duan Ling Tian the feeling as if he was about to be completely suffocated. Chapter 747, Dad is a martial emperor stage expert. Practically at the instant that Bai Nanshong took a step forward, Duan Ling Tian made a move. Origin energy abruptly skyrocketed on his right hand that was originally behind his back, and then his vast origin energy coiled around the talisman in his hand before he tossed it out towards Bai Nanshong. The talisman itself was light as a feather, and even if origin energy was poured into it, it didn't have the slightest offensive power when flashing out. Bai Nanshong felt rather surprised when Duan Ling Tian attacked first, and when the origin energy in his surroundings condensed into a defensive barrier of light, he noticed a piece of light paper flashing towards him. After a short moment, it descended onto the defensive light barrier around him and was blocked out. What's this? Bai Nanshong frowned. This strange piece of paper before his eyes had something scribbled atop it, and it actually caused him to feel a wave of fear. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Isn't it only an ordinary piece of yellow-colored paper? Bai Nanshong shook his head before raising it, and his gaze instantly locked onto Duan Ling Tian once more, and he was about to kill Duan Ling Tian. Right when he looked at Duan Ling Tian, he noticed that Duan Ling Tian's gaze was staring fixedly at him, and Duan Ling Tian's gaze was so sharp it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. It wasn't that he was afraid of Duan Ling Tian, but this sort of feeling had emerged within him for no reason or rhyme. HMPH. Bai Nanshong grunted coldly to cover up the feelings in his heart, and then his face was suffused with killing intent as he took another step forward. The origin energy and first level advanced lightning concept on his body shook the surrounding sky to the point the airflow was in chaos, and gusts of violent winds fluttered out from all directions in great strength. Descend. Right when Bai Nanshong was about to make a move and exterminate Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian's explosive shout resounded out abruptly. This explosive shout caused Bai Nanshong to be stunned subconsciously. Right at this instant, his pupils suddenly constricted because he saw the seemingly insignificant yellow paper before his eyes had actually vanished strangely from the space before him in an instant. In the next moment, he felt a piercing pain in the spot between his brows, and then his consciousness gradually became blurry before completely vanishing. Even until the moment that his consciousness was completely wiped out, Bai Nanshong didn't know what had happened, whereas the distant Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck as he watched the scene before him. Along with him shouting out the word, "Descend," he noticed that the talisman he'd thrown out had instantly vanished in the sky, and practically at the exact same moment, a bloody hole had appeared between Bai Nanzhang's brows. After the bloody hole appeared, the origin energy on Bai Nanzhang's body and the lightning concept that coiled within the origin energy had died down instantly, whereas Bai Nanshong himself had followed on to drop to the ground without the slightest signs of life. It's done just like that. Duan Ling Tian was unable to recover from the shock he experienced from the scene before him even after a long time. After a short moment after Bai Nanzhang's corpse plunged towards the ground did Duan Ling Tian recover from his shock, and then he hurriedly flashed in the sky to chase after the corpse. In next to no time, he'd chased after Bai Nanzhang's corpse and withdrew a violet-colored fragment from within, and it was precisely the first-level advanced lightning concept fragment that had condensed within Bai Nanzhang's body. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian took the spatial ring on Bai Nanzhang's hand. After he obtained his spoils, a violet-colored flame with copper edges skyrocketed on Duan Ling Tian's palm with a raise of his hand, and then the flames descended onto Bai Nanzhang's body. Instantly, Bai Nanzhang's corpse transformed into ash that drifted off with the wind and vanished completely in this world. After he put away the spoils, Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot without moving. At this moment, his mind was filled with the bizarre scene that occurred earlier. a dignified existence at the first level of the void transformation stage had been so easily annihilated by the talisman left behind by his deadbeat dad. The scene from before gave Duan Ling Tian the feeling as if he was dreaming. What talisman was that? Isn't it too heaven-defying? After he returned to his senses, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Earlier, he didn't see clearly exactly how the talisman had killed Bai Nanshang. He only saw the talisman vanish instantly, and practically at the exact same moment, the spot between Bai Nanzhang's brows seemed to have been penetrated and directly caused his death. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that all of this was a product of that talisman, and it was only because his strength wasn't sufficient that he was utterly unable to catch the exact process of how the talisman killed Bai Nanshang. The speed of the talisman was so swift that it had already arrived at an astonishing degree. It was even to the extent that Duan Ling Tian noticed the air in the area before Bai Nanshang earlier seemed to not have the slightest movement. Exactly what sort of speed was capable of allowing the air to not be affected? Or perhaps, its affect was so tiny that he was utterly unable to notice it with his current strength. For a time, Duan Ling Tian felt his scalp go numb. Where did Dad get these talismans from? Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his deadbeat dad was so unfamiliar. At the same time, his heart was filled with questions. Dad's body obviously didn't possess any trace of origin energy. Even if he's a martial emperor stage expert, if he didn't resist the detection of my spiritual force, I'd normally be able to use my spiritual force to notice his origin energy. But I can be sure that Dad's body does indeed not have a trace of origin energy. Duan Ling Tian was unable to wrap his head around this no matter how he racked his brains, and he suddenly felt that his dead beast dad was even more mysterious. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Dad to not know that the world outside the Darken Dynasty is dangerous, yet he still brought along Mom and the others and left the Darken Dynasty. Duan Ling Tian recalled his father's departure, the 3 talismans his father had left for him, and the mysterious exquisite jade box. Perhaps, some unbelievable events had occurred on him during those 23 years that he went missing. At least, I can be sure now that he'd absolutely not a martial artist with a crippled dantian. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts continued to drift off. The scenes when his father returned all those years ago flashed one by one within his mind. From the moment he'd seen his father in the Duan clan estate to the moment he returned home with his father, and then some incidents that occurred later, he didn't leave anything out. At that time, Duan Ling Tian continued to recall and unknowingly recalled the scenes when the 3 great guardian elders of the Azure Forest Tri-sect had arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At that time, even though Peak Master Qin Shang was present as well, but she was far from being able to be a match for Zhao Ming's group of 3. At that time, for the sake of protecting his life, he'd convinced Zhao Ming's group of 3 that he knew the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk while having the intention of leaving with Zhao Ming's group of 3 before finding an opportunity to escape. Of course, doing so was extremely risky, and the slightest mistake would cause him to become a corpse under the hands of Zhao Ming's group of 3. But at that time, he had no other choice. However, right at that critical moment, a low and hoarse voice had suddenly sounded out, and then the owner of the voice hadn't shown himself yet had easily used his imposing aura to press down on Zhao Ming's group of 3 to the point they were unable to catch their breaths. After that, under the mysterious expert's ability that was sufficient to crush Zhao Ming's group of 3, even though they were unwilling, they could only flee. At that time, Duan Ling Tian thought the owner of the hoarse voice was a mysterious expert that lived in seclusion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom that couldn't bear the sight of Zhao Ming's group of 3, so he saved Duan Ling Tian in the process. Now it would seem that it's very likely that mysterious expert was Dad. At that time, I didn't think like this and overlooked an important problem. The owner of the hoarse voice was obviously intentionally suppressing his voice and seemed to be unwilling to reveal his true identity. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but guess, and the more he guessed, the surer he was. At that time, Dad ought to have been within my courtyard house while he lent a hand. But this level of ability seems to not be something an ordinary martial artist can execute. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian started to search through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. In next to no time, his pupils constricted, and he confirmed one thing. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, only an expert that has stepped into the martial emperor stage could use one's acute spiritual force to control one's origin energy and project one's voice out while being a few hundred meters away. Moreover, one could use one's imposing aura to suppress others from a few hundred meters away. As he muttered, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp. Dad, could it be that Dad's really a martial emperor stage expert? Duan Ling Tian was completely dumbstruck. After a while, Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock and recalled the scenes when his deadbeat dad, Duan Rufeng, had just returned. Perhaps, the reason I didn't detect any origin energy within Dad's body was because he utilized some sort of method to intentionally conceal it. After all, Cloud Continent is so vast that there's no lack of some secret techniques that are capable of concealing one's aura and origin energy. The more he thought about it, the more certain Duan Ling Tian was, and then he laughed bitterly. Looks like I've been completely deceived by Dad. Now, he was practically able to confirm that his father was most probably an expert at the martial emperor stage or above. I wonder what exactly Dad encountered during those 23 years. He actually possesses such a shocking strength. Besides that, he's even capable of leaving such heaven-defying talismans to me. Suddenly, another 2 talismans appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and they were the last 2 he possessed. Wait, suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something, causing Duan Ling Tian to frown and shake his head. If Dad really is an expert at the martial emperor stage, then why didn't he bring me along to the foreign lands? Is he really my real father? Just leaving me like this on my own in the Darken Dynasty? As he muttered to himself, Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. Even though his deadbeat dad, Duan Rufeng, being a martial emperor stage expert was only his guess, yet he felt that his guess should be close to the truth. If his father didn't possess a shocking strength, how could his father dare take the risk to bring along his mother and leave the Darken Dynasty? Perhaps, Dad wants me to gain more experience in tempering by staying in the Darken Dynasty. The message he left behind in the void transmission jade slip spoke of meeting in the future. Perhaps the outside world he spoke of ought to be the foreign lands. Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. When he thought up to here, even though Duan Ling Tian was much more at ease, he couldn't help but be slightly resentful. Dad is really too disappointing. If he's really an expert at the martial emperor stage, shouldn't he take me along and allow me to show off in the foreign lands? Who would dare offend the son of a martial emperor stage expert? Forget about not taking me along. He didn't even leave me like a million high-grade origin stones and spirit fruits used by void interpretation stage and void transformation stage experts. Chapter 748, Reunion of Good Friends. Duan Ling Tian, who'd merged with the 2 lifetimes worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, naturally knew how lofty the status of martial emperor stage experts were in the foreign lands. Even if it was only an ordinary person, so long as it was a person that was related to a martial emperor stage expert, then even a 9th-level martial monarch stage expert would dare do anything to the person in the open. Once a martial emperor was enraged, then even a martial monarch would be annihilated and blood would flow in rivers. The strength of a martial emperor wasn't a joke. After feeling resentful for a while, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and didn't continue being entangled by this, and he instead moved his gaze onto the 2 talismans in his hand. I can be sure that these talismans don't have any inscriptions within them. I wonder where Dad got these things from. They're actually even capable of directly killing void transformation stage experts. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart when he recalled the scene of Bai Nanshang dying at his hands just like that, he couldn't help but be pleased. Bai Nanshang, the god of protection, of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, an existence that had even been publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the Darken Dynasty. Even Feng Wudao's reputation wasn't as great as Bai Nanshang in the Darken Dynasty, yet it was precisely an expert like this that had died at Duan Ling Tian's hands. I wonder what's the strongest martial artist these talismans can annihilate. If it's even capable of killing martial monarchs, then it was truly too great of a waste this time. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and then he put away the 2 talismans as if they were precious treasures, as these were treasures that could instantly kill void transformation stage experts. There's also that exquisite jade box amongst the things Dad left behind for me. I wonder when I can open it. According to Dad's message, it seems as if I'll only be able to find him after I open the exquisite jade box. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. He didn't feel the slightest bit delighted that he had a father that seemed to be a martial emperor stage expert, and he instead was slightly speechless. Even if you want your son to gain experience in tempering, it shouldn't be an experience like the one earlier, right? You neither care nor give any regard. What would happen if I accidentally got killed? Duan Ling Tian felt angrier and more speechless the more he thought about it. He obviously had a chance to obtain a meteoric rise, yet for some unknown reason, his father had actually left him all alone in the darkened dynasty and left him to his own means. Never mind, I was fine when you didn't return in the past. HMPH, I'll carve out achievements of my own and even surpass you in the future. Duan Ling Tian silently thought in his heart. Of course, this was something he was saying in his heart to his deadbeat dad, Duan Rufeng. After some time passed and he cleared his mood, Duan Ling Tian continued to head towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I'll first go look for Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tianhu to have a meal and catch up after I return, and then I'll return to Aurora City. Duan Ling Tian had a plan in his heart. Aurora City was precisely the city he'd headed to after leaving Fresh Breeze Town all those years ago, and it was a city that belonged to the Swallow Mountain County of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The main clan of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family that his mother was from was there. In a blink of an eye, it's been many years since I've seen that damn fatty Li Zan. I wonder if he has slimmed down. I'll return to the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family on the way and go see the Patriarch, Fifth Elder, and the others. Duan Ling Tian continued to plan for the following period of time. Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city after a few days, and he didn't impatiently return to his own courtyard house but instead went to the Xiao clan to look for Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, long time no see. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he greeted the two. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan revealed delighted smiles when they saw Duan Ling Tian, and then they pounced over to give Duan Ling Tian a bear hug. We found out a while back from the members of the Su clan that you've returned, yet when we went over to look for you, you weren't there. I went out to take care of something and have just returned. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Since you came looking for us as soon as you returned, we won't make a fuss about it with you. Let's go have a drink. Xiao Xuan joked. Wait, Xiao Yu stopped Xiao Xuan. Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Xuan both looked at Xiao Yu with gazes of wonder. Duan Ling Tian, let me bring you to go see a person. She's been frequently talking about you. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian and revealed a warm smile, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. If someone who didn't know the relationship he had with Duan Ling Tian, they would perhaps think that he was fond of the same sex. Could it be that you brought little Qian over? Duan Ling Tian's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw the gentleness in Xiao Yu's eyes, and he asked with slight surprise. Little Qian was precisely Luo Qian, the younger sister of the companion Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu had become acquainted with in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng had passed away because of the test of the genius camp, and he'd asked Duan Ling Tian to take care of his younger sister, Luo Qian, in the will he wrote, whereas, Duan Ling Tian had indeed taken Luo Qian to be his own younger sister. After that, because Luo Qian and Xiao Yu had fallen for each other, she didn't return to the Li clan with him and had instead gone to the Xiao clan. A warm smile couldn't help but suffuse Duan Ling Tian's face when he recalled the cute young girl from all those years ago. When he met Luo Qian once more, Duan Ling Tian was slightly unable to recognize her. The immaturity the young girl had once was long gone, and replacing it was a natural and graceful bearing. In terms of appearance, Luo Qian was inferior to his two fiancées, Feng Tianwu, Xiaolan, and Princess Bai Yao, yet she could be considered to be a beauty. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he looked at the beautiful woman that held a baby in the courtyard. Little Qian, I haven't seen you for many years, yet never did I expect that you'd have already married Xiao Yu and become a mother. The beautiful woman that was concentrated teasing the baby in her embrace hurriedly raised her head when she heard a voice, and when she saw Duan Ling Tian, she had a pleasantly surprised expression. Big brother Ling Tian. After the two of them caught up, the nearby Xiao Yu smiled at Duan Ling Tian. Our child is already 3 months old, yet doesn't have a name until now. Since you've returned, give him a name. No matter what, you're the child's godfather. Give a name. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. You're making it difficult for me. But even though he said this, Duan Ling Tian's gaze still descended onto the baby in Luo Qian's embrace, and the baby was rosy and chubby, causing him to be extremely cute. Big brother Ling Tian, hold your godson. Luo Qian smiled as she passed the baby over to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand to receive the baby, and as he looked at the baby that was blinking his watery and large eyes while looking curious at himself, Duan Ling Tian felt his feelings suddenly become extremely calm. The baby's pair of large eyes were pure and flawless, and they didn't contain the slightest impurities. For some unknown reason, a figure actually flashed abruptly within Duan Ling Tian's mind as he looked at the baby, and it was the figure of a young man, a young man that was smiling lightly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Luo Cheng. Luo Qian's older brother. We'll call him Xiao Cheng, how about it? It can be considered to be in memory of Luo Cheng. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Yu and Luo Qian as he asked. All right, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, whereas, Luo Qian's eyes were already red. She'd obviously recalled her older brother that had passed away many years ago, and a smile suffused her face as she received the baby that Duan Ling Tian passed back to her. It was as if she'd returned to those times when she was young, those times that were happy even though they were hard times. Because she had an older brother that could give everything for her. Duan Ling Tian signaled Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan with his eyes, and the three of them left the courtyard and left the Xiao clan estate to go look for a restaurant to drink at. After 3 cups of wine, Duan Ling Tian found out that his old friend, Tian Hu, wasn't in the Imperial City any longer, and he'd instead gone to guard the borders of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. That fellow Tian Hu is already a vice-general. The person above him in rank is about to retire 2 years from now, and at that time, he'll be a real general. Xiao Xuan laughed as he told Duan Ling Tian about Tian Hu's recent developments. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly as he nodded, and he felt happy that Tian Wu was able to obtain such achievements. All those years ago in the Imperial City's Paladin Academy, there were only 4 good friends of the same age by his side, and they were Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, Tian Hu, and Su Li. This friendship was something he would always remember in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, what's your cultivation now? Asked Xiao Xuan. Zan Xuan, you actually dare ask Duan Ling Tian this question? I reckon both of us are going to have a heavy blow struck on us. Xiao Yu shook his head, but his eyes still looked at Duan Ling Tian with a curious expression. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian didn't conceal anything to these 2 old friends, and he shrugged as he spoke. Practically at the instant Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu were petrified, and they were unable to recover from their shock even after a long time. Xiao Yu was the first to recover from his shock, and he muttered. I heard that even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom only possesses a single existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, and that person is the #1 expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian, you really shocked the shit out of us. Xiao Xuan gasped. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. When I see both of you like this, I feel that I should tell the both of you about Su Li. Su Li, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan's eyes instantly lit up when they heard Duan Ling Tian, and they said with slight pleasant surprise, Duan Ling Tian, you met Su Li? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. During the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family over 2 years ago, Su Li was there as well. At that time, my strength was far inferior to Su Li. What? Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan were instantly shocked. They knew clearly of Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao, and not only had they never surpassed Duan Ling Tian, they were thrown further and further into the distance by Duan Ling Tian. Yet now, Duan Ling Tian had said that Su Li's strength 2 years ago was stronger than him. After all, when Su Li left Paladin Academy and even the Crimson Sky Kingdom all those years ago, his cultivation was far inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Never had they imagined that Su Li would be able to catch up and even surpass Duan Ling Tian. Even if he'd surpassed Duan Ling Tian temporarily, it was sufficient to cause them to feel shocked. So in this way, both of you passed through the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's genius competition together. Xiao Yu asked with a burning gaze. What was the outcome later on? Did you and Su Li obtain the qualifications to advance and participate in the Dynasty Martial competition in the Darkened Dynasty after the both of you arrived at the Darkstone Empire? Xiao Xuan asked slightly impatiently. Not long ago, Su Li and I have just advanced in the Dynasty Martial competition of the Darkened Dynasty, and we've obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Chapter 749, Departure. Su Li obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted, and he had an expression of astonishment. After he found out about Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation, he wasn't surprised that Duan Ling Tian had advanced in the Darkened Dynasty's martial competition. As far as he was concerned, even if it was amongst the younger generation of the Darkened Dynasty, a 9th-level Void Initiation stage expert was surely one of the top figures. Yet now, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Su Li had advanced as well. Duan Ling Tian, what's Su Li's current cultivation? Xiao Yu asked with slight impatience. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, said Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan froze. They only recovered from their shock after a long time, and they were slightly dispirited. I truly never imagined that amongst all of us, not only are you abnormal, but even Su Li's abnormal as well. But why didn't Su Li return with you? Su Li went to gain experience and tempering with his master. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He asked me to greet the two of you on his behalf. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan nodded, and their gazes were slightly complicated. When he left the restaurant, Duan Ling Tian supported Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, one on each of his sides as he sent them back to the Xiao clan estate. After these two fellows found out about Su Li's current achievements, their mood became slightly heavy, and then they ceaselessly poured wine down their throats to the point of becoming dead drunk. Duan Ling Tian was able to guess what the two of them were thinking. It was obvious that even though they would be happy that a companion who was equal to them in the past had already grown to a height that was difficult for them to reach, they couldn't avoid being slightly sad. After he left the Xiao clan estate, Duan Ling Tian returned to his own courtyard house. Dawn the next day, after having a good night's sleep, Duan Ling Tian had left the imperial city with Feng Tianwu following by his side like a shadow. He intended to return to Aurora City. As for Feng Wudao and Elder Kong, they were waiting in the imperial city for his return, and at that time, they would return to the Darkened Dynasty. With Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's speed, they arrived in the sky above Aurora City after half a day of time. Big brother Duan, this is your old hometown. Feng Tianwu looked down at the small city beneath her feet and asked with slight surprise. Never had she imagined that her big brother Duan had actually come from such an inconspicuous and remote place, and she could know from this that her big brother Duan's journey until his current achievements was surely not easy. For a time, her heart throbbed slightly. Sort of. Duan Ling Tian nodded. My true hometown if over there. There's a small town that's under this city. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's gaze had looked towards the south of Aurora City. Let's go down. Duan Ling Tian gestured to Feng Tianwu to descend down, and then the two of them entered into the streets of Aurora City. Unknowingly, they'd walked into the most bustling trade market of Aurora City. I wonder if that fellow is still here. Duan Ling Tian recalled Tang Ying, the person in charge of the ghastly shadow in Aurora City, the person that was a medicine store's manager by day and an Asura by night. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian didn't notice Tang Ying when he headed to the medicine store. The manager of the medicine store had changed, and it was the person in charge of the ghastly shadow in Aurora City, and after he found out about Duan Ling Tian's identity, he was respectful and reverent to Duan Ling Tian. The highest leader of the ghastly shadow, the dean of the Imperial City's Paladin Academy, Sima Chongfeng, was Duan Ling Tian's teacher. Since many years ago, Sima Chongfeng had once given the order that the ghastly shadow would not take any assignments related to Duan Ling Tian or people related to Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, that person would be seen as a traitor to the ghastly shadow. Duan Ling Tian was slightly disappointed that he didn't see Tang Ying. When he'd just arrived at Aurora City from Fresh Breeze Town, not only had Tang Ying helped him on many occasions, he'd even saved his life once. He still remembered that the Li clan's Grand Elder wanted to kill him, and if it wasn't for Tang Ying lending a hand in a timely manner, he would be dead for sure. Duan Ling Tian's gaze became slightly dazed as he stood at the entrance to the Li clan estate. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. The scene of him, his mother, and Kair leaving Fresh Breeze Town together to head to Aurora City all those years ago was still vivid in his mind, yet when he looked back now, it seemed like time had changed everything. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu were stopped outside the Li clan estate's entrance. I'm looking for Li Zan, said Duan Ling Tian. You're looking for 7th Elder. The eyes of the few Li clan disciples that stood on guard before the gate lit up when they heard Duan Ling Tian, and their tone contained an extra sense of respect. 7th Elder. Duan Ling Tian's eyes stared wide open. When has that damn fatty, Li Zan, become the 7th Elder of the Aurora City's Li clan? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw Li Zan under the lead of the Li clan disciple. Duan Ling Tian cursed with a smile as he looked at the fatty whose chubby face grinned widely and caused his pair of small eyes to narrow. Damn fatty, so many years have passed, yet you haven't changed a bit. Boss. Li Zan was first stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian, and then his face was covered in a delighted smile as he directly pounced towards Duan Ling Tian and gave Duan Ling Tian a bear hug. Boss, you've finally returned. I thought that I'll never see you again in my life. Li Zan's small eyes were completely wet. Enough. How old are you to still be crying? I rarely return, yet this is how you greet me. Duan Ling Tian pushed away Li Zan's enormous figure and cursed with a smile on his face. Hee hee. Li Zan rubbed his head and laughed foolishly. In next to no time, his gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, who was by Duan Ling Tian's side, and his small eyes lit up. This is my sister-in-law, right? Boss, you're really amazing. This sister-in-law isn't inferior to the other two sisters-in-law. Feng Tianwu was standing silently as she watched the two of them that were reunited after a long time, yet when Li Zan suddenly turned to look at her and said these words, it caused her beautiful face to be tainted in a blush. Don't talk nonsense. This is Tianwu, my friend. Duan Ling Tian glared angrily at Li Zan. Young Miss Tianwu. Li Zan was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly changed his way of address, yet his heart was as clear as a mirror. She's not my sister-in-law now, yet she'll surely be in the future. Looks like boss's charm is as great as before. Damn fatty, how did you become the 7th elder of the Li clan? Duan Ling Tian asked. Hee hee. Boss, I relied on my own ability to become an elder. Of course, if it was an ordinary branch family disciple, then unless the person was heaven-defying like you, boss, otherwise, it's impossible to become an elder. But who am I, Li Zan? I'm the little brother of you, boss, and even the patriarch has to give me some face. Li Zan grinned. You're still never serious as before. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Li Zan and then laughed. You're about to become 30 years old. Why haven't you taken a wife and had kids yet? On the way here, Duan Ling Tian had found out about Li Zan's recent developments from the disciples of the Li clan, and he knew that Li Zan was still alone until now. Boss, do you think everyone is like you? And finding a wife is as simple as drinking water? Li Zan glanced at Feng Tianwu by Duan Ling Tian's side as he muttered. Alright, what are you complaining about? Let's go look for Lin Zhou and Lin Qi. I'll return to Fresh Breeze Town after we catch up, and then I'll be leaving. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian sighed. I wonder when will be the next time I return. Indeed, after he left this time, Duan Ling Tian would be leaving the Darken dynasty to head towards the northern desert that was neighboring to the foreign lands and the various dynasties, and he would ascend the stage that was the foreign lands from there. In the future, he didn't know when he would return. Boss, where are you going? Li Zan discerned the meaning behind Duan Ling Tian's words. I'll tell you later while we drink. Duan Ling Tian said, now go find Lin Zhou and Li Qin, I'll go see the patriarch. He has taken care of you during all these years, so I have to express my thanks as your boss. After Li Zan left, Duan Ling Tian notified Feng Tianwu before going alone to see the Li clan's patriarch. For the sake of expression his thanks, Duan Ling Tian left behind a grade 7 spirit sword. A grade 7 spirit sword was no different to trash in Duan Ling Tian's eyes now, yet in the eyes of the Li clan's patriarch, it was a peerless treasure, and he took it to be the clan guarding treasure. After leaving the courtyard the Li clan's patriarch lived in, Duan Ling Tian brought Feng Tianwu along to have a meal and drink with Li Zan, Lin Zhou, and Lin Qi. All those years ago, he had very few friends in Aurora City, and besides Xiao Yu, there was only Lin Zhou and Lin Qi. After many years, the youths from all those years had grown into men, yet their friendship was still remembered deeply within their hearts, and it was impossible to forget for their entire lifetimes. Duan Ling Tian headed to the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family with Feng Tianwu after eating and drinking with them, and he left behind some origin stones before leaving to hurry back to the Imperial City that very night. On the next day, Duan Ling Tian paid a visit to all the seniors in the Imperial City, including the Dean of Paladin Academy, his old teacher in the Paladin Academy from all those years ago, Sima Chongfeng. Besides that, he made a trip back to the Duan clan and the Imperial Palace. After basically everything was dealt with, he went to see the junior Marquis, Ni Feng, before leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City with Elder Kong, Feng Wudao, and Feng Tianwu. Meanwhile, the senior Marquis, Ni Rong, and the Divine Might Marquis, Ni Yuan, hadn't returned yet. In the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom, an enormous sword passed through the sky, and its destination was straight towards the Darkstone Empire. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the enormous sword, and he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He'd been extremely busy during these past few days, and he finally had the chance to rest. After resting for a while, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the 5th level wind concept fragment that he obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure that day, and he calmed his heart to comprehend wind concept. The pressing matter at the moment for him was to comprehend intermediate wind concept or void interpretation concept, as only in this way would he be able to advance a step further and officially break through to the void interpretation stage. As for lightning concept and earth concept, even though he had the corresponding concept fragment in his possession, yet he couldn't divert his distraction while comprehending concept. So he could only improve his concepts one by one. When his wind concept advanced slowly even with the assistance of the wind concept, that would be the time he would comprehend other concepts a step further. Now, his point of concentration was wind concept. There were another 10 months of time before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would begin, and he had to comprehend intermediate wind concept before that and become a void interpretation stage martial artist. Chapter 750, Collecting a Debt. We've arrived. Suddenly, a voice entered into the ears of Duan Ling Tian, who was immersed in the comprehension of wind concept, and it caused him to seem as if jolted awake from a dream. After Duan Ling Tian awakened, he noticed that he'd already arrived at a familiar gorge. When he saw the ball of gases that seemed like a cloud or mist, Duan Ling Tian completely reacted to his whereabouts. This place wasn't unfamiliar to him, and he'd come here twice in the past. The first time was with Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong. At that time, his target was the Solkleen's pool. After that, he'd found an underwater abode within the Solkleen's pool, and he'd obtained a soul brand that allowed him to grasp a soul skill that belonged to himself, the soul skill 1000 Illusions. The second time he came here was for the sake of fleeing for his life. At that time, he'd been taken hostage by the traitor of the 7-Star Sword sect, Zhao Ming, and the Azure Forest Tri-Sect's guardian elder, Tang Huo, and he outwitted them by bringing them here and trapping them within the inscription formation. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. All of you wait here for me, I'll return after dealing with them. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Feng Wudao's group of 3 before walking towards the ball of cloud and mist that had been compressed together, or more precisely speaking, he'd walked towards the completely sealed inscription formation, and that ball of mist and cloud was only the outward appearance of the formation. When he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian had notified Feng Wudao and asked Feng Wudao to bring him here, whereas Feng Wudao was familiar with this place, so he easily arrived here. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted when he approached the ball of cloud and mist that had been compressed together, and his acute spiritual force swept out to easily break it open. More precisely speaking, he'd opened the inscription formation. Before the inscription formation had completely opened, Duan Ling Tian had already transformed into a gust of wind that instantly entered into it like an agile rabbit. Duan Ling Tian once again appeared outside the Solkleen's pool, and his gaze descended to a spot nearby at the first possible moment. There were 2 old men with faces covered with stubble there, and they were looking at the direction Duan Ling Tian came in with overjoyed expressions. Their gazes seemed as if they'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw, but the expressions of those 2 old men changed quickly as boundless ruthlessness suffused their faces when their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, one of the old men shouted out in a grim voice, and his voice was filled with hatred. He's been trapped within here for the past few years, and it caused his life to be worse than death. Normally, he could only eat weeds to allay his hunger, and it was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared with his life of luxury from before. Because of this, he'd even thought of ending his life, yet he didn't have the courage in the end. Of course, the most important reason that drove him to continue living was because he wanted to tear apart the kid that trapped him here that day. Originally, he thought that he wouldn't have any hope to take revenge in his entire lifetime. Yet today, not only had the inscription formation that trapped him been opened up, there was even someone that entered after it opened, and this person was precisely the person he hated the most. Duan Ling Tian, I won't let you escape again today. You're dead. The other old man seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly appeared behind Duan Ling Tian, and he launched a pincer attack at Duan Ling Tian with the other old man that was before Duan Ling Tian. Elder Huo, are you so sure? Duan Ling Tian turned around to glance deeply at the red-clothed old man that stood behind him, and then the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. The red-clothed old man was precisely the guardian elder of the former Azure Forest Tri-Sect, Tang Huo. After many years, Tang Huo wasn't elegant and unrestrained as before, and he looked like an old geezer that didn't have the slightest bearing of an expert. Die! Tang Huo exploded into rage from being underestimated by Duan Ling Tian, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed as fire concept followed his origin energy like a shadow, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a ball of flame that swept aggressively towards Duan Ling Tian. His ability as a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist was revealed completely. Elder Huo, a few years have passed yet you haven't improved in the slightest. Truly a pity. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged when facing Tang Huo's aggressive attack, and at the same time that he spoke out in ridicule, Duan Ling Tian casually pointed out twice in the air before him. Instantly, two piercing howls resounded out as material origin energy point force accompanied by a strand of azure-colored energy and violet-colored energy tore through the sky, and it caused the airflow in the sky to surge and violet gales to blow in all directions. Two light sounds accompanied by muffled groans sounded out. Subsequently, the nearby Zhao Ming saw an unforgettable scene. Tang Huo, an existence who possessed a strength equal to him, had attacked out with his full strength, yet Tang Huo hadn't even touched Duan Ling Tian before his legs were penetrated by the two-point forces that Duan Ling Tian casually shot out. After his legs were penetrated, Tang Huo forcefully endured the intense pain and let out a muffled groan while his body trembled. Meanwhile, Tang Huo still gritted his teeth and withdrew his spirit weapon before pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian like a wild beast that had opened its bloody mouth and revealed its fangs. The spirit weapon tore through the sky while accompanied by an even stronger strength as it swept towards Duan Ling Tian, and the origin energy that covered the skies like surging flames seemed as if they wanted to swallow Duan Ling Tian completely. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot and looked at Tang Huo's final struggle with interest. In his eyes, Tang Huo was indeed making a final struggle now. Along with Duan Ling Tian pointing out once more, another tempest point swept out, and at the instant a piercing howl sounded out. The spirit weapon in Tang Huo's hand was directly blasted, flying by the energy of the tempest point, whereas the hand Tang Huo held his spirit weapon with had been blasted to the point it dripped with blood, and intense pain caused Tang Huo's countenance to go pale to the extreme as he barely stopped his body and look at Duan Ling Tian in panic. No, impossible, impossible. How many years have passed? How could you possibly possess such a formidable strength? Tang Huo looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze filled with terror, and his tone contained traces of trembling. Right at this moment, the energy of the heavens and earth that swept out in the sky above Duan Ling Tian had finally started formed into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First where 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and then another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 8th level wind concept. 3rd level lightning concept. This was the strength Duan Ling Tian had utilized when making a move against Tang Huo. 9th level of the void initiation stage. When Tang Huo saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above Duan Ling Tian, his body couldn't help but tremble as his countenance went ghastly pale to the extreme, and he was terrified to the point he couldn't speak clearly. Tang Huo, you first participated in the battle to annihilate my 7-star sword sect, and you even wanted to kill me later on. Now, I'll send you on your way and allow you to accompany Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the others in the netherworld. Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly. At this moment, Tang Huo's pupils constricted when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and his voice started to tremble slightly. You are Azure Forest Trisect. Tang Huo didn't continue speaking because he'd obtained the answer he wanted from Duan Ling Tian's cold and indifferent gaze. Tang Huo's countenance was ghastly pale, and his breathing was slightly hurried as he pointed at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, you were lucky since you annihilated the Azure Forest Tri-sect before our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor re-emerged into the world. Otherwise, once the ancestor re-emerged, the one that died would have surely been you. Tang Huo was a guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before the 3 sects had combined together. Ancestor. Duan Ling Tian suddenly started laughing, and he laughed brilliantly. The ancestor you mentioned is probably that Jia Hong, right? You know. Tang Huo frowned, and then he said with a cold voice, if the ancestor re-emerged in time, then even if you're already a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, you'll be dead without a doubt. But unfortunately, you've escaped calamity. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. I watched the ancestor you spoke of, Jia Hong, emerge from the Firebreath Rock. I have to say, his strength was extremely strong, and I'm far from being a match for him. What? The ancestor re-emerged. Tang Huo's pupils constricted. But the following words Duan Ling Tian spoke caused the paleness of his countenance to go deeper, and then his expression turned to one of astonishment and disbelief. But unfortunately, he still died. Do you think that if your Azure Forest Tri-sect has someone to rely on, I don't have someone to rely on? When Duan Ling Tian's smile entered into Tang Huo's eyes, it was no different than the smile of a devil. So you can peacefully go to hell and see your ancestor. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, His finger that had been accumulating force since long ago pointed out. The tempest point tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of fierce piercing howls before directly penetrating the spot between Tang Huo's brows and killing Tang Huo. Tang Huo's corpse dropped to the ground, yet his eyes were still wide open as he died with everlasting regret, when the sound of Tang Huo's corpse dropping to the ground entered into the nearby Zhao Ming's ears. It caused Zhao Ming's expression to go completely pale. At this moment, the rage he had when facing Duan Ling Tian earlier had vanished completely, and replacing it was terror and uneasiness. Never had he imagined that after a few years, Duan Ling Tian would actually possess such a terrifying strength, a strength that caused even him to look up to. It was even to the extent that Duan Ling Tian had even annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect. After he retrieved Tang Huo's spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian turned around to look at the old man who stood dumbstruck nearby, and his gaze instantly went cold. Zhao Ming. Duan Ling Tian's voice seemed to have come from the netherworld, and it carried frightful coldness with it. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian strode over step by step toward the old man that possessed an extremely unsightly expression, Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was one of the guardian elders of the former Seven-Star Sword sect and people called him Elder Ming. Later on, when the Seven-Star Sword sect encountered a calamity, Zhao Ming had viciously backstabbed the strongest martial artist in the Seven-Star Sword sect, Elder Zan, and his actions caused a situation that could be in a stalemate for some time to instantly crumble. The Seven-Star Sword sect was easily annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect. All those years ago when Duan Ling Tian had first found out about all this, he had the impulse to tear Zhao Ming into pieces. But unfortunately, his cultivation was far inferior to Zhao Ming at that time, yet now, he'd come. He'd come along with the blood enmity of all the souls of the dead from the Seven-Star Sword sect, and he carried with him a strength that far surpassed Zhao Ming to appear mightily before Zhao Ming with the sole reason of collecting a debt. This was a debt Zhao Ming owed the Seven-Star Sword sect. Chapter 751. Living is worse than dying. When he saw Duan Ling Tian walking over step by step, every step Duan Ling Tian strode out seemed as if it stepped onto Zhao Ming's chest, causing Zhao Ming's countenance to become even paler. Not long ago, the violet-clothed young man before his eyes was like an ant that couldn't withstand a single blow before him. However, at this moment, it was instead he himself that was no different to an ant before the young man. Just like Tang Huo being unable to wrap his head around it, Zhao Ming was the same. How could Duan Ling Tian possess such a formidable strength in a short few years of time? Exactly what fortuitous encounters has he obtained? Even if Duan Ling Tian possessed the assistance of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to improve so quickly in a short few years of time. This was something that Zhao Ming could be sure of. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian was already standing before Zhao Ming, and he looked at Zhao Ming with a cold and indifferent expression. Zhao Ming, all those years ago, I thought that you turned to the Azure Forest Tri-sect after all the higher-ups and disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect were killed and the Seven-Star Sword sect was almost annihilated. If it was like that, even though I would feel that you were ungrateful, yet I wouldn't hate you. After all, everyone has their own ideals. However, never had I imagined that you actually resolutely betrayed the Seven-Star Sword sect at the moment our Seven-Star Sword sect was in a stalemate with the Azure Forest Trisect, and you first backstabbed Elder Zan before joining forces with the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to kill the sect leader. Duan Ling Tian spoke word by word. As he finished speaking, only frightful coldness remained within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and his exceedingly icy cold gaze stared fixedly at Zhao Ming, causing Zhao Ming to feel as if he'd fallen into a pit of ice. Your actions incurred the hate of both men and the heavens. Are you worthy of the sect that fostered you? Are you worthy of your master? Duan Ling Tian's voice was chilly as every one single word of his struck the heart, and every single word seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that bore fiercely into Zhao Ming's heart, causing Zhao Ming's body to tremble as his expression turned unsightly to the extreme. Actually, after being overwhelmed with rage and backstabbing Elder Zan who he'd got along with for many years before joining forces with the experts of the Azure Forest Tri-sect to kill the sect leader, Lingu Jinhong, he felt regretful in his heart. Especially later on when although he was accepted into the Azure Forest Trisect and became a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, causing his status to become even more lofty. But every night when he dreamed, he would frequently dream of Elder Zan and Lingu Jinhong demanding their lives. Not only that, he would frequently dream of the master that had brought him to the Seven-Star Sword sect and fostered him to become someone without the slightest holding back, and his master would be angered to the point of spitting blood and passing away every single time. All of this had become his nightmare. After taking a deep breath, the eyes of Zhao Ming, who'd already realized that it was impossible for him to survive today, flickered with a fierce light, and he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, it's all because of you that I betrayed the sect. It's you that harmed my son and even harmed my grandson to the point of becoming a monster that was neither a man nor woman. If it wasn't for you, how could I have been overwhelmed by rage and commit such an act of betraying the sect? Zhao Ming gnashed his teeth. You're still shifting the blame even at a time like this. Duan Ling Tian sneered, and then he said word by word. Do you dare say that if the Seven-Star Sword sect was about to be annihilated and you had the chance to survive, you wouldn't turn to the Azure Forest Trisect? Even if I, Duan Ling Tian, have done something, what does it have to do with the sect? What does it have to do with the other people from the sect? Just come at me. Why did you harm Elder Zan? Why did you hurt the sect leader? As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian was enraged to the extreme, and his gaze was like blades that seemed to want to slice Zhao Ming into pieces. Zhao Ming had a dark expression yet remained silent. Every single word Duan Ling Tian spoke had struck him in the heart and were logical, causing him to be speechless. Right, I still have to tell you one thing. Those two grandsons of yours that are neither men nor women were killed by Elder Peng not long ago, said Duan Ling Tian to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming's expression went ominous when he heard this. Even though he'd already found out about the news of the Azure Forest Trisect's annihilation from the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Tang Huo, he still felt that his grandsons ought to be able to escape calamity. Yet Duan Ling Tian's words now had caused the last trace of hope that remained in his heart to be completely shattered. Duan Ling Tian, I'll kill you. Zhao Ming's eyes were crimson red. He seemed to have gone mad as he pounced towards Duan Ling Tian while disregarding his life, and his origin energy skyrocketed as wind concept followed behind his origin energy like a shadow. But his strength wasn't much stronger than Tang Huo, and it was too weak to stand against Duan Ling Tian, so he was directly kicked flying by a casual kick of Duan Ling Tian's. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold when he saw Zhao Ming, who fell to the ground wanted to stand up. Duan Ling Tian had already seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind before Zhao Ming, and he blew over to arrive before Zhao Ming in the blink of an eye. Another kick stomped down fiercely onto Zhao Ming's face, causing the back of his head to smash fiercely onto the ground, causing him to become dizzy. A humiliation. Downright humiliation. Zhao Ming was knocked down to the point his consciousness was dazed and blurry, and he only realized that his dignity had already been completely trampled upon by Duan Ling Tian when he recovered from his dazed feeling. Instantly, he roared madly. Even if I must die today, I'll make you pay the price. Zhao Ming pounced at Duan Ling Tian like a madman, and he seemed as if he wanted to take Duan Ling Tian down with him. Right at this moment, a swift tempest point gave rise to a wave of piercing howls as it tore through the sky, and it carried out a strand of fresh blood after it penetrated one of Zhao Ming's legs. The leg of Zhao Ming, who intended to stand up, went weak, and he collapsed on the ground in an extremely sorry state. This is what you owe Elder Zan. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's cold and indifferent voice entered clearly into Zhao Ming's ears. I'll kill you. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth as he supported his body up, and then the origin energy on his body raged as he soared up into the sky with the intention of fighting Duan Ling Tian with his life. Another tempest point flashed out through the sky. But the tempest point's target this time wasn't Zhao Ming's limbs, nor was it Zhao Ming's head. It was Zhao Ming's dantian. A slight swish resounded out as Zhao Ming's dantian was penetrated through, and the vast origin energy condensed within it seemed to have found an exit as they gushed out before vanishing in the sky in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhao Ming's dantian was like a leaking ball, and after it finished leaking, the origin energy that coiled around his body had vanished completely. This is what you owe the sect leader. Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly with an extremely cold and indifferent tone. At the same time, after he lost the support of his origin energy, Zhao Ming, who had been carried flying over 10 meters by his origin energy, had crashed fiercely onto the ground with a bang. Zhao Ming, who's lost his origin energy, was no different than an ordinary geezer, and he fell to the point he emitted repeated shrill cries. After a while, or perhaps he'd been numbed by the pain, Zhao Ming caught his breath and glared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that was filled with hatred that was to the bone. You actually crippled my cultivation. On Cloud Continent, the strong were respected, and the foundation of a martial artist's existence was his cultivation. Once a cultivator's cultivation was crippled, living was worse than dying to a cultivator. You're going to die anyway, so what if you don't have your cultivation? Elder Ming, let it go. Duan Ling Tian looked Zhao Ming in the eye as he revealed a smile. This smile was no different to the smile of a devil when it entered Zhao Ming's eyes. I'll kill you. Even though his cultivation was crippled, yet Zhao Ming seemed as if he'd taken stimulants, and he pushed against the floor with his hands while using his remaining leg to support his body up before pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian once more. When facing an ordinary geezer pouncing over, Duan Ling Tian moved away with a casual dodge, and there wasn't the slightest difficulty. Another tempest point whistled out and descended onto Zhao Ming's back, right onto his backbone. As his backbone broke inch by inch, Zhao Ming let out a shrill cry, and then he collapsed onto the ground and fainted. Duan Ling Tian instead didn't intend to let Zhao Ming off like this, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy flashed out to directly draw out the water within the Soulclean's pool to fiercely slap onto Zhao Ming's body. Zhao Ming shuddered and awoken, yet because his backbone was shattered, he was unable to support his body up, and he could only lay on the ground while staring hatefully at Duan Ling Tian. This is what you owe all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently. Duan Ling Tian, kill me. Zhao Ming spoke with a fierce voice. At this moment, living was worse than dying to him, as he didn't even have the strength to take his own life. This feeling caused him to feel oppressed to the point of almost suffocating. Don't worry, you won't live for long. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was calm. Numerous tempest points flashed out as his hand raised, and they gave rise to waves of piercing howls that were extremely jarring to the ear as they tore through the sky. 3 tempest points easily entered into Zhao Ming's arms and Zhao Ming's remaining legs successively. This is what you owe the disciples of the 7-star sword sect. This is what you owe your master. This is what you owe the sect that fostered you. Zhao Ming's shrill cries resounded out successively, and he had a completely pale face as his entire body shivered. Every single time he was about to faint, Duan Ling Tian would splash water all over him, causing his to awaken and continue with the next round of torture. Duan Ling Tian, kill me please. Zhao Ming was even unable to speak smoothly now, and he spoke intermittently to Duan Ling Tian with a tone that was full of an imploring intention. I won't kill you. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming's pupils constricted when he heard this. He won't kill me. What does Duan Ling Tian want to do? A bad premonition arose in his heart. At this moment, the thing he regretted the most was not killing himself before Duan Ling Tian crippled his cultivation. If he killed himself earlier, then he wouldn't have to suffer all the torture earlier. Now, he didn't even have the strength to kill himself. For now onwards, you'll stay here to live and perish by yourself. Of course, you can choose to die of hunger. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhao Ming for the last time before opening the inscription formation with his spiritual force, and then he flew out to vanish before Zhao Ming's eyes. No. Zhao Ming twisted his neck about. At this moment, only his head could move, and his eyes were filled with boundless hatred and anger. His hatred and anger were practically capable of charging a hole open in the sky and breaking through the horizon. After an unknown period of time, Zhao Ming's eyes abruptly glared wide open, because he saw a figure that was completely enveloped in a black robe instantly passing through the barrier of the inscription formation before descending from the sky and appearing before his eyes. Chapter 752, 9th Level Elementary Wind Concept. You're done. Duan Ling Tian heard Feng Wudao's voice just after he left the inscription formation and returned to the gorge. Yes. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded, and he seemed to have encountered something good, causing him to seem refreshed. Then let's go. Feng Wudao nodded, and then he once again condensed his origin energy into an enormous sword before carrying everyone including himself to flash through the sky and head directly towards the Darkened Dynasty. On the way, Duan Ling Tian, who dealt with all of his trivial matters, had finally calmed his heart down completely. Duan Ling Tian held the wind concept fragment as he cleared his mind and comprehended wind concept. Presently, the advancement of his origin energy had already arrived at the limits of the 9th level of the void initiation stage under the assistance of the rebirth pill. What he had to do was to comprehend intermediate concept and smoothly break through to the void interpretation stage. The entire journey was smooth and calm, and Duan Ling Tian's returned smoothly to the Darkened Dynasty and the Feng clan. Duan Ling Tian put up temporarily in the Feng clan estate and silently comprehended wind concept. Of course, he would occasionally leave the Feng clan estate with Feng Tianwu, and they would stroll about the capital while buying some materials needed for weapons refinement, refining medicinal pills, and inscribing. So long as there was a large-scale auction held in the capital, Duan Ling Tian would go join in the fun with Feng Tian Wu, so he obtained quite a number of rare materials. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu had just left an auction house when Feng Tian Wu couldn't help but ask. "Big brother Duan, you seem to be extremely happy from obtaining that piece of strange metal earlier. What's special about it?" "Tian Wu, when that piece of metal I obtained is combined with the materials I gathered earlier, then so long as I become a grade 2 weapons craftsman, I'll be able to use them to refine a grade 2 spirit weapon." Duan Ling Tian smiled. "Grade 2 spirit weapon? Grade 2 weapons craftsman?" Feng Tian Wu was slightly shocked, and in next to no time, she recalled that Duan Ling Tian was already a grade 3 weapons craftsman, causing her to come to a sudden understanding. "No wonder you're so happy, big brother Duan. It turns out that it's equivalent to having half a grade 2 spirit weapon in your possession." Feng Tian Wu was happy for Duan Ling Tian. The day to depart towards the northern desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is in a little more than a month away. At that time, I wonder if we have to leave with the others. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. "Big brother Duan, you don't want to go with them?" Feng Tian Wu asked. "I want to go around alone, as there's much more freedom in this way." Duan Ling Tian smiled. Besides the various dynasties, there was only the boundlessly vast foreign lands outside the Darken dynasty. When he left this time, Duan Ling Tian really wanted to make stops and enjoy the view on the way to his heart's content while experiencing some tempering, as it was more interesting this way. If he followed and left with the large group, then journey wasn't something he could decide on. "Then I'll tell father later. At that time, we won't leave with the others," said Feng Tian Wu. "Okay," Duan Ling Tian replied before smiling. "Let's return first." Duan Ling Tian's mood was extremely good during these past few days because he'd already touched the threshold to the 9th level of wind concept, and he was confident he would completely comprehend 9th level wind concept in 3 days. Once he comprehended 9th level elementary wind concept, then he would have the chance to touch the 1st level of intermediate wind concept. At that time, his origin energy would smoothly transform into the origin energy that belonged solely to void interpretation stage martial artists. While some were in delight, others were not. While Duan Ling Tian was feeling happy about his wind concept that was about to undergo a transformation, the Imperial Palace wasn't calm. Within a beautifully decorated audience hall in the depths of the Imperial Palace, the Darken dynasty's emperor sat upright at the top. His expression seemed gloomy as his gaze that was like a bolt of lightning descended onto a black-clothed old man in the audience hall. "Imperial uncle, I want to hear your opinion." The black-clothed old man's brows knit tightly as he said slowly, "I'm truly unable to wrap my head around this. Not to mention Imperial brother was a careful person that wouldn't make a move lightly without sufficient confidence. Even if Feng Wudao really followed by Duan Ling Tian's side, he might not be able to protect Duan Ling Tian. According to my knowledge, Feng Wudao hasn't broken through to the void transformation stage. Based on the current circumstances, something has happened to Grand Imperial Uncle. Otherwise, why hasn't he returned after Duan Ling Tian has already returned for 3 months? The emperor's tone was heavy. There are only 2 possibilities to what happened to Grand Imperial Uncle. He was either killed by Feng Wudao or killed by another expert. But, even if Feng Wudao caught up and broken through to the void transformation stage in the past 2 years, he might not be a match for Grand Imperial Uncle. Otherwise, would the Feng clan willingly be placed below our imperial family? So I feel the possibility that Feng Wudao killed Grand Imperial Uncle is extremely low. The emperor finished speaking in a single breath, yet his brows knit tightly together. If it wasn't Feng Wudao that did it, then who was it? Moreover, if something had really happened to Grand Imperial Uncle, then once the news spreads, our Darken dynasty's imperial family will be in a precarious position, and we even might be replaced. The emperor's Grand Imperial Uncle was the god of protection of the imperial family, and he was the biggest reliance of the Darken dynasties to display might to deter all the forces around it. Perhaps, Imperial brother has encountered something that caused him to temporarily not return. I can't think of anyone besides Feng Wudao that can threaten Imperial brother in the Darken dynasty. The black-clothed old man continued. No matter what, this piece of news must be locked down and must not be spread out. Don't worry Imperial Uncle, besides he himself, only you and I know that Grand Imperial Uncle made a move against Duan Ling Tian. So long and you and I don't speak of it, then there will absolutely be no third person that knows of this matter, said the emperor. In a spacious pavilion's roomy courtyard, a young man in white clothes fiercely crushed the teacup in his hand to powder. Big brother. The beautiful woman that was watering the flowers nearby was startled by the young man in white clothes. Yan, sorry, I accidentally crushed my cup. The young man in white clothes was precisely Xianxia, and he squeezed out a trace of a smile that was even more unsightly than a crying expression before returning to his own room. Big brother. The beautiful woman, Xianxia's younger sister, Yan, couldn't help but be slightly worried when she saw this scene, and she muttered, "You're getting angry because of duels again." When she thought up to hear, a trace of helplessness flashed within Yan's beautiful eyes. After he returned to his room, Xianxia's expression instantly darkened, and he grunted. Duels is really lucky, he's actually still alive until now. Could it be that His Majesty didn't make a move against duels? He left the capital for almost 2 months, yet such a good opportunity was missed. Now it's even more difficult to kill him. Xianxia was slightly infuriated as he didn't know what the emperor was doing. That day, after he instigated the emperor had obviously aroused interest towards the incomplete devil-seal tablet in duels' possession, yet duels was still well and living after almost 5 months of time. There's no need to be impatient. Right at this moment, a ghastly and aged voice sounded out in Xianxia's mind. Even if the Darkin Dynasty's imperial family doesn't deal with him, could it be that you're worried you won't be able to find a chance in the future? You're about to leave the Darkin dynasty and head to the boundlessly vast foreign lands. Not to mention anything else, once you arrive at the foreign lands, so long as you leak the news to those powers of the foreign lands that the devil-seal tablet in duels' possession is capable of providing an amplification of 100%, they would similarly be interested with the devil-seal tablet. Duels won't be jumping around for long. Leak the news to the powers of the foreign lands and make them obtain that broken devil-seal tablet. Even though it's comparatively more difficult to seize it back from them in the future, it's better than seizing it from duels. The ghastly and aged voice continued to sound out, and it caused Xianxia's eyes to light up as if he was suddenly enlightened. Elder Ghost is wise. I don't believe that the powers of the foreign lands are as cowardly as the Darkin dynasty's imperial family. Duels, wait for the great present I'm about to send your way. Unknowingly, the gloominess on Xianxia's face dispersed completely, and replacing it was a dense smile. But no matter who saw this smile, they would feel that it was slightly cold. Feng Clan Estate, in the estate within the estate. 2 days had already passed since he returned from the auction that day. Duels hadn't taken a step out of his room during these past 2 days, and it was even to the extent that Duels didn't even eat. Suddenly, the spacious room was instantly enveloped by a gale that appeared out of thin air, and the gale ceaselessly swept out to cause the windows to creak and tremble intensely. Finally, the window at the side of the room was instantly pushed open by the gale, and then the gale seemed to have found an exit as they gushed out directly and blew the plants and flowers outside the window to the point of swaying. Right at this moment, the gale that wasn't supplied with any more energy from behind had gradually died down. That gale that had stopped halfway was completely withdrawn by a single person within the room. On the bed in the room, Duels sat cross-legged while his body was suffused by strands of almost material azure energy, and the azure energy coiled around him to cause him to seem slightly illusory. Suddenly, Duels opened his eyes and a bright light flashed within them. At the same time, Duels' figure slightly shook as the azure energy that coiled around his body whistled as they flashed out. Every time they flashed out, it would cause the airflow in the sky to tremble slightly and emit a wave of light and muffled howls. At the same time, everywhere the strands of material azure-colored energy flashed in the sky, it would cause the energy of the heavens and the earth to roil. In the end, a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth was forcefully condensed in the sky above Duels, a total of 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and it was the symbol of 9th-level elementary concept. 9th-level elementary wind concept. I've finally succeeded. A delighted smile bled on Duels' face as these few months of hard work wasn't wasted in the end. Now, I'm only a step away from the void interpretation stage. I don't have to worry about origin energy with the assistance of the rebirth pill. What I lack is comprehension of concept. As he muttered, the smile on Duels' face grew even more brilliant. Chapter 753, Azure-Eyed Eagle. Duels continued to rely on the wind concept fragment to comprehend wind concept in the following days, and he noticed in the end that his improvement was slow, as if he'd encountered a bottleneck. Perhaps I ought to stop. Duels thought in his heart. Of course, it was only wind concept that he stopped comprehending, but he could still comprehend other concepts. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the first-level advanced lightning concept fragment he'd obtained a few months ago after killing Bai Nanshang with the talisman, and he started comprehending. As the force of nature that represented heavenly punishment, the might of lightning was naturally formidable. Besides ice concept, lightning faintly stood above the other forces of nature. As he held the lightning concept fragment in his hand, Duan Ling Tian quickly immersed himself in the comprehension of lightning, and it seemed like waves of deafening thunderclaps resounded out by his ears. Numerous thunderclaps practically blasted apart Duan Ling Tian's eardrums. Under the assistance of the concept fragment, Duan Ling Tian's lightning concept advanced at an extremely swift speed, but he would still try and take up the wind concept fragment once in a while to see if his comprehension of wind concept had returned back on the right track. Up until the day before leaving, the feeling when he comprehended wind concept in the past had returned after he comprehended fourth-level lightning concept. When he held the wind concept fragment, he felt as if he was enveloped by a gust of wind, and this sort of feeling was extremely wonderful and peculiar. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as he transformed into wind. His comprehension of wind concept still continued, whereas the day of departure had arrived at the appointed time. Right when Duan Ling Tian intended to head to the imperial palace with Feng Tianwu, she brought him a piece of good news. "Big brother Duan, my father has notified the emperor already. We three will head to the northern desert by ourselves, but we have to arrive at the ancient desert city before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that's held half a year from now." Ancient desert city. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, and then he looked curiously at Feng Tianwu. "That's where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is going to be carried out?" "Yes." Feng Tianwu nodded. "The ancient desert city seems to be a city controlled by that power of the foreign lands that's conducting the martial competition of the 10 dynasties." "You said we three earlier." Duan Ling Tian had a bewildered expression when he recalled Feng Tianwu's words from before. "Grandpa Kong isn't following us this time," said Feng Tianwu. Suddenly, an enormous black figure flew over towards them from the distance to arrive above Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye, and waves of violent winds descended from high above in the sky, causing the clothes of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu to flutter with the wind. "We ought to depart now." Right when Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu squinted and looked up, a familiar voice sounded out from high above in the sky behind the enormous creature. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu soared up into the sky and descended onto the back of the enormous creature together. When they heard this, Feng Wudao had been waiting there since long ago. "Let's go." Along with Feng Wudao's light shout, the enormous creature beneath the three of them instantly transformed into a bolt of black lightning that flashed towards the north. In the blink of an eye, the darkened dynasty's imperial city vanished before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. "This is an azure-eyed eagle." Duan Ling Tian flashed through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor as he looked at the enormous creature beneath his feet, and then he couldn't help but cry out in shock. An azure-eyed eagle was a formidable demon beast that possessed the bloodline of a void. Interpretation stage demon beast. When ordinary azure-eyed eagles matured to the limit, they would be demon beasts at the 4th, 5th, or 6th level of the void interpretation stage, whereas azure-eyed eagles with extraordinary natural talent would instead break through their shackles once they matured to the limit and break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Even if it was an azure-eyed eagle with inferior natural talent, it would still be able to break through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage at least. "Little fellow, your judgment isn't bad, as you're actually able to recognize that I'm an azure-eyed eagle." Right at this moment, an aged and hoarse voice entered clearly into Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Greetings, Senior." Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was the voice of the azure-eyed eagle, and he lightly nodded in greeting. As a demon beast at the void interpretation stage, it was capable of speaking, and besides being unable to transform into human form, it was no different to humans in any other aspects, like intelligence. "Grandpa Qing, we haven't seen each other for many years." Feng Tianwu smiled as she greeted the azure-eyed eagle, and her tone was rather casual. "You little girl, you've grown more and more beautiful now." The azure-eyed eagle slightly turned his head before his sharp eyes looked concentrated at Feng Tianwu, and his voice was filled with amiableness. But when the azure-eyed eagle's eyes descended onto Duan Ling Tian, it instead became even fiercer. "Little fellow, if you dare make little girl Wu suffer, then I'll surely tear you into 2 pieces." As the azure-eyed eagle finished speaking, his tone was filled with ruthlessness, whereas Duan Ling Tian didn't doubt the words of the azure-eyed eagle. His spiritual force that stretched out had told him since long ago that this azure-eyed eagle just happened to be one of those azure-eyed eagles with extremely high natural talent, and its cultivation had already stepped into the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. The words spoke by the azure-eyed eagle caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly embarrassed for a time. Feng Tianwu couldn't watch idly by any longer, and she hurriedly helped Duan Ling Tian out from the embarrassing situation and spoke angrily. "Grandpa Qing, if you continue talking nonsense, then I'll ignore you in the future. Little girl Wu, you haven't even got married, yet you're already starting to help him. Looks like you'll surely be completely controlled by him in the future." The azure-eyed eagle shook his head slightly as he sighed like a human. "Grandpa Qing, you..." The azure-eyed eagle's words caused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face to instantly flush red, and she was slightly angry and embarrassed. Then she looked hurriedly at Duan Ling Tian. "Big brother Duan, don't pay attention to Grandpa Qing. He's always liked to talk nonsense." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded and indicated that he didn't take it to heart. At the same time that Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this, she couldn't avoid from revealing a slight sense of loss in the depths of her beautiful eyes. "Qing is my good friend, and we've already known each other for over 20 years. Feng Wudao, who'd remained silent all this time, spoke out to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he was slightly surprised at the same time. Feng Wudao was at most a void initiation stage martial artist 20 years ago, whereas, this azure-eyed eagle was most probably already at the void interpretation stage. Such a great disparity was between them, yet they were still able to become friends, so it may be assumed that there was surely a story in this. Azure-eyed eagles were famous for their ruthlessness, so since he was able to become friends with Feng Wudao, he had presumably helped him with something, causing him to feel indebted in his heart. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was extremely easily capable of guessing through the records related to azure-eyed eagles in the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. During the following stretch of the journey, this was verified in the conversations between him and Feng Tianwu. The azure-eyed eagle's speed was extremely swift, and it was at least swifter than the enormous sword that Feng Wudao condensed with origin energy to carry them. Of course, this didn't mean that the azure-eyed eagle's strength was stronger than Feng Wudao, but it was instead because Feng Wudao only utilized an extremely small amount of origin energy when he controlled the enormous sword, causing the enormous sword's speed to reduce greatly and only be comparable to the speed of a 5th or 6th level void interpretation stage martial artist. "Elder Qing, can you open up your origin energy barrier a little bit more? I want to try and sense the strong winds that move swiftly outside." Duan Ling Tian walked slowly to arrive behind the azure-eyed eagle's neck, and he spoke courteously. Feng Tianwu was stunned, and then she said anxiously, "Big brother Duan, Elder Qing is moving at full speed now, and the wind outside is extremely strong. It's extremely difficult for you to resist it with your current cultivation." "I want to try." Duan Ling Tian smiled. "Qing, slow down and cooperate with him, and then increase your speed by an appropriate amount." Meanwhile, Feng Wudao spoke out, as he'd obviously discerned Duan Ling Tian's intentions and intended to help Duan Ling Tian. "Thank you, Uncle Feng." After he noticed the azure-eyed eagle's speed slowed down, Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up as he expressed his gratitude to Feng Wudao. Subsequently, the azure-eyed eagle slightly shrunk back the origin energy barrier behind his head, causing a large empty area to appear, and it was a space sufficient for Duan Ling Tian to temper himself on. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who stood behind the neck of the azure-eyed eagle, was completely exposed outside, and he could clearly sense the terrifying gale that assaulted his face. At this moment, the speed of the azure-eyed eagle was probably comparable to the full speed of a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist that was flying while relying solely on his origin energy. Duan Ling Tian didn't feel too great pressure from this. Duan Ling Tian sat down cross-legged as the wind concept fragment appeared out of thin air in his hand. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and comprehended wind concept to his heart's content through the wind concept fragment and the gale that assaulted his face. "Qing, continue speeding up." When he saw Duan Ling Tian sit cross-legged there without moving like a mountain and didn't feel any pressure, Feng Wudao spoke out to the azure-eyed eagle. As an experienced person, Feng Wudao knew clearly in his heart that only by making Duan Ling Tian feel pressure would it be able to help Duan Ling Tian to a greater degree. Early on when Duan Ling Tian spoke to the azure-eyed eagle, Feng Wudao had already guessed that Duan Ling Tian wanted to use this opportunity to comprehend wind concept, so he gave Duan Ling Tian a helping push. The wind grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian felt his face almost being torn apart. The strong wind that assaulted his face ceaselessly blew past his ears, and the ear-piercing howls of the wind shook his eardrums, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. But he endured it and didn't make a sound. He moved his attention to the wind concept fragment in his hand and attempted to forget this uncomfortable feeling. This little fellow is really not bad. Right at this moment, the azure-eyed eagle spoke out with words that were filled with praise. My current speed can be compared to an ordinary 4th level void interpretation stage martial artist flying at full speed, yet he's still enduring it forcefully. It's already really good with his current cultivation. Grandpa Qing, why don't you slow down? Feng Tianwu noticed Duan Ling Tian's tense cheeks, and she spoke with a worried expression. The azure-eyed eagle hadn't replied when the nearby Feng Wudao had already spoken. Qing, continue speeding up. Increase your speed to the extent of being comparable to a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist. As soon as Feng Wudao finished speaking and before Feng Tianwu could react to what had happened, the azure-eyed eagle had already sped up once more. At the same time, waves of vast energy of the heavens and earth appeared between the surrounding clouds and mist and almost tore the clouds and mist apart before finally converging into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes. These ancient horned dragon silhouettes total a number of 70. The strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. This was a strength comparable to the full strength of a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist or demon beast. Chapter 754, Darming Dynasty. The wind grew stronger and stronger, like blades that flashed towards Duan Ling Tian, leaving behind numerous tiny marks on Duan Ling Tian's face. These were all tiny injuries sliced open by the wind. But every time these tiny injuries appeared, they would be completely repaired by the flickering origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's body, and it seemed as if they'd never appeared. Meanwhile, strands of material azure-colored energy started to rage on Duan Ling Tian's body, and they accompanied his origin energy to seem to form gusts of clearly material azure-colored gales. These gusts of azure-colored gales coiled around Duan Ling Tian's body and seemed to have formed into a layer of a protective barrier that protected Duan Ling Tian within it. The fierce gale continued to sweep over and assault Duan Ling Tian, and they blasted onto the azure-colored gale and caused it to tremble. In the end, the fierce gale split apart into two and not a bit of it descended onto Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a strange scene appeared. The wind concept that couldn't completely conform to his origin energy had actually started to conform more and more with his origin energy, and it seemed as if this was urged on by the wind that assaulted him from ahead. Speed up. Feng Wudao's noticed this change in the first possible moment, and he spoke out, causing the azure-eyed eagle to speed up once more. Not long after, the azure-eyed eagle's speed had risen to be comparable to a 6th level void interpretation stage martial artist. The wind was even stronger, and the azure-colored strong winds around Duan Ling Tian's body showed signs of dispersal. Big brother Duan. Even though Feng Wudao's beautiful face was still covered with worry, she was able to notice Duan Ling Tian's improvement now, and the wind concept seemed to be silently improving with every passing moment. At the beginning, the azure-colored gale that was formed from Duan Ling Tian's origin energy combined with wind concept had already showed signs of dispersion, yet later on, it calmed down once more. At the same time, the azure-colored gale became purer and purer. His wind concept had almost completely fused into his origin energy, and this feeling was as if it had transformed into wind. This feeling was similar to Zhan Shouyong's comprehension of earth concept and Bai Hao's comprehension of fire concept. They'd comprehended 9th level elementary concept and were only half a step away for 1st level intermediate concept. In other words, Duan Ling Tian was moving in that direction and he wasn't far away from them. If he improved a step further, the wind concept Duan Ling Tian had comprehended now was be able to completely materialize. The speed of the azure-eyed eagle was still increasing. Not long after, the azure-eyed eagle's speed had already increased to its full speed. Of course, this was only his full speed when only using his 7th level void interpretation stage origin energy, and he hadn't utilized the concept he'd comprehended. Otherwise, his speed would be even faster. But even then, the current Duan Ling Tian was still fearless towards the piercingly cold gale that assaulted his face because the wind concept that became more and more material around him had swallowed all the wind that assaulted his face. Continue. Feng Wudao spoke out. Fiery red energy swept out on the azure-eyed eagle's body before fusing into the origin energy that surrounded him, and it seemed to have transformed into real scorching flames. At this moment, the azure-eyed eagle seemed to have transformed into a flaming bird that caused patches of flaming clouds to appear everywhere it passed. Along with the azure-eyed eagle speeding up, the gale increased in strength was more, whereas the azure-colored gale that surrounded Duan Lingtian's body showed signs of collapsing once more, yet it didn't collapse in the end, and it instead became even more flawless under the azure-eyed eagle's appropriate increase in speed. The more flawless the azure-colored gale was, it meant that the closer Duan Lingtian's wind concept was to becoming material. 1 month later, the azure-colored gale on Duan Lingtian's body had finally stabilized, and then it gradually withdrew itself to completely fuse into his body in the end. Meanwhile, even if he didn't have the protection of the azure-colored energy, the terrifying gale that assaulted his face seemed to be unable to affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and spread upon his arms, and his face was covered in a brilliant smile when facing the strong winds that assaulted his face. My concept has finally become material. Improving another step forward would be to attain first-level intermediate wind concept. Even though he was only half a step away from intermediate concept, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that this moment was the most difficult. Elder Qing, thank you. Duan Lingtian bowed towards the azure-eyed eagle's head as he expressed his gratitude with extreme sincerity. This expression of thanks was from the heart. Because Duan Lingtian knew that if the azure-eyed eagle didn't cooperate with him, it would be impossible for him to allow his wind concept to complete the transformation to become material. Little fellow, besides Tian Wu, you're the person with the best comprehension ability I've ever seen. But Tian Wu possesses the fire spirit body, yet you don't possess the wind spirit body, so it's truly rare for you to be able to so quickly comprehend wind concept to such an extent. The azure-eyed eagle wasn't stingy with words of praise. Elder Qing, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian spoke modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian turned around, leaving his back to face the gale that whistled over as he walked slowly to enter into the azure-eyed eagle's origin energy barrier. Congratulations, big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and then he looked at Feng Wudao and met his gaze. The words of thanks that he originally wanted to speak were stopped under the indication in Feng Wudao's gaze. Everything was said without speaking. Where are we now? Duan Lingtian looked down towards the boundless ground that ceaselessly flashed beneath his feet, and he asked curiously. Big brother Duan, we've already left the Darkin dynasty for over 10 days. This is the territory belonging to the Darming dynasty, and we'll be able to arrive at the capital of Darming dynasty in a few days. At that time, we'll rest there for a bit. Feng Tianwu was faintly exhausted as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he never imagined that when he awoke from the state of comprehending wind concept, they were already in another dynasty. Duan Lingtian had once heard of the Darming dynasty when he was in the Darkin dynasty. This was a dynasty situated at the northwest of the Darkin dynasty, and the vastness of the area if occupied wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Darkin dynasty. Besides that, because it was even closer to the foreign lands than the Darkin dynasty, the practice of cultivation in the Darming dynasty was even more formidable than the Darkin dynasty, and there were more genius martial artists born in the Darming dynasty than the Darkin dynasty. A few days later, the azure-eyed eagle's speed slowed down. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian looked down and a tiny black dot appeared within his field of vision, and along with the azure-eyed eagle getting closer, the tiny black dot became larger and larger before finally transforming into an enormous city that was like a colossus hibernating there. After they arrived outside the city, Duan Lingtian was able to see the ancient city wall that surrounded the city. These walls emitted a feeling of ancientness at all times, and they seemed to be narrating the long history they existed in. Qing, we'll meet here 5 days from now. Feng Wudao notified the azure-eyed eagle before soaring up into the sky and leaving the back of the azure-eyed eagle first, whereas, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed behind him to soar up into the sky. Little girl Wu, little fellow. See you both again in 5 days. The azure-eyed eagle's sharp gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu before he transformed into a ball of flames that vanished before their eyes. He only left behind the flaming clouds that were gradually becoming faint. Let's go. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended down from the sky and slowly walked in the Darming dynasty's capital along its front entrance. After walking into the capital of Darming dynasty, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the atmosphere here that was different to the atmosphere in the Darkin dynasty. The people they'd passed by all along the way obviously had tense minds, and they seemed to be on guard against something at all times. Seeming to have discerned the bewilderment on Duan Lingtian's face, Feng Tianwu explained. Big brother Duan, there are some people infatuated with cultivation that would frequently attack others arbitrarily in the capital of Darming dynasty. so it developed the mentality to always be on guard in the people of the Darming dynasty. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, as expected of a dynasty that's neighboring the foreign lands. In terms of prevalence of the practice of cultivation, it's indeed better than the Darkin dynasty. This was something that Duan Ling Tian had to admit. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 moved through the large streets in the capital and headed towards the center of the capital. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian sized up the surroundings with mild curiousness. Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out from afar and came closer and closer. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and couldn't help but look ahead, and he noticed a middle-aged man in gray clothes directly attacking 2 people that were walking together. 2 palm strikes struck out and instantly killed the 2 people. 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he looked at the 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above the gray-clothed middle-aged man, as he never imagined that a void interpretation stage martial artist would launch a sneak attack against someone on the street. He didn't even utilize concept before killing those 2 people, so the disparity in their strengths was obvious. In next to no time, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, because he saw the gaze of the gray-clothed middle-aged man lock onto their group of 3, or more precisely speaking, it had locked onto Feng Tianwu. What a beautiful woman, you're mine. The gray-clothed middle-aged man soared into the sky and flew toward them, and his eyes were filled with lust, as if Feng Tianwu was already his. Presently, as he flashed over, his targets were aimed precisely at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao. Obviously, as far as he was concerned, so long as he killed Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao, he would be able to possess Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian didn't move because there was no need. Early on, when the gray-clothed middle-aged man disrespected Feng Tianwu, Duan Ling Tian had already noticed Feng Wudao's gaze become completely piercingly cold, so he knew that this Uncle Feng of his was infuriated. The gray-clothed middle-aged man utilized his concept when facing Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao. His water concept fused into his origin energy and was completely material, causing his entire body to seem to have transformed into waves that slapped over fiercely. Ninalayer waves. The gray-clothed middle-aged man shouted out explosively as his hands shook, and then his palms struck out. Instantly, the waves that slapped out towards them shot out in succession, and each was stronger than the previous. An entire 9 layers of waves had ceaselessly collided with each other, causing the layer of wave at the front to become more and more swifter and powerful, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived before Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao. Die. The gray-clothed middle-aged man's gaze was icy cold and didn't possess the slightest emotion, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wudao being slapped to death by his palm strikes. Chapter 755, Ice Flame Pavilion. Fuck off. Feng Wudao stood on the spot without moving, like a mountain, when facing the gray-clothed middle-aged man that approached menacingly, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly as he spat out 2 words unhurriedly. At the same time, a terrifying force that caused even the air to tremble instantly swept out with a raise of his hand, and it seemed as if it was assisted by the gods as it fearlessly moved to intercept the gray-clothed middle-aged man. Subsequently, an enormous bang sounded out, yet an enormous force instantly obliterated the gray-clothed middle-aged man's attack that swept over, and the attack that was like 9 layers of waves was completely obliterated. The 2 of them were completely not on the same level. Not only that, the gray-clothed middle-aged man approached swiftly, yet left even more swiftly. He was blasted flying with a casual raise of Feng Wudao's hand and flew out over 10 meters, like an arrow that left the bow, before crashing onto the ground. After the gray-clothed middle-aged man fell to the ground, he bled from all 7 apertures as his body trembled for a while without any reason, and then he was completely without any signs of life. He was utterly dead. On the other side, the energy of heaven and earth that had just roiled in the sky above Feng Wudao instantly vanished without a trace. The speed Feng Wudao attacked at was obvious from this, and it was fast to the point that even the energy of heaven and earth didn't have enough time to react. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man's corpse, as he'd known the man was dead without a doubt since the moment the middle-aged man attacked them. Especially when the middle-aged man actually dared disrespect Tian Wu, that action had undoubtedly sped up the speed of his death. Let's go. Under Feng Wudao's lead, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu followed closely to head forward all along the way. Everywhere they passed, all the people on the streets moved aside. These people had seen the scene that occurred earlier, the scene of a 3rd-level void interpretation stage martial artist being killed instantly. These 3 people weren't people that they could offend. Tianwu, you and Uncle Feng have come to the capital of Darming Dynasty in the past. When Duan Ling Tian noticed Feng Wudao moved familiarly to finally enter into an inn, he couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu curiously. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. I've come here twice with my father, this is the third time. In next to no time, Feng Wudao got 3 rooms, one for each of them. After notifying Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room and washed up, washing away the fatigue from his journey, and then he opened up the window in the room. Outside the window was the inn's inner courtyard, and it was an idyllic scene of birds and flowers that caused one to be unable to help but become calm. At the same time, the setting sun that descended gradually was reflected within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian's gaze gradually became slightly dazed. Unknowingly, it has already been over 10 years since I came to this world. When I think back to it now, time really does bring about change, and it feels as if everything has changed so quickly. Duan Ling Tian sighed. In his previous life, he could be said to be an emotionless machine of slaughter, whereas, in this lifetime, he possesses too many people he was concerned about. Besides that, he was similarly filled with curiosity towards this world, and at the same time he was filled with curiosity, he also wanted to possess strength that couldn't be compared by another so that he could look down onto the universe and reign supreme. Only at that time would he be able to truly protect every single person that was by his side. If it was said that his target in the past was to become a martial emperor and become the strongest person on Cloud Continent, then he had a new target now. Even if he became a martial emperor, he still wanted to search through the mysterious world beyond the sea, as he wanted to know what exactly was there within the boundless sea. After all, even if it was the rebirth martial emperor who was once the strongest expert on Cloud Continent, he didn't dare enter deep into those areas to search it. He would carry out what the rebirth martial emperor did not dare do. In this way, his arrival and journey in this world wouldn't be in vain. The pressing matter at hand is to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only by revealing my worth will those powers of the foreign lands pay attention to me and allow me to join them. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as bright lights flickered within. Besides the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor, the next thing I must do is find Kair and Little Fei. After being separated for years, Duan Ling Tian missed his 2 fiancées even more deeply. When he returned the last time, he'd already found out from Xianxia about the whereabouts of those 2 fiancées of his. No matter if it was Kair or Little Fei, both of them were in a formidable sect in the foreign lands. That sect possessed a strength and influence that was unimaginable. So long as that sect was willing, even a powerhouse like the Darkened Dynasty's imperial family would be annihilated in an instant. The setting sun finally vanished and the veil of night started to descend. That night, Duan Ling Tian didn't comprehend any concepts, but instead lay on his bed and instead had a long and comfortable nap. This nap continued all the way until noon the next day before he finally awoke. Satisfying. After he woke up, Duan Ling Tian stretched his limbs and felt refreshed. It's been so long since I had such satisfying sleep. Duan Ling Tian pushed open his room's door and walked out after he washed up and changed his clothes, and he'd only just walked out of his room when he saw Feng Tianwu walking over towards him. Big brother Duan, I was just about to go call you. It's time to eat, said Feng Tianwu to Duan Ling Tian. Feng Wudao's room had a table filled with dishes, and they were still giving out steam. Obviously, they'd been served not long ago. Duan Ling Tian's appetite couldn't help but be aroused when he saw this table full of delicacies. Even though he was already capable of achieving inertia to a certain degree with his current cultivation, and he wouldn't feel anything even if he didn't eat for a long time. But when facing these delicacies, he was still unable to control himself. Looks like you had a nice sleep. Feng Wudao greeted Duan Ling Tian. Sit down and eat first. We won't be staying in the capital of Darming Dynasty for long. Let Tianwu take you to go have a look at the Ice Flame Pavilion after food, and you can properly experience the elegance of the #1 restaurant in the Darming Dynasty. Ice Flame Pavilion. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed. Even though he'd only heard of the Ice Flame Pavilion for the first time, since this Ice Flame Pavilion was capable of being called the #1 restaurant in the Darming Dynasty, then it would presumably have something special about it. After all, even if it was the Darkened Dynasty, he'd never heard of a #1 restaurant in the Darkened Dynasty, because there wasn't a single restaurant that dared claim to be #1. The first wasn't something that anyone could claim to be, and if one didn't have the ability, then one would only be asking for insult. After they finished eating, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu walked out of the inn. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask curiously once they'd just left the inn. Tianwu, On what basis does that ice flame pavilion call itself the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty? Big Brother Duan, the name of #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty isn't a name that the ice flame pavilion proclaimed by itself. It's instead publicly acknowledged by everyone in the Darming dynasty. Feng Tianwu smiled. Publicly acknowledged. Duan Ling Tian frowned and was still slightly unable to wrap his head around it. Could it be that there's something special about that ice flame pavilion that causes everyone in the Darming dynasty to publicly acknowledge it? This was something that was extremely difficult for Duan Ling Tian to imagine. If it was a martial artist, then it wasn't strange for the person to be called #1 if he possessed a shocking strength, but wasn't a restaurant only a place to eat and drink? On what basis did it make the entire Darming dynasty publicly acknowledge it as the #1 restaurant? Big Brother Duan, you'll know why it's publicly acknowledged as the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty after you've been there. Feng Tianwu smiled. All those years ago when I and my father arrived at the Darming dynasty's capital for the first time, we'd once felt amazed by this. Yet we understood after we went there once, and we felt the ice flame pavilion deserved the name of #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly as Feng Tianwu had actually kept him guessing at the critical moment, but he felt more and more curious towards the ice flame pavilion. Big Brother Duan, over here. Under Feng Tianwu's lead, Duan Ling Tian moved through numerous spacious streets in the capital of Darming dynasty, and he seemed to have transformed into a fish that had returned to the water and was swimming forward freely. All along the way, Duan Ling Tian saw many battles, and death couldn't be avoided in battles. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian once again clearly experienced the formidableness and prevalence of cultivating in the Darming dynasty, and it was indeed something the Darkin dynasty couldn't compare to. Of course, the capital of the Darming dynasty possessed patrolling city guards that maintained order, yet their numbers were limited, after all, and they were utterly unable to manage the numerous battles that occurred all around the capital at the same time. Every time they headed over after obtaining the news, the person that had fought would have either fled or ran off to another place to look for someone else to battle. After half an hour, Feng Tianwu's figure stopped, whereas Duan Ling Tian stopped along with her. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his eyes to look over. With a single glance, he saw a restaurant that stood towering before his eyes, or more precisely speaking, this was a restaurant in the shape of a tower. This restaurant occupied a vast area, and even though the area it occupied grew smaller as it went up, even the highest floor was probably easily capable of accommodating over 100 people. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw a conspicuous and large plaque with golden words on this tower-shaped restaurant, and there were words written exquisitely atop it, Ice Flame Pavilion. When he saw these words, Duan Ling Tian knew that they'd arrived at their destination. There's even a restaurant like this. After he returned to his senses, Duan Ling Tian's gaze couldn't help but flash. Even if it's the imperial palace in the capital of the Darming dynasty, it probably doesn't have a palace that's higher than this. A restaurant with 9 floors, this is too exaggerated. In his previous life, buildings with 9 floors were everywhere, and they weren't rarely seen. Yet after arriving at this world that was similar to the ancient times in his previous life, Duan Ling Tian had never seen a pavilion that was more than 5 floors high, and the Ice Flame Pavilion before him was the tallest building he'd seen since coming to this world. Tian Wu, I admit now that this restaurant is indeed capable of being called the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty based on the height of this pavilion. Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Tianwu, but, the ranking of a restaurant ought to not be based on its height, right? Big Brother Duan, I think you're mistaken. Feng Tianwu shook her head and smiled. The reason this Ice Flame Pavilion is called the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty isn't because of its enormous tower-shaped building that possesses 9 floors. Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding when he heard this, and then he smiled. Is that so? Then I'm more and more curious about it. Chapter 756. A Special Restaurant. 2 middle-aged men with solemn expressions stood on either side of the entrance to the first floor of the Ice Flame restaurant, and they were like 2 guardians that stood on guard there. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side and walked in together. They'd only just entered through the entrance when Duan Ling Tian's brows couldn't help but frown because he noticed a trace of an extremely unusual aura. When his spiritual force stretched out, he noticed in the first possible moment that an inscription formation was set up at the entrance. This type of inscription formation was only an extremely ordinary inscription formation, and the origin energy within the bodies of the martial artists that passed through it would resonate with the inscription formation. When a martial artist obtained the acknowledgement of the inscription formation, the formation would emit a clear sound to indicate the person was welcome, whereas if it was a martial artist that didn't obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation, then the formation would emit a low and displeasing sound that indicated rejection. All in all, this was an inscription formation that could determine a martial artist's strength. This is a restaurant, why does it have an inscription formation like this? Duan Ling Tian was unable to wrap his head around it no matter how he racked his brains, and he walked slowly into the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion with Feng Tianwu. Obviously, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu had obtained the acknowledgement of the inscription formation that was set up at the entrance. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian just after they entered through the entrance, and she asked with a surprised expression. "Big brother Duan, aren't you curious about those two sounds that sounded out when he just entered? Those two sounds only sounded out after we passed through the entrance." "Why would I be curious? Isn't it only a simple inscription formation?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Feng Tianwu was first stunned when she heard this, and then her beautiful face blushed slightly. "I forget that Big Brother Duan is a formidable inscription master. But even though I'm not curious towards that inscription formation, why does a mere restaurant have an inscription formation like this set up within it? I'm extremely curious about this. Could it be that those martial artists whose cultivation is incapable to obtain the acknowledgement of this inscription formation are unable to enter?" Duan Ling Tian revealed a bewildered expression. As far as he was concerned, the Ice Flame restaurant was a restaurant no matter what. Could it be that martial artists with cultivations that were insufficient to obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation didn't have the qualification to enter? Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had used his spiritual force to detect and feel out the inscription formation on the first floor's entrance, and he knew that only martial artists at the first level of the Void Initiation stage or above could obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation. In other words, a clear sound would only sound out when a martial artist at the first level of the Void Initiation stage or above entered. If a martial artist below the Void Initiation stage entered, then a low and displeasing sound would be emitted. "Big Brother Duan, you've really guessed correctly. This Ice Flame restaurant does indeed have a restriction. One must at least be a first-level Void Initiation stage martial artist if one wants to enter and drink wine." Feng Tianwu spoke as she turned around to look at the entrance. "You ought to have noticed those two people that were standing outside. If there are martial artists with cultivations below the Void Initiation stage, then the martial artists would be directly kicked out by them. These two people are both first-level Void Initiation stage martial artists." Feng Tianwu's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be speechless. Even this is possible. What sort of restaurant is this? They've opened their doors, yet want to choose their customers. Big Brother Duan, are you thinking that the Ice Flame Pavilion's actions of keeping out most of the customers too truly be unwise? Feng Tianwu seemed to have seen through Duan Ling Tian's thoughts and asked with a light smile on her face. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he indeed felt like this. As far as he was concerned, the Ice Flame Pavilion was only a restaurant no matter what, and since it had opened its doors to do business, then it couldn't keep its customers out, right? In this way, their loss of profit would be extremely great. Big Brother Duan, this Ice Flame Pavilion is the business under the number one clan of the Darming dynasty, the Zhao clan, that provides the greatest profit. Feng Tianwu revealed the origins of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The number one clan of the Darming dynasty. Duan Ling Tian was slightly shocked in his heart when he heard this. He naturally knew what the words, number one clan in the Darming dynasty, meant. It represented the Zhao clan possessed an extremely lofty status in the Darming dynasty, and it was practically equal to the status of the Feng clan in the Darkin dynasty. It was even to the extent that because of how dominant cultivating was in the Darming dynasty, a martial artist that was even more formidable than Feng Wudao might exist within the Zhao clan. Now, when he found out about the origins of the Ice Flame Pavilion and heard that it was the business with the greatest profit under the Zhao clan, Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart once again. Could it be that there's more than meets the eye? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu said with a smile, "Big Brother Duan, do you know that the wine in the Ice Flame Pavilion are sold at an almost astronomical price? Even if it's the wine in the first floor, there are very few martial artists below the Void Initiation stage that are capable of consuming it. Of course, even though the Ice Flame Pavilion imposed a restriction on the cultivation of its customers, if a martial artist below the Void Initiation stage followed a martial artist at the Void Initiation stage or above to enter the Ice Flame Pavilion, then it completely conforms with the rules of the Ice Flame Pavilion and they wouldn't be kicked out." Feng Tianwu finished speaking with a single breath. Duan Ling Tian nodded and couldn't help but imagine in his heart. An astronomical price. Could it be that the wine in this ice flame pavilion is capable of being priced with origin stones? Big brother Duan, let's go over there to exchange for some mid-grade origin stones. Right at this moment, Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out and interrupted Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Mid-grade origin stones. After he returned to his senses, Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Subsequently, he followed Feng Tianwu to arrive before a counter at the outer area of the first floor. I'll exchange 100 mid-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu readily withdrew 10,000 low-grade origin stones from her spatial ring and spoke to the attendant behind the counter. Right when Duan Ling Tian was curious if the attendant would be able to produce so many mid-grade origin stones, the attendant didn't say anything before directly withdrawing 100 mid-grade origin stones. Customer, these are the origin stones you wanted. At the same time, the attendant put away the 10,000 low-grade origin stones. His movements were smooth like flowing water, and it was as if he'd rehearsed it countless times over. Tian Wu, you're... Duan Ling Tian was slightly astonished. Big brother Duan, I forget to ask for origin stones from my father before coming. Can you lend me 30,000 low-grade origin stones? Said Feng Tianwu to Duan Ling Tian. You still want to exchange more? Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. But he still readily withdrew 30,000 low-grade origin stones and placed it on the counter. Meanwhile, there was slight astonishment in the eyes of the attendant behind the counter, and the attitude he treated Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu with underwent a tremendous change. People that were capable of producing 40,000 low-grade origin stones at one go and were even too young people were obviously people that possessed a respected identity. Customer, these are 300 mid-grade origin stones, please check and accept it. The attendant slightly bowed to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. With a raise of her hand, Feng Tianwu put away the 300 mid-grade origin stones, and then she smiled to Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Duan, let's go. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly stiffly, and his mind had flown off since some time ago. At the beginning, he was surprised because they were capable of exchanging for mid-grade origin stones in the Darming dynasty's capital, yet with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. The Darming dynasty neighbored the foreign lands, and even if the Darming dynasty didn't possess a mid-grade origin stone vein, there were surely a large amount of mid-grade origin stones that flowed in from the foreign lands. When he thought like this, all of this wasn't surprising. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian was similarly filled with curiosity towards the reason Feng Tianwu exchanged for mid-grade origin stones, and he was curious if Feng Tianwu had exchanged them for the sake of cultivating or to drink wine. Even though there are many wines in some places of the foreign lands that are worth a few or even a few tens of mid-grade origin stones, and there are even some wines that are worth a few or even a few tens of high-grade origin stones. But that's at the foreign lands after all, and those wines are comparatively special. They're either capable of being serving as spirit fruits to improve the cultivation of the person that drinks the wine, or it's able to improve the comprehension of concept of the person that drinks the wine. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian knew in detail about some special wines in the foreign lands, but a mere Darming dynasty required others to buy wine with mid-grade origin stones. This was something that Duan Ling Tian slightly didn't dare believe. Perhaps that it's only a comparatively special wine, and it's taken as a fine and rare wine by the Zhao clan to earn origin stones. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and for a time, he felt that the Zhao clan was truly a clan of black-hearted businessmen. They're too black-hearted. After they exchanged for mid-grade origin stones at the counter, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side into the hall, and only now could they be considered to have truly entered the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was also the most spacious floor amongst the 9 floors of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and it was capable of accommodating a few hundreds of people without seeming cramped. When Duan Ling Tian had just entered, he noticed that more than half of the tables were filled with people, and there were many old people and middle-aged people, whereas there were also a few young people. Even if cultivating was prevalent in the Darming dynasty, there were obviously few martial artists in the capital that were capable of breaking through to the void initiation stage at a young age. Presently, these people were silently savoring their wine, and the people sitting at the same table looked at each other yet didn't make a sound. Obviously, they were communicating via origin energy. Because of this, even though there were almost 200 people in the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, yet it seemed exceedingly quiet. There were only the occasional sounds of wine cups colliding with each other and wine cups descending onto the table. Tian Wu, Could it be that there's a rule that others can't speak in the Ice Flame Pavilion? It was the first time that Duan Ling Tian had seen a restaurant that had so many people, yet was so quiet, and he couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu via voice transmission in surprise. There isn't. Feng Tianwu shook her head and said, there isn't a rule that prohibits speaking in the Ice Flame Pavilion. But many of the people that come here more or less don't want the contents of their conversations to be known by a third person, so they mostly communicate via voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian smiled with enlightenment. So that's how it is. I thought that not only does this Ice Flame Pavilion restrict martial artists below the Void Initiation stage from entering, it also restricts people from speaking. How could that be possible? Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh. The appearance of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu wasn't paid attention to by many people, yet when the two of them spoke and chatted in this quiet environment, their voices had instead clearly entered into the ears of everyone in the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Chapter 757, Target, the 7th floor. Numerous gazes swept towards Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, and some of them were faintly filled with surprise. Obviously, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's ages had shocked them. As far as they were concerned, since this pair of young man and woman were capable of coming here, then it indicated that one of them is at least a Void Initiation stage martial artist. No matter who was the Void Initiation stage martial artist, it was sufficient to be shocking, because amongst the two of them, the violet-clothed young man that was comparatively older seemed to only be around the age of 25. Even if it was the Darming dynasty, a Void Initiation stage martial artist at such an age was considered to be extremely rare. I wonder from which power they're from. They're actually so outstanding. Many people were shocked in their hearts. Big brother Duan, let's go directly to the 7th floor. Only the wine there is the true specialty wine of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Feng Tianwu smiled lightly to Duan Ling Tian and gestured to Duan Ling Tian before striding out to walk towards the nearby stairway that led to the 2nd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and then she walked up the stairs with large strides. Duan Ling Tian followed closely behind. For a time, all the customers in the 1st floor of Ice Flame Restaurant were petrified. The 2nd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was different to the 1st floor. On the 1st floor, so long as one was a Void Initiation stage martial artist, then one could enter even if one was a 1st-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, whereas, the 2nd floor could only be entered by 2nd-level Void Initiation stage martial artists. Of course, if there was a 2nd-level Void Initiation stage martial artist amongst one's companions, then one could also ascend the 2nd floor to drink wine. The higher the floor of the Ice Flame Restaurant, the stronger the strength of the wine on it. Supposedly, the wine on the 7th floor and above could be compared to spirit fruits to a certain extent, and it was capable of tempering and improving one's origin energy. I didn't hear wrongly earlier, right? That red-clothed young woman that possessed unrivaled beauty seemed to have said she wants to ascend to the 7th floor. An old man in the hall of the 1st floor recovered from his shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim out with a low voice and was in slight disbelief. The Ice Flame Pavilion had a total of 9 floors, and every single floor required a different cultivation. For example, the 7th floor was place only martial artists at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above could enter. You didn't hear wrongly. I heard it as well. I heard it too. Instantly, many people seconded the views of the others. 2 people like them are really capable of ascending the 7th floor. Some people couldn't help but speak out with doubt. It's probably quite unlikely. If they're really capable of ascending the 7th floor, then their natural talent is even better than young Master Wei Yi. Some people shook their heads. Right, even if it's young Master Wei Yi, he only broke through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage at the age of 30. In terms of natural talent and comprehension ability, only His Majesty the Crown Prince can compare to young Master Wei Yi amongst the younger generation of our Darming dynasty. Perhaps, even Feng Tianwu didn't know that a single thing she said had caused the entire 1st floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to be completely bustling. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu had first ascended to the 2nd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion before subsequently ascending the 3rd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. These 2 inscription formations were slightly different. The inscription formation on the 2nd floor has a restriction at the 2nd level of the Void Initiation stage, whereas, the 3rd floor's inscription formation has a restriction at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart when he walked into the 3rd floor's hall, and he recalled the 2 inscription formations he'd experienced earlier. Meanwhile, he obtained an answer. If one wanted to ascend the 2nd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, one must be a 2nd-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, whereas, If one wanted to ascend the third floor, then one must be a third-level void initiation stage martial artist. In this way, the later floors can be deduced from this. So if one wanted to ascend the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion that Tian Wu mentioned, then one must be a martial artist at the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian guessed this extremely easily. At the same time, the crowd of customers on the 3rd floor revealed expressions of astonishment when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu. Presently, not many young people could be seen sitting alone in the 3rd floor. Most of the young people had some old men or middle-aged men sitting by their sides, and they were obviously brought up by these people. Otherwise, they utterly didn't possess the qualifications to ascend here with their cultivations. When they saw Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu ascend the 3rd floor and were not accompanied by a senior, the entire 3rd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was stirred. My God, how old are they? This natural talent is simply heaven-defying. Even if they're compared with young Master Wei Yi and His Majesty the Crown Prince, they seem to be on par, right? This red-clothed young woman is even younger and looks to be a little over 20. If she's really a third-level void initiation stage martial artist, then her natural talent is simply greater than young Master Wei Yi and His Majesty the Crown Prince. The entire 3rd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was bustling as the crowd of customers weren't the slightest bit stingy with their words of praise towards Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu. Right when they thought Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu would sit down at the 3rd floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, a scene that caused them to be moved once more had appeared. They saw the violet-clothed young man and red-clothed young woman had actually continued to ascend the stairway that led to the 4th floor. The 4th floor. They actually want to go to the 4th floor. Along with an astonished voice sounding out, the entire 3rd floor fell into deathly silence. The strongest customer that sat at the 3rd floor was only at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage, yet when they saw two young people that weren't more than 30 years old heading towards the 4th floor now, they felt that they'd simply lived their lives in vain. When he ascended the 4th floor and passed by the two middle-aged men that were guarding at the sides of the stairway, Duan Ling Tian had once again sensed the existence of an inscription formation. Meanwhile, two clear sounds resounded out, and it welcomed Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu. The two middle-aged men that stood on guard at the entrance of the stairway at the 4th floor couldn't help but glance at each other, and both of them saw astonishment in the eyes of the other. Obviously, they were shocked by the accomplishments Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu had obtained at such an age. Two 4th void initiation stage martial artists weren't sufficient to cause them to be moved. But if a title of being a little over the age of 20 and around the age of 25 were added on to the 4th level void initiation stage martial artists, then it was sufficient to cause them to be extremely shocked. On the other hand, the customers on the 4th floor couldn't help but be astonished when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu. Especially when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu continuing to walk towards the 5th floor. Most of them were petrified and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. The 5th floor had another inscription formation as well. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu entered into it and encountered a similar treatment as before. Under numerous gazes of extreme shock, the two of them once again headed towards the 6th floor, causing the crowd of customers in the 5th floor to be flabbergasted. For a time, the sound of cups falling to the ground resounded out successively. In next to no time, waves of wailing that were filled with deep regret resounded out right after. The wine in the 5th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion wasn't cheap, and wasting it just like this had caused them to be unable to refrain from feeling an ache in their hearts. The 6th floor, at the entrance to the stairway. When they saw Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu ascend to the 6th floor, the two middle-aged men that stood on guard there were slightly stunned, but they didn't say anything. Being able to walk up to here indicated that one of the two young people before them surely had a strength at the 5th level of the void initiation stage or above. As for if one of them was at the 6th level of the void initiation stage, it instead required the inscription formation's verification. When Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu walked past the stairway, two clear sounds suddenly resounded out at the entrance of the stairway, causing the two middle-aged men to be completely stunned. They knew what this meant. It meant that both the young man and young woman were existences at the 6th level of the void initiation stage or above. As expected, along with the arrival of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu, the 6th floor was in an uproar. Freaks, monsters, similar exclamations of shock rose and fell. These people that emitted the exclamations stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu with faces that were filled with astonishment. Heavens, this violet-clothed young man is a 6th level void initiation stage martial artist. His natural talent has obviously surpassed young Master Wei Yi and His Majesty the Crown Prince. Who exactly is he? I've actually never heard of him in the past. There's a figure like this in our Darming dynasty. Which power is actually capable of fostering such outstanding young genius? If he was born a few years earlier, then even if it's young Master Wei Yi or His Majesty the Crown Prince, they would probably be left extremely far behind by him. At this moment, the gazes of the people in the 6th floor had completely locked onto Duan Lingtian. They firmly believed unanimously that Duan Lingtian was a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist. As for Feng Tianwu, they didn't dare think about it. Because Feng Tianwu was truly too young, so they thought that Feng Tianwu was only capable of ascending the 6th floor because she had followed Duan Lingtian. If they knew that both Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were martial artists at the 6th level of the void initiation stage or above, it was a mystery what their expressions would look like. Young Master Wei Yi, His Majesty the Crown Prince. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. All along the way, he'd heard these two people being mentioned more than once, and the tone the people had when they spoke of these two people was filled with respect. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu disregarded the waves of shocked exclamations that came from behind them as they ascended the stairway that led to the 7th floor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask curiously. Tianwu, do you know who the young Master Wei Yi and Crown Prince they speak of are? Feng Tianwu nodded and then said, that young Master Wei Yi is the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Zhao clan, Zhao Wei Yi. As for the Crown Prince, he's instead the current Crown Prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Liu Yong. Zhao Wei Yi, Liu Yong, the widely known strongest experts of the Darming dynasty's younger generation. Their strengths surpass our Darkin dynasty's Zhang Shouyong, Yi Shao, and Bai He. The reason Feng Tianwu used Zhang Shouyong, Yi Shao, and Bai He as a comparison was because they were the most famous young geniuses in the Darkin dynasty before the dynasty martial competition of the Darkin dynasty, whereas, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian, Zishang, or Bai Hao, all of them could be considered to be black horses. Chapter 758, Blazer Wine. Not long after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived at the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. After they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, the two middle-aged men that stood on guard at the stairway to the 7th floor couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. Obviously, they'd never imagined that there would actually be two young people that ascended the 7th floor. If these two young people had seniors following by their side, then the guards wouldn't have been surprised, but the problem was that there was no one following by the side of the two young people. In other words, there was at least a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist amongst them, whereas, their arrival to the stairway obviously meant that they wanted to ascend the 7th floor. 7th level of the void initiation stage. The two middle-aged men looked at each other and saw astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. Right when they felt surprised because of this, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already passed through the entrance to the stairway. Just like Duan Lingtian had guessed, the inscription formation here required a cultivation at the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Two clear sounds resounding out caused the two middle-aged men to seem as if they'd awoken from a dream. In the next moment, the astonishment on their faces grew deeper, and their eyes that were filled with disbelief flashed up and down from Duan Lingtian to Feng Tianwu while being covered in shock. Never had they imagined that the truth would actually be more terrifying than their imaginations. It wasn't just one young person amongst the two that was at the 7th level of the void initiation stage, but both of them. One looks to be around 25. The other is even more exaggerated and looks to be only a little over 20. When did such monsters appear in our Darming dynasty? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but send a voice transmission to his companion. If they're members of our Darming dynasty, do you think they would be people that are unknown to the public? The other middle-aged man seemed to have guessed something. What you mean is, they're from another dynasty. Don't forget that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is starting in a few months, and there are 3 dynasties that have to pass through our Darming dynasty to head to the northern desert. No matter what the two middle-aged men exchanged in private, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already walked into the hall on the 7th floor. Even though the 7th floor's hall wasn't as spacious as the 6th floor, yet it wasn't cramped. Presently, there were a few customers scattered across the 7th floor's hall, and they were quietly savoring the wine in their cups and weren't paying the slightest bit of attention to everything in their surroundings. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's appearance didn't draw too much attention. Big brother Duan, follow me. Under Feng Tianwu's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived and sat down at a nearby table, and the table here was extremely different from the table in an ordinary restaurant. Firstly, the bottom of the table was sealed up tightly as if something was stored within it. Secondly, there were actually 10 small holes that circled together on the surface of the table, and they looked to be extremely unique. After they sat down, Feng Tianwu smiled. Big brother Duan, let's drink 2 cups of wine here first. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he raised his head and looked around for a while before frowning while shouting out. Hey, attendant, where's the attendant? Attendant. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the atmosphere in the entire 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to freeze up slightly, whereas, Duan Ling Tian's voice wasn't soft and it entered into the ears of the 2 middle-aged men that were on guard at the stairway. He hasn't come to our Ice Flame Pavilion in the past. One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Probably. The other middle-aged man spoke stiffly. After Duan Ling Tian shouted out, he noticed that the gazes of all the customers in the 7th floor couldn't help but descend onto him. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he noticed the gazes of all these people was slightly strange. Is there something on my face? It's still the first time I've seen someone call out for an attendant on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. A nearby old man laughed. It's probably his first time here. But I presume they were able to come here because a senior of theirs brought them here. But could it be that their seniors didn't tell them that the Ice Flame Pavilion doesn't have attendants? Another person laughed. Their seniors are really something to actually leave them here and disregard them. Their seniors probably sent them here before leaving. Numerous voices entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and they caused Duan Ling Tian to feel his face go hot. There's no attendants. How do we drink when there are no attendants? Big brother Duan. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu spoke out, and her beautiful face was flushed red as she'd never thought that Duan Ling Tian would shout out for an attendant in the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Earlier, she even wasn't in time to warn Duan Ling Tianwu, there are no attendants here. So how do we drink wine? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask in a light voice. Feng Tianwu didn't answer Duan Ling Tian but instead directly withdrew 10 mid-grade origin stones from her spatial ring, and with a raise of her hand, she placed the origin stones into the 10 small holes on the surface of the table. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed a strand of a familiar aura being emitted, an inscription formation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian flashed through the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor and finally realized what was going on. In the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, some restaurants in the foreign lands didn't have attendants, and if one wanted to drink wine, then one must place origin stones into the small holes on the surface of the table to activate the inscription formation inscribed on the table. After the inscription formation was activated, the wine would be sent up from the center of the table. It was similar to vending machines from the earth in his previous life, as it would automatically send out the drink one wanted after money was put in. Of course, the earth of his previous life relied on science, whereas this world relied on inscription formations instead. All methods lead to the same end, and their objectives were similar. No wonder they would say that. I've really made a fool of myself. Duan Ling Tian was embarrassed to the point of being ashamed to show his face after he found out what was going on, and he wished for nothing more than to drill a hole in the ground and hide there. Meanwhile, a faint layer of a light barrier appeared at the center of the 10 origin stones that formed a circle on the table, and half of the light barrier was blue in color, the other was red. Big brother Duan, I'll give you a jug of blazer wine first. Feng Tianwu spoke as she pressed her hand onto the red side of the light barrier. Instantly, the barrier vanished and the 10 origin stones were swallowed into the table. Subsequently, a light sound was emitted from the center of the table, and a tray that had a jug and wine cup on it slowly ascended to appear before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Blazer wine. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed before he started to search the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, and he quickly found out what sort of wine this was. Drinking down blazer wine was like swallowing a ball of flames, causing one's entire body including one's flesh, bones, and meridians to feel as if it was blazed by scorching flames at that moment. That feeling was extremely powerful and satisfying. Big brother Duan, this blazer wine contains extremely dense spirit energy within it, and it possesses a similar effect as spirit fruits, yet is inferior to spirit fruits. Of course, the greatest effect of the blazer wine is to temper one's origin energy, and it's capable of making one's origin energy become even purer. Feng Tianwu didn't know that Duan Ling Tian already knew the details of the blazer wine, and she introduced it to Duan Ling Tian as she pushed the tray towards Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, she placed down another 10 origin stones and bought another jug of blazer wine as well. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, this blazer wine must be savored carefully. If it's directly poured into the stomach, then it will cause a heavy injury to one's body. However, during the second lifetime of the rebirth martial emperor, he discovered a method that can avoid the heavy injury caused by directly pouring the blazer wine into the stomach. Moreover, according to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, only by pouring it all down in one go would the blazer wine be strong enough and satisfying enough. Duan Ling Tian grabbed up the wine cup and poured a full cup of blazer wine for himself. The blazer wine had a crimson-red appearance, and when it was poured within a cup, it was actually still boiling, as if it was roiling lava. A dense and restrained fragrance of wine entered into Duan Ling Tian's nose in the first possible moment. What a nice wine! Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up. Even though he couldn't be considered to be a person that liked drinking, yet he was able to judge how extraordinary the blazer wine was from its fragrance. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu poured a cup of blazer wine for herself as well, and then she held up her wine cup and smiled lightly. Big brother Duan, try it. As she spoke, Feng Tianwu held up the wine cup to her mouth and lightly took a sip, and it was precisely this sip that caused Feng Tianwu's face to go slightly rosy, as if it was tainted with blood. Not only that, Feng Tianwu's neck that was white like jade was slightly rosy at this moment as well. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he held up the wine cup and placed it at the side of his mouth. Even though he was able to gain an understanding of the blazer wine from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, but it was only limited to an understanding, and he would only know the feeling of drinking down the blazer wine after he truly drank it. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and sucked the fragrance of the blazer wine into his nose before raising his hand and completely pouring the wine in the cup into his mouth. He drank it all in a single gulp. Gulp. Duan Ling Tian's throat trembled as he directly swallowed the wine into his stomach, and at this instant, he felt as if he'd swallowed a ball of flames. Not only did his throat feel as if it was burned by flames, even his internal organs became scorching hot. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's face went red, yet his heart was as clear as a mirror instead. Sure enough, it's like what was recorded in the rebirth martial emperor's memories. If this blazer wine is swallowed down in one go, it's indeed extremely satisfying. If it wasn't for him utilizing the method the rebirth martial emperor discovered and had used his origin energy to silently protect his internal organs and meridians, just that cup of blazer wine from before was sufficient to cause his internal organs to suffer a heavy injury. Duan Ling Tian's body trembled for no reason or rhyme as he felt the blazer wine's energy sweep through the meridians, flesh, and bones in his body, and then he fiercely heaved out a breath of air that was filled with the smell of wine. This is absolutely the strongest wine I've had in my lifetime. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu, who sat opposite Duan Ling Tian, was completely dumbstruck since the moment she saw Duan Ling Tian swallow the blazer wine with a single gulp. Big brother Duan, are you okay? Feng Tianwu spoke with a slightly dull expression. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, one cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.